Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Fell in Love with Alise Lovell Movie 2. Before we start, please go support Justero9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Chapter 25. New problems. Hey girls, he's waking up. We find ourselves in the Astri family mansion, specifically in the infirmary where Alise was resting after falling unconscious, and Lyra, seeing that she was showing signs of waking up, called the others. In less than a minute, the rest of the family, except for their goddess, were already in the infirmary, watching as their captain slowly opened her eyes. Alise Ryu said, happy to see her awake. They all had bandages on their bodies, a clear sign that they had been battling on that bloody night. Even Ryu still had aftereffects from Valletta's cursed sword, only being able to move a little. It would take a few days for him to fully recover. Girls, whispered Alise, still a little disoriented. I'm glad to see you with us again, said Kagaya, smiling slightly. For a moment I thought you would be unconscious for much longer, you had exhausted all your magical reserves, not to mention your injuries, you had burns all over your body, said Lyra, who had been very worried. He had gone after Alise, but when the gods began to be sent to the sky, he couldn't help but worry about his goddess, and he also helped all those adventurers who had lost their fauna, preventing them from being killed and unable to reach their captain. It's good that your wounds were healed by the potions, your face has returned to normal, Nise said, remembering how Alise used to boast a lot about her beauty, although that was something she had stopped doing. What happened? Alise asked, sitting up in bed and remembering the war. How long have I been unconscious? What happened to Evilis? You've only been unconscious for a day, I'm surprised at how quickly you're recovering, Lyra replied, sitting up in bed. And as for Evilis, well, I couldn't tell you if we won or lost, Kagaya said somewhat doubtfully. Even though the first classes were defeated, we managed to hold our ground, and Evilis, seeing that many of their members had died, decided to retreat. I'd say it was a draw, I think. But that doesn't change the fact that hundreds of people died, many second-class adventurers died, and we lost 8 entire families. It's a low blow for us, said Lyra in frustration. We were patrolling all day yesterday, even though people were giving us dirty looks, Ryu whispered, head down. It's normal, they have to find someone to blame, so adventurers are their target, said Noin, leaning against the wall. It's tiring, Nise sighed. I understand, Alise whispered, lowering her gaze after hearing that information. All the rest just stared at their captain, wondering when she would fully awaken and remember everything. The Bell. It was the faint whisper that escaped Alise as all the memories flooded her mind. About fighting alongside Bell against the twins and their deaths. And most importantly, Bell on the ground being pierced by Vonafreya's spear. Bell. She cried, remembering how it all ended, looking at her friends with worry. Where's Bell? What happened to him? Completely forgetting the hatred her family had for him, she began to ask, full of concern, wanting to know how the albino was doing. The others, upon hearing that question, looked away or lowered their gaze with an expression of discomfort, not knowing what to say. What happened? Alise asked, frightened by the silence. Where is he? You see, Alise, Lyra said, catching the Retide's attention. Bell is currently in jail, being guarded by the Ganesha family. What? Alise shouted, jumping out of bed and ignoring her tiredness. That's not fair. I have to go. And with those words Alise intended to leave the room, but Kagaya stood in her way. There's nothing you can do, Alise, the Oriental woman said seriously. You hate him because you don't know anything. Bell and I fought together against the twins. He's the one who gave me the information about the bombs. Bell is on our side. Bell was sentenced to death. Before she could say anything else, Kagaya cut her off, leaving Alise in shock. What? What you heard, Alise, Kagaya said, watching as Alise's expression changed to one full of worry. It was something Finn decided without hesitation, said Lyra, who was still sitting on the bed. The moment he learned that the Freya family had captured a former high-ranking Evilis official, he condemned him to death. He said that first he would extract information about Evilis using any means necessary, and when he got what he wanted, well, Lyra already said it. Alise's face turned pale upon hearing those words, remembering the albino's face and the small smiles he gave her in the midst of the war when he saw that she was alright. A sharp pain, unlike anything he had ever felt before, also appeared in his heart. He felt as if it were being crushed tightly and a lump formed in his throat. And no, she stammered, trying to hold back the tears in her eyes. And no, they can't sentence Bell to death. Alise Ryu whispered, looking worriedly at her captain and friend. No. I won't let them kill him. She shouted, intending to run out of the infirmary, but again Kagaya grabbed her hand, preventing her from leaving. You're not going anywhere, Alise. You just woke up, you still need to recover, she said without letting go of the Retide's hand, who was struggling to free herself. I have to do it. she cried desperately, thinking that with every minute that Bell was delayed, he was getting closer to death. And what will you do, you fool? Will you attack the prison guarded by second-class members of the Ganesha family? All you'll do is tarnish Sri Sama's name by trying to free a member of Evilis. Upon hearing those words, Alise became angry, freeing herself from Kagaya's grip and confronting her. You hate Bell because you don't know anything. Of course we know. Alise stopped speaking upon hearing Kagaya's scream and was surprised. What? We're not stupid, Lyra said, getting out of bed and walking toward them. The moment you found out about Valletta's plan to kill us with bombs, I knew Bell might be involved. During all this time you were unconscious, we were discussing it and came to the conclusion that Bell somehow gave you that information, Kagaya said, crossing her arms. And you've just confirmed that that information is real. Girls, Alise whispered, looking surprised at each of her friends, who nodded slightly. But. Furthermore, Kagaya interrupted, lowering her gaze. He saved Sri Sama's life. What? She said, perplexed upon hearing that information. In the midst of the war, Sri Sama was almost killed by Valletta, Ryu said, recalling the words she had told everyone, except Alise, in the room yesterday morning. She told us that he saved her from dying, and thanks to him, she managed to escape and reach a safe place. Surprised? Lyra asked, looking at Alise, who was in shock. Why do you think no one confronted you when you started asking about Bell? Now Alise understood why none of them reacted with displeasure when she showed her clear concern for the albino when he woke up. Listen, Alise, I still don't trust that idiot 100%, but he saved Sri Sama's life, so I'm willing to listen to him, Kagaya said, stuttering slightly at what she was saying. And I speak for all of us who think the same. Although he still owes me for that punch he gave me, said Lyra, joking a little as she remembered the punch Bell gave her in the stomach. Already me too. Exact. These were the words spoken by other members of the Astri family who were defeated by Bell. But what do we do? Alise asked, remembering the situation the albino was in. Astri Sama has gone to speak with Loki Sama and Ganesha Sama to prevent his assassination, Kagaya said, surprising Alise. Although, to be honest, I highly doubt she'll achieve anything. Perhaps she'll manage to negotiate with Ganesha Sama, but the Loki familia is another matter entirely. When Finn said that night that he would kill him, he looked determined, as if nothing would change his mind. That's not fair, they don't know anything about Bell, Alise said, clenching her fists in frustration. I can't just stand idly by. So what exactly are you going to do? Lyra asked, hands on her hips. To be honest, I want to get that idiot out of jail too, tie him to a chair, interrogate him while I beat him up, but there's not much else to do. As I said, there are many second-rate adventurers guarding the prison, all you'll do is make everyone think that the Astri family is allied to Evilis by wanting to free one of them from prison. But Bell isn't from Evilis. I know that, you idiot. It's not for nothing that he killed a stupid twin and was close to killing Valletta, but the rest of the families believe he belongs to Evilis, Kagaya said, clutching her head as it began to hurt. And not just any member of Evilis, they have him on their list as a high-ranking officer. Trying to get him out would make us look like traitors, Lyra commented. That's why Astri Sama has decided to discuss it privately with Ganesha Sama and Loki Sama, said Ryu, who seemed a little nervous. All we can do is wait for Astri Sama and see how she fared. Upon hearing that, Alise lowered her gaze in frustration. She wanted to run and get Bell out of there, but Kagaya was right. All she would achieve was turning all of her Aereo against her and harming Astri, and she didn't want that. Meanwhile, sit on the bed and continue resting a little, said Iska, pushing Alise a little, who reluctantly accepted and went to sit on the bed. Oh come on, don't make that face, said Lyra, who was looking at Alise's expression, which was one of sadness, as if she were holding back tears. I am sorry, but I can't help feeling this way, she whispered, her head bowed. Bell isn't one of them. I don't know anything about his story, but I'm sure he's not a bad person. He doesn't deserve to be condemned like that. I'd like to say the same, but I'm sure we all still hold a bit of a grudge against him, said Lyra, turning to look at the others who nodded. Listen Alise, like I told you, I still don't trust him, and if I ever see him, I'll definitely want to run him through with my katana, Kagaya said seriously. But. I haven't finished, you fool, Kagaya interrupted. But as I said, he saved Astri Sama, and I will be eternally grateful for that, so I'm willing to listen to him, she whispered, looking away in embarrassment. She found it difficult to talk about it, remembering that he had tried to kill her a few days ago, so it was hard for her, and the same applied to Ryu, who decided to remain silent and say nothing. Girls, whispered Alise, looking at all her friends who smiled slightly at her. So don't worry, that idiot will somehow get out of jail, and we'll beat him until we're satisfied, said the smiling Lyra. But I don't want to hit him. But we did, all the girls said, making Alise smile nervously, seeing that they still held a grudge against Bell. But their conversation was cut short when they saw the infirmary door open and the goddess of the family enter. Astri Sama, they all said upon seeing their goddess. Alise, I'm glad to see you awake, Astri said with a motherly smile, relieved to see her daughter healed. But Alise quickly stood up and walked over to her goddess with a worried expression. What happened to Bell? I asked, hoping Astri would bring good news. So now you know, I whispered, looking away. Tell me, Astri Sama, did I succeed? I asked hopefully. Astri simply smiled sadly and shook her head slightly. I'm sorry, Alise, but I couldn't do anything. Loki wouldn't even talk, he apologized, causing the hope in Alise's heart to crumble. Finn isn't willing to change his mind, so his decision was to execute Bell tomorrow afternoon in private after obtaining information from Evilis. Small tears of despair, sadness, and frustration began to accumulate in Alise's eyes as she heard those words, slowly lowering her gaze. All she wanted was to restore her friendship with Bell to how it was before, and whenever she thought she could do it, something always got in her way. That seems very hasty to me, even coming from Finn, Kaguya said, frowning. There are many important members of Evilis in prison. Why is Bell the only one sentenced to death? Probably because she considers him a danger. I think the same story would be true for Valletta if they managed to capture her, Lyra said. But Bell, Alise stammered, trembling slightly, refusing to accept that decision. And that is why you will release him tonight, said Astri, smiling slightly. What? It was the sound that came from all of them, confused upon hearing those words, except for Alise, whose face lit up with hope upon hearing those words. What did he say? Kaguya asked, not believing what she heard. What you heard, tonight you will get him out of jail, the smiling goddess repeated. No offense, but this is the craziest thing Astri Sama has ever come up with, said Lyra with a nervous smile. Why? The goddess asked, confused. I am the goddess of justice, so I will not allow anyone to be unjustly condemned to death. Exactly. Alise shouted happily upon hearing that. But it's crazy. What are we going to do with multiple second-class adventurers? Not to mention we'll turn all of Aurario against us, said Kaguya, still not believing her goddess was saying that. That's why someone is willing to help us, said Astri with a small smile, which looked like a nervous smile. Who? Ryu asked, confused, as she leaned against the door. Well, said Astri, looking away and stepping aside. You can come in now. The others just stared in confusion at the infirmary door, wondering who was willing to break an Evilis member out of jail. And when the person appeared at the door, it made everyone's face begin to pale. Silver hair, a black dress, an extremely serious expression, and most importantly, eyes of different colors looking at everyone with that deep gaze. It was Alfea of Silence. Ryu screamed in fear as she stood leaning against the door with Alfea beside her, remembering the punch she received from her some time ago. Ryu quickly jumped up and positioned herself alongside her companions, adopting a fighting stance even though her hands were trembling. How noisy, Alfea whispered in displeasure. Alfea? Kaguya shouted, ready to grab her sword, but then remembered she didn't have it with her, clicking her tongue angrily. Alfea? Alise said, confused. Astri Sama, stay away from her. Lyra shouted worriedly, looking for some way to defeat the woman in front of her. This time will defeat you. Ryu stammered, frightened, seeing the woman's deep gaze. I'm starting to regret my decision, Alfea whispered, frowning at the sound of so much shouting. Wait. Astri shouted, stepping between them. Alfea is on our side. Yes, and I have Islamic ancestry, Lyra said sarcastically. That woman defeated the first classes that night. She's a menace. What did I miss? Alise asked, even more confused. You see, it turns out that the woman who defeated us that day was a former executive of the Hera family, Alfea, level 7, Kaguya explained without taking her eyes off the woman. What? Alise shouted, surprised by that information. Astri, move aside, said Alfea, fed up with all the noise. Wait, we need to take things slowly, the goddess said with a nervous smile. And you all behave yourselves. I already told you she's on our side. Now it turns out everyone is on our side. What's missing? That Valletta has been the good guy in the story all this time? Kaguya said, still not believing anything. I'm just asking you to calm down and listen to me, Astri said seriously, wanting to explain everything. If I say Alfea is on our side, it's because she is. But she attacked us, Ryu said. You were destroying my sister's favorite place, you should be thanking me on your knees for not killing you, Alfea said, looking at them all with disgust. Oh yeah? Then you should thank us for Lyra stared blankly, unsure what to say, so she took a step back, embarrassed. Please girls, let's talk calmly, Astri asked in a soft voice, wanting to relax the atmosphere. Upon seeing Astri's gaze, they all decided to obey and calm down, although they still looked at Alfea with distrust. Great. "We have all morning to chat, so let's go to the dining room to be more comfortable," said the goddess, smiling warmly again. The others just nodded slightly, starting to walk towards the exit of the infirmary, passing by Alfea who was looking at them seriously, making them all shiver. "Family of Justice, you have a long way to go to bear that title," Alfea whispered, looking at the goddess of the family. "They still have a lot of growing to do," Astri said with a nervous smile. Now they were all walking towards the dining room, a little tense, except for Alise, who was lost in her thoughts. First she gets angry because Kagaya and Ryu insulted Bell, then she saves Bell from being killed by Alise, and now she wants to help us get him out of jail. What is she to Bell? Alise thought, confused, turning to look at Alfea, who was staring at her, making her startled and look down. Some time later. Now they were all sitting in the dining room in an awkward silence, feeling the imposing presence of Alfea, who was sitting in the chair that Astri used to use. "I see," thought Astri, having to look for another place to sit. "Now explain all this, Astri-sama," Kagaya demanded seriously. "Why does this woman claim to be on our side?" "I'm not on your side, I'm only on Bell's side and nobody else's," the woman said angrily. "You see, I didn't tell you, but last night I snuck out," Astri confessed with a nervous smile. "What?" they all exclaimed, somewhere between surprised and angry. "I just wanted a break. So much had happened that I just wanted to walk around a bit," Astri explained, looking down. "So I went to a church I recently found. A secluded place like that would be peaceful, and that's where I saw Alfea." Upon hearing that, the others turned their gaze towards the woman who had her eyes closed. "And what happened?" Lyra asked. "Well." Flashback. Alfea, Astri whispered in surprise as she entered the church and saw the woman sitting on one of the many pews. Upon hearing that faint whisper, the woman turned to look at the goddess with a serious expression. Astri couldn't help but feel a little scared when she remembered that this woman now belonged to Evilus, thinking that she would try something against her. But she was confused when she saw that he just ignored her, and she looked again at a statue of an angel that was at the end of the church. Astri, sensing no hostile intentions, decided to approach Alfea slowly. "What are you doing here?" Astri asked curiously as she stood near the woman. "This was my sister's favorite place," Alfea whispered the answer without turning to look at her. "Can I?" asked, looking at the empty seat next to her. "Forward." Astri, still confused, sat down next to her. Just like with Bell, he didn't feel any sensation similar to that of someone bad in Alfea, starting to find it strange remembering that she defeated the first classes. "Are you praying?" I asked curiously. "I am asking for your forgiveness for not being able to protect you again," he replied again in a whisper while slightly clenching his fists. "Are you talking about Bell?" Astri asked curiously. Ever since Alise told him everything that happened the day Alise died, he began to suspect that this woman had some kind of relationship with the albino. "Yes, I'm talking about Bell," he replied, standing up with the intention of leaving. "Where are you going?" "To destroy the Ganesha family and get Bell out of jail," he said calmly. "Understand what?" Astri, alarmed upon hearing those words, stood up, placing herself in Alfea's path and preventing her from leaving. "You can't do that," Astri said seriously. "Why not?" "I know very well that he was sentenced to death, so I'll get him out of there. I'm already taking care of it." Alfea was about to ignore Astri, but upon hearing those words, she decided to pay attention. "What do you mean, goddess?" "Tomorrow I will try to negotiate with Ganesha and Loki so that he is not condemned to death, just wait a little while." "And what if it doesn't work out?" I asked, raising an eyebrow, a little surprised that the goddess of justice would want to help Bell, since as far as I understood everyone considered him a criminal. "If that doesn't work, then I want your help," she said, putting on a serious expression to show she meant business. "I'm sure one of my girls won't be happy about that, so she'll try something, and I'd like you to help her get to Bell." "Girl, are you talking about that Alise girl?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Yes, if Bell is important to you, you'll know the special relationship you two have," she said, and Alfea nodded slightly in response. "Then please help her." "Why do you want to get Bell out of jail?" "I don't think it's just because your daughter wants to be with him," she asked curiously. "I only saw him once, but it was more than enough for me to realize that he's not a bad person. He doesn't deserve to be condemned to death, and as the goddess of justice, I have to prevent that," she replied with a small smile. "Besides, he saved me from returning to heaven, and I'd like to thank him." Alfea couldn't help but feel a little happy inside when she saw that there were people who believed in her nephew, or at least didn't see him as someone evil. "So you'll help me?" I asked hopefully. If she received his help, then Alise would be able to reunite with Bell. Besides, she was also doing it so that Alfea wouldn't attack the Ganesha familia alone. If she did, the whole familia would probably disappear. At least with her help, she would avoid that, or so she wanted to believe. "Well, in the end it's all for the return of the old allies." She knew very well that there were many pieces in that puzzle that were missing. Once they heard the albino's story, they would give their final verdict. Please, Astri whispered, looking at the woman. End of flashback. And in the end I accept the smiling goddess finished speaking. The others just had a surprised expression upon hearing Astri's explanation, turning to look at Althea who was still sitting calmly. And what happened to Evelys? Lyra was the one who dared to ask that question, and she was nervous. Bell is no longer with them, so I have no reason to be there too, he replied calmly. I can see that Bell is very important to you. What is he to you? Kagaya asked with a raised eyebrow. Are you perhaps his girlfriend? Nise whispered. Alise couldn't help but get scared when she heard those words, looking intently at Althea hoping her answer would be negative. What kind of degenerate do you think I am? Althea asked angrily, scaring Nise, who went to sit at the other end of the dining room. Alise let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that answer, while Astri watched with amusement. So? Lyra asked. Bell is my sister's son, in short, he's my nephew. The rest of the family opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing this information, knowing that the albino was a descendant of one of the most powerful families that existed in Arario. I see, so you're his Aunt Ryu said. What did you say? He asked angrily, releasing some of his power. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Ryu said quickly, scared, not wanting to anger the woman. He didn't want to receive another hard punch like last time, so he decided to keep his mouth shut. So, will you help us get him out of jail? It's obvious, child, that's why I'm here, she said as she stood up. I'll come back this afternoon. All this noise is bothering me. And with those words Althea left the dining room, leaving the whole family in silence and surprised that someone like her was going to help them. He's a nice person, Astri said with a small smile. The others had a little anime-style sweat drop when they heard those words. Nice. What part of his personality was nice? That was the thought that crossed everyone's mind at that moment. But their thoughts were cut short when they saw their captain stand up and run out of the dining room, leaving everyone confused. Meanwhile, with Althea. She walked slowly through the mansion's hallways, her goal was to go to that old church to rest. Her body felt exhausted, so she needed to regain energy to save Belle that night. Belle, I hope you're okay, she whispered, clenching her fists lightly. Miss Althea. The grimace of disgust appeared on the woman's face as she heard that loud voice, slowly turning around. If you shout like that again, I'll punch you hard, he threatened angrily. Sorry, she apologized with a nervous smile. So? What do you want? Thank you, he said, bowing slightly. Thank you for helping us save Belle. He's my nephew, it's obvious I want to get him out of there. But you could easily have done it alone and destroyed the Ganesha family, but instead you decided to help us, so thank you very much, she said, smiling slightly. Meanwhile, Althea just stared at Alise's smile, as if she were analyzing it, making the retreat a little nervous. Is something wrong? I'm sure you'd get along with Materia, as long as you don't steal her sweet, she whispered those words, turning around and continuing on her way. What do you mean? I asked, confused. I hope that when I return you will have a plan ready, or else you can say goodbye to the Ganesha family, and with those words Althea disappeared from the hallway, leaving a confused Alise alone. Although that confusion didn't last long, a smile gradually formed on her face. Just wait, Belle, I'll get you out of there, he thought resolutely, clenching his fists. I won't let them kill you. There are still so many things I want to tell you, and so many things you need to tell me. Alise's eyes sparkled slightly at the thought of meeting him again, causing her heart rate to increase. But first I have to think of a good plan to get you out of there. With your aunt on our side, things will be easier. And with those thoughts, Alise ran to the dining room, ready to put together a plan with all her friends to get Belle out of jail and avoid his fate. The plan to recover Belle had begun. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Interrogation. Bad, very bad, my little Belle. We found ourselves in an old cabin in the middle of a destroyed village where there were two people. A pink-haired girl was looking at a lit fireplace and a white-haired boy tied to a chair with chains. Sorry, Bell apologized with tears in his eyes, trying to free himself but he couldn't. We were close to stealing that shipment from Rakia, but instead of doing your job, you decided to flee the scene, and that's very wrong, he said angrily, without taking his eyes off the fireplace. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. He shouted, panicking, knowing that this time it wasn't going to be one of the typical beatings Valletta gave him. You're right about that, you won't do it again because I'm going to make sure you're marked so you know what will happen to you if you disobey me again, he said with a sinister smile, taking a red-hot iron plate out of the fireplace. Belle's face turned pale at the sight and he began to move more forcefully from the chair, but he couldn't manage it. No. Please don't do it. He cried desperately, watching as Valletta slowly approached him. Relax, you'll only feel like a little kiss, he teased, standing in front of Bell. Leave that as a lesson and don't do it again. No. Don't do it. But Valletta ignored him, slowly bringing the iron closer to the albino's face with a smile, seeing the panic in the child. And in a second the burning iron touched Bell's face, beginning to burn him. Ah. The smell of burning began to fill the room as smoke began to come out of Bell's face, a sign that he was burning. Unfortunately for Valletta, her screams lasted only about 3 seconds before she fell unconscious, unable to withstand the immense pain. DSK, I was expecting more screaming, she said disappointedly, removing the iron from Bell's face and seeing half of his face burned. She just threw the iron back into the fireplace to continue watching the albino's burned face. I don't like it, I whispered, not very convinced. I prefer her normal face. I thought she'd look better with burns. Disappointed, Valletta took a potion and began to spray it on Bell's face, healing the enormous burn, although the sensation of being burned would always remain in the albino's memories, becoming another of his many traumas. Much better, she said with satisfaction, seeing that Bell had returned to normal, although he was still unconscious. I hope you've learned your lesson, my dear Bell, because next time you disobey me, it will be worse for you. And with those words, Valletta left the room, leaving the child unconscious and chained to the chair. Painful memories for Bell, memories he would like to forget. The loud punch woke a certain albino from his sleep, causing him to slowly open his eyes. Upon opening them, he saw that he was in a cell, chained hand and foot to a wall, and in front of him were 2 members of the Ganesha family. The 2 of them had been hitting the albino repeatedly since he arrived at the cell as a method of torture. Is it morning already? Bell asked, ignoring all the bruises and wounds all over his body. Even his face was somewhat swollen from so many punches. Very funny, you damned evilest member, one of the guys said angrily. You seem calm, but I'm sure you're suffering inside from all the blows. Nah, I've received worse torture, Bell said dismissively. This only angered the 2 men, who then began to beat Bell again, seeking to inflict as much damage as possible. While the albino, with his arms and legs chained, could do nothing, although his mind was on something else at that moment. I wonder how Alise is, he thought, remembering the Redeed's beautiful face and her lovely smile. What are they doing? The woman's serious voice was heard behind the 2 men, causing them both to stand at attention and turn around. Captain. The 2 men said, seeing Shakti standing in the doorway of the cell. Bell could only look at the woman with some difficulty as the blood from her forehead ran into his eye, obstructing his vision. I repeat, what are you doing? Shakti asked, frowning. We were just giving the evilest member a taste of his own medicine, one of them replied proudly. And did I order you to do that? He asked seriously. And no, they replied nervously because of the woman's serious look. Get out of here, he said, stepping aside to let the 2 of them pass. But. Didn't you hear? We're about to interrogate him and we don't want anyone around, he ordered, frightening them both. Why yes. And with that shout, both men ran away, leaving Bell and Shakti alone in the cell. We meet again, Shakti said, turning her gaze to Bell, who was kneeling on the ground. I was expecting a more terrifying face. Do you remember me? He asked, confused. Obviously, I was defeated by you a few months ago, although back then you were wearing a mask, she said, leaning against the wall without taking her eyes off Bell. I'm sorry about that, he apologized, making Shakti raise a puzzled eyebrow. And now you apologize? I whispered, confused. First you spared my life, and now you apologize for your actions. You're strange. Let's just say I'm not proud of what I've done, he said with a nervous smile. It's too late for you to regret your actions, he said, becoming even more surprised by the albino's personality. I know. When will my execution be? He asked calmly, as if he were talking about nothing. Tomorrow afternoon, he whispered his answer, looking at him curiously. I see, he murmured, lowering his gaze with a small, sad smile. Meanwhile, Shakti just stared at the disheartened albino who seemed to accept his fate. Shakti remembered every face of every evilest member in that prison, and just by looking at them, she could tell they were murderers, psychopaths, and evil people. But instead his gaze is different, he thought, looking into Bell's eyes. He doesn't have the expression of a murderer. I still remembered that day in that magic stone factory. That day she was defeated in a few minutes by that boy, he even had the opportunity to kill her at that moment. But he didn't. He only remembered the words she had said to him before leaving. Flashback. Why? Was the weak whisper that came from Shakti as she watched Bell place her away from the explosion so she wouldn't get hurt. You have a sister, right? I'm sure she'd be sad if you died, he whispered in a soft voice, a voice that conveyed no malice. End of flashback. I find it hard to believe that someone like that could be from evil, as Shakti thought, confused, without taking her eyes off Bell. Could he be? Shakti stopped leaning against the wall and moved a little closer to the albino to ask him a question. You. Huh? Bell looked up curiously upon hearing Shakti's voice wanting to tell him something. You gave that information to Alise, didn't you? She asked curiously, although she was sure that he was the one who gave that information. She couldn't find any other way in which Alise could have found out about it. Bell opened his eyes slightly in surprise upon hearing those words, not expecting her to notice. From your expression, I can see that I'm right. P.S. I gave that information to Alise, I confirmed with a small smile, looking down. Why? She asked again, puzzled. You're supposed to be from Evilis. Why would you do something that would harm the entire organization you belong to? Because I want to see you dead, she whispered her answer instantly. And because I didn't want Alise or any of you to lose your lives down there, I couldn't allow it. Now Shakti was even more confused. Who was this boy in front of her? Normally she always managed to understand what the people she questioned were thinking, but to her surprise, she couldn't decipher what was going through this boy's mind. If you're not with them then. Miss Bell interrupted Shakti before she could continue speaking. Do you know that besides Arario there are many towns outside the city that have been destroyed by Evilis? Yes, I know, he replied, clenching his fist slightly in frustration, since Arario could never do anything about it for the simple reason that they had their own problems too. But what does that have to do with anything? In many of those attacks, Evilis forcibly recruited people who survived the massacres. Many, fearing death, had no choice but to join them, he said with a small forced smile, looking at the girl. Among them were many children. I'm sure more than one of them is now in this prison or dead because of the constant wars. Shakti was simply surprised to hear that information, now understanding why the number of Evilis members was always increasing. It was because they were always forcibly recruiting people, even children. Wait, Shakti whispered in surprise as she realized what Bell meant by those words. Could it be that you? But he couldn't finish his sentence when the cell door was opened and the captain of the Loki Familia, Finn, entered, ready to interrogate Bell to find out Evilis's future plans. I see you've already started the interrogation, the hobbit commented, looking at Shakti. I was just asking him a few questions, he said, turning to look at Bell, who had lowered his gaze again. Anything interesting? Nothing, there is nothing. Upon receiving Shakti's refusal, Finn turned to look at Bell and slowly approached him, looking him up and down. So Bell Cranel, he whispered, looking into the albino's red eyes. I'm surprised that someone as young as you is responsible for the robberies at all the warehouses. Is it some kind of skill you possess? If you've come all this way to get information from me about Evilis's next steps, then I'm sorry to disappoint you, since I have nothing of interest to you, he said, looking up at Finn. And you think I'm going to believe you? He said with a serious expression. That's up to you, he said calmly, looking down again. You can bring your goddess here and you'll see I'm not lying. I don't need Loki here to know you're lying, he said, frowning. I know very well you know something important, so say it. Bell, Shakti whispered, looking at the albino. Listen, Valiente, I stopped belonging to Evilis a long time ago, so for obvious reasons I have no information for you. I don't even know where the new Evilis base is, so I'm not of any use. I know you're hiding something, he said, pointing his spear at Bell's stomach. Tell me. They've got something against my stomach lately, Bell thought, remembering that he'd been stabbed by Alise and Alan. I propose something. If you release me then. But before he could make his proposal, a powerful punch from Finn hit his face, nearly breaking his jaw. I'm not here to negotiate with you, Finn said seriously, gripping his spear. Meanwhile, Shakti just watched as a trickle of blood ran down Bell's forehead. If you say you want to see Evilis dead, then tell him everything you know, Bell, Shakti thought, not understanding the albino's actions at all. Let me finish, Bell said, moving his jaw to ease the pain. Like I was saying, I no longer belong to Evilis, so please release me. Once I've finished what I have to do, I'll surrender voluntarily and you can give me as many sentences as you want. Whether you belong to Evilis or not, you're a danger to Arario, Finn said, not trusting the albino. That terrifying magic that night was yours, wasn't it? I can't trust someone who is or was in that organization. Who knows what goes through your mind? Well, I tried, Bell thought, disappointed. He knew Finn wouldn't believe a word he said, but he had to try. He could tell him his story, how he came to Evilis, and his plans to defeat the organization, but he doubted Finn would believe him. And even if he did, Finn would probably execute him or leave him locked up for life as punishment for all his crimes, so he was pretty much finished. Are you still going to say you don't know anything? Finn asked, frowning. You can torture me all day, and I won't tell you anything for the simple reason that I have no information for you. I don't think Finn is lying, Shakti said, looking into the albino's eyes. He knows he's going to die, so there's no point in continuing to hide the information. I find it hard to believe that you have nothing important to say even though you were a high-ranking officer. Someone like you should have something of interest, he said, still not entirely convinced. I already told you I don't know anything. Bell was about to deny it again, but then he remembered something important in his mind, making him open his eyes in surprise. Damn, how could I forget about that thing? He thought, wanting to hit his forehead, but both his hands were chained so he couldn't. I see you've just remembered something interesting, Finn said, seeing the albino's surprised face. You'd better say what you know. Bell just frowned when he heard that. If he was honest, he didn't like the Hobbit, but he couldn't keep that information to himself, or else all the civilians would be in danger, and most importantly allies. Well? Bell just let out a tired sigh and prepared to give the information. If he was going to die tomorrow, at least he would ruin Valletta's plan, although he would probably remain a lost soul for not having been able to take revenge, or perhaps for not having had one last talk with allies and solving all their problems. Delphine, Bell whispered. What? Shakti said, surprised to hear that. What is Delphine? Finn asked curiously. A level 7 or 8 monster, I'm not sure. Shakti and Finn couldn't help but open their eyes in surprise when they heard those words. Was such a powerful monster in Evilus's hands? Let's see, according to what that idiot Alise told me, it's a monster that was created by several gods many floors below, born as a level 7. Or was it 8? He said, not quite remembering what Alise told him that day. And where is that monster? Shakti asked worriedly, hoping it wasn't locked up somewhere in the city, ready to be released. It's going up with every day it spends in the dungeon, he said seriously. The last I heard of that thing was a week ago, and it was on the 40th floor killing monsters. If it's kept going down, it's probably on the 30th or 25th floor right now, and most likely in 3 days it will reach the 18th floor. Once it crosses that entire floor, nothing will stop it from reaching the surface, and Auraria will be destroyed. Both people couldn't help but open their eyes in surprise upon hearing that information. All this time, such a powerful monster had been lurking beneath them, and they hadn't known. I see, so those were the tremors that have been happening in the dungeon these last few days, Shakti said, understanding everything. He's probably digging to keep going up. That's how he gets around. Wow, that's some important information you were keeping from us, said Finn, squinting at Bell. In my defense, I've been on the verge of death 3 times this week, so I'd forgotten, he said, shrugging his shoulders. We have to warn the other families about this, Finn, Shakti said seriously. If what Bell says is true, that thing will be on the 18th floor in 3 days. We have to stop it from getting any further than that. I know, he said, biting his thumb and looking at Bell. I guess you don't have any more information for us. What do you think? Then this ends here, he said, turning to look at the woman. Shakti, leave guards watching the cell. We can't let our guard down just because she says she no longer belongs to Evilus. Good. And we're going to postpone its execution. Right now, we need to find a way to stop that monster, so that will have to wait, he said, walking towards the exit. More time to live. Great. Bell thought, feigning excitement. He didn't know why, but when he spoke to people he didn't like, he became apathetic and sarcastic, unlike when he spoke to allies, when he became somewhat shy and lively. Did he have multiple personalities? It wouldn't surprise him after all the torture he'd endured in Valletta. Then, don't you think it would be better to hold a trial with all the important families before deciding their fate? Shakti asked, not very sure about the execution. You're saying that because of the goddess Astri, right? Goddess Astri? Bell whispered, confused. I don't know what you did, but the goddess Astri wants to prevent your execution. Bell couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise upon hearing that. Was it because he saved her that night? What do you think, Finn? I think the best thing would be to decide his fate through a trial. Finn simply observed the albino, who was also looking at him with a calm expression, which annoyed him a little since it seemed that nothing mattered to him. We'll leave that for later, the important thing right now is that monster called Delphine, and with those words Finn left the cell, leaving Shakti and Bell alone in silence. She simply turned to look at him, who was looking down with his eyes closed, probably wanting to sleep. I'll change the guards and give them the order not to hit you, so don't worry, the girl whispered, walking towards the exit. Hey. But she stopped when she heard his voice again, turning to look at him. How's Alise? I asked, looking up. Alise, she is fine with her family, she is probably resting. I see. A small smile appeared on Bell's face upon hearing that, relieved to know that she was alright. If that's all, goodbye, I'll come back again tomorrow, and with those words Shakti also left the cell, closing the door and leaving the albino in the dark in that room. He simply stared into space, remembering all the moments he had lived with Alise since he met her, so many good moments as bad, but which he kept fondly in his heart. If I had one last request before I die, it would be to see you and give you a hug, he whispered with a small, sad smile. And to ask for your forgiveness for all the harm I caused you. And with those thoughts, Bell remained chained, waiting for the day of his execution to arrive. Little did they know that in a few hours the prison walls would tremble because of a real monster. Meanwhile, at the Astri family headquarters. All the family members along with their goddess and Althea were gathered in the room, creating their plan to free Bell from prison. It's almost nighttime, so I hope you've come up with a good plan, the woman said, looking seriously at all the girls, who became nervous. To be honest, I couldn't think of anything good, Alise confessed with an embarrassed smile. Upon hearing that, Althea let out a tired sigh, looking at the Redeed with disappointment. Why did you fall in love with someone so silly, Bell? He thought, seeing the girl's nervous smile. I was looking for a way to get into jail without fighting anyone, but I couldn't think of a solution, he explained, looking down. Although she wanted to save Bell, she didn't want to hurt anyone for the simple reason that they were all comrades fighting together against evilness. She couldn't hurt her allies, and that was something all her friends knew, understanding their captain's feelings. You're really stupid, Althea whispered, catching Alise's attention. If you want to get Bell out of jail, there obviously has to be a confrontation with the Ganesha family or another family that arrives. You have to be mentally prepared for that. I know, but isn't there another way? I asked hopefully. Unfortunately, it's the only way, Alise, Astri said, placing a hand on her daughter's shoulder, knowing it was difficult for her. Althea could only see the complicated expressions of everyone, shaking their heads slightly, realizing that none of them were ready to fight with their comrades, so she would have no other option but to do everything herself. Fine, Althea said, capturing everyone's attention. Since none of you have the courage to fight, I'll fight the Ganesha family alone, and you can use that distraction to break into the prison and free Bell. Huh? You alone against the whole family? Will she be okay? Alise asked worriedly. I think you're forgetting who you're talking to, Kaguya whispered to the Redeed, who smiled nervously. Don't worry, Redeed, I'll be fine, Althea said, closing her eyes. But Astri looked confused at Althea after saying those words, a look which the woman noticed. She lied, Astri thought, puzzled. So it won't be necessary for your whole family to go, just 3 will be enough so they don't attract too much attention, Althea said, looking at each of the girls. And who will be going? Nese asked curiously. But before anyone could volunteer, Althea gave the names. The Redeed, the Oriental one, and the pink one. She gave her verdict, causing some to have an anime-style sweat drop because of how she named them. Pink whispered Lyra, knowing that she meant her. Huh? I can go too, said Ryu, wanting to help Alise on that mission. I'm sorry, Lion, but you can't go, Alise apologized, looking sadly at her friend. Because? Upon hearing that question, Lyra, Kaguya and Alise looked at each other for a few seconds, agreeing on the answer they would give her so as not to hurt her. You're still hurt and I don't. You're very reckless and you'll probably do something stupid that will end up killing us all, Lyra said, interrupting Alise with her hurtful words. Lyra? Kaguya and Alise shouted. What? I thought we all agreed on that part, said the Hobbit, puzzled. The pink one is right, Althea said, turning to look at Ryu. I don't know you well, but it's more than enough to know that you're the most reckless in this family and that you make decisions without thinking about the consequences. Until you control that, you won't be of any use to your friends and will only hurt them. You still have a long way to go. There was a kinder way to say it, Astri whispered, watching Ryu's expression change to a sad one as she lowered her gaze. I'm sorry, but I'm always direct, she said, turning around. You 3 had better get ready. We'll be leaving here soon. And with those words Althea left the room, leaving the entire Astri family alone. Lion, Alise whispered, seeing her friend's sad expression. Don't worry, Alise, she's right. I still have a long way to go before I can deliver something like justice. I'll only hurt them, I whispered, not daring to look up, walking towards the exit and leaving the room as well. She'll get over it, Kaguya said, knowing what the elf was like. I hope so, Lion is a strong warrior, I'm sure that if she puts in the effort she will be a great warrior, even more than us, Alise said, believing in her friend. Yes, now we have to find everything we need and rescue Alise's boyfriend, said Lyra, going to her warehouse to take a few bombs with her. Be boyfriend, Alise stammered, blushing slightly at those words. Get out of your world, silly girl, the princess is waiting for her prince to come and save her, Kaguya joked, giving Alise a few light pats, who, still blushing, began to look for her armor. On Astri-sama's orders, I got some masks to hide your faces. You should also bring something to cover your hair or the mask won't be very useful, said Iska, putting the things on the table. A little more and we'll be like the people from Evilus, Kaguya said with some displeasure. We have no other choice if we want to keep our identities hidden, Alise said resolutely, clenching her fist. Just wait a little longer, Bell, I'll get you out of there. Meanwhile, in the hallways of the mansion. Ryu walked with his head down through the corridors, remembering Althea's words and feeling a pain in his heart. I'm useless, I can't even help my friend, she thought sadly. At that moment she slightly raised her gaze, seeing that a few meters away from her was Alfea leaning against a window, observing the dark night with its stars. Seeing that, she decided to lower her gaze again and walk on by. She didn't want to hear another truth coming from her. But unfortunately for him, Alfea spoke again, stopping him in his tracks. "Don't take my words that way," the woman whispered, catching Ryu's attention. "Take it as advice to help you keep improving." "Huh?" Ryu said, confused, watching the woman turn around to look at her. "Any advice?" "Yes, some advice. Do you want to be helpful to your friends? Then change your negative aspects and don't sink into depression, don't stay still, and keep improving." And with those words, Alfea leaned back against the window to observe the night, a sign that she was not going to say anything more. Meanwhile, Ryu just stared at the woman in surprise, then bowed slightly a few seconds later. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind," and with that thanks Ryu continued on his way, leaving the woman alone in the hallway, who let out a tired sigh. "What you make me do, Bell," whispered, remembering the albino's face. "I have no doubt that your presence brought a great change to this family. I hope that from so many experiences they managed to learn something and that it doesn't just remain as a memory." After that, he brought his hand to his mouth and wiped away a trickle of blood that was running down, without taking his eyes off the stars. "Just wait a little longer, Bell, I'll get you out of there." Meanwhile, in a certain abandoned part of Arario, a man in enormous armor was gazing at the huge moon in the sky. More than half an hour had passed since he started standing there and he hadn't moved. Meanwhile, behind him, a certain smiling god watched him, knowing what he was thinking. "If you're so worried about Alfea, then go," said Irbus, walking towards Zold and standing next to him. "Alfea is strong, she doesn't need my help," the man said calmly without looking away. "I never said she was weak, but remember that she has that illness," she whispered, watching Zold frown at her words. "Although she doesn't care much about it. She just wants to save her nephew." "Alfea is strong," Zold repeated, clenching his fist. "I know, but if you want to go help her, I won't stop you. It's your decision," Irbus said, turning away from Zold. "You, more than anyone, know how much her illness has progressed from helping Bell from the shadows. If she confronts an entire family, it probably won't end well." And with those words the god disappeared into an alley, leaving Zold alone, who continued to observe the moon while clenching his fist and his sword. Alfea. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Battles in prison. It was a cold night in the city of Arario, which was completely silent. No one dared to go out after a war had taken place a few days prior, fearing they might encounter a member of Evilus. And outside a certain prison there were about 20 members of the Ganesha family patrolling the area back and forth looking for any enemies. "This is boring," complained a guard, leaning against a wall. "What are you complaining about?" asked another guard who seemed to be more senior. "It's a waste of time guarding the prison, we could be looking for Evilus bases instead of standing here doing nothing," he said, while letting out a yawn. "Don't complain, the captain's orders were clear. Guard the prison in case Evilus tries to release members. She entrusted this job to us," said the man, a little angry at his partner's laziness. "And who's going to attack? I highly doubt Evilus would risk his neck for just a few simple pawns, it's absurd. The captain hasn't told us much, but there are rumors that a high-ranking officer is locked up, although I'm not sure. Then they should just kill him and be done with it, that way we avoid this problem," he complained again, swinging his sword from side to side. "I want to fight and show off my amazing skills. Not stand here like a post doing nothing." "Stop complaining. It's better to do nothing," shouted another guard from afar. "You're all afraid of Evilus. If I had one of you in front of me, he'd be destroyed," the guard exclaimed confidently. "Young people today have very high egos," the veteran sighed wearily. "Ahaha," the proud guy laughed. After that conversation, everyone fell silent again and watched the area, knowing that it was going to be a long night. Loss. However, that silence was interrupted when all the guards heard the sounds of slow footsteps from a dark alley that was the closest to them. Curious, everyone turned their gaze to that place, wondering whose footsteps those were. "On guard," ordered the most veteran, adopting a serious expression in case it was the enemy. "Haha, finally something exciting," the other whispered, drawing his sword. The slow footsteps were getting closer and closer to the place, making everyone raise their guard, waiting for that person to appear. What's happening to me?" thought the oldest member of the group, feeling a chill run through his entire body as the air around him turned icy and heavy. And not only him, all his colleagues had felt the same, taking a step back out of pure instinct. "Nonsense," said the arrogant one of the group, taking a step forward with a confident smile. "Show yourself, coward, and I'll slice you with my sword. Idiot, go back to your place." The boss scolded as he saw the guy walking towards the alley. "Don't worry, it's probably just some idiot trying to play a prank on us," he said confidently, standing a few meters from the alley. Although the reality was that he hadn't stopped feeling chills all over his back, he wanted to appear confident in front of his colleagues. Perhaps that way I would get RD's attention. "Well," I shouted towards the alley when I saw that no one was coming out. "Were you scared?" "I only felt fear once in my life." The woman's voice was heard in the alley, making everyone alert as they saw someone slowly peeking out. And when she revealed her identity, the face of each and every one of them turned pale as they stared in terror at that person. Even the man with a confident demeanor was frightened when he saw the woman who was only a few centimeters away from him. "And you definitely don't look like that lizard," the woman said, opening her eyes to show that each one was a different color, looking indifferently at everyone. "Hey. Al. It's Alfia." It was the panic scream that escaped from one of the guards. "They're very noisy," she whispered, grabbing the face of the guy in front of her and slamming it hard into the ground, knocking him unconscious. "Quick, attack and call for reinforcements," shouted the most veteran of them all, launching himself into the attack along with his companions, while others ran to warn the other families about the attack. "Crash," he whispered, raising the palm of his hand. "Gospel." Meanwhile, elsewhere. 3 people wearing masks and hoods were walking down another alley until they heard an explosion a little ways away from them. "Ugh. What's wrong, Lyra?" Kagaya asked, confused by the sound her friend made. "Nothing, it just reminds me of the beating we got from her a few nights ago," he said with a nervous smile, although it couldn't be seen because of his mask. "Well, at least we lasted longer than Lion," said Kagaya, trying to liven things up a bit. "SHHH, we're here," whispered Alise, hiding behind a wall with her friends. There were 2 entrances to the prison, and they decided to go in there, while Alfia distracted the others at the other entrance. The 3 women were able to observe how around 10 guards left the post to go and help their comrades in that battle, leaving only 2 of them guarding the place. "And now what?" Kagaya asked, knowing that Alise didn't want to confront her comrades. "Don't worry, this will help," Lyra said, pulling a bomb from her pocket. "It's a new invention. If they're level 2, then it'll work." And with those words, Lyra threw the bomb towards the guys, causing both of them to jump into action as they saw the object fall to the ground. Seconds later, a large amount of smoke began to come out of the device, completely covering both guards who thought it was some kind of distraction and began to look all around. But not even 2 seconds had passed before their eyelids began to feel heavy and they fainted on the ground as the smoke dispersed, leaving the place clean again. "It worked," Lyra said proudly. "What is that thing?" Kagaya asked curiously. "It's a very powerful sedative gas, although it only works on levels 1 and 2. If it were a level 3, it would weaken them a little, and if it were a level 4, it wouldn't have any effect at all." "Luckily, the guards were level 2s, Lyra explained, satisfied with the results. "Well done, Lyra, now we have to hurry before Alfia goes too far and kills someone," Alise ordered. And with those words the 3 girls started running towards the prison entrance, leaving both guards unconscious on the ground, but not before checking if they had a key or something, which they did not. So having no other option, Alise had to break down the door, mentally apologizing to the Ganesha family for it. "It won't be long now, Bell," she thought as she entered with her friends. Meanwhile, with Alfia. She was sweeping the floor with each member of the Ganesha family without any difficulty, demonstrating the great difference in power they had. "They're pathetic," Alfia whispered in disappointment, punching one of them hard and sending him crashing into a wall. "DSK, she's a monster," whispered one of the guards, a drop of sweat trickling down his forehead, seeing that the woman had barely made an effort. There were about 30 members of the Ganesha family unconscious on the ground and another 15 standing trying to defeat the woman. "Are you coming or are you just going to stand there?" Alfia asked, bored. What do you want?" asked the one who seemed to be the leader of the group. "I am not obligated to answer you," she said, raising her palm and pointing it at her enemies. But her instincts warned her of an attack from behind, dodging at the last second as she watched someone speed past her. "It's something quick," Alfia thought, concluding that this person was first class. "I was just passing by on orders from Freya-sama, who would have thought I'd run into a traitorous vixen," said a certain cat from the Freya family, standing up and looking at Alfia with an arrogant smile. "It's going to be fun tearing you to pieces." "It's Vana Freya," shouted one of the Ganesha family members, relieved to see a first-class passenger with them. Alan Frommel, Alfia whispered as her gaze darkened, looking at the cat and remembering a certain conversation she had with Alise a few hours earlier. Flashback. "By the way, Aritid." "Huh?" Alise said curiously, turning her attention to Alfia. "How was Bell captured?" Alfia asked, puzzled. Upon hearing that, Alise lowered her gaze, remembering the events of that night. "I'm not sure, but Bell was very weak," she said, her voice heavy with sorrow as she recalled the scene. Alan Frommel of the Freya family took advantage of that weakness and pierced him with his spear. I thought Bell was going to die. Althea frowned angrily upon hearing those words from the Redeed. I wanted to kill him but in the end decided to hand him over to the Ganesha family. I was with Bell and I couldn't do anything to help him. I'm sorry, she apologized dejectedly. So the coward attacked Bell when he was completely exhausted, Althea said angrily. If Bell had been at full strength, he would have beaten that stupid cat. Is Bell capable of beating Vana Freya? Alise asked in surprise. Believe me, child, Bell is very strong, she said, starting to walk. And don't apologize, it's not your fault what happened, it's that damned cat. If I have time, I'll go pay him a visit. End of flashback. In the end you came to me, that's good, Althea whispered, looking at Alan with her darkened gaze. Huh? Speak up, witch, I can't hear you. The veins on Althea's forehead began to bulge as she heard her name, making her hatred for that cat much more personal. If Zal doesn't kill you, then I will, he said angrily. You would have been better off staying with your goddess's boar. You would have avoided this. What did you call her? Alan asked, gritting his teeth. The prostitute, although at least they charge money for the service. Does she charge you? I asked, seeing how Alan's eyes were now bloodshot with anger, unleashing all his power and causing the members of the Ganesha family to back away. I'm going to kill you, you damn bitch. Who are you calling a bitch? I don't see your goddess around here, he said, also unleashing a large part of his power, which was double that of Alan, although Alan, in his anger, paid no attention to it. Bitch. He yelled, filled with rage, as he lunged at Althea, wanting to kill her. I hope you're good for warming up, she whispered, raising her palm, ready to fight. The fight between Althea and Alan had begun. Meanwhile, at the Twilight Mansion. What? We find ourselves in Finn's office where he was with Riveria, Gareth and Loki, surprised after hearing the words that the newcomer Rawl said to the office. Althea of Silence is attacking the prison, the nervous boy repeated. Althea whispered Gareth and Riveria, remembering the beating they had recently received at her hands. PSK, I didn't think Evilus would attack so soon, said Loki, putting his wine down on the table and losing his appetite. We were so focused on that thing called Delphine that we overlooked the possibility of Evilus's attacks, Finn said, frustrated. But why would they attack the prison? Rawl asked, puzzled. Finn just bit his finger upon hearing that question, thinking of an answer until the face of a certain albino flashed through his mind. Bell Cranel, he whispered, clenching his fists. They're trying to break Bell Cranel out of jail. The albino boy, Loki said, understanding everything. Of course, he was a high-ranking officer and has very curious abilities. It was obvious they weren't going to let him go so easily. What do we do? Rawl asked nervously again. It's Althea. The vast majority of warriors will be defeated, he said, standing up and taking up his spear. Gareth, we have to go there. Riveria, you gather the rest of the family in case more members of Evilus attack. Understood, Riveria agreed, knowing that she wasn't going to be very useful in the battle, mainly because she was still damaged from the previous battle, much more so than Gareth. We have to leave before the Ganesha family is destroyed, Gareth said, leaving the office with Finn, ready to join the battle. I'll call the others, said Rawl, also leaving the room. As he left, Loki let out a tired sigh, taking his bottle of wine and taking a big swig. You stupid Evilus, can't you give us a break? He complained irritably. It's best to leave Ace out of this. That girl won't accomplish much with her recklessness, Riveria said, walking towards the door and leaving. But someone else opened the door and another person entered the room. Aki? Loki said, confused when she saw the family cat. What's wrong? Riveria asked, seeing the cat's worried face. Ace left the mansion. She ran to the battlefield. What? Back to Althea. She stood watching with boredom as Alan moved back and forth at high speed, trying to confuse her. Is running all you know? She asked wearily, stepping aside. Seconds later, Alan passed by, failing in his attempt to stab her. When I was an adventurer, level 5s were stronger than this. Be quiet. And filled with rage, he began to launch a barrage of attacks with his spear, which Althea dodged or blocked with great ease, further enraging the cat. Crash, and with that whisper Althea dodged the spear again and threw a strong punch at Alan's stomach, who clenched his teeth tightly as he felt a few ribs break from the blow. Thanks to the blow, he flew off at great speed and crashed into a wall, surprising the members of the Ganesha family. As she is superior to Alan, one of them whispered, looking at the woman in terror. Is that all? Althea asked with a blank stare as a cold breeze enveloped the place. I'm just getting started, bitch, Alan said, emerging from the rubble with a trickle of blood running down his head. In pain, he brought his hand to his stomach, feeling a great pain. Althea had not held back at all in that blow. Damn it, Otter didn't lie about his monster strength, he thought in frustration, looking at the woman. If you don't come, then I'll come for you. And in the blink of an eye, Alfea was already in front of a surprised Alan, who couldn't see when she moved. Desperate, he tried to stab the woman's chest with his spear, but she easily grabbed his spear tightly, surprising the cat. "Are these the weapons used by the first classes?" he asked, looking bored at his opponent. "They're just trinkets." And applying force, Alfea broke the spear in two, leaving Alan even more shocked, who quickly jumped back when he saw that she intended to hit his face. "What's wrong?" "He's showing that same arrogance as at the beginning," he said, looking indifferently at the cat. He just stared angrily at his broken spear, throwing it away since it was no longer of any use to him, and pulled a dagger from behind him. "This is just the beginning." While Alfea remained calm, she quickly brought her hand to her mouth as she felt a trickle of blood run down from it. Stupid disease, she thought, annoyed, watching Alan lunge at her again. It angered her greatly that her illness limited her in moments like these, when her nephew needed her. The last time that happened, Belle almost killed someone with her fists and fell close to madness. If she had arrived late, she probably would have ended up losing her sanity. "Enough with the games," I whispered angrily, making it clear I meant business. "You're a nuisance." And with those words, Alfea launched her attack, much to Alan's surprise. He watched as in a second she was in front of him again and grabbed his face tightly. "It's time you understood your place," I whispered, squeezing Alan's face tightly and running towards a wall without letting go, slamming it hard into him and creating a huge crater. "Bitch." In a rage, Alan tried to stab Alfea with his dagger, but she grabbed his arm before he could do anything, squeezing it tightly. "Gospel." And with that whisper, Alan's arm flew off in pieces thanks to Alfea unleashing her magic as she was holding it, shattering it upon receiving such power. You're very noisy." And without letting go of his face, Alfea pulled him away from the wall only to slam him hard on the ground, breaking one or two of his teeth with the impact. "That's for stabbing Belle," he whispered, lifting Alan from the ground, revealing his blood-covered face, a few missing teeth, and a mangled arm. "Bitch." The rest of the Ganesha family members just watched in shock as a first-class passenger was being completely massacred without any problem, none of them having the courage to move from their place. "The only bitch is your goddess," she said, throwing Alan away from her, who fell heavily to the ground, still conscious after the beating he had received. "He's a monster," he thought, not believing that someone with such strength existed. "I can't win." Alan began to crawl on the ground with his one arm, trying to get away from there, but unfortunately for him, Alfea walked towards him and grabbed his foot. "Where are you going?" I asked, pulling him back towards me. "Now you want to run away? Where did your arrogance go?" Upon hearing those words, Alan clenched his teeth tightly, knowing that his dignity was being crushed by that woman, and worse still, he had insulted his goddess and was unable to defend her. They attack. But before Alfea could do anything, the rest of the Ganesha family who were there launched an attack, wanting to prevent her from killing Vana Freya. Alfea just watched with an annoyed face as her enemies approached, ready to attack her. "They are a nuisance." And squeezing his foot tightly, he easily lifted him into the air like a rag and began to beat his enemies with Alan's body, as if it were a weapon. With each blow, Alan's blood splattered everywhere as he collided with the members of the Ganesha family, who were sent flying upon impact. "Sorry, cat, but I'm not as merciful as Zald," she whispered, lifting Alan into the air one last time. "Be grateful I won't kill you." And with those words, she slammed him hard into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and creating a small crater. Seeing that it was no longer moving, Alfea let go of the cat's paw, letting out a long sigh, and then observed the scene. He didn't know how many there were, but there were many unconscious members of the Ganesha family all over the place, and of course, Alan was completely broken on the ground without moving a single muscle. For a moment he wondered if he was alive, but he didn't care. "I wonder if those silly girls have finished yet," he thought, looking in the other direction where the second entrance to the prison was located. Although seconds later he began coughing up a large amount of blood while staggering a little and having to support himself on his knees. "Damn it," he groaned, feeling his body begin to weaken, knowing his stamina for the day was gone and he had to rest. Stupid illness. Wiping the last trace of blood from her mouth, Alfea decided to go to Alise and find out if she had finished taking Belle out. But their plans were cut short when they sensed two more presences arriving at the location. "Well, it seems your strength is still just as monstrous." Upon hearing the voice, Alfea slowly turned around, looking with annoyance at her two new opponents. "Doesn't any trash know its place?" I asked, looking at Gareth and Finn, who were on high alert. Out of the corner of their eyes, they watched all the adventurers out of battle until they opened their eyes in surprise at seeing the massacred Alan. "TSK, I'll tear Alan apart like it's nothing," Finn whispered, seeing the state the cat was in. "It almost seems like it was personal," Gareth said, recalling that she had been softer on him and Reveria. "If they're smart, they'll turn around and leave." They both know they don't stand a chance, Althea said, holding back the urge to cough up blood again. If they both found out that she was weakening, they would use that to their advantage to prolong the battle until she had no energy left and kill her. If only I hadn't used so much energy against that stupid cat, she thought, regretting that anger had taken over and that she had used so much power to massacre Vana Freya. We already know, Althea, Finn said with a confident smile. We know about your illness and that you're getting weaker. The guild gave us that information when your family was defeated. Althea just clicked her tongue angrily upon hearing those words. All we need to do is prolong this battle until you can't take it anymore, he said, raising his spear and pointing it. Coming here alone to rescue Bell Cranel was a big mistake. You're bragging a lot, like this cat, I whispered, taking a step forward. Looks like you were hiding the whole war since you don't have a single wound. Let me give you a few. Remember Gareth, we have to prolong the fight as much as possible. He's been fighting a lot with the Ganesha family, and Alan, he probably doesn't have much energy left, Finn murmured to his partner, ready to launch the attack. Whether weakened or not, only her magic can knock us out of the fight, so we have to be careful, said Garrett, raising his axe. I see I have no other choice, Althea thought with annoyance. I have to defeat them quickly. My body is already weakening. Although she knew that both of them would be more focused on dodging her attacks than on attacking her, so that would be difficult for her. I hope the Redeed has already freed Bell, she thought, watching as Finn and Gareth took different paths, one going left and the other right, beginning to circle around her. Are you related to Bell Cranel? It's strange that only you came to rescue him, Finn asked curiously, trying to distract her. That's none of your business, Hobbit, he said, launching his attack. But Finn, seeing that, began to back away to avoid any attack from her. He wasn't going to make Alan's mistake of charging straight at her. DSK, what a cowardly strategy, Althea whispered, seeing that they would only wait until she was exhausted by her illness. It's a strategy to defeat you, silence, Finn said with a small smile. Althea just clicked her tongue, looking at Gareth with the intention of attacking him, since he was slower than Finn. But as he took a step he could no longer hold it back, beginning to cough up a large amount of blood again while staggering, wanting to fall to his knees. Now! Finn shouted, seizing the opportunity and launching himself into an attack, trying to stab Althea in the back, just like Garrett with his axe. Gospel, whispered Althea, throwing her magic towards Finn, who had already expected that, dodging the magic long before. Upon seeing this, Althea grew angry, seeking to unleash her magic once more, but the sensation of coughing up blood overwhelmed her again, cutting off her words. You're finished, Finn whispered, just inches from Althea. It was not honorable to defeat an enemy when he was weakened by his illness, but if he didn't take advantage of that opportunity he wouldn't get another one, so he had to do it. But before the spear could touch Althea, a fist struck the hobbit's face, who was not expecting that attack. The powerful punch sent him straight to the ground, causing him to bounce off the ground and hit some houses. Upon seeing this, Gareth jumped back to dodge a huge sword that was heading towards his head. I wonder what kind of strategy they would use to defeat me. Upon hearing that voice, Althea looked up and found herself face to face with a man wearing heavy armor all over his body, along with a huge sword. Zold, he whispered in surprise upon seeing his companion in that place. Well Althea, I never thought I'd see you about to be defeated by level 5s, although I don't blame you, that disease is annoying, the man said with a serious expression looking at the woman. You conceited idiot, I didn't ask for your help, Althea whispered, knowing that Zold would now bother her about it for a long time. You're welcome, said the man, smiling slightly. This is bad, thought Garrett, seeing that now they had to worry about Zold, who seemed to be using all his energy. Clearly they couldn't win. He slowly turned his gaze towards Finn, who was emerging from the rubble with a large amount of blood running down his head and part of his face a purple color. Zold did not hold back with that blow. It would be best if you rested, Althea. I'll defeat these two and then we'll go after Bell, he said, taking a step forward. Ha! You want to come across as the knight who saves the princess. I'm sorry, but I'm not like that, she said irritably, standing up next to Zold. I wonder what Hera's face would look on her face when she found out you were helped by a man, Zold mocked, making Althea even angrier with him. Let's finish this quickly and then I'll beat you up too, he whispered, holding back his urge to hit him. Whatever you say. Meanwhile, Garrett and Finn just stared nervously at their two opponents with a bead of sweat on their brows. Finn. And? Do you think we have a chance of winning? No, was his short reply, gripping his spear tightly. I don't know about you, but I'm not one to run from a battle, Garrett said, raising his axe. So I'll fight even if all the odds are against us. I agree, he whispered, also raising his weapon. Meanwhile, Althea and Zold just watched their opponents, who were ready to fight. They have guts, Zold praised. They're just stupid, Althea said angrily. The second battle was about to begin again in that place. Going back to jail. The three girls, now inside the place, curiously observed four different paths, not knowing which path to take. Seconds later a slight tremor shook the place, making the three of them smile nervously. "I hope Althea doesn't kill anyone," Alise said, laughing slightly. "She promised not to kill anyone for Bell, and she cares for him a lot, so I doubt she'd kill anyone," Kaguya reassured her, although she herself doubted that Althea would keep her promise. "Well?" Lyra asked, arms crossed. "There are four paths, which one do we take?" Although they helped capture criminals in the city, they had never been in the Ganesha family jail, so they were a little lost. "We should split up," Alise recommended. "Most likely, all the members of the Ganesha family are looking for a way to stop Althea, or at least the strongest ones. I think it's a good idea, we'll waste a lot of time if we search every path." Lyra supported the idea. "I'm warning you that if I find the albino, I'll beat him up before bringing him to us," Kaguya said calmly. "I say the same." "Ugh, I hope I find him myself," Alise thought, not wanting her friends to hit him. Now that the decision had been made, the three of them looked at the path each one would take, ready to leave. "We'll meet at this point again, and if you find yourselves in trouble, fall back," Alise ordered her two friends. "Understood." And with that, the three of them separated, each starting to run along their respective paths, hurrying before the other families realized the plan to free Bell Cranel. About 2 minutes later, a certain golden-haired girl arrived at the same place, looking confused at the four paths. Aki said the prison was under attack, the girl thought, confused by the quiet place. All she saw were the two unconscious guards at the entrance, so she concluded that someone had infiltrated the place looking to free some criminal, and she couldn't allow that. "Where?" she thought, confused, looking at each path and not knowing which one to choose. She was still a child and didn't have a very good sense of direction, which is why Riveria didn't let her go out into the city alone, since the last time she ended up on the outskirts of Verario. This way, in making her decision, the girl took one of the paths and began to run to look for the enemy. Unfortunately for her, it was the leftover path that the girls hadn't taken, a path that connected to the headquarters of the Ganesha family. It would take her a while to realize it. On Alise. She ran through the lonely corridors, hoping to find Bell and free him as soon as possible, before Althea destroyed all the families. "I just hope they don't make her angry," she thought with a nervous smile. After running for a few more minutes, I arrived at a long corridor in which on each side there were many cells with many criminals in them, who turned their attention to Alise when they saw her arrive at the place. "A woman!" some shouted when they saw her leaning against the bars. Even though she had a hood and a mask, you could tell she was a woman because of her body shape, which attracted attention. "Come here, beautiful. Keep me company. Get a little closer to the fence." These were the words spoken by the prisoners as they stretched out their hands towards Alise, who only felt a slight shiver. "I doubt Bell's with all these guys," he thought, starting to walk. "It's best to get out of here quickly." "Where are you going, beautiful? Just stay a little longer. I'm sick of just seeing the faces of these idiots. Just come closer and let me hold your hand." "Shut up already." Alise shouted angrily, glaring at the men. "If any man ever touches me, it'll be Bell and no one else." Upon hearing those words, all the prisoners fell silent, staring intently at Alise, who became nervous due to the sudden silence throughout the corridor. "Bell Cranel," one of the men whispered with disgust. "That damn traitor. DSK, so you're in love with that bastard, too bad for you since he's Valletta's dog," another one said mockingly. "Do you know Bell? Where is he?" "Of course we know him, because of that bastard we were caught that night sabotaging Valletta's plan. He's a damn traitor," he explained angrily. "He's at the back of our cell. We've tortured him a little. You can take him out if you want," the guy said with a smile, pointing to the cell door. "Oh, thanks for the information, as if I'd believe you," Alise shouted, turning around and continuing on her way. "Hein, get out of here. You're missing out." The prisoners shouted angrily again as they watched Alise walk away. While Alise, with a grumpy expression, looked at each cell to see if Bell was there, although it was clear that he wasn't, so she decided to leave that section. "Hey." But as she passed the last cell, someone called her, and she turned to see who it was. There in that cell was only one man who was watching her with a bored face, whom Alise quickly recognized as a known member of Evilus. "Jack," he said, frowning. "So you're looking for Bell," he said, leaning against the bars. "You're on the right track. He's much further down where they lock up the most dangerous criminals, or at least that's what I heard from some members of the Ganesha family." Alise just looked at the guy with suspicion, wondering whether to believe him or not. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, surprised. "Meh, I'm bored and want to see what happens," he said dismissively. "If you see Bell, tell him to get me out of here for the favor I did him. I'm not promising anything." And with those words Alise continued on her way, leaving Jack alone, who sat leaning against the wall. Oops, I forgot to tell you that a member of the Ganesha family is taking care of you. Oh well, never mind, and dismissing it, he lay down on the floor to get some sleep. Meanwhile, in the cell where Bell was. So your favorite story is Argonaut? Yes, my grandfather read it to me a lot when I was a child, so it became my favorite. That's great. Argonaut is also my favorite story. How about we do a question and answer to see who knows more? That seems fine to me. Those who were talking at that moment were Bell, who was still chained to the wall sitting on the floor, and Shakti's little sister, RD, who was smiling, leaning against the wall, chatting with the albino. On her sister's orders, she was put in charge of watching over Bell for the simple reason that RD would not try to hit him, since it was impossible for her to do that. She was not the type of person who held a grudge. At first, RD just stayed outside the cell, glancing at Bell from time to time, but as time went on, she got bored of doing nothing, so she started talking to him from the door for a while. When the albino mentioned that he liked stories about heroes, she got excited, opened the door, and went into the cell to lean against the wall and talk to him better. And Bell couldn't help but smile slightly while chatting with RD. At times she reminded him of Alise because of her lively attitude, and he liked that, starting to have a very lively conversation with her. Let's see, what question should I start with? RD murmured, putting a finger to her chin, thinking about what to ask. Ha ha ha. Huh? What are you laughing at? I asked, surprised. I'm sorry, but for a moment I thought you would behave like the other guards and try to hit me. Huh? Of course not. She quickly shook her head. To be honest, I don't think you're a bad person, she chuckled softly, looking down. That's why I think it's a bit unfair that you were sentenced to death without even a trial. That's just how it is, he said with a disheartened smile. But don't worry. I'll try to talk to my sister about it. I'm sure we'll come to a good solution, she promised resolutely. You haven't even heard anything from me to trust me like that. I don't need to hear your story to know you're not evil, she said with a small smile, looking at Bell. That night when you attacked the warehouse, you had the opportunity to kill us all, but you didn't. Someone who truly belongs to Evilus wouldn't have let that opportunity pass. That's reason enough to know you're not one of them. RD-san, Bell whispered, looking at the girl in surprise. You'll see, Bell, everything will be alright, he said, raising his thumb in encouragement. But their conversation was cut short when a slight tremor shook the place, confusing them both. That's the second tremor, RD whispered with a serious expression. I wonder what it is, Bell said, puzzled. He had an idea, but he hoped it wasn't like that. Perhaps the family is under attack, he said, drawing his sword. I have to go and help. RD quickly opened the door intending to leave, but Bell's voice stopped her. RD-san. And? Take care of yourself. Of course. She said with a big smile. And when I get back we'll have our questions and answers, so you'd better be ready. And with those words he left the cell, closing the door and leaving Bell alone again, who lowered his gaze. She's a very nice girl, she reminds me of Alise, he thought, smiling slightly. It's good to find someone who shares my taste in heroes, Thanks to RD, his depressing time in jail had become lively. He hoped to have another conversation with her again. But seconds later her smile faded as she remembered the tremors she had just felt when she looked up. I hope it's not you, Aunt Althea. I won't forgive myself if your illness gets worse just because I wanted to help you again, he thought, slightly clenching his fists. TSK, I feel useless. With RD. She ran through the corridors with a serious expression, her sword in hand, ready to join the battle. Judging by the tremors, I suspect this is no ordinary enemy, he thought with a worried expression. I hope Shakti is alright. But he had to cut short his thoughts when he saw someone running in his direction. He didn't know who he was because he was wearing a hood and a mask, so he quickly concluded that he was the enemy. Evilus, he thought, gripping his sword and increasing his speed to attack that person. Meanwhile, the other person watched in surprise as RD ran towards her with her sword in hand, ready to attack. RD. Alise thought, surprised to see her friend there. But he quickly had to cut short his thoughts, raising his sword and blocking the girl's sword, which did not hold back in that attack. Your path ends here, RD whispered, throwing a kick towards the Redeed, who had to jump back to dodge the kick, ending up about 6 meters away from each other. What do I do? Alise thought nervously, seeing the serious expression of her friend who was determined to fight. My sister ordered me to protect this place, so I won't fail her. Ugh. Another battle was about to take place inside the prison, a battle between friends. Meanwhile in Arario. In an abandoned house, with a cup of coffee in his hand, the smiling Erebus was observing the full moon, taking a sip of his coffee. Their presence definitely made this war more interesting, Bell the god thought, knowing that battles were already raging in the prison. I'm eager to see what else you accomplish. And with those words the god continued drinking his coffee with a small smile, observing the moon. I just hope Zald and Alfea don't leave their victims traumatized, hahaha. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Mission accomplished. We find ourselves inside the Ganesha family prison, in the lowest and most solitary place where dangerous criminals for Arario are locked up, criminals who would have a death sentence for all their crimes. And in one of the corridors before reaching Bell Cranel's cell, there were two girls staring at each other. One of them was RD, who had a serious expression, and Alise, who was nervous and didn't know what to do at that moment. I don't know what you want, but I'm not going to let you advance any further, RD said, raising her sword and pointing it at her opponent. What do I do? Do I tell him the truth? Will he believe me? The retard thought, unsure of what to do. But his thoughts were cut short when he saw RD launch an attack, causing him to quickly raise his sword in self-defense. The impact occurred between both weapons, causing both to clench their teeth as they felt the force of their opponent. She's strong, RD thought, taking a step back and realizing she wouldn't be easy to defeat. Meanwhile, Alise just took a few steps back, thinking about how to get out of this without hurting her friend. RD is understanding, maybe if I explain what's happening. But again her thoughts were cut short as she saw RD begin to launch a flurry of attacks with her sword, forcing her to defend herself by blocking each attack with difficulty. Shakti warned me about a possible attack, but I never imagined they'd get this far. That means someone very strong is up there distracting the others, the girl said, throwing a punch at Alise, who nervously dodged it at the last second, only grazing her cheek. So it's my duty to stop them from reaching their target. So much determination. I like it. Alise thought, proud of RD. But his proud smile was wiped away when he received a punch to the face, reminding him that he was in the middle of a fight. Why aren't you attacking? RD thought, confused, as she saw that her opponent was only focused on blocking her attacks. But another tremor shook the walls a little, reminding her that above her a much more complicated battle was being waged for her companions, so she had to hurry and help them. I don't know who you are, but this is as far as you go. And with those words, RD launched herself at full speed towards Alise, who opened her eyes in surprise, not expecting that. She quickly tried to protect herself with her sword, but to her surprise, her sword flew off when it collided with RD's sword, falling a few meters away from her, leaving her disarmed. This is bad, Alise thought nervously, trying to back away. But unfortunately for her, she tripped over a brick on the floor that wasn't properly placed, falling to the ground and becoming vulnerable to any attack. This is where it ends, RD whispered, raising her fist, ready to strike Alise with all her might and knock her unconscious. But before he could do anything, Alise screamed. Wait, RD, it's me. She shouted, agitated, raising her hands to stop the blow. Huh? But fortunately for her, RD's fist stopped, changing her serious expression to a confused one, upon hearing that voice which sounded very familiar. Alise? She said, bewildered, not believing it was her. Hahaha. Slowly and letting out a small laugh, the girl brought her hands to her head to remove her hood, revealing her beautiful red hair, and then removed her mask, looking at her friend with a nervous smile. Hello RD, nice to see you. She laughed nervously again, raising her hand in greeting. Confused, RD sheathed her sword, taking a few steps back and looking at Alise in surprise. What are you doing here? Why are you dressed like that? Why are you attacking the prison? I asked, not believing that Alise, the girl who most followed justice, would be doing that. It had to be a mistake. Let me explain, he asked, slowly standing up. I hope you have a good reason for doing this, she said, adopting a serious attitude, something very rare for RD. But again a tremor shook the walls, alerting her. And who's attacking up there? Alfea? What? RD opened her eyes in shock at that response. You're with Evilis. Of course not. I'd rather die than be with them. Alise exclaimed, agitated, before anyone could get the wrong idea. Alfea doesn't belong to Evilis, or rather, she doesn't belong anymore. So? RD asked, much more confused, not understanding anything about her friend's actions. Although he immediately remembered a certain detail that he had forgotten, and Alise confirmed it with her next words. I'm here to get Bell out of jail, she replied, looking away and feeling a little embarrassed for doing that. She felt like a criminal for attacking the Ganesha family prison, but she wasn't hurting anyone, even though Alfea was massacring people up there, so yes, she was also involved in that attack. The Bell, RD whispered, understanding everything. Please, RD, listen to me. Bell isn't bad, that's why I want to free him. He's no longer part of Evilis, and I'm sure he was forced into that organization. She began to explain desperately. If I leave him here, Finn will kill him, and I can't let him die. There are still so many things I want to tell him, so I have to free him. I believe you. Please, RD, believe me, I'm not lying to you. What? Alise's desperate expression turned to one of confusion upon hearing RD's words. What did you say? I said I believe you, she repeated, smiling slightly. I also believe Bell isn't bad. I even talked to him for a long time about heroes and he didn't seem like a bad person to me. Were you with Bell? He asked in surprise. Yes. Shakti left me in charge of taking care of him and it turns out our tastes are very similar, he's a nice person, she said with a big smile. Oh, that's good, she said, relieved to hear those words. Although inside she couldn't help but feel a little jealous when she saw that Bell and RD had a lot in common. I don't want him executed either, so I'm willing to talk to Shakti so that she and Finn can cancel the execution. And do you think it will work? Alise asked, somewhat doubtful. No, she replied, lowering her gaze in discouragement. Shakti is willing to hold a trial, but it seems Finn isn't, so it's complicated to achieve. I knew it, Alise whispered in frustration. But get him out of jail. Won't you get in trouble for that? RD asked worriedly. Of course not. Nobody knows my identity, so I'm fine, she reassured, smiling slightly. And now that I think about it, I have to keep my identity a secret. Alise quickly put on her mask and hood so that no one would recognize her, making her feel calmer. Does your family know you're doing this? I asked curiously. Yes. It was a direct order from Astri-sama, Lyra and Kagaya came with me, but we took different paths. What? Alise was confused when she saw RD's expression change to a nervous and scared one. What's happening? Please tell me they didn't take the last path on the left. The last path on the left. Of course, Kagaya went down that path. Why? She asked, puzzled. Oh no, RD said worriedly. Quickly. Maybe we can get there in time. RD's words were cut short as another slight tremor occurred, but this time it wasn't upstairs. The tremor occurred inside the prison. What's happening? Alise asked nervously, taking a few steps back along with RD, watching as one of the walls began to crack. It's too late. And seconds later the wall was destroyed, Kagaya shot out and hit the ground hard, showing part of her mask shattered and blood running down her head. Kagaya. Alise cried out, worried, running towards her friend to help her. What happened? Cough, cough. Kagaya coughed up a little blood with a pained expression, then turned to look at RD with a nervous smile. What's wrong with you two? It was Shakti's idea, RD replied, nervously looking away. Idea? What idea? Alise asked, confused. But his question was quickly answered when he heard footsteps coming from the hole where Kagaya had shot out. What? Little by little, Alise opened her eyes in shock as she saw a huge two-headed black minotaur emerge from the hole, carrying a huge hammer in its hand, looking at the three girls with its completely red eyes. On an expedition, Shakti found him. Since he had two heads and was very strange, she decided to train him to be a kind of guard for the prison in case someone decided to attack, but he wasn't ready yet, so she had him locked in a room made of orich alchem and Kagaya ended up opening the door. I was looking for that idiot Bell. I never imagined you were crazy enough to have a monster like that with you. Kagaya shouted angrily. What level is it? Alise asked with a nervous smile, watching as the two-headed minotaur lifted the enormous hammer with both hands. Level 4 halfway through. And with those words Alise picked up Kagaya and quickly jumped to the side along with RD, and seconds later the huge hammer hit the place where they were, creating a huge crater and another tremor in that place. I gave him a name and it's Mino. RD shouted, smiling. How nice, that way we'll know the name of the thing that's going to kill us. Kagaya shouted sarcastically and angrily. Enough. We have to get out of here. Alise shouted, starting to run along with Kagaya and RD through the prison corridors. When the Minotaur saw his prey fleeing, he roared with all his might with both heads and ran towards them without letting go of his hammer. Do you think we can defeat him? Alise asked RD. The corridor is very narrow, it's going to be very difficult for us. RD replied, watching as the Minotaur moved his hammer from side to side, forcefully striking the walls and causing tremor after tremor in the place. So, by the way, did you find the idiot? Kagaya asked with a grimace of pain, since she had just received a direct hammer blow from that monster. In fact, his cell is in this direction. RD replied excitedly. But their conversation was cut short when they saw the Minotaur very close to them, ready to strike them. Upon seeing this, the three quickly jumped to the sides to dodge the blow, but since it was a narrow place, they couldn't get very far away, so the stones that flew out from the blow hit them. Ugh, Alise complained as a medium-sized stone fell on her head, causing her pain. You idiot, move. Kagaya shouted, pushing Alise, and seconds later the enormous hammer hit the spot where she was standing. Kagaya quickly gripped her katana and tried to stab the Minotaur, but it, proving to be more intelligent than the rest of the monsters, jumped back and smiled mockingly with its two heads towards Kagaya. Stupid cow, he whispered angrily, watching as the monster launched another attack. Assumption. But before Alise, engulfed in flames, could approach, she launched her most powerful attack towards the Minotaur, who protected himself with his hammer, creating an explosion in the area and knocking down some nearby walls. "Idiot, don't use that attack in this narrow place. If Valletta didn't bury us alive, you'll end up doing it," Kaguya scolded, seeing Alise's recklessness. Haha, she laughed nervously. But their laughter was cut short when they saw the dust settle, revealing the smiling Minotaur unharmed, much to the surprise of the two. "Didn't my magic hurt her?" Alise said in surprise. "Mino is very resilient, much more so than any normal monster," RD explained, watching as the Minotaur seemed to look mockingly at the three of them. "Are you sure it's a level 4? Kaguya asked, incredulous. "The last time I saw him he was still powerful." "And how long ago was that?" "A month ago." That was more than enough for the three of them to know that their two-headed opponent was much more powerful than they had thought. "Shakti is crazy," Kaguya whispered. "Shakti ni plans to tame monsters at a fair once Evilus is defeated, so she was doing this as practice," RD explained, defending her sister. "Well, next time tell him to start with a goblin," shouted the Oriental woman, jumping back to dodge the monster's hammer blow. "Take this," Alise shouted, slashing at the Minotaur with her sword, who did nothing to dodge it. The cut ran across her chest, and blood began to gush from the wound, but the monster paid no attention, raising his fist and throwing a punch at the redeed. "Ugh" was the groan that came out of Alise as she received a punch to the face, sending her flying into a wall. "Alise?" Kaguya shouted, worried about her friend. But she had no time to worry about others when her enemy was in front of her, ready to attack. "DSK, I won't have time to back down," Kaguya thought in frustration, watching him raise his hammer, ready to strike her. He could protect himself with his katana, but it would most likely be cut in two, and he didn't want to lose such a special weapon. But luckily for him, RD threw a dagger at the Minotaur, piercing its arm and forcing it to stop its attack. Upon seeing this, Kaguya decided to take advantage of the situation to retreat, but not before stabbing the monster in the chest, in the hope of hitting its magic stone. But great was his surprise when he saw that his sword barely pierced his flesh a little, refusing to go any further. "Damn it, I need more momentum," he complained, jumping back, and seconds later the monster furiously hit the ground where he had been standing. "It's very strong," RD whispered nervously. From the wall where Alise hit, she slowly got up, still feeling the pain of the punch, as she approached her friends. "If we continue like this, we'll lose energy and this thing will beat us," said Kaguya, frustrated. "What do we do?" RD asked, watching the monster smile mockingly. "RD, release Bell, we'll stop Mino here," Alise said, looking at the girl. "What?" RD said, surprised. "I hate to admit it, but that idiot is strong enough to defeat him," Kaguya said grumpily. But RD looked down, not entirely sure about doing that. She wanted to help Bell because she also believed he was a good person, but she wanted to do it legally, talking to his sister, so he could have a trial and be saved from execution and receive a lighter punishment. But honestly, I doubted it would work out for the simple reason that Finn was also involved in it and the Hobbit of Loki's family was hard to get to change his mind. "Please?" Alise asked, looking at her friend. RD just clenched her fists when she saw the look on her friend's face as she made her decision. "I'm sorry Shakti ni, but I'll break the rules," she thought, determined to free Bell. "If you're going to release it, do it quickly, this thing won't stop," Kaguya shouted, watching as the monster ran towards them again. "Alright. Hang in there, girls, I won't be long." And with those words, RD turned around and started running in the direction where Bell was locked up, leaving her friends alone. Being alone, they jumped to either side to avoid the monster's hammer, which struck the ground with force. "I don't know about you, but I'm not going to sit around waiting to be rescued like a princess by that idiot, so I'll find a way to kill him." With a smile, Kaguya turned to look at her friend while gripping her sword. "I agree, Kaguya, although if I'm honest it will be difficult," Alise said, watching the monster slowly walk towards them. "But I like a challenge." "Then let's go." And with that shout, the two girls launched their attack, seeking to defeat the Minotaur on their own, wherever Bell appeared. Meanwhile, in the albino cell. He was still chained up, his gaze lowered, feeling his body heavy. "Damn, I feel so tired," I whispered, wanting to close my eyes. He had not yet fully recovered from the battle against Jin and June, for the simple reason that no one healed him upon entering the prison. They only closed the wound caused by Alan to prevent him from dying. The rest of his injuries remained on his body, not to mention all those inflicted by the Ganesha family members when they beat him, along with all the fatigue his body felt. "I wonder what's going on," he thought, puzzled, feeling one tremor after another inside the prison. But she had to snap out of her thoughts when she saw the door to her cell open and RD enter with a worried expression. "RD-san?" he whispered, puzzled. And his confusion increased even more when he saw the girl take some keys out of her pocket and begin to remove the chains from his hands and feet, special chains, because for some reason they weakened him, preventing him from breaking them. What are you doing? I can't explain much, but Alise needs your help, the girl explained with a worried expression. Alise is here? He exclaimed in surprise. He didn't have to be that smart to know why the retard was inside the prison. She had gone there to free him. Yes, and she's in danger. You have to help her. She repeated worriedly. Bell simply adopted a serious expression upon hearing that Alise was in danger. He slowly squeezed his hand again and again to feel his strength, feeling that he could maintain a very short battle with someone before falling unconscious from the fatigue of his body, but if it was to save Alise, he would take his body to the limit. And then? I asked, looking at the girl. Then you'll go with Alise, it's your chance to escape from here, the strongest members of the family are being held by someone on the surface. But what about you? Will you be okay? Bell asked worriedly, knowing that RD had been left in charge of taking care of him. If she ended up escaping, it would all be RD's fault and she didn't want to get the girl into trouble. My sister is the captain of the family, so the biggest punishment I'll get is a week without dessert, RD reassured him with a big smile, causing Bell to sweat drop in an anime-style sweat drop. Now let's go, Alise and Kagaya need us. Kagaya? Bell said in shock upon hearing the name of the Oriental woman. You'll get your explanation later. Come on. Bell, still a little puzzled by the presence of the Oriental woman, decided to listen to RD and leave the cell and start running through the corridors. It's fast, the girl whispered in surprise, also starting to run. Back to Alise and Kagaya. They were still battling the Minotaur, beginning to tire and frustrated by their inability to pierce the monster's flesh, who smiled mockingly with a few wounds on his body. Seriously, what was Shakti thinking when she trained this thing? Kagaya asked angrily. To stop people who infiltrate the prison like us, Alise replied with a nervous smile. The enormous monster, wanting to have more fun, began to move his hammer from side to side, trying to hit the girls, who backed away and covered themselves with their arms from the stones that flew out of the ground. With great agility, Kagaya dodged the monster's hammer, closing in on it, and unleashed a flurry of slashes at its body, which began to roar in pain with each cut. I need more strength to reach its magic stone, she thought in frustration. As she delivered the final cut, she tried to retreat again, but unfortunately for her, the Minotaur grabbed her foot tightly, preventing her from escaping. Kagaya! Alise shouted, worried about her friend, going to save her, but she had to stop when she saw the monster attack her with its hammer, preventing her from getting closer. With a mocking smile on each head, I lift Kagaya into the air, seeking to slam her with all my might into the ground. Damn, this is going to hurt, Kagaya thought, mentally preparing herself for the pain and hoping she wouldn't end up with all her bones broken. And closing her eyes, Kagaya awaited the blow, while Alise looked worriedly at her friend, wanting to approach, but her opponent's hammer prevented her. But to the surprise of both of them, a white blur passed by at great speed, giving a powerful kick to the Minotaur, sending it crashing into a wall, and releasing Kagaya in the process, who was left in the air about to fall face down to the ground. But fortunately for her, the same white blur prevented that, carrying her bridal style and putting her feet on the ground. Phew, I arrived just in time, was the sigh of relief that came from the boy under the attentive, surprised gaze of the two girls. Bell! Alise shouted with a big smile of happiness upon seeing the albino again, although she was worried when she saw that he had a large number of wounds on his body. Meanwhile, Kagaya looked in surprise at Bell, still in his arms, being carried bridal style. Are you okay, Kagaya? Bell asked, looking at the girl with concern. A slight blush appeared on the cheeks of the Asian woman as she saw the position she was in and the albino's concern. Bell, let me go, you idiot. I yelled in shame, not having the courage to hit him in the face after he saved me. With a nervous smile, Bell slowly lowered Kagaya, who, once back on the ground, straightened her clothes, looking at him angrily but still slightly blushing from having ended up in that position. Why are you so hurt? Alise asked, approaching Bell with concern. Well. Their conversation was cut short when they saw the two-headed Minotaur emerge from the rubble with an angry expression, staring intently at Bell, and realizing that he was no ordinary enemy. First we have to take care of that thing, Bell said, beginning to feel tired all over his body. If he used all his strength he would defeat that monster, but he would faint, but he trusted that Alise would take care of him. He's a very strong enemy, Bell, Alise warned with a serious expression. Although he had completely forgotten that Bell was a level 5, even though his power was practically already that of a level 6, only needing a status upgrade, that Minotaur wouldn't give the albino many problems, as long as he defeated it before a minute passed. Kagaya. Huh? The Oriental woman looked confused at the albino when she saw him mention her name. Can I borrow your katana? He asked, extending his hand while smiling slightly. Huh? Why should I do that? He asked suspiciously, not wanting to hand over his precious weapon. Please, I'll give it back to you when I'm finished. The guy still looked doubtfully at the albino and also observed Alise, who nodded slightly, a sign that she trusted him. Still not entirely convinced, she extended her katana to Bell. If you break it, I'll kill you, he threatened, watching as he took it. Don't worry, it'll take me less than a minute, she said with a small smile, observing the katana and seeing that it was of very good quality. Now with the weapon in his hands, he turned to look at the enormous minotaur and began to walk slowly towards him. Are you going to face him alone? Alise asked worriedly, wanting to help Bell in that battle. Don't worry, even though I'm level 4 there's a big difference with an adventurer, I'll be fine here, he assured her without turning to look at her. The enormous monster just glared angrily at Bell as he raised his great hammer to crush him. But he just calmly watched as the hammer slowly approached him, only to move at great speed seconds later, surprising the minotaur. Before he could do anything, the monster's arm carrying the hammer was severed, causing him to roar in pain and anger. Both girls watched in surprise as Bell easily severed the minotaur's arm in the blink of an eye. Damn it, my weapon wasn't the problem was me, Kagaya thought in frustration, watching Bell easily cut the monster with his katana while she barely managed to wound it. This only made her see the great difference in strength and power they had. After all, he was 2 levels above her. Bell, Alise whispered, watching the albino put his feet on the ground after cutting the monster. You're very strong. Well, the boy just watched as the minotaur turned around with an expression full of anger on each face, intending to punch him hard with his only arm. Okay, let's get this over with. His body felt weak. He would probably faint at any moment from using so much energy. He even doubted he had enough strength to cut the monster again. Luckily, he had a skill that would give him enough power to defeat it. With great agility, Bell dodged a minotaur's fist by leaping to the monster's level. And without waiting, he began to move his arm rapidly, causing slight cuts on his opponent's body, who covered himself with his arm, looking for a way to knock the albino down. But to his surprise, Bell's attacks became much stronger and faster with each passing second, turning into a barrage of attacks that made much deeper cuts in his body. He couldn't lower his guard because the moment he did, he would lose. How fast, Kagaya whispered in shock, seeing that Bell's arm and sword were no longer even visible because of how quickly they were moving. Bell won, Alise said, knowing that the monster no longer had any chance of winning. At that point the minotaur's flesh began to be cut by the sword, the attacks becoming stronger and faster each time. And that was thanks to his frenzy ability, which made his consecutive attacks stronger and faster with each passing second, as long as no one stopped him, because at that point, the minotaur could no longer do anything to stop him. Letting out a roar of anger, the monster's body flew to pieces after receiving that barrage of attacks from Bell, without having had any chance to harm it. The albino boy was on another level. It's over, thought the albino, relieved to see that he had eliminated the threat. Unfortunately for him, his eyelids began to feel heavy, a sign that he had already exhausted the little energy he had left and was just seconds away from fainting. She slowly turned her gaze towards Alise, seeing that she had a look of surprise after the demonstration of power she made with that enemy that she could not defeat. I suppose our talk will have to wait, and with those thoughts, Bell fell unconscious to the ground with a dull sound, dropping Kagaya's katana, which was red in color. Bell used such speed that the weapon had begun to burn, a technique that would even damage King Otter if he were to receive it. Bell! Alise shouted worriedly, running towards the albino to help him. Meanwhile, Kagaya just stood in the same place watching her katana, which was slowly returning to its original color. She slowly clenched her fists, feeling frustrated as she watched Bell kill that monster with his weapon, the same weapon she had also used and which had barely harmed her. I still have a long way to go, she thought, determined to become stronger and eventually surpass Bell, although it wouldn't be easy, but with her determination she would go far. Bell. When Alise arrived where he was, she knelt on the ground and took him in her arms, noticing that he had a large number of wounds all over his body, some of which even seemed familiar. At that moment RD arrived on the scene, seeing the minotaur torn to pieces on the ground, feeling relieved that the danger was over. Bell is strong, the girl said proudly. RD, can you tell me why Bell has so many wounds? Alise asked, slightly angry. Our battle against the twins was 2 days ago, and he still has wounds from that time that haven't healed yet. He even has many more new wounds on his body. Why? RD only made a nervous expression when she felt Alise's gaze and had to explain the situation. Look, the only wound that was treated was the one Vana Freya inflicted. The rest were left as they were. According to Finn, there was no need to treat them, I explained, watching Alise's expression grow angrier. The rest, well, before me, there were other guards watching over Bell, and they beat him for a few hours. Did they enjoy torturing him? How different are they from Evilus then? Alise shouted, not believing that the Ganesha family would do that. She knew many criminals deserved that and more, but if people started enjoying torturing others, then how different were they from Evilis? For Alise, enjoying torturing others, whether good or bad, was a sign of losing one's humanity, something she had learned from her goddess. I know. Shakti was angry with those responsible, and they got what they deserved, RD said, also unhappy with her companion's actions. I tried to heal him, but I enjoyed talking to him, so much that I lost track of time. I'm sorry, Alise. Don't worry, RD, it's not your fault, Alise whispered, observing the albino's condition. But we need to get out of here quickly and treat his wounds. I agree, we've been in jail for a long time already, Alfea is probably angry about being made to wait, said Kagaya with a nervous smile. I'm still surprised that woman is allied with you, RD said in surprise. I hope you meet her someday, she's quite peculiar, Alise said, carrying Bell in her arms, ready to leave. Are you coming with us? No, I'm going to stay here and think of an explanation for Shakti, she replied, letting out a soft laugh. We're sorry for the trouble, RD Kagaya apologized, picking up her katana, which was no longer burning. Don't worry, when Bell wakes up tell him we have a question and answer session pending, she said, smiling slightly. Of course. Goodbye RD and thank you. And with those words, both girls, with Alise carrying the albino, began to run through the corridors to get out of there, while RD stood watching them go away. A small smile appeared on the girl's face as she recalled the conversation she had with Bell about heroes, remembering all the common interests they shared. You really are a nice guy, Bell. I hope we meet again, she said, still smiling, but her smile turned nervous as she remembered a certain detail. Although Shakti won't like the idea of me meeting up with a guy. She's very overprotective. And with those thoughts, RD began to think of some explanation for her sister when she arrived and asked her the question, what happened? Meanwhile, with the girls. They ran using all their speed, wanting to get out of there as quickly as possible, passing rapidly through the section where the other criminals were, not giving them time to say anything. Hey, at least break down my cell door. Jack complained, though he was completely ignored. After walking around the entire prison for a few minutes, they arrived at the meeting point where Lyra was sitting on the floor waiting for them. Finally, you've arrived, he said, standing up and approaching them, though he was surprised to see they had a few injuries. What happened to you? Shut up. Kagaya said angrily. I don't know how you get out of trouble. I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest, she said disinterestedly, then looked at Bell in Alice's arms. It seems the idiot isn't doing too well, to say the least. We need to get out of here quickly and take him to headquarters, Alise said, worried about the albino's condition. I agree. The tremors stopped up there a while ago, so Alfea's probably finished, Lyra said with a nervous smile. I just hope no one died. We'd better go before the little luck we have left disappears and someone troublesome finds us, said Kagaya, wanting to finish this mission already. And with everyone in agreement, they began to leave, looking for the exit before someone discovered them. But unfortunately for them, when they reached the exit, someone else was already waiting for them at the door, arms crossed and with a serious expression. As Shakti Alise whispered, frightened by the sight of the woman. At that moment Kagaya remembered that she didn't have a mask since it was destroyed in her battle against the Minotaur, so she quickly covered her face. You don't need to do it, Kagaya, I already know it's the three of you, she said with a stern look. Slowly, Kagaya removed her hands from her face, displaying a nervous smile. The little luck we had left has vanished, whispered Lyra, knowing they weren't getting out of this one. Alise, I called to the Redeed, who tensed up at the sound of her name. I'll give you 1 minute to explain a good reason why you attacked my family's prison with the help of silence and gluttony. Gluttony? The three of them said, confused. That confusion among the three girls led Shakti to understand that Zald had joined that battle on his own. Of the same, he explains. UAW WET they, YUL free B Bell H is good, E Evilis is bad, D do justice, I prevent death. Settle T unfinished business. The three girls, upon hearing Alise's explanation, had an anime-style sweat drop, knowing that she was too nervous to speak properly. You're terrible at explaining, Kagaya whispered. And RD? Shakti asked curiously. Upon hearing that, the three of them remained silent, not knowing what to say. They couldn't betray their friend. She freed him, right? I asked, already knowing the answer. And her question was confirmed when she saw how the three of them lowered their gaze. Slowly, Shakti brought her hand to her face, letting out a long tired sigh. RD wasn't to blame. I threatened her with my sword, forcing her to release Bell, or I would hurt her. She had no choice. Alise shouted, trying to absolve her friend of blame. Was that the best lie you could come up with? He asked, not believing the story. He knew his sister perfectly and knew that she freed him of her own free will. After all, RD also believed in Bell since she found out that he gave Alise that information about Valletta's plan. Just give up, Alise, Kagaya whispered. RD is her sister. The punishment will probably be light. Shakti just frowned when she heard that, and the worst part was that she was right. She would probably scold her sister for a whole hour and forbid her from eating sweets for a week. She wasn't capable of hurting her. Please, Shakti. All the evidence may make Bell look like a villain, but he's not part of Evilis. He helped us in the war and saved our lives. Alise explained desperately, searching for a way to convince the girl, since for obvious reasons she couldn't defeat her in a fight. But to the surprise of the three, Shakti walked towards the wall and leaned against it, giving them free passage. Go away, she whispered, closing her eyes. The three of them were perplexed to see that, not believing that Shakti was letting them go. Shakti. What are you waiting for? Leave before I regret my decision, she ordered, arms crossed. SC. And without wasting any time, the three girls ran out of the place, still surprised by Shakti's decision. But as she passed by her, Shakti stopped Alise before she could leave. What's wrong? She asked nervously, thinking he had changed his mind. Give him this when he wakes up. Shakti pulled a small thumb-sized bag from her pocket and handed it to Alise, who, despite carrying Bell, managed to take it. It was in his pocket when I searched him. I tried to open it, but it was impossible. I guess that's the famous ability he used to steal so many things effortlessly. Alise just stared in surprise at the little bag before looking at Shakti. Are you sure? I highly doubt it's anything important. If it were, he would have revealed it during this morning's interrogation. Perhaps it's something important to him, she said dismissively. And I hope you know what you're doing. I don't want to see you depressed again. Shakti, thank you so much. Alise said with a big smile and followed her friends and fled the place before reinforcements arrived. When she was alone, Shakti let out a tired sigh and gazed at the enormous moon in the sky. I'm surprised you did that. From the shadows, the god Ganesha emerged with a calm expression, watching as the three girls walked away from the place. Did I do the right thing? He asked, turning to look at his god. That's up to you, said the god, smiling slightly. What's your opinion of that boy? I don't know, but I don't think it's a bad thing either, she whispered, recalling their conversation in the cell. I feel like his presence will change the course of this war. Besides, Alise is a staunch advocate for justice, and I highly doubt someone like her would release a criminal without a good reason. Perhaps you're right, she whispered calmly as she turned to leave. In the meantime, let's get a lot of money ready for the hospital. We have a lot of injured family members, and we also need to prepare for a family reunion. Loki and Freya are bound to be in a bad mood. Why? Go to the battlefield, there you will get your answer, and with those words the god disappeared from the place, leaving Shakti alone. Bell Cranel, I whispered, watching the place where the girls had gone. I hope I did the right thing. Meanwhile, at the second entrance to the prison. A certain blonde girl who had gotten lost in the prison had come out again, looking with surprise at the scene that was in the whole place. Walking slowly, I saw dozens of unconscious people on the ground. I even saw a man who looked like a cat, mangled and missing one of his arms. What happened? Whispered the girl, surprised by the large number of adventurers who were defeated. And his surprise increased even more when he reached the middle of the battlefield, observing two people, one of them embedded in the wall and the other in the middle of a crater in the ground. Then Gareth, the frightened girl whispered as she saw her two superiors unconscious. He quickly ran towards the wall, observing how the hobbit, whose blonde hair had turned red from all the blood he had lost, even had his own spear stuck in his shoulder, keeping him pinned to the wall and preventing him from falling to the ground. Then she turned her gaze to the crater in the ground where Garrett lay with multiple wounds all over his body and the mark of a punch etched on his face. The fact that Garrett had lost to someone in brute strength surprised the girl even more. Who did this? Them monsters. Upon hearing a voice, Ace quickly began to search with her eyes, seeing a member of the Ganesha family a few meters away from her, sitting on the ground with an expression that reflected terror while he held his head. They are monsters, he whispered, traumatized, losing all fighting spirit he had within him. Ace's curiosity increased even more upon hearing those words, wanting to know who was capable of doing all that. But that didn't matter at that moment. He had to help his superiors as soon as possible and take them to Riveria, although at times he couldn't help but feel a chill or two when he saw the large number of wounds they had, and even more so when he felt some eyes on his back, but he didn't know who they belonged to. Meanwhile, in the distance, on the roof of a house. Alfia and Zald watched from the roof a small play they had put on in the prison, observing how a blonde girl carried away their unconscious superiors. Do you think we went too far with those two? Zald asked, looking at Alfia. That hobbit needed a reality check. I detest his personality, his belief that everyone is at his beck and call. Someone like him can't be considered a hero, Alfia said with distaste. And as for that stupid cat, I don't need to explain why I left him. Garrett went all out in our battle, so I responded in kind, like the warrior I am, he said, remembering how he withstood several of his blows. Never mind, I just saw the Redeed running across the rooftops with Bell, I'd better go. Althea tried to walk, but as she took a step she felt weakness invade her entire body and she was about to fall from the ceiling, but Zald managed to catch her. You're very exhausted. You may not have been injured in the fight, but you used up a lot of energy. It would be best if you rested, he advised, seeing Althea cough up a little blood. There are still a few branches left. You should take them to ease your symptoms a bit. But Bell is fine, everyone thinks we were the ones responsible, so they'll probably think I'm going back to Evilis. They won't go after the Astri family, she reassured him, watching as Althea's eyes slowly closed. Unable to resist any longer, Althea fell unconscious and had to be carried by Zald again, who looked at her with pity. You're pushing your body too hard, Althea. I'm even surprised you can still stand, I whispered, looking at the woman's face. I suppose your desire to help Bell until the very end gives you the strength to keep going. Zald slowly climbed down from the roof and began walking slowly through the alleyways carrying Althea. Your desire to help him keeps you alive, and that same desire will cause your death, though I suppose you're already aware of that and would do it without hesitation, she whispered, turning her gaze to the enormous moon. The next time we fight, it will probably be our last battle. The end of this war is drawing ever closer. And with those words he continued his walk until he was lost in the dark alleys. While in the jail, the adventurers gathered observing the destruction that only two people had done, while a certain Redeed was getting closer and closer to her headquarters with the albino in her arms. A very long conversation awaited me once Bell woke up. End of chapter. Chapter 29. Friendship restored. A new day dawned in the city of Arario, a much busier day than the previous ones, mainly for the Ganesha family, and that was due to the attack they received at night in the jail from Silence and Gluttony, defeating more than half of the family, and not only them, 3 first-class adventurers were completely humiliated that night. Among them was Alan Frommel, who had been left in a coma due to the brutal beating he had received, angering the goddess Freya for what they did to her son. And the same thing happened with the goddess Loki, who drank liquor non-stop, filled with rage at seeing that her 2 best warriors had been humiliated. A night that left a mark on both families as they were unable to prevent them from achieving their goal. Freeing Bell Cranel. But things were different in a certain mansion belonging to a family of only women, a place which had had a tense and depressing atmosphere in the last week, and surprisingly that day it was quiet. And that was because most of the family members were not in the mansion, since by order of their goddess, they went to patrol the streets because the Ganesha family was indisposed at that moment, leaving only 3 people in that mansion, and among those 3 people there was a boy. The Stree family headquarters infirmary. Lying on a stretcher, a certain albino was slowly opening his eyes, getting used to the sunlight. What happened? He thought, somewhat disoriented, trying to remember something and how he got there. He slowly moved his head a little and saw with surprise how a certain Redeed was sitting in a chair with her head resting on the bed where he was. Her breathing was slow, a sign that she was sleeping, and she had a peaceful expression on her beautiful face. Alise, he whispered, looking at the girl's beautiful face. Upon seeing her, he recalled all the events of the previous night about how she went to put herself in danger just to get him out of jail, risking being discovered and considered a traitor for doing so. A small smile appeared on Bell's face as he remembered everything, unable to help but feel happy. Thank you so much, Alise, he whispered, reaching out to stroke the girl's hair. He couldn't remember the last time he had stroked Alise's hair, but he was sure it was before Valletta revealed the truth. Ahem. But before Bell could touch Alise's hair, a fake cough was heard in the room, making her jump slightly in fright. He quickly began to search with his eyes until he found in another part of the room, sitting in a chair near the bed, the goddess Astri, who had a cup of tea in her hands and a book on her lap, looking at him with a small smile. I'm glad to see you again, Bell Cranel, the goddess said softly, placing her cup on a small table. I'm glad it's not on a battlefield this time. Astri Sama, whispered the albino, looking at the goddess in surprise. Slowly, so as not to wake Alise, he moved a little in bed and sat up to talk better with the goddess of justice. Don't be nervous, she reassured him, letting out a small laugh at the albino's nervous expression. Don't worry, no one will hurt you. Oh okay, he agreed, relaxing his tense body a little. After that, Astri turned her gaze to Alise, who was still sleeping peacefully, making her smile again. Even though I told her to go rest, she refused. She's been by your side since she brought you back from prison. She even helped Selti and Ryu heal your wounds, and she's been here ever since, waiting for you to wake up, she explained, turning to Bell with an amused smile. Alise really does care about you. A slight blush appeared on Bell's face as he heard those words while gazing at the beautiful sleeping face of the Redeed. Sometimes I feel like I don't deserve the affection Alise has for me, he whispered bitterly, bringing his hand to the girl's hair and gently caressing it. That's something Alise decides, and you clearly deserve her affection. She wouldn't have done so much for you if you weren't important to her, she said, adopting a serious expression. That's why I can't help but feel a little angry with you. You have no idea how many tears she shed when she found out you belonged to that organization. I'm sorry, Bell apologized in pain, knowing that he had hurt the girl he loved deeply. That's why I want to hear your story. I want to know why you were in that organization and if you're trustworthy to be with Alise. I don't want my little girl to be hurt again. Bell just observed the goddess's serious expression, knowing that this conversation was going to be very important if he wanted to start over again in that family. I figured it would be awkward for you to explain everything to the whole family, so that's why they're patrolling the city. I feel it will be easier if it's just me and a sleeping Alise. I'll explain everything to the others later if you want to fix your friendship with them. Thank you very much, Astri-sama, he said, bowing slightly. Now start explaining and don't worry, we have plenty of time, she said, attentive to the albino's words. He simply observed Alise, who was still asleep, then let out a long sigh and calmed himself to explain his past. It was something he didn't like to remember, but if it was to restore his relationship with the Astri family and Alise, then he would do it. Well, before we begin, let me tell you that I never truly belonged to Evilus, or rather, I never agreed with his actions, he said, looking down. I can see you're not lying, he said calmly, taking a sip of his tea. So if you didn't agree with Evilus's actions, why were you with them? Why were you doing all those things? There was a short silence in the room as Astri waited calmly for Bell to speak. She wasn't going to pressure him, just by looking at his expression she knew it was difficult for him. The village where I lived was completely destroyed by Evilus, she said, stroking Alise's hair to calm herself. My grandfather and I were the only ones living in our cabin, and he was killed too. I am so sorry, Astri apologized sadly upon hearing that. Don't worry, Astri-sama, he whispered with a small smile. As I was saying, my village was completely destroyed and I was the only survivor. Evilus, instead of killing me, decided to kidnap me and force me to join their organization. Astri opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words. Now she was beginning to understand where this story was going, although she honestly hoped it would be less serious than she had imagined. But unfortunately it was something much stronger. The god Erebus placed his falna on me, and at that moment he saw that I had a very interesting magic that would be very useful to the organization. And that magic was being able to steal a large amount of things in a matter of seconds. Astri finished the words, receiving confirmation from Bell. Yes, it was a very useful magic for the organization that at that time stole many things to prepare for their return to Arario, so I was forced to join them, or else there would be consequences, he said with a bitter smile remembering that day. See. How old were you? 6. Astri's expression changed to one of sadness upon hearing Bell's age at the time. Those moments must have been incredibly traumatic for a child his age. Witnessing the murder of his villagers, learning of his grandfather's death, and being forced to join the organization of assassins that had taken his life. She didn't even want to imagine the things he was forced to do or that were done to him. I didn't want to die, so I had no choice but to accept by force. I thought I would only help them with some things and that this would be my only hell, but I was an ignorant idiot, he whispered, clenching his fists. Why? That same day the god Erebus told me that Valletta would be in charge of me. Astri almost dropped her teacup, quickly placing it on the table and looking at the albino with a mixture of surprise, pity, and horror. They were both so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't even notice Alise trembling slightly. The Valletta, Astri whispered, knowing that psychopathic girl. Exactly, she had been left in charge of me, feeding me, training me and giving me all kinds of missions to help the organization, he said, slightly clenching his fist. Was that all? Astri asked, hoping that was the answer. Didn't I hurt you? It was a stupid question to ask, knowing what Valletta was like, but the truth was Astri didn't want or rather wished that a child hadn't lived through hell at the hands of that woman. Astri-sama, what does a child do when they are given a toy? Bell asked, looking at the goddess with a bitter smile. Do you take care of him? If it were a well-behaved child, probably, but someone mentally ill destroys it over and over again, then figures out how to fix it so they can continue playing with it the next day, and so on for years. If the toy could feel, it would surely be torture. Astri watched as Bell began to tremble slightly as he remembered those traumatic events from his childhood, starting to worry. Bell, if you want, we can stop talking here and continue. No, she quickly refused, trying to calm herself. I promised to explain everything, and I will. Bell let out a big sigh and continued with his conversation. In short, I was under Valletta's orders and at her mercy for 6 years, 6 damned years, he said, clenching his fists tightly. That was until I reached level 4 and was able to have some freedom within the organization. At least I wasn't getting beaten up every day anymore. Astri felt a pang in her chest upon hearing those words. What kind of training had Bell undergone to reach level 4 in 6 years outside of Aurario? It was more than obvious that he had been on the verge of death many times to overcome his limits. And after a few more years I managed to reach level 5, mostly thanks to Zold's training, he said with a small smile, remembering his teacher. If you already had enough power, why didn't you leave the organization? Astri asked, not understanding. A bitter smile formed on Bell's face upon hearing that question. I could leave and disappear from Evilis, a place where they would never find me, but I didn't want to. Why? Now Astri was even more confused. Bell said he hated that organization, and yet when he had enough power to defend himself, he decided to stay in it. There are many reasons, he sighed, looking up at the ceiling. I didn't want to leave Aurario. I know it wasn't my problem what happened to the city since I wasn't even a citizen, but I still remember when I was a child and my grandfather spoke wonders of the city, holding it in high esteem, saying he'd like me to travel here someday and be an adventurer. I simply couldn't leave the city my grandfather spoke of with such emotion. Astri only observed the small, nostalgic smile on Bell's face when he spoke of his grandfather. It seemed that remembering him brought him joy rather than sadness because of those good memories. I didn't want the people of Aurario to go through what I did either. I wanted to do something, so the only option was to confront them, he said, clenching his fists in frustration. But what could I accomplish on my own? It's true, I'm a level 5 with enough power to take on Evilis's top brass, but was it enough? If I had decided to face Valletta, I would have had a long battle and emerged victorious, but too damaged to fight another one right after. Then the Diz sisters or those stupid twins would show up and kill a dying, idiotic albino and continue with their plans. All my effort would have been for nothing. Astri only nodded slightly, knowing that Bell was right. Even though he was level 5, he wasn't invincible and wouldn't have enough power to face an entire organization on his own. If it were that easy, Otter, Finn, or Garrett could destroy the organization alone, but that wasn't possible. Then I thought about fleeing Evilis and going directly to some important family and revealing that I was from Evilis. And then what? What would I tell them? They probably would have killed me instantly upon learning I was from Evilis, or they would have imprisoned me to extract information, but I wouldn't have anything to tell them because I knew absolutely nothing about Valletta's plans. I was just his damned slave, giving him the occasional random job without telling him anything about his plans, so that option was also ruled out. And Althea? She seems to like you a lot and was in the organization, Astri asked, not understanding that. I see you already know my aunt. We can talk later about how you met, she said with a small smile. And regarding your question, well, in the past, I said some hurtful things to her, cutting off all contact with her. I didn't want anything to do with her, so for obvious reasons, she didn't do anything. It wasn't until recently that we were able to talk again and resolve our issues. I understand, Astri whispered sadly, seeing that the albino had a difficult life. So the only option I had was to stay in Evilis until I discovered some important plan and reveal it somehow so they would fail, ending with Evilis's defeat. I tried that night in the war, but it wasn't enough, it was all useless, I was just a failure, he whispered, clenching his fists in frustration at having accomplished nothing. But Astri's next words would take him by surprise. I don't think it was useless, Astri said, smiling slightly to catch Bell's attention. Thanks to you removing the vast majority of bombs throughout the city, hundreds of people managed to survive, and also thanks to the information you gave allies. If you hadn't done that, we would be mourning the death of a loved one right now. So don't ever say your efforts were in vain again. Even though probably no one knows about your actions, you are a hero to many people, a hero who wanted to save others without seeking recognition. You didn't even care about dying and being remembered as a villain, as long as you helped others. As the goddess of justice, let me tell you that I am very happy to know that someone like you exists, fighting for good without seeking anything in return. Slowly, Astri brought her hand to Bell's cheek and gently caressed it while smiling at him affectionately. You are not a failure. You are an ally of justice. Grandpa, when will I know if I'm a hero? Ahaha, that would be the day when someone recognizes you as one. It doesn't matter if it's just one person, if that person says you're one, it's because you are, and even more so if it's a beautiful girl who says those words. Astri Sama, Bell whispered as small tears formed in his eyes, quickly lowering his gaze to wipe them away. A small smile appeared on Astri's face at the sight. Seeing a boy who had suffered greatly since the age of 6 cry upon realizing that all his efforts had not been in vain, filled her with joy at seeing him freed from a burden. Thank you so much, Bell whispered, her voice trembling, trying to hold back her tears, but it was difficult. While outside the infirmary, the rest of the Astri family were leaning against the wall with their heads down after having heard everything. They were on patrol, but when they passed in front of their headquarters, they decided to go in for just a few minutes to see if Bell had woken up, and great was their surprise to hear him already talking to his goddess. Many wanted to enter, but on Kagaya's orders they stayed outside leaning against the wall listening to the whole conversation. And now all they could hear were the albino's sobs and Estree's soft voice trying to cheer him up. They all had their heads down, unsure whether to go in or stay standing there. "You're a fool," Lyra whispered, clenching her fists. "Let's go," Kagaya ordered, letting go of the wall. "We have to patrol." But. The one who said those words was Ryu, who had a strange knot in her chest after having heard the whole story of the albino. "I know it's late, but we need to give them their space and stop listening," she said without turning to look at her companions. "So let's go, we still have many hours of patrol ahead of us." The Guyanese whispered, watching the Oriental woman walk by without even looking up. The rest decided to follow their vice captain, none of them knowing what to think after what they had heard. But one thing they were sure of. Bell was always on his side. Slowly, Kagaya clenched her fists while biting her lip hard. While I was complaining about any stupid thing, wanting to blame someone for all our failures, what have I been doing all this time? While Kagaya's mind was a complete mess, Ryu walked with his head down, remembering everything that had happened so far and the many times he had tried to kill Bell since he found out he was from Evilis. Someone willing to be remembered as a villain and hated just to bring peace to Aurelio, the elf thought, a lump forming in her throat. Even you have more justice in your heart than I do. Those last hours of patrol would give the Estree family much to think about. Returning to the infirmary. "I am sorry for that," Estree Sama Bell apologized, embarrassed, drying his tears. "Don't worry, you can cry all you want," she said with a smile, stroking Bell's hair. After a few more minutes, Bell managed to calm down and let out a big sigh. "And that would be all, there are many things I've omitted, but I don't want to talk about them," she whispered, lowering her gaze. Estree simply nodded, understanding the albino. There were still some things he didn't mention, like what kind of argument he had with Althea, but that was a personal matter, and obviously he didn't want to talk about all the torture he received from Valletta. Honestly, he didn't want to hear about that either. Valletta was mentally ill, so he didn't even want to imagine all the things she did to Bell. "I only have one more question," said Estree, once again capturing the albino's attention. "Yeah? Have you ever murdered innocent people?" he asked with a serious expression. He knew that Bell had no choice in all the crimes he committed, but he hoped, or rather wished, that the albino's hands were not stained with innocent blood. At least then the most serious crime would not be with him. "Well, no," Bell replied honestly. "Apart from June, I haven't killed anyone else. I saw them being killed and couldn't do anything to save them, but I never did it with my own hand." Estree just stared at Bell, seeing that he wasn't lying, and let out a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, Bell, I'm not judging you since you had no other choice but to obey orders," he reassured, smiling again. "I'm even quite surprised you've managed to stay sane all these years." A nervous smile appeared on his face as he heard those words, scratching his cheek. "To be honest, I was on the verge of going crazy," he confessed, ashamed. "Really?" he said in surprise. "Yes, it's not something I like to remember, but after that incident I started to lose hope." A dejected expression began to appear on Bell's face as he recalled those days. "I almost lost my mind once. Who could guarantee that next time I wouldn't go completely insane? I even thought about abandoning my plans and giving up." "And what made you regain your determination?" Upon hearing that question, Bell smiled slightly, remembering the day he met her. "Alise, thanks to her I was able to stay strong," he said with a warm feeling in his heart. "When I met her, I was very surprised to see that there were still people with as much determination and positivity as her. It was rare in a city full of negative emotions." "You're right, that's Alise's charm," said Estree, letting out a small laugh and glancing sideways at the sleeping girl. "At first I wanted to stay away from her. I knew that hanging out with Alise would cause problems for both of us and I didn't want to involve anyone else, but fate always kept bringing us together. She would always greet me with that lively smile, and before I knew it, we were hanging out every afternoon. I knew that Valletta would eventually find out I was seeing Alise and would try something against me, but at that moment I didn't care. All I wanted was to keep spending time with her." A tender smile appeared on Estree's face as she saw the sincerity in every word Bell said. She was about to ask him if he had any feelings for her, but he decided to reveal everything himself. "I don't know when Alise became so special to me, but I know it was thanks to her that I didn't lose my mind again. I no longer had negative thoughts and all that. The only thing I thought about every day was seeing her again and seeing her beautiful smile," the albino confessed with an embarrassed smile. "You could say that the love I feel for Alise kept me strong all that time and allowed me to continue with my plans." "Love?" exclaimed Estree, feigning surprise since she had already expected those words. Why yes, I'm in love with Alise, he said shyly. It was impossible for me to keep ignoring those feelings. With each passing day they grew stronger until I couldn't push them aside anymore, that's why I hate myself for hurting her. I disgust myself for hurting the girl I love. That's all in the past, Belle, Astrid whispered softly. Now you can do things right and make amends for your mistakes. I'm sure they'll all be eager to start a new friendship with you. Are you sure? Belle asked hopefully. Completely, I encouraged with a motherly smile. Belle just lowered his gaze in relief, wanting to start over with Alise, beginning by apologizing for everything. That was what he wanted most. By the way, Alise, how much longer are you going to pretend you're sleeping? Astrid asked with amusement. Hey? Belle was surprised to hear those words, turning his gaze to the asleep Alise, who was trembling slightly. Slowly the girl lifted her face from the bed, sitting in the chair, her face completely red, avoiding looking the albino in the eyes. Belle wasn't stupid. He knew why the girl was blushing. I had heard his confession of love. Belle slowly lowered his gaze, feeling his heartbeat rapidly and his face grow hot. Ahaha, Astrid laughed with amusement at the reaction of the two. Astrid Sama, said Alise, glaring at the goddess for having betrayed her. While Belle was still in shock, he turned to look at the girl, who, feeling his gaze, became even more nervous and embarrassed, not knowing what to do. All she could feel was her heart beating and jumping for joy. I see you two have a lot to talk about, so I'll give you your space, said Astrid, standing up and looking at them with a smile. Take your time. And with those words Astrid left the room, leaving the two nervous teenagers alone with their heads down. Silence reigned in that room, a deep silence. If Alfea were there she would surely have a smile at how quiet the place was. How long have you been awake? Belle was the first to speak, but he didn't have the courage to look up at the girl. From the beginning of the conversation, Alise replied, still blushing. I'm sorry, I tried to join in B but I didn't want to interrupt you, I didn't know when the tea was the right time to join the tea conversation. I'm really sorry. Hahaha. Ha. What's so funny? Alise asked, puffing out her cheeks to make herself look cuter. I'm sorry, but I can't remember the last time I saw you so embarrassed. I think it was when we helped build a house and you forgot to put the door on, Belle said with a laugh, remembering those times when he used to do good deeds for the city with the girl. You idiot, you only remember the embarrassing moments, Alise complained, feigning anger. The truth was that inside she felt happy, very happy to have another conversation with the albino, a conversation where there were no shouts of hatred or clashing swords in between. After those laughs and exchanges, the two fell silent again, only this time Alise's embarrassed expression had changed to one of sadness. So kidnapped by evilous, Alise whispered in pain as she remembered all the things the albino had said to her goddess, a conversation she had heard from beginning to end. Yes, I didn't have many options, to be honest, he said, stroking his arm with a bitter smile on his face. I was a complete coward, preferring to join them rather than die. You were just a kid, it was the most normal thing to do, he said, understanding Belle and his decision. I know, but I regret that decision. I would have preferred that Valletta had killed me that day I was kidnapped rather than be with them and harm many innocent people. Belle clenched his fists in frustration as he said those words. Valletta. What did she do to you? He asked, trembling slightly. I'd rather not talk about that, to be honest, she replied, looking down. That response was more than enough to make the knot in Alise's chest tighten, not wanting to even imagine everything that psychopath did to her. Belle, still with his gaze lowered, began to think about how to continue the conversation and break that silence, although his thoughts were cut short when he heard a sob. I quickly looked up, surprised to see many tears beginning to fall from Alise's eyes, which she could not stop. Hey Alise. I'm sorry. She apologized, lowering her gaze, tears still streaming down her face. Why you went through all of that, you suffered so much, and yet you still made the decision to help Aurelio and we attacked you, the girls even wished you dead many times, and I insulted you, I hit you, I almost killed you with my sword. Alise's voice broke as she remembered how she cut Belle from chest to stomach with her fire sword, the same wound she saw healed on the albino's body when she was treating his injuries. I'm so sorry, Belle, she cried, her face covered in tears. But to her surprise, the albino approached her and wrapped his arms around her, giving her a gentle, affectionate hug. Don't cry, Alise. You're not to blame for any of this, he whispered softly, stroking her hair. You didn't know anything, so it was obvious you all would react that way. I even deserve it for all the harm I caused you that day. I'm the one who should apologize for being a complete idiot and not fixing things before Valletta made her move. I'm sorry, Alise. But nothing, he said, pulling away from the hug and wiping the tears on Alise's cheeks with his thumbs. Now repeat after me, the only one to blame is that idiot Belle, and no one else. I'm not going to say that she refused, puffing out her cheeks again, making Belle chuckle at the girl's expression. Much better, he whispered when he saw that she had stopped crying, slowly pulling away and sitting on the bed. As Alise gradually calmed down until she stopped crying, she looked up again and saw Bell. So everything Valletta said that day was false, she said with a feeling of happiness in her heart. Our friendship, your smiles, our moments together. Was it all genuine? Absolutely everything, Bell confirmed with a big smile. And no longer able to resist, Alise threw herself at Bell to give him a tight hug, burying her face in the albino's chest. You have no idea how happy those words make me, she whispered as a small tear escaped from her eye, a tear of happiness. And you have no idea how happy it makes me to be with you again, I whispered, beginning to stroke the Redeed's hair. A small smile of happiness formed on Alise's face as she heard that, and she clung to him even tighter. Now the incredible Alise is back with her incredible vigilante partner, she whispered fondly, remembering that she always said those words when she met with Bell. Yes, that's the kind of personality I like, Bell thought with a slight smile upon hearing that. After that, they both stayed embraced for several minutes with neither of them intending to separate. They felt too comfortable to want to do so. It's just as warm as it was back then, Alise thought, remembering the time Bell hugged her in that park, wanting to comfort her. I miss this, Bell thought with a smile. The minutes passed by in that place, ignoring any noise around them. Even if they heard a bombing in the distance, they would take a long time to react. True. Then Alise remembered something, pulling away from the hug and leaving Bell confused. Alise quickly pulled a small bag out of her pocket, which Bell recognized instantly. Shakti told me this was yours and gave it to me before escaping from prison, he said, extending his hands. Shakti, did I let you go knowing you were freeing me? He asked, confused, taking the small bag. That'll be a conversation for another day, she replied, looking curiously at the bag. What is it? My two most precious possessions, she said with a small smile, untying the knot of the bag, which began to increase slightly in size. When the objects inside were revealed, Alise opened her eyes in surprise. It was the Book of Heroes that I gave him along with the pocket watch. I thought you didn't have them anymore, Valletta said you had destroyed them, she said in surprise. And you believed that woman? Well, at the time I believed it, he confessed sheepishly. How could I destroy them? These two are my most prized possessions. A small blush appeared on Alise's face when she realized that the gifts she gave him were so special to him. She couldn't help but feel happy. Alise? Huh? I know you say it's not my fault, but yes, it is my fault for hurting you that day, I whispered, looking down. But. I know it's selfish of me to ask this, but please forgive me for all the harm I caused you, he said, bowing slightly. And please, allow this poor fool to start a friendship with you again. You have no idea how happy that would make me. Alise just opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, but seconds later she smiled. No, I don't want to start another friendship with you, she said, surprising Bell. I want us to rekindle that special friendship we had. There's no need to start from scratch. I don't think I could endure that much again. What for again? So that our friendship is strong enough to do this. And with those words, Alise grabbed Bell by the collar of his shirt and pulled him towards her. Bell didn't have time to process everything when he felt Alise's lips on his in an inexperienced kiss full of affection. A myriad of emotions surged through both of them the moment their lips touched, and Bell couldn't help but feel the sweetness and softness of the girl's lips. My first kiss, Bell thought in shock, still not separating. Although he was actually the second one, even though he didn't know it. Hey Bell, if you're hungry, tell Alise to take you to the diner. The romantic moment between the two was broken by Astri, who suddenly entered the room to see if the albino was hungry. They quickly broke apart from the kiss, their faces completely flushed from having been caught. Well, you certainly don't waste any time, the goddess teased with a playful smile. I'm sorry, I'll give you your space. And with those words Astri left and closed the door, leaving an awkward silence in the room, each with their eyes downcast and their faces red, remembering the soft kiss they had shared. I kissed Bell. Alise thought, very embarrassed and feeling bold. He kissed me, Bell thought, still processing the information. Haha, are you hungry? Alise asked with a nervous smile, changing the subject. The others will be a while, so you should eat something. I think it's fine, the prison food isn't exactly delicious, Bell agreed nervously. Oh okay, let's go. And the two of them, embarrassed, stood up and headed towards the dining room to find something to eat, trying to steer the conversation away from the kiss. Meanwhile, Astri watched them from afar with a smile, seeing how Alise intended to take Bell's hand but always hesitated until she could no longer see them in the hallway. The girls will be happy to see the old Alise back, Astri thought happily. Bell, please take care of Alise. And that day, after so much pain, tears and everything else, the special friendship between Alise and Bell was restored. It could even be said that it evolved into something more, although it wasn't official. Unfortunately, it wasn't a happy ending for either of them. They still had to fight and defeat evilest Delphine Valletta once and for all. Long battles still awaited them. End of chapter. Chapter 30. Reconciliation. Ah, how relaxing. We are at the Estrie family headquarters, specifically in the bathrooms of the headquarters. On Alise's recommendation, Belle went to take a shower while waiting for the rest of the Estrie family to arrive from their patrol so they could all have dinner together. Of course, it would be very awkward since the others still didn't know anything, or so they all thought. So, to relax, Alise asked him to take a bath, saying all this with a slight blush without looking him in the eyes. The scene of them kissing was still fresh in their memories, and they behaved shyly when they were together, although inside there was a feeling of happiness when they remembered it. I want to kiss her again, Belle thought sheepishly as he sank into the water. He still couldn't believe that Alise had kissed him, but he wasn't stupid either. He knew very well that his feelings were reciprocated by her, she even confessed it herself the night they crossed swords in the warehouse. Damn, I don't know how to behave in moments like these, he thought nervously. Perhaps if he had lived more years with his grandfather, he would have given him more advice on how to treat a woman with affection and other things, although he was sure that the vast majority of advice would be for something else. I need to calm down, she thought, closing her eyes and breathing gently. For the first time in a long time, he had a moment of peace in that shower. Lately, he had only been getting hurt and unconscious. Luckily, now he had a moment of rest, but he knew it wouldn't last forever, so he had to take advantage of it. How relaxing, I whispered with a small smile, enjoying the moment. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of the headquarters. Goddess and Captain were in the kitchen preparing dinner for the whole family, internally grateful that Evilus was so calm to have moments like these. What do I do now? Alise asked after cutting some meat into small squares. The goddess laughed softly, looking at her daughter. Is something wrong? I asked, confused. I'm the only one who cooks here and Iska helps me from time to time, so I can't help but be a little surprised that you're so enthusiastic about helping me. Is there a reason for that? Estrie asked, smiling slightly. A small blush appeared on Alise's cheeks upon hearing that question, and she quickly began to think of an answer. The girls have worked really hard today on patrol, so I decided to help prepare the food as a reward. It's the least I can do as their captain. Oh okay, I'm doing it for Belle, she confessed, embarrassed, looking down. My child, you shouldn't be ashamed of being in love, you should be honest about what you feel, she advised with a sweet smile without stopping cooking. Don't you think Belle will get overwhelmed if I'm too sweet to him? She asked shyly, playing with a strand of her hair. To begin with, did you ask him to be your boyfriend? Or did he ask you to be his girlfriend? Estrie asked curiously. And no, we haven't, she replied, embarrassed at the memory. We would have done it if someone hadn't entered the room. Really? Well, I think something else would have happened if I hadn't gone into the room, she said, letting out a small laugh. Estrie-sama. Alise shouted, completely red-faced, upon understanding that message. Haha, I miss seeing those expressions, the goddess said playfully. What I mean is, you both should be honest about your feelings. You both like each other, it's more than obvious, so you should just make it official. Or are you just planning on kissing? Well, it doesn't sound so bad, actually, I whispered sheepishly. Well, he'll stay here since I'm sure he has nowhere else to go, so you have all the time in the world for the two of you to have a talk and put all your feelings on the table. You should take advantage of the fact that he's still with you, she whispered the last words with a dejected smile. Why you're right, at some point we'll have a serious talk, she said decisively, without having heard those last words. By the way, did you leave any clothes for Belle? Yes. Miss Althea brought some clothes a few hours before we went to the jail. It seems she already knew he would be staying here, she replied with a small smile. She thinks of everything. At that moment the dining room doors opened and the rest of the family, who had been on patrol, entered. We're back, Lyra reported wearily. Welcome, said Estrie without taking her eyes off the kitchen. Welcome girls. Alise greeted with her characteristic lively smile, happy to see her companions. The rest of the girls remained silent upon seeing their captain smile, which gradually diminished as they realized everyone was looking at her. Hey Alise. What? She said nervously. Alise, it's finally you. The one who shouted those words was Nise, who ran towards her captain, giving her a tight hug and leaving the Redeed very confused. I really miss that smile, Lyra said, approaching the Redeed and patting her arm. It's good to see our captain again, Noine said, giving a thumbs up. Girls, Alise whispered in surprise, looking at all her friends who were smiling. What are you talking about? Your wonderful captain never went anywhere. Yes, that's the Alise I know, they all said with amusement. Although a certain oriental woman had not joined the conversation, curiously observing all around. And Belle? Kagaya asked, confused. When the albino was mentioned, they all fell silent, remembering everything they had heard a few hours earlier. He's in the shower, so if you want to shower you'll have to wait a little while, Alise explained with a nervous smile, hoping that none of them would scream angrily or intend to hit him. Although to her surprise they all nodded slightly, remaining calm. If she was honest, she expected some of them to react angrily, but that wasn't the case. I understand, Kagaya whispered, looking down. Well, I'll go change in my room. I'll be back in a few minutes. And with those words, the Oriental woman left the dining room under the watchful gaze of all her friends. I think I know where she's going, Lyra thought, remembering how Kagaya had been very thoughtful all day. Seriously, no one's going to complain about Bell's presence at headquarters. Alise thought, confused. Honestly, that made her happy, but at the same time it seemed suspicious to her. Great. Well, the food's cooking, how about you tell me about your day? Said the smiling goddess, wanting to hear her daughter's stories and find out if there were any problems in her area. It was a quiet day, really if we disregard the fact that everyone was scared by the attack at the prison, Lyra began, her nervous smile spreading to the others. Back to Bell and his relaxing shower. Now I understand why Alise always look so radiant, these bathrooms are the best, thought Bell, stepping out of the shower after being there for about half an hour. I slowly walked towards the changing rooms, looking at the clothes the Reed had left for me in a basket. I'm still surprised that my Aunt Althea offered to help, although I have an idea why she did it, she whispered, a small smile forming on her face. Thank you so much, Aunt Althea. If you hadn't, Alise probably would have gone alone and gotten into a lot of trouble. Bell slowly began to get dressed, but before putting on his shirt, he walked to a mirror to look at his body. The look of disgust appeared on his face when he saw the large number of scars he had. He didn't like it at all, mainly because it reminded him of those times. Alise will surely find them unpleasant, he thought with a dejected smile, quickly putting on his shirt so he wouldn't have to see that hideous body anymore, or at least that's what he thought. Well, Alise told me to go to the dining room. I hope I don't get lost. And with those words, Belle left the bathroom, but not before combing her wet hair a little, although she didn't really like to comb her hair much. I think this is the first time I've been to Alise's headquarters, he thought with a slight, excited smile. He still remembered how Alise had invited him many times in the past to visit her at headquarters, but he always refused for obvious reasons. She was very happy to finally be there for the first time. It has the feel of a real family. I really like this place, she thought, starting to walk slowly down the hallway, hoping not to get lost. Although it's obvious, a Sama has the aura of a very kind mother. As I continued walking, I reached my first hallway intersection, hoping that this was the right path. But to his surprise, when he turned around, leaning against a wall was Kagaya calmly with her arms crossed, who, upon sensing his presence, turned to look at him. Hey Kagaya, he whispered in surprise, looking at the Oriental woman. Hi Belle, she greeted, trying to appear calm. Great, I'm dead, he thought nervously, thinking that she would try to kill him. Do you know where the dining hall is? Surprisingly, instead of attacking him, he asked him a simple question that any normal person would ask someone who is lost. And no, not really, he replied nervously. Okay, I'm going to the dining room too, follow me. And with those words, she turned around and started walking, followed by a nervous and confused albino. He didn't understand it. The last time he saw her, which was in jail, she was very angry with him, but now she was very calm, it almost seemed as if she had only come there to guide him on the way to the dining room. What if he's actually taking me to a secret room to kill me and hide my body? He thought nervously at the possibility. But before he could start getting even crazier ideas, Kagaya suddenly stopped halfway, confusing the albino. Kagaya. I know everything, she whispered without turning around. Huh? Was the sound that came out of him, confused. What do you know? We overheard your conversation with a Sama a few hours ago, she said, turning around to face Bell with a troubled expression. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Bell just opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing that, not expecting that they all already knew the truth. Me too. Listen, I know everything you went through was very difficult for you. If I had been in your shoes, I probably would have wished I were dead, she said, looking away as she remembered all the things Bell had said to Astri. Kagaya. But despite everything, I don't regret what I did. Well, actually, I do, she admitted, embarrassed, remembering all the times she tried to kill the albino. But I don't intend to apologize. At the time, I believed I was doing the right thing. If only you had explained everything, we wouldn't have gone through all that. I tried to explain to them. I don't mean that, you idiot, he interrupted before Bell could say more. I mean before that bitch Valletta revealed your secret. If you had told us sooner, things might have been different. I know, but I was afraid they wouldn't trust me, he said, looking down in disappointment. It seems that you were the one who didn't trust Alise. Huh? He said, looking up in surprise. Are you an idiot? Even if we all had distrusted you, I'm 100% sure that allies would have defended you tooth and nail against all of us, so that in the end Destri-sama would confirm that you were telling the truth, but what's done is done. Bell just lowered his gaze in regret, knowing that Kagaya was right, but his fears and insecurities prevented him from making the right decision at that moment. Let me make something clear, Bell, I don't hate you, at least not anymore, she said nervously. Bell just watched with a bit of surprise as Kagaya looked away after saying those words. Thank you for giving allies that information that day. Thank you also for saving Destri-sama's life. You have no idea how grateful I am to you for that, and thank you for helping me yesterday. If it weren't for you, I probably would have ended up with all my bones broken, so thank you very much, she said, with a small blush of embarrassment on her cheeks. Bell just listened in surprise to those words, not believing that Kagaya was saying that. The truth was that it was very difficult for Kagaya to say all those words, but if she didn't, she would probably never be at peace, so for that reason she decided to talk privately with Bell. No way was she going to say all those words in front of her friends. And one last thing, she said, pointing at Bell, still slightly flushed. I expect you to fight with us against Evilis. Together we'll eliminate that bitch from Valletta and make her pay for everything she did to you. Oh, understood. Kagaya, he whispered in surprise after hearing those words. Of course, and thank you very much. He said with a big smile, happy that the Asian girl didn't hate him. The small blush on Kagaya's cheeks grew a little more as she quickly turned her back on him. If you understand, then let's go back to the dining room, she said nervously, starting to walk. Sure, I agreed, still smiling slightly as I followed the girl. As Kagaya walked, trying to calm down after what had just happened. Damn it, why is it so hard for me to be nice to others? She thought, frustrated. She was usually the joker and sarcastic one of the group. The only times she'd ever been kind or vulnerable were when she was trying to apologize to allies or when she was with her goddess. I have to improve on that, although it'll be difficult with this idiot, she thought, glancing sideways at the smiling albino. By the way, Kagaya. Huh? She said curiously upon hearing his voice. I'm sorry for everything, he apologized with a small smile. I'm sorry I hurt all of you. If you want to hit me for what happened that night, then go ahead. I won't defend myself, he said, resigned to receiving his punishment. Don't remind me, she whispered in frustration, remembering how Bell had single-handedly defeated the entire family. And don't worry, an apology is enough for me, although you didn't really need to apologize. The only one who needs an apology is allies, although I think you two have already talked about it, she said, recalling the Redeed's happy smile. Haha, why yes, we already talked, he said, a little embarrassed, looking away. Why are you getting nervous? He asked, narrowing his eyes. For nothing, she replied with a nervous smile, wanting to drop the subject. Fine, and downplaying it, she continued walking, to the relief of the albino, who followed her. After walking for a few more seconds they arrived at the dining room where Kagaya calmly opened the door. The place that a moment ago was full of conversation fell silent due to the presence of the albino, directing all eyes towards him. This is awkward, thought Bell, not knowing what to say or do. Well, it seems you two have already had a chat, Astri said with a small smile as she saw the Oriental woman standing next to the albino with a calm expression. We just talked about some important things, Kagaya said nervously, walking towards the dining room seats. While Eyes just watched as her Oriental friend walked away from Bell with a nervous look and took a seat, she was curious to know what they had talked about. But seconds later she stopped looking at her friend and started looking at Bell with a smile. Bell, over here. He called excitedly, pointing to the seat next to her, wanting to sit next to him. Bell only saw Alise and blushed a little, but decided to obey her and walk towards her under the watchful gaze of everyone, making him much more nervous. But before anyone arrived, he suddenly stood up, capturing everyone's attention. It was Lyra who had stood up with a serious expression, looking at the albino. I slowly walked towards him, confusing everyone. Lyra? Alise whispered, puzzled. And not only her, Bell was also wondering what the hobbit wanted. But when she was already in front of him, she raised her fist and threw a powerful punch at Bell's groin. Ah! Bell screamed in pain, falling to his knees after being hit by a level 2, while small tears formed in his eyes, manly tears. Lyra! Shouted Alise, Astri, and surprisingly Kagaya, reproaching the hobbit. That's for the punch you gave me in the stomach that night, Lyra said, satisfied to have gotten her revenge. I deserve it, he whispered, still in pain on the ground. Lyra chuckled, extending her hand to Bell, who looked at her in confusion. I'm glad you're not one of those bastards. Welcome back to the group. Let's make that bitch and Evilis pay for everything they've done. Consider it done, Lyra, he said, smiling slightly and shaking the hobbit's hand, rekindling the friendship they had forged through their past training. But I think you hit me really hard. Really? I feel like I was too gentle, she said with an amused smile. Wait, do you already know everything? Alise asked, bewildered, believing that they didn't know yet. I am sorry, but we overheard the conversation, Nee said with a nervous smile. That's rude, Astri scolded, causing everyone to lower their gaze in embarrassment. Although I already suspected as much, she said, glancing sideways at Kagaya, who simply looked away. Bell laughed nervously, standing up again with Lyra's help. Does that mean they don't hate him? Alise asked, a smile spreading across her face. We heard the story, and I think it's more than obvious that Evilus is to blame for everything, Iska said with an angry expression. I imagine you're not the only child who was kidnapped and forced to join Evilus, right? Rihanna asked curiously. There were many of us, although the vast majority lost their minds, and those who didn't, well, they were murdered, he explained with frustration. But you seem sane, you even rebelled against them. Why was the treatment different for you? Nguyen asked, puzzled. I think the answer is more than obvious, Lyra said with a grumpy expression. It's because of your magic, isn't it? Yes, I was useful to them, so they had to keep me alive, he whispered with a dejected expression. I am sorry for asking, Nguyen apologized, seeing that he had dampened the atmosphere. Well. We can continue chatting later, the food is ready, Astri said with a smile, wanting to dispel that atmosphere. Upon hearing that, Alise looked at Bell with a smile and pointed to the seat next to her. Returning to his initial embarrassment, he walked towards Alise and, being close, they both blushed slightly while the rest stared at them. I hope you enjoy the food, Bell. Alise put a lot of effort into preparing it, said Astri, starting to place the plates of food on the table with Iska's help. Astri-sama. Exclaimed Aridid, embarrassed, making Astri laugh slightly. Bell laughed nervously, taking a seat followed by Alise, who was still embarrassed. Meanwhile, the other girl who was next to Bell got nervous having him next to her. It was Ryu who had not said anything since she arrived from patrol, not knowing how to behave. It was obvious. She went from feeling immense hatred toward him to a confusing mix of feelings like pity and regret, not knowing how to apologize. It was proving very difficult for her, mainly because she was an elf, and all those matters were difficult for her. It'll have to be for another time, she thought, not having the courage to say anything with all her friends present. Hey, but that doesn't mean I don't resent you, Nee said, remembering how Bell suplexed him that night. I hope we have another match sometime. Sorry about that, he apologized again, embarrassed. But you're very strong, Nee-san. Obviously, said the proud wolf. I'm even stronger than Kagaya. You need the full moon to be stronger than me, something I don't need to have my strength, Kagaya said with a mocking smile, making Nees let out a groan of pain. Enough talk, the food is already served, said Astri, making everyone realize that they already had their plate of food on the table. It smells good, thought Bell, marveling at the smell. He hadn't had the chance to eat delicious food since being captured by Evilus. Most of the time, Valletta only gave him bread and water, and when he was somewhat free from her, he could afford to eat a good meal, like at the place he used to visit with Alise, but none of those places compared to that tasty smell. I know it won't help much, but I hope she likes it, Alise thought with a small smile. Enjoy your meal, Astri said, looking at all her daughters. And with those words they all began to eat peacefully, enjoying the food prepared by their loving goddess. Oh. This is delicious, Bell thought in surprise as he took the first bite. Do you like it? Alise asked curiously. It's the most delicious thing I've ever tasted in my entire life, she replied with all possible sincerity, making Astri smile fondly. I'm glad to hear that, although Alise also deserves credit. I hardly did anything, she whispered, embarrassed. While the rest just watched a happy smile on their captain's face, they couldn't help but feel happy for her. And to think we wanted to kill him just a few days ago, Lyra thought with amusement, watching Bell laugh along with Alise while the rest chatted quietly. I'm really glad you're not one of them. By the way, Bell Kagaya spoke this time, capturing the attention of the albino and everyone in the dining room. And? I'm curious to know what kind of relationship you have with Glotoneria and why someone like him, along with Althea, joined Evilus. I ask because it seems strange to me that even though he's with them, he helped us free you, I asked, staring intently at the albino. Upon hearing that question, they all turned their curious gazes towards Bell. They could have asked Althea, but at that moment they were so focused on freeing Bell that they forgot. Well, Zald was my teacher when I reached level 4, I owe him a lot, really, he said with a nostalgic smile. And about the other question, I'm sorry to say I can't answer it. Why? She asked, puzzled. Well, it's a personal matter for them, I don't know if I should, he said, sounding unsure. I imagine there were very important reasons for the two of them to join Evilus, Lyra said, tapping her chin with a finger. But what is that reason? Kagaya asked, puzzled. It was to transform the bunch of useless people here in Arario into something more. Everyone in the dining room was startled by the sudden voice that was heard in the place and began to look around for the owner of the voice. Althea. They all exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the woman a few meters away from them, leaning against a wall. For the 10th time, don't raise your voices so much, she said, annoyed. What time did you arrive and how did you enter? Astrid asked, confused by his sudden arrival. I saw you a few minutes ago through the window, she replied dismissively, then looked at her nephew. I'm glad to see you're okay, Bell. I'm sorry for forcing you to help me, you had to strain your body again, Bell apologized sadly. Nobody noticed, the only one who noticed was Bell. Althea looked much weaker and paler, even her eyes were somewhat dull from her illness. That night in jail his illness progressed further. Don't apologize, I'll help you as many times as necessary, she said, smiling slightly, surprising the girls, since they didn't believe that a being like her could smile. And what are you doing here? Alise asked, a little nervous about the woman's presence. Isn't it obvious? I wanted to see how Bell was doing. To be honest, I expected to find him chained to a chair with all of you interrogating him, not to see you having a nice dinner, she said, a little surprised, though she didn't show it. Although that's good, I'm not in the mood to break bones right now. They all felt a small shiver upon hearing those words, inwardly thanking themselves for not having done that. Well, you're just in time. Would you like to have dinner with us? Astrid asked kindly, intending to stand up and serve Althea some food. I appreciate your invitation, but no, I'm fine, she politely declined, making Astrid sit back down, a little disappointed. Are you sure? You need to eat to regain your energy, right Bell? She asked, smiling at the boy. Well, I think it would be best not to insist, he said with a dejected smile. Althea isn't someone who eats much. Bell knew why Althea refused. The disease greatly diminished her appetite and ruined her palate. Lately, she felt disgusted by any type of food, no matter how delicious it was. She would always feel disgusted. The disease had ruined her sense of taste. I understand, Alise whispered dejectedly. I see you two have made up, he said, noticing the atmosphere between them. They both laughed, embarrassed. As Miss Althea Kagaya raised her hand, a little nervous about speaking to the woman. What? What did you mean by transforming the bunch of useless people into something more? I asked, puzzled by those words. The only one who understood the meaning of that was Bell, since he already knew Earbus's plan, and Astrid was also beginning to suspect it. Someday they'll understand, or at least I hope so, she said, closing her eyes. I just hope this doesn't just become a bad memory for everyone. All the girls looked confused when they heard those words, not understanding what he meant by them, but they decided not to ask any more questions. Well, I just wanted to check on Bell, so I'll be going now, he said, turning away. It's best if you stay here, Bell, until the final battle. That's for the best. Wait. To everyone's surprise, the one who shouted those words was Ryu, who quickly stood up. What do you want? I asked, slightly annoyed by the elf's shout. She felt a little nervous under the woman's gaze, but she wasn't going to back down. She had already made her decision. If she wanted to be of use to her family, she had to be stronger. Please train me, he asked with a look full of determination. Lion, are you crazy? Was the cry of surprise that came from all her friends, even Belle who also thought it was crazy. How many times do I have to tell you not to shout? He asked angrily, grabbing Lyra's head and squeezing it. Why me? The hobbit asked in pain, trying to free herself from the grip. Completely ignoring the hobbit, Althea turned her gaze towards Ryu, staring at her intently, which made her even more nervous. Train you? I'm not going to waste my time training a girl, he refused with a grumpy expression. Why you told me to keep improving so I could be of use to my family, and the way I want to improve is by being trained by you please, she asked again without looking away. Lion, Alise whispered, looking at her friend in surprise. What you're asking for is suicide, you fool, Kagaya said, hoping Althea wouldn't get angry at her words. Besides, I highly doubt you have time to train with Evilus lurking around Arario. In fact, they do have time to train, Bell said this time, capturing everyone's attention. What do you mean? Kagaya asked curiously. Evilus won't attack for the moment. I'm 100% sure he'll start his attack when Delphine is close to reaching the surface, that will be in 2 days, he said, then took a bite of his food. Who is Delphine? Nese asked, puzzled. It's a monster created by Evilus. I don't want to go into too much detail since they'll probably have a family reunion soon. Why yes, RD told us about a meeting for tomorrow, Lyra said, still trying to free herself from Althea's grip. And how are you so sure that Evilus will attack at that moment? Kagaya asked again, curious. I hate to admit it, but I know Valletta well, and I know she won't attack anytime soon, mainly because her previous plan failed and she ended up badly injured in our battle, he replied, taking a sip of his juice. So, most likely, they're preparing to attack at the same time as Delphine to put Aurelio in a tight spot. In short, they'll be quiet these next few days and won't attempt anything against Aurelio. That makes sense, they haven't made a move since that night, Alise whispered, tapping her chin with a finger. But they're definitely preparing something big. Do you have any idea what it could be? Kaguya asked, looking at Bell. Unfortunately not, I have no idea what she's planning, although knowing her it's probably something crazy, she replied with a nervous smile. But I still highly doubt Lion will learn anything in just 2 days, Ni said, sounding unsure. In fact, that training would do all of you a world of good, Astri remarked calmly. You're all so close to leveling up and I'm sure that with some serious training from Alfea, you'll have what it takes to take that next step. The others only became nervous upon hearing the words monster training, with the exception of 2 people. Then I want to train with Alfea too. Alise exclaimed decisively. See, can you stop shouting, I'm the one receiving the consequences, Lyra complained, feeling Alfea apply more force. Well, if you guys do it then I'll do it too, Kaguya said, a little nervously. I'm in, Nice added, raising her hand. Me too. And me too. Let's do it. It is necessary. I haven't even agreed to train them, Alfea said, frowning angrily. Please, Alfea, Ryu asked with a determined expression, a sign that she had no doubts. The woman just looked at the faces of all the girls. Some had nervous smiles, but were determined to have that training. Finally, he turned to look at Bell, who only smiled slightly, indicating that it was up to him to decide. What a nuisance, he whispered, letting out a tired sigh as he released Lyra, who cheered at being free. Fine, I'll train you, but don't complain later if you end up dead before the battle. A nervous smile appeared on some faces as they heard those words, beginning to doubt their decision. Thank you very much, Alfea, I will do my best, Ryu said, bowing slightly. 2 days, I hope to learn something, Kaguya thought, wanting to become stronger. Very well, then finish your dinner quickly and go out to the patio, he ordered, turning around. Huh? Was the sound that came from all of them, surprised to hear that. Are we going to train now? Tonight? Nice asked. Obviously, there are only 2 days left, you have to make the most of them, she said with a stern look, a sign that she wasn't going to be lenient with any of them. If you complain because you want to rest, then I'll make you rest, but for the rest of your lives. I think Zald was softer than my Aunt Alfea, Bell thought with a nervous smile, seeing how many of them were scared. Although I'm very surprised that she agreed. What are you waiting for? I'll be waiting for you in the courtyard. If you're not there in 10 minutes, you'll regret it. And with those words, Alfea left the dining room, leaving the place in complete silence as they all looked at each other. Seconds later they began to eat their food very quickly, completely forgetting their manners, even Ryu who, more than being afraid, was eager for that training. I won't be a burden to anyone anymore, she thought, remembering all the bad decisions she had made. In this battle, I won't be a hindrance to my family. Meanwhile, Bell just watched with amusement as one by one they finished their meal and quickly left the dining room before the 10 minutes were up. Is it okay if they train in the courtyard? Bell asked Alise, referring to the fact that they might realize Alfea was at headquarters. Don't worry, the walls of the headquarters are big, so no one will notice, besides, we're far from the rest of the houses so we'll be fine, the girl replied with a small smile. I just hope the walls hold, she thought with a nervous smile. Alise, hurry up. Iska shouted, leaving the dining room and leaving only Bell, Alise and Astri. Yes. She said, drinking the last of her juice and standing up. Bell, you can wait for me to sleep if you want. Little by little, Bell blushed upon hearing those words, not knowing what to say. And seconds later Alise realized how that had sounded and began to blush too. What I mean is to show you the room where you'll sleep, although I wouldn't mind the other thing I mean, Astri-sama, please show Bell where he'll be sleeping. And completely blushing, Alise left the dining room, leaving the human and the goddess alone. Seconds later, they both let out a small laugh at Alise's behavior, feeling happy to see her back to how she used to be. You won a very pure heart, Bell, said the goddess, smiling slightly. I feel lucky, to be honest, he whispered sheepishly. By the way, can you help me with this? Bell just watched as Astri pointed at the table with all the dirty plates and glasses. Sure, no problem, I agreed, starting to carry the plates to the sink along with the goddess, while in the courtyard they heard sounds of knocking that made them smile nervously. I hope they can withstand the training, they both thought at the same time. The 2 days of pre-war training for the Astri family had begun. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Preparation. So what do you say? Will you do it? We found ourselves in an old village far from our area where 3 people were gathered. It was Earbus, Zald, and Alfea who were having a very important conversation. Yes, we will, Zald agreed, and Alfea nodded slightly. We have nothing to lose, the woman said calmly. Are you sure? you'll both be hated and remembered as villains. Doesn't that bother you? Asked the smiling god. I've never cared what other people think of me, Althea said disinterestedly. It is a necessary sacrifice for the world, Zald said, arms crossed. Well, anything for the new era, although I'm surprised that someone like you who doesn't care about the well-being of others has accepted, said Erebus, turning to look at Althea. You're right, I'm only doing this for one person if he's still alive, she whispered the last part sadly. What do you mean? The god asked, puzzled. He's talking about his nephew, even though we don't even know how he is or where he is, Zald replied with a sigh. Wow. I didn't know you had a nephew, Erebus said in surprise. And how come you don't know where he is? Upon hearing that question, Althea clenched her fists in frustration. Althea refused to take care of him, so I left him in the hands of my god Zeus to look after him, he explained, recalling a certain day when Althea became quite agitated. But years later, I suddenly stopped feeling Zeus's presence on my back. That could only mean one thing. He had been murdered. At that moment I wondered what had happened to my nephew, so I decided to look for him, Althea explained with pain and guilt. But I didn't even know where that perverted old man had gone to live, so I started searching without a single clue. I wandered around like that for a whole year until I gave up on finding him. Although deep down she still holds out hope that some good person has taken him in and cared for him. I suppose I do this hoping he's still alive and doesn't have to fight like we do, Althea whispered, lowering her gaze and finishing her explanation. I'm sorry, Materia. The god Erebus had an expression of surprise at that moment after hearing that story, knowing who it referred to. Is that boy's name Bell Cranel by any chance? She asked as a nervous smile formed on her face. Upon hearing that question, Althea quickly raised her gaze, looking at the god with surprise. How do you know her name? I asked with a bad feeling. This is bad, the god whispered, letting out a soft laugh. At that moment, the door to the room where the three of them were gathered was opened, capturing everyone's attention. Althea opened her eyes in shock as she saw a boy with white hair and red eyes, around 10 or 11 years old, enter the room with a tired expression and large dark circles under his eyes, as if he slept very little. He even had a slightly traumatized look. I'm back from the Erebus on a mission. The things I stole are in the usual storage room, the white-haired man reported in a lifeless, subdued tone. By the way, I'd like you to update my status. I think I'm close to level 4. The cold silence fell over the place after the boy stopped talking, confusing him. Little by little, Althea's breathing became faster as she looked at the face of that 11-year-old boy, and behind her, Zald also had a surprised expression. They weren't stupid. From the moment Erebus said that name, they understood what it all meant. Just seeing those red eyes and white hair confirmed their suspicions. What's happening? The boy asked, frightened by the stares of the two people he didn't know. What a turn of events, whispered Erebus. As Althea slowly walked towards a frightened Bell, who thought she would hurt him. Another person. Wasn't Valletta enough? But great was his surprise when he saw how the surprised woman brought her hand to his cheek and gently caressed it, feeling how that hand trembled slightly. B.B. Bell. Present. A new day dawned in the city of Arario, and the place where we found ourselves was the headquarters of the Estrie family, specifically in their training yard. Bell chuckled slightly, looking nervously at the scene. A few meters away from Bell was Althea, who had a calm look, and away from her were Niz and Iska in a fighting stance, while on the ground was Noin unconscious. Training with the Estrie family had started again very early, but not all of them were there. Alise and Kagaya had gone to the Tower of Babel for a meeting with the other families about the latest events. They would probably bring back very interesting information. Lyra, along with other girls, had gone out on patrol as part of their responsibility as a family of justice. Obviously, they, along with Alise and Kagaya, would have their training when they finished their duties. And the rest had stayed behind to train with Althea, among them was Ryu who was sitting on the ground taking a break. Normally Althea would say something to her, but the elf was the one who was putting in the most effort, not wanting to rest, but thanks to a punch from Althea, she was forced to take a few minutes. Niz shouted, launching himself into the attack, seeking to land a blow on his opponent. But she easily dodged a blow and then slapped her hard, sending her crashing into the wall. Next, said Althea, turning her gaze to Iska. And no, not on my face, I just put on makeup, said the fearful Amazon. But her pleas were ignored when Althea threw a punch at her, who reflexively put her arms in an X to defend herself. Although it didn't help much, she still shot out and hit the wall hard, feeling her arms completely numb. I can still go on. Niz shouted, getting up from the ground and running back towards Althea. If you want to be stronger, push past your limits, Althea whispered, raising her fist. But you're very noisy. While they were training, Ryu sat on the grass watching the training, looking for a way to land a hit on Althea or simply to see what she could improve on. Althea is very powerful, I wonder if I will ever be that strong, the elf thought, watching her wolf friend shoot off again towards a wall. Ryu had been the first to start training that day, beginning at 5 in the morning. Althea even praised her in her mind, seeing how determined she was, despite having been exhausted from training the night before. I have to become stronger for my friends, for Astri-sama, to bring peace to Arario, she thought, lightly clenching her fists with determination. I will become someone my family can trust. Hey. Ryu snapped out of her thoughts when she heard someone calling her name. When she looked up, she saw that it was Bell, who approached and sat next to her while smiling slightly. Seeing that, Ryu became nervous, remembering that she hadn't spoken to the albino about anything yet and didn't even know what to say. How's training going? Bell asked calmly, watching as his aunt woke Noin up with a slap, who complained of the pain. It's going well, I feel like my reflexes are increasing, the nervous elf replied. I'm sorry if Althea is too harsh, but she's not someone who knows much about training, or at least that's what Zal told me once, he said with a nervous smile. But I'm sure they'll manage to learn something before the war starts, or at least level up. I hope so, I whispered as a refreshing breeze passed through the place. After that, they both sat watching as Althea scolded Knees for launching an attack without any plan, hitting him repeatedly on the head as punishment. El couldn't help but chuckle slightly at that. His aunt had truly changed by agreeing to train the Astri family. Perhaps this was her way of preparing the new generation for the future. He just hoped that the training wouldn't aggravate his illness, though he doubted it. He was barely putting any effort into his punches. Then he turned his gaze towards Ryu, who had an expression that was somewhere between sad and nervous, not knowing what to do. I didn't have to think too hard to know why the elf was like that. There's no need to feel bad, Ryu-san, Bell said in a soft voice. Huh? I said not to feel bad and not to apologize if that's what you're thinking, he said, looking at her with a smile. I can't ignore it, Cranel-san, Ryu whispered, lowering his gaze. I. Just forget the past, he said calmly. You tried to kill me many times, that's more than obvious, but you had your reasons for doing that, so you don't have to apologize for doing the right thing at the time. But. I heard allies, they had more than enough reasons to attack me and hate me, and I deserved it, he said, remembering that battle he had with the Astri family that night. You were being forced by Evilis, you had no other choice. Whether forced by Evilis or not, I hurt her and all of you, he said with a smile. I hurt your best friend Ryu-san, your hatred towards me was more than justified. But you were doing all that to help Arario. You didn't care about being hated by everyone, as long as Evilis fell with you and us. You didn't know anything about that, you can't blame yourself for it, rather I'm the one who should apologize for being an idiot and not explaining everything and avoiding all that, he said, looking at the elf with a sad smile. You shouldn't apologize, Cranel-san. You sacrificed everything to help Arario. You have far more sense of justice than I do, who just acts on impulse, doing stupid things and endangering my family. I'm a failure as a member of the Justice family, he said, drawing his knees up and burying his face in them. I wouldn't say that, Ryu-san, he said softly, gazing at the sky. You're a strong girl, very strong. I'm absolutely certain that in the future you'll be one of the strongest people in this city, so much so that criminals will fear you for being such a great champion of justice. That role suits allies better. All I would do is arrest an innocent person by mistake, she murmured dejectedly. In fact, you have a great sense of justice in your heart, he said, making the elf turn to look at him. You love your friend so much that you were furious when you thought one of them was being used. That bloody night, even though your arm was wounded by Valletta's sword, you still decided to help so many people from the Evilis clan. And even though you could have died trying, you decided to train with Althea to become stronger so you could help your family and protect Arario. If that isn't justice, then I don't know what is. Ryu just stared in surprise at the smiling albino after having said those words of encouragement, words that he really needed to hear. Cranel-san. And I know, it bothers and saddens you a lot because of everything that happened in the past, and even if I tell you not to take it seriously, it will continue to bother you, so I have a solution for it, let's start from scratch and pretend we've never met. Huh? As he said those words, Bell extended his hand towards Ryu with a small smile. Nice to meet you, my name is Bell Cranel, and I hope that you and I will fight together to bring peace to the city, the smiling albino introduced himself. Meanwhile, Ryu just stared in surprise at Bell's hand, not knowing what to do. At that moment, the albino remembered the customs of the elves and began to feel like an idiot. Sorry, I forgot about that detail, she apologized with a nervous smile, pulling her hand away. But before he could pull her away, Ryu quickly grabbed her hand and shook hands with a surprised Bell. Then nice to meet you, Cranel-san, I'm Ryu Lion, and I hope I don't cause too much trouble in this war, she introduced herself, a little nervous about holding a human's hand, but she had to do it if she wanted to remedy her mistakes and start over as the albino wanted. They never had a close friendship, but you could say that at some point they were both friends, so it was very strange to go from a friendship to hating him intensely and then starting another friendship to forget the past, but if this was a solution to put aside his discomfort and be friends again, he would gladly do it. And don't you ever say again that you don't have the right to be part of the family of justice. We, along with allies and the others, will defeat Evilis, I'm sure of it, he said with a broad smile, trying to encourage the elf. While she looked in surprise at the albino's smile, she remembered the conversation she had overheard about his past. Cranel-san. How are you able to smile and be positive despite everything you've been through? I asked, confused. She would fall apart at the slightest mistake or the sight of a dead person, but after everything he had been through, he was still able to smile genuinely. She couldn't understand it. Well, I wasn't always like that, he whispered, looking down and remembering his early years in Evilis, times when he did nothing but cry and beg not to be beaten. I'm sorry if I made you remember something bad, she apologized upon seeing the rapid change in Bell's expression. Don't worry, she reassured him with a smile. And to answer your question, I'd say it was thanks to meeting allies. Allies, I whispered, remembering the smiling Reed. Yes, seeing such a positive and smiling girl in this depressing city made me see things differently, so much so that spending time with her rubbed off on me a bit, she said, letting out a nervous laugh. It was at that moment that I realized there were still many people in Arario who had hope that everything would eventually change and this city would become a better place, so I stayed strong and I'm glad I did. If I hadn't, I would have collapsed the day allies found out everything. So in short, meeting allies made you realize things you couldn't see before. Indeed, and thanks to that I am now here with you, he said, smiling slightly. Arayu chuckled softly, looking down. I'm glad allies is someone important to you. It can't be helped, it's impossible not to love her, he said, smiling sheepishly. Cranel-san, I hope you'll take good care of allies. I trust you, and thank you so much for encouraging me, she said, standing up and looking at the albino. I'll do my best to help my family and the city. That's the spirit. I chimed in as I stood up too. And I hope there's no more awkwardness between us friends. Friends, confirmed the smiling elf. Are you finished yet? They both got slightly scared when they heard Alfia's annoyed voice directing her gaze towards her. There she stood in the field, and around her were the girls, unconscious after having had a tough battle with a woman. If that's the case, come here. I don't want to waste any time, she said with a serious expression, then looked at Bell. And you, Bell, should advise them on some moves or something like that. After all, most of them use swords, and you're more experienced than they are. I'll see what I can do, I agree with a nervous smile. We have to do our best, Cranel-san, Ryu said with a determined look, walking towards Alfia. She really needed that talk. Now she felt very motivated to improve and learn from all her mistakes. She was going to earn the right to bear the word justice. It's almost noon, the Reed and the Asian girl will surely arrive soon, Alfia thought, turning her gaze to the blue sky. Bell. But a lively shout made him frown angrily. Upon hearing a familiar voice calling his name, the albino turned his gaze to that place. But before he could do anything, a girl suddenly hugged him, making him open his eyes in surprise when he saw who it was. RD-san. He said in surprise upon seeing the girl. Bell, let's talk about heroes. Exclaimed the lively girl with a big smile. The albino was about to ask what he was doing there, but someone else spoke. What are you doing, RD? Upon hearing the familiar voice of the Reed in the family, everyone turned their gaze to that place. There came the Reed with a frown, watching RD hug Bell, and behind her Kagaya laughed slightly at her captain's jealousy. What's going on? RD asked, confused, watching as allies grabbed her shoulders and tried to pull her away from the albino. You're very attached to Bell, she said, puffing out her cheeks a little. Bell just blushed at the sight of allies' tender expression as she looked away. What's wrong with that? RD asked, surprised, letting go of Bell and looking at the Reed with confusion. You are well, what else happens as allies, not knowing what to say, began to stutter nervously, searching for the right words. What she means is that the rabbit already has an owner, said Nese, who was still lying on the ground. Upon hearing those words, RD turned her gaze to allies and Bell, who blushed slightly and looked away, understanding what she meant. I'm sorry, I didn't know, RD said with an embarrassed smile. And don't worry, allies, that's not my intention. I'm glad to know that, said the Reed sheepishly. I don't understand. Are they a couple or not? Who knows? Iska annoying whispered, still lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious. And what are you doing here, RD-san? Bell asked curiously, recovering from his embarrassment. The family meeting just ended, so I decided to accompany allies and Kagaya. Remember, we still have our chat to have, replied the smiling girl. That talk can wait, said Alfia, catching RD's attention, who finally noticed her presence. Alfia, the girl stammered, frightened by the sight of the woman. Relax, he won't hurt you, Bell tried to reassure RD, which worked when he saw how the woman shook her head in boredom at the sight of everyone being afraid of her. Did they say anything interesting at that meeting? Alfia asked, turning her gaze to Alise. Well, I'd like to say everything when the whole family is together, Alise replied, implying that what she was about to say was important. Is this something bad? Bell asked, worried. No, nothing bad happened, of course, if we disregard the fact that Uncle Gareth, Finn, and Von Freya didn't show up to the meeting, since they're still recovering, Alise replied, looking at Alfia in confusion. What did they do to them? A dose of reality, that's what we gave them, the woman said, downplaying the incident. Heading back to the original topic, we'll wait until the rest return from their patrol, Kagaya said, leaning against the wall. And that'll be about 3 hours. We can talk about heroes and all of that, Bell, said RD, returning to her cheerful attitude. That sounds good to me, Bell agreed, a little nervous, as the girl dragged him inside the mansion. I'm going with you, Alise said, intending to follow them. But before he could move, a hand landed on his head, squeezing it lightly. And where are you going? Now that you're back from that meeting, it's time you started training, Alfia said, her eyes darkening. But Alise stammered, frightened. But? Did you say but? He asked, squeezing Alise's head tighter and starting to drag her toward the training area. I'm going to give you a but. Meanwhile, Alise could only watch in sorrow as Bell and the smiling RD entered the headquarters, greeted by a stray. Well, since that's the case, said Kagaya, taking her katana and walking to the training field to join her friends in their martyrdom. While inside the headquarters, the RD chuckled softly as she walked with Bell through the hallways. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Bell asked, hearing the laughter. Excuse me, but it's the first time I've seen Alise behave the way she had to, I explained, still chuckling slightly. I'm so glad to see her so happy again. Yes, me too, Bell whispered with a small smile. Great. Well, the others are having their training, let's have our Q&A about Argonaut, she said excitedly as she entered the room. I feel a little bad being here while the girls are training, Bell said with a nervous smile, listening to the sounds of the punches. I'll make them some relaxing tea when they finish training, said the smiling Astri, walking towards the kitchen. Would you like some? Yes. They both agreed as they sat down on the sofa to chat quietly. Let's begin, RD said excitedly, taking a book out of the small bag she had with her. Before we begin, Bell interrupted, stopping the lively girl. I'd like to ask you a question. Sure, go ahead. I accept, still smiling. Why did your sister let him escape? He asked, puzzled. It was a question that had been on his mind since he got out of jail and hadn't left him alone. I don't understand it, Shakti seems like someone who follows the rules and doesn't give in so easily, that's why it seems strange to me that she let me go. She probably had a good feeling, replied the smiling girl. Good feeling? Yes, Shakti sometimes has those premonitions. Do you remember the day you confronted her at the Magic Stone Factory? And? Well, that day she felt that the attack on Valletta was a distraction to attack another important place, and that's when she came to the conclusion that it was one of the factories. And since Shakti decided to believe it, she went and had that battle with you, she explained, still smiling. She probably felt that your presence in this war would bring something good and decided to heed that feeling, even though she risked being discovered. So she believes me? He asked, surprised. Something like that, he replied with a nervous smile. The point is, she trusts you, so don't let her down, Bell, and let's destroy Evilus in this battle. Sure, he agreed, bumping his fist with the girls. Now we can have our chat. Finally. He said excitedly, opening his book of heroes. Bell was the first person she knew who liked heroes as much as she did, so she was happy to be able to share her love for them with someone. While they were reading and chatting peacefully in the training yard, the rest were having their ordeal with Alfia. So, Bell's girlfriend, I wonder what kind of test material would have given you? Alfia said, throwing punches at Alise, who nervously dodged them as best she could. Wait, I'm asking for time. But her pleas were ignored as she received a punch to the face that sent her flying towards the wall. At that point, his resistance must have been reaching the heavens, given how many points he had climbed and how many he still had to climb. Although I doubt it, Materia would have liked you, Alfia said, remembering what her sister was like, which made Alise smile in relief. So she probably would have left the test to me. And just as quickly as the smile appeared, it disappeared as she watched a woman walk towards her. Necessary things. Someone who isn't a weakling would say that, she said, grabbing Alise's head and forcing her to stand up. So you still have a long way to go. You can give me as many tests as you want. I'll pass them all. Alise shouted with determination. Well, you already failed one, you're very noisy, and with those words he hit Alise on the head again, sending her sprawling to the ground. Let's continue. Training had barely begun. Hours later. Now everyone was gathered in the Astri family headquarters room, although some were lying on the floor completely exhausted from training. The only ones who were halfway okay were Lyra and her group, who had just arrived from patrolling, although they would soon receive their training after that meeting. "Should I be here?" RD whispered to the goddess Astri. "No problem, you're trustworthy," said the goddess with a kind smile. "So? What did they say at that meeting?" Lyra asked, arms crossed. Wait a moment," said Alise, her body a little sore, taking a sip of the tea that her goddess had prepared for them. Next to her sat Bell, who just watched her with a nervous smile, patting her on the back, which instead of calming her down, made her let out a groan of pain. I'm sorry," Bell apologized when he saw that she was emotional. "Calm down," he said, smiling slightly. A few meters away, leaning against a wall, Althea watched all the girls, letting out a sigh of disappointment when she saw that they couldn't handle her small training. "Well, I feel better now," Alise whispered after drinking some of her tea. "So?" Lyra asked, wanting to end the meeting and begin her grueling training regimen. "As Bell told us, there's a level 6 or 7 monster coming up in the dungeon," Alise explained, adopting a serious attitude. 6 or 7? Nee said in surprise. "Yes, it seems it was a monster created by the gods of Evilus in the deep floors. It won't take long for it to reach the surface here." "And that would be in another day, right?" Lyra asked, remembering what Bell had said. "Yes, that day will mark the beginning of the final war with Evilus." Upon hearing those words, everyone adopted a serious expression, as it was what they most hoped for. To finish off Evilus once and for all. "And did they say anything about Cranel-san?" Ryu asked curiously. "Actually, yes," Alise said with a nervous smile. "The goddess Loki and Freya are very angry about what was done to their children. Uncle Gareth and Finn didn't attend the meeting because they want to recover as much as possible for the final battle. Luckily, they believe Bell has returned to Evilus." Miss Riveria, who was the only one from the Loki familia who arrived, asked many questions about it. "Luckily," Shakti answered them calmly, trying to keep them from noticing that "this fool is with us," Kagaya explained, pointing at the albino. Shakti Nrd whispered happily upon hearing those words. "And how did the battle turn out?" Lyra asked curiously. "Auraria will split into 2 groups, one will stay on the surface fighting Evilus, and the other will go to the dungeon to eliminate Delphine," the Redid replied seriously. "I imagine the Loki or Freya family will go to eliminate Delphine," Bell said calmly. "In fact, we'll go ourselves," Alise said with a nervous smile. Upon hearing those words, Bell opened his eyes in shock, quickly standing up and looking at the girl, visibly upset. "What? You guys?" she shouted, her voice filled with worry. "Didn't Finn hear what I said? That thing is at least level 7. And you send us? Hey, are you asking me to hit you with the punch I didn't want to give you yesterday?" said Kagaya, offended by those words. "But she's right, the strongest one is Alise, and she's level 3 against that thing that's level 7. Do we have any chance?" asked Lyra, not very sure. "Don't worry, Bell," Alise said, standing up, taking the boy's hands, and smiling at him. "We won't be going alone. Miss Riveria and Uncle Gareth will be there, as well as members of the Loki and Freya families. If we all join forces, we'll defeat him." But Bell whispered, frightened to learn that Alise would face that thing. "Calm down, Bell," Althea said, joining the conversation. "Stop worrying. They're not little girls who need to be taken care of. They're warriors too." "Althea," they all whispered, surprised by those words and not believing that she had said that. "You heard Bell, we'll be fine," Alise said with a beautiful smile. Bell could only lower his gaze, still burdened by worry. They were strong, of that he had no doubt, but they were about to face a beast whose appearance and abilities were unknown to them. His concern was more than justified. "Bell," Alise whispered, taking Bell's face in her hands and forcing him to look at her. "We will return victorious, I promise you." "Fine, I'll believe you," he said, a little calmer. "What's wrong, Bell? Worried that something bad might happen to your girlfriend?" Lyra asked mockingly. I can't help it, really," he stammered, embarrassed, sitting back down and looking down. Alise just blushed when she heard Bell not deny those words about being boyfriend and girlfriend, feeling her heart dance with joy. He was the silly little laugh that escaped her. "Alise, we're in an important meeting," Ryu whispered, seeing the pink aura surrounding the Redid, who was still smiling. "By the way," Bell Kagaya began, her expression serious. "For obvious reasons, you won't be able to come with us to eliminate Delphine, so you'll stay up here, right?" "Yes, I'm sure Valletta will be here. I have to put an end to all these years I've spent with Evilus, and to do that I have to eliminate her," he said seriously. Althea just frowned upon hearing those words. She never knew what happened to Bell before she arrived at the organization. He never told her everything he went through and apparently had no intention of telling her, but it was obvious that he had trauma from the look she had when she met him. Perhaps Zald knew about it. "Together we will bring peace to this city." Alise exclaimed, emerging from her reverie with a broad smile. "That's the spirit," said the smiling Artie. "So we have to make an effort," Bell Alise spoke again, turning to look at the albino. "Let's put an end to this dark era." "Consider it done," I agree with a smile. "They are very motivated," thought Astrid, looking proudly at her daughters. "Perhaps they haven't realized it, but they have changed. They are no longer those girls of the past. By the way, what will you do?" Kaguya asked, turning to look at Althea. "Nothing," the woman replied, arms crossed. "This is their war, not mine. I'm already doing a lot by training them. Besides, that fool doesn't want me to put any more effort into my body," she thought, turning to look at Bell, who smiled nervously, as if he knew what she was thinking. "That's understandable," Lyra said, standing up and stretching her arms. "Well, I'm ready for martyrdom." "And we rest more?" asked Iska, who was still lying on the ground. "No, if we want to defeat Delphine we have to be strong," Ryu said with determination, walking towards the exit of the room. "She's been very motivated lately," said Kaguya, a little surprised. "They should learn," Althea said, also leaving the room. The rest of the team got back on their feet as best they could and went to the yard to train for a few more hours before they could rest. "I think I'll go back to my headquarters. Shaktini must be worried," Artie said, then turned to look at the albino. "I hope we meet again, Belle, to talk about heroes. It would make me happy, and don't look at me like that, Alise," she pleaded with a nervous smile. Sorry, I do it by instinct," she apologized, embarrassed, walking towards the exit, not without first giving Belle a slight smile. And after a few seconds the room was empty except for Belle and Astrid sitting on the sofas. "Well, I think I'll go help with the training too," said the albino, standing up. "Wait a moment, Belle." But before he could leave, Astrid's soft voice stopped him. "Is something wrong?" he asked curiously. "Take a seat," he asked politely, serving her a cup of tea, which she gladly accepted. Belle just took a sip of his tea and looked curiously at the goddess, wondering what she wanted. Astrid just sighed and looked at him with a serious expression. "I'd like to talk to you about something important," she said, her face reflecting the seriousness of the conversation and capturing his full attention. "Belle." Meanwhile, in another part of Arario. In a certain labyrinth that was used as a base by the members of Evilis, in one of its many rooms, there was a pink-haired girl sitting in a chair in front of a table, and on that table, there was a half-empty wine glass along with a bottle. The woman took the glass with her one hand and began to slowly stir the liquid while staring intently at it. Several burn scars were visible on his face and arm from his last battle that night. "I'm tired of waiting," she thought with an angry expression, taking another sip of her wine. Then another person entered the room, catching their attention. "What do you want, Vito?" Valletta asked, annoyed, looking at the smiling man. "Nothing, I just wanted to tell you that the preparations are almost ready and Delphine is currently on the 25th floor, one more day and we'll begin with the plan," he said with a calm smile. "How many are there?" he asked, looking at the liquid in his glass. "How many have you caught?" "Well, around 200, maybe more, we'll all be freed that day," he said excitedly. "Patch more, you're not enough," he ordered, taking the wine bottle, uncorking it with his one hand and filling the glass. "Since when do you give me orders?" Vito asked, annoyed. "Just do it, when Arario is destroyed you'll be satisfied," he said grumpily. "DSK, fine, we'll see how many more we catch." And with those words Vito turned around ready to leave, but then he remembered something interesting, slowly turning around and looking at Valletta with mockery. "By the way, I heard that Belle was released from the Ganesha family prison, according to rumors it was Althea and Zald, but Althea has already left the organization." Upon hearing Belle mentioned, Valletta looked up to see Vito. Who knows, maybe Althea allied herself with the Astrid family and Belle is with them right now. Gradually, the veins became more prominent on Valletta's face as she heard that. "Belle is probably with that Redeed right now, kissing her and making fun of you," she said, letting out a mocking laugh. "If you want to cry because your rabbit is with another woman, then go ahead, no one will judge you." "Shut the damn mouth." Valletta angrily grabbed the wine bottle and threw it at Vito, who, still smiling, dodged it, crashing into the wall and spilling all the liquid. Okay, I'm leaving now," and keeping her smile, Vito left the room, leaving Valletta alone, seething with anger. Trying to control himself, he sat back down and drank all the remaining liquid in his glass, then threw it against the wall, shattering it to pieces. "You're going to regret this, Belle," she whispered, gritting her teeth. "You'll regret everything when you see your damn girlfriend's dead body." Valletta clenched her fist so tightly that her nails dug into her skin and began to bleed. "I can't wait to see your face full of tears, begging for mercy. I'll make you suffer like you have no idea." And with those thoughts, Valletta sat in that chair cursing Belle and Alise over and over again in her mind as the day of the final battle approached. The battle that would decide the fate of Arario. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Calm before the storm. Belle. Althea whispered, her voice trembling, looking at her nephew in front of her, not believing it. Alise's traumatized expression, he was even trembling as he stroked her cheek. Bell didn't know what to think, it was the first time in years that someone had touched him gently and affectionately. The last time was a few hours before his village was attacked, when his grandfather stroked his hair, telling him to bring back many fish. Since then, he had only received mistreatment and torture from Valletta, so for a stranger to do that suddenly was strange. He even felt afraid. As Althea saw Belle's frightened expression, she slowly withdrew her hand, confirming that this was indeed her nephew, the son of her beloved sister. Gradually, the veins became more prominent on Althea's face, and she began to show an expression of anger as she turned around to look at Erebus. "I'm going to kill you." Althea shouted angrily, walking towards Erebus to tear him to pieces. "Wait," Althea said, Zold, grabbing the woman by the shoulders, who was struggling with the sole objective of killing the god in front of her. "Let me go, Zold, if you don't want me to rip your arms off," Althea threatened, without taking her eyes off the god. Despite being able to be killed at any moment by that woman, Erebus maintained his calm expression and his smile. "In my defense, I didn't know that child was your nephew," the god said calmly. "What did you do to her? What did they do to her?" Althea shouted, trying to break free from Zold's grip, who luckily had received the Erebus Felna minutes before when she agreed to work for him. "Erebus, did you kill Zeus?" Zold asked seriously, still holding Althea. "I didn't even know Zeus was there," he began to explain without moving from the spot. "The children of Thanatos were going to attack that village. I only went out of curiosity since I had heard a rumor that a god lived there, and what a surprise I got when I saw that it was Zeus." "And it was at that moment that you killed him and kidnapped Bell," Althea whispered angrily. "No, I didn't kill him. It was one of my sons who acted of his own volition. Seconds later, I found out he was taking care of little Bell as his grandson. It was unexpected," he said, tapping his chin with a finger. "Well, even if I hadn't gone to that village, sooner or later Thanatos' children would have found that cabin and killed Zeus and Bell in the worst possible way. I prevented that by recruiting him. If I hadn't, he'd already be dead." "They're all bastards," Althea said hatefully. "Isn't it hypocritical of you to say that? After all, you just joined the organization to help in many more massacres, even if you're not fully involved," Erebus said with a hint of mockery. "You're upset about Bell, but you're about to leave many children orphaned in Arario." Althea just clenched her teeth tighter, unable to contradict that, while Zold slowly let go of her when he saw that she was no longer struggling. Meanwhile, Bell just watched the interaction of the three adults in a puzzled way, wondering why that woman got so angry when she found out he was an Evilus. "You can do whatever you want, if you want to leave and take Bell with you then do it, if he wants to," the god thought, glancing sideways at the albino. And turning around, Althea walked towards the albino and took his hand to leave. "Let's go, Bell." But to her surprise, the boy quickly broke free from her grip and took a few steps back, eyeing the woman suspiciously. "Who are you?" he asked, reaching behind his back where he kept a small knife hidden in case it was necessary. He did this to kill Valletta when she was off guard, but unfortunately, she always figured out that trick. Althea whispered, seeing the distrustful look on Bell's face. "Come on, tell her you're the woman who could have prevented all this," said the smiling Erebus. Althea's Zold thought, seeing his companion's expression, an expression he had never seen before. While Bell just stared intently at the woman waiting for an explanation, he would attack if necessary. I'm your mom's sister," Althea said in a soft voice. "I'm part of your family." I don't have a family, the only family I had was my grandfather," Bell said quickly, frowning and looking at the woman with even more distrust. "Why, you're wrong, you're my nephew," she said, trying to smile slightly to calm him down, which was difficult since smiling wasn't something she did. "You're right, little Bell," Erebus said, catching the albino's attention. "She's your aunt, she's your late mother's sister." Bell whispered, not believing that he still had a living relative, and a very close one at that. "It's not a lie, Bell," Althea said, walking towards the albino. "She's here because she wanted to join the organization, but I think that's no longer necessary since she found you," Erebus explained, making Bell's emotions even more of a mess. "You don't have to listen to any of the bastards in this organization anymore. Let's get out of here and live far away," she said in a soft voice, trying to calm him as she reached out her hand toward him. "You can ask me any question in the camp." But to the surprise of Althea, Zold, and Erebus, Bell, seeing her reach for him, drew his dagger and in a swift motion, cut the woman's hand. She took a few steps back, surprised to see her hand bleeding, and then saw the angry face of her nephew. "That's shit," the boy shouted angrily, surprising Zold and Althea, who felt a pang in her heart as she watched her sister's son begin to cry while still maintaining her angry expression. "It's already late," Althea thought Erebus, knowing that Bell would refuse to go with her. "You call yourself my family?" Then where the hell were you when my grandfather was killed and I was kidnapped? He asked furiously, gripping his dagger tightly. And I'm not lying, what's happening? Liar. Bell interrupted Althea, grabbing the tip of his dagger and throwing it forcefully at the woman. Being an experienced adventurer, she caught the dagger with her hand before it hit her head. Bell. Zold shouted when he saw what the albino had attempted. You shut up. I shouted without even knowing who the man was who had said those words. Meanwhile, Althea just watched in shock, not knowing what to do at that moment. And I just want to fix. Fix? What the hell do you want to fix? Whatever Valletta did to her, she's unleashing her anger on Althea, thought Erebus, watching the interaction between aunt and nephew with a serious expression. Where were you? Where? She screamed, tears of anger and pain in her eyes. While Althea could only watch her nephew with great sorrow, she wanted to fix things and get him out of there, but she had just realized that it was too late for that, much too late. And on top of that, you want to willingly join this organization that has taken thousands of lives, and now you want to come with me and live a peaceful life. It's too late for you to try that. Every word the albino said hurt Althea's heart, knowing that everything he was saying was true. Did he even have the right to call himself her family after abandoning her? Hey Belle, your aunt just wants to make things right with you, said Erebus, smiling slightly. She's not my aunt. Belle shouted, walking towards the exit, but not before turning to look at Althea, who had her gaze fixed on the ground, unsure what to say. Go to hell. And with those words, Belle slammed the door shut, leaving the place in total silence. Wow, he's really furious, Erebus said, walking towards Althea and looking at her. You have to understand, it's surprising for him to know that all this time he's had such a close relative as you, besides, he's just a child, he doesn't analyze much of what we say and just says what's on his mind. While Althea still kept her gaze lowered, observing her hand which was still bleeding from the cut caused by Bell's dagger. Althea, Zold whispered worriedly, knowing that all of this was hurting the woman. What will you do? The smiling god asked. You can kill me here if you want and then kill all the members of the organization, but your illness will progress greatly because of it, and even if you continue to live, I highly doubt Bell will want to go with you. So he'll start wandering the world alone, and at any moment a group of bandits could kidnap him and do worse things to him. I heard there's a group in the north that enslaves children, so tell me, what will you do? Both men kept their eyes on the woman, attentive to her response, who was still staring at her bloody hand. She painfully recalled all the words Bell had said, lightly clenching her fist and raising her gaze, revealing her lifeless eyes. I'll stay, she whispered her answer, also walking towards the exit and leaving that room. That's good to hear, said Erebus, then turned to look at Zold. And you? I think it's obvious, isn't it? He replied, raising an eyebrow. Tell me one thing, Erebus. What did Zeus say before he was sent to heaven? Don't kill my grandson, and that's what I did. I prevented them from killing him by bringing him into the organization. Perhaps it wasn't the best thing, but if a certain woman had taken care of him, the story would be different, he said, still smiling. I admit she made a mistake, but it must be very difficult for her. It was harder for him, he said, patting Zold on the back. If you have time, you can train Bell. He wants to get stronger. Zold, without answering him, also walked towards the exit, leaving the god alone in the room. Althea, you'll undoubtedly be watching over Bell from the shadows. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll forgive you in time, he thought, smiling slightly. Your presence in Arario will make a big difference in history. Now I have to tell Valletta to be careful with her movements around Bell if she doesn't want her head crushed by Althea. And with those thoughts the god also left the room, leaving the place completely empty, with only a few drops of Althea's blood staining the floor. A day in which Althea showed herself vulnerable for the first time, one that still hurts her to this day, knowing that it was her fault. Present. It was night in the city of Arario, the last night before the final war with Evilus, a war that would decide the fate of the entire city. And the place where we are currently located was in the courtyard of the Astri family headquarters, where Althea and Bell were sitting on the grass observing the moon and the stars. Astri-sama is updating everyone's statuses, surely more than one of them has leveled up, said the albino calmly, standing with his legs crossed. I hope so. They'll need that strength to defeat Delphine, Althea said, her gaze fixed on the night sky. Each of them is talented. If they keep up that determination, they'll go far in the future. It's very strange that you say that, she said with a nervous smile. I only tell people who deserve it, and they're among them, she said, looking down at the training yard. Although the Redeed and the Elf are the most promising. They have a lot of spirit. In my eyes, they all look promising, I whispered, smiling slightly before looking at Althea. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? I asked, confused. For helping them, you could easily have refused and left, but you decided to train them. Believe it or not, they are all very grateful to you. Even Astri-sama commented that it was a pleasure to have you as part of her family. I'm a criminal, so that's impossible, and even if I weren't, I wouldn't dream of joining a family full of noisy people, especially you, my little girlfriend, she said with distaste, remembering the girl's lively voice. You have to admit that if allies weren't like that, then she wouldn't be allies, she said with a laugh. You may be right. Alfea slowly stood up and looked at the moon again. Tell the others to rest for the rest of the night. They've trained a lot, or they'll be tired when they face the enemy. Where are you going? He asked, confused, watching his aunt walk away. Your mother's favorite place, I like being there, he said, closing his eyes. You can stay, the others will be happy for you to stay. No thanks, he replied, smiling slightly. By the way, Belle, are you sure about what you'll do after the war? Absolutely, she said with a confident smile. It's the best. Well, that's your decision, but if everything goes well, although I doubt it, remember what I told you. Will we see each other again? I asked, not wanting that to be goodbye. I don't know, although I hope so. Tell those fools they'd better win, I didn't train losers. And with those words, Alfea jumped up and disappeared from the place, leaving the albino alone in the courtyard. Goodbye, Aunt Alfea, and thank you for everything, she whispered with a small smile as a breeze caressed her face. And I'm sorry for what I said to you in the past. And with those words, Bell turned around and went back into the headquarters, feeling the cold of the night disappear as he entered the warm place. It seems they're in the living room, he thought as he heard voices in that place and began to head towards it. Upon opening the door, he saw that they were all indeed gathered in the room, and upon seeing him enter, they turned their gaze towards him. Allies, upon seeing him, stood up with a big smile and ran towards him with a piece of paper in her hands. Bell, look. I shouted excitedly, showing the paper to the albino. He curiously picked it up and began to read it. Alise Lovell level 4. A small smile appeared on Bell's face as he read that, looking at the smiling read. I'm finally level 4. The training worked. He said happily, having achieved such a feat. One more level and we'll be equals. You're still a long way from level 5, but congratulations, she said, gently stroking Alice's hair, who smiled happily. And you? She asked, turning to look at the others. Level 4, said Kagaya with a proud smile. It was difficult, but I was able to level up, said Ryu, happy to have achieved his goal. I managed to reach level 3, I'll probably be stuck at that level for many years, said Lyra, a little happy but also bored, knowing that it would take too long to reach level 4. The beatings were worth it, Nee said, implying that he had also leveled up. I gained a lot of points, but it wasn't enough to reach a new level, Rihanna said dejectedly. Now there are two of us, Noin whispered. Come on, don't get discouraged, I'm sure you'll all level up eventually, Astri encouraged, carrying a tray of cookies, followed by Selty with a tray of teacups. In the meantime, enjoy your meal. Aren't we going to continue training? Kagaya asked, puzzled. Alfea has already left, actually, Bell said with a nervous smile. What? How come she left? Alise asked sadly upon learning that her teacher had left. She said they'll take the night off, it's more than obvious that their training is over and they have nothing left to do, she explained, seeing how they all had a dejected expression. Was it necessary for him to leave? Kagaya asked, looking down. I didn't even get to thank him for all his help, Ryu whispered dejectedly. At least she could have stayed. After all, she's not a stranger anymore, Astri said, shaking her head slightly. Although it was to be expected, knowing her personality. Will we ever see her again? Alise asked, wanting to see her once more to thank her for all her help. I hope so, she replied, stroking Alice's hair to encourage her. She only gave me one message for all of you. Defeat Delphine because I didn't train losers. Upon hearing those words, they all smiled happily. We'll defeat that thing, Lyra said confidently. Didn't he tell us that in person? Kagaya asked with amusement. Kagaya, Miss Alfea isn't one to give praise, we should be happy for those words, said Ryu, determined to win and show her teacher that her training wasn't in vain. When we defeat him, he'll give us our graduation star, Alise said, smiling happily as she took Bell's hand. Let's go. And together they walked to one of the sofas in the living room and sat down together to have some biscuits and tea. So tomorrow's the day, Kagaya whispered with a serious expression. This is our chance to bring peace to our area, Ryu said determinedly. You really have no idea what else Valletta might be up to? Lyra asked, turning to look at the only boy in the room. Unfortunately not, even though I know her well, her plans are still unpredictable to me, so she could come up with any crazy idea. I'm sorry, he apologized for not being able to help them. Relax, you've already helped us a lot, Alise encouraged, taking the albino's hand and intertwining their hands. It's good that Aurario is prepared for anything. Evilus will fall tomorrow, no matter what, Kagaya said, determined to win. And you'd better eliminate that bitch. Consider it done, Kagaya, Bell said, smiling slightly. Make way, said Iska, arriving with a box and placing it on the table. What is that? Lyra asked, puzzled. It's a board game I bought a long time ago, said the smiling girl. What do you say? Shall we play? Now? We're just hours away from going to war, Ryu said, puzzled. Come on. Let's forget about that just for tonight and enjoy something as the family we are, Iska said excitedly, taking the board, dice, and pieces out of the box. I'm in Setistry, smiling slightly. It's good to have a break now and then. Then me too, Kagaya agreed, a little excited. Nobody beats me at these games, I always end up being the richest of them all, said Lyra with a wicked smile. It will be fun, said Nise, eating a cookie. Well, if they insist, said Ryu, a little nervous. And you, Alise? Iska asked, looking at her captain. I'll pass, I'm not good at those kinds of games, she refused, embarrassed, remembering how she was humiliated by a 5-year-old girl in chess a year ago. And you, Bell? Iska asked again, looking at the albino. Thanks, but no, I've never played those kinds of games, he also refused with a small smile. Great. Then it'll just be us, she said, looking at all the participants. I hope I haven't forgotten the rules, said Ryu, a little nervously. Don't worry, you'll be fine, Noin said with emotion. Haha, it's always the same, I start with 2 bills and end up with everyone's money, said Lyra with an evil smile. She's already brought out her competitive side, they all thought with an anime-style sweat drop. While they were playing at the living room table, Alise lightly squeezed Bell's hand, catching his attention. Let's go, I whispered with a small smile. The albino just watched as the girls had fun playing, then left the room with Alise heading towards the headquarters courtyard. The Stree just watched with a small smile as they both left the room, unable to help but feel happy for them. I'm glad to see her so happy, he thought, throwing the dice. Ah. The Stree-sama, we're barely getting started and you've already ended up in jail. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the headquarters. We'll be fine here, Alise said with a smile, walking to the only tree in the place. Was it necessary to leave headquarters? Bell asked with amusement, seeing how enthusiastic the Redeed was. Yes. Here we can talk as much as we want without bothering anyone, he said, sitting down next to the tree and leaning against it. Come on. Bell, still smiling, decided to sit next to the Redeed, who quickly hugged his arm and rested her head on his shoulder. I always wanted to do this with you, I whispered, feeling the warmth of the albino. What? Hug my arm? I asked playfully. Yes. I read a lot of stories about this, so I always wanted to do this kind of thing. I didn't know you liked romantic stories, she said with a smile. I'm still a girl, she said sheepishly. After that, they both remained silent, listening to the sounds of nocturnal animals as the night breeze touched their faces. That's right. Alise exclaimed excitedly, letting go of Bell's arm and lying down with her head in his lap, still looking at him. Now I can drink black coffee. Nah, you're lying, he said, not believing that lie. I'm telling you the truth. She said, puffing out her cheeks. I have a cup now and then, and I must proudly say that I no longer dislike the taste, she remarked proudly. Although I'm not a huge fan, I can drink one without complaining. I find it surprising that Alise, who only likes sweet things, is able to drink black coffee, he said, a little surprised, playing with the girl's cheeks. Last time you couldn't even look at it. I've matured. To me, you're still the same old Alise, Bell whispered with a small smile, brushing a strand of hair away from the girl's face. And for me you'll always be the Bell I met that day, he whispered, getting up from the albino's lap. That shy, smiling boy I used to meet every day at that bakery. But old days, it seems like it was years ago, Bell said nostalgically, feeling the girl rest her face on his shoulder again and hug his arm affectionately. I'd give anything to have those times back. And we will. I exclaimed excitedly. Once we defeat Evilus, everything will go back to normal and we'll have lots of dates. Oh. We can also save a lot of money together and open our own bakery. That was your dream, wasn't it? It'll be the most famous bakery in all of Arario. While Alise spoke with emotion, Bell watched her with a sad smile. She's so excited she's forgotten I'm still a criminal, he thought with a sad smile. Alise's innocent mind believed that once Evilus was eliminated, Bell's sins would be erased and everything would return to normal. At least, that's what she wanted to believe, trying to remain positive. She couldn't ruin the happiness the girl felt at that moment, not with such a beautiful smile on her face. And we'll call it, What's Up, Doc? It'll be a huge hit. Alice. Huh? What's wrong? I love you, he whispered with a small smile, caressing the girl's cheek. She blushed slightly upon hearing those words, looking away. Why, you idiot, don't say that so suddenly, he stammered in embarrassment, feeling his heart rate increase. I'm sorry, but I had to say it. How much I love the beautiful Redeed next to me, he complimented, further embarrassing the girl. I get it now, enough with the pea praise, she said, embarrassed, though inside she felt very happy about those words. I love you too, silly. I know, and you have no idea how happy and lucky I feel about it, I whispered, caressing Alice's cheek. Do you remember the day Valletta revealed the truth? He asked, looking down. Yes, that day I thought I would lose you forever, she whispered sadly as she remembered that day. Well, that day I wanted to tell you something important. Do you remember? He asked again, his eyes sparkling. Now that you mention it, if you wanted to tell me something important that day, what was it? But before he could finish his question, Alise approached him and gave him a soft, affectionate kiss, and this time there would be no one to interrupt them. I could get addicted to this, Bell thought, feeling how soft and sweet Alice's lips were. He slowly brought his hand to her cheek to deepen the kiss, something she gladly accepted. They stayed like that for a few seconds, much longer than the first time, until Alise pulled away, looking at the albino with a slight blush. When I got to the wall, the first thing I planned to do was jump up and kiss you. After that, I was going to confess my feelings, hoping you'd accept them, she explained, embarrassed and looking down. It was the only thing I could think of. I was so happy about it, but everything fell apart. I'm sorry, Bell apologized, knowing that it was partly his fault. But that's all in the past, she said, her beautiful smile returning as she looked at the albino. Although I am curious to know what you would have done that day. I probably would have jumped to kiss you and then confessed that I was also in love with you, he said, letting out a soft laugh that also made the Redeed laugh. I love you, silly. I love you too. And with those words they both kissed gently again, enjoying that quiet night where no one could interrupt them, savoring every minute together. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters, laughter could be heard from the rest of the family playing the board game, causing the two to separate, their foreheads touching. Should we go back and see why they're laughing? Bella asked, stroking the girl's cheek. Nope, let's stay here a few more minutes, she refused, enjoying her time alone with Belle. As you wish, I readily agreed, putting my arm around Alise and ending in a half hug where she moved much closer until they were close enough together. By the way, do you remember the day we had a fight with buckets of paint in the street and ended up getting paint all over the homeowner? Alise asked, letting out a laugh as she remembered that day. Haha, yes, I remember, we had to work all night cleaning up the paint mess we left on the walls. And so the night passed with conversation and laughter for the young couple in love, a night they both enjoyed being together without anyone bothering them. And suddenly the day of the final war against Evilus had arrived. End of chapter. Chapter 33. The war begins. This is bad. Is something wrong, Urano-sama? We find ourselves in the prayer room where the god Uranos was praying to prevent monsters from leaving the dungeon, being able to sense any anomaly that happened down there, and next to him was a person in a robe, a little surprised by his god's reaction. There's another one, the god whispered, a drop of sweat forming on his forehead. Another one? What do you mean? Fels asked, confused. Besides Delphine, there is a second monster that I have never in my life felt, the god said with concern. What? Said the bewildered skeleton. Was this another creation of the gods of Evilus? No, this is a creation of the dungeon itself, he said as he closed his eyes. I started to feel it on the 25th floor. Floor 25, as far as I understand Delphine stayed on that floor for a long time, Fel said, remembering the conversations with his god. It seems the Delphine left that floor much more wrecked than any other she's been through, and the dungeon, sensing the danger and destruction, created a new monster to get rid of the threat, but for some reason, that monster she created hasn't done anything yet. That's strange, Fel said, much more confused. Is that monster weaker than Delphine? It seems so, but he's strong enough to destroy second-class students, and not only that, he whispered, still with his eyes closed, trying to concentrate. He seems intelligent, knowing he can't defeat Delphine, but all this time he's been following him from the shadows. A monster with intelligence, but different from the Xenos, Fels whispered. A dungeon defense mechanism to eliminate threats. I suppose it's following him, hoping he'll lead it somewhere where it can kill as much as it wants until it's satisfied. Yes, you know what that means, right? He asked, looking at his only son. The group tasked with eliminating Delphine, Fels whispered, understanding everything. This is bad. The worst part is that it's too late to warn anyone. They're already heading to the dungeon, said the frustrated god. We can't send another strong group into the dungeon, our area would be left unprotected. All we can do is hope everything turns out alright for them, though I'm asking for a lot, she said, trying to relax so she could continue her prayers. This is taking a turn I didn't expect. Meanwhile, in another part of Aurario. We're ready. We find ourselves at the Astri family headquarters where all the members were in their armor and weapons, ready to go to the dungeon and meet up with their other teammates with whom they would defeat Delphine. The goddess Astri was not with them again, as she had been sent to a safe place with many more gods to prevent them from being sent to the heavens again like last time. The level 7 beast, I think this is the craziest thing I'll ever do in my life, Kagaya said with a small smile, adjusting her sword at her waist. Ah, if I manage to get out of this alive, I'm going to take a long vacation, Lyra sighed wearily. Lyra, don't say that. Ryu scolded, not wanting to hear that kind of talk. The allies chuckled softly from afar, watching her friends' interactions. Beside her was Belle, who had a worried expression, something she noticed. "Belle," I called, catching his attention. "Don't be nervous, we'll be fine. You should focus on your battle with Valletta." "I'm sorry, but I can't help it," she said, smiling slightly, a worried smile. "If things start to go wrong, then back off." "I'm sorry, my dear Belle, but the great allies never backs down," she said proudly. "The enemy will have to retreat because of my great skills." "I'd forgotten how narcissistic you were," Belle laughed with amusement. "Hey," she complained, offended. "Hey, idiot." The guy approached the young couple, capturing their attention. "Here," Belle said, watching as the Asian woman handed him a sword that appeared to be of good quality. "It's the best sword we have in the storeroom. I won't let you face that vixen unarmed." "Thank you, Kagaya," he said with a smile, taking the sword and admiring its excellent edge. "And wipe that worried look off your face," I scolded, tapping Belle's nose. "We'll come back victorious, so you'd better win too." "Sure, don't worry." The guy only smiled slightly at the albino before turning around and starting to walk away from the two of them. "I expected her to be very hostile towards you, but it's the complete opposite," Alise said, narrowing her eyes as she looked at her friend's back. "Something doesn't add up." "Stop getting weird ideas in your head and concentrate on your battle," Belle scolded, lightly hitting Alise's head, who complained. "Cranel-san." With a smile, Ryu called to the albino as he approached. "We must strive to bring peace to Aurario," she said with a smile, although it was clear she was nervous about the battle ahead. "Of course, Ryu-san, and remember to always stay calm," Bell advised, raising his fist. "Yes, this time I'll make sure not to be a burden to my family and help in any way I can," she said, motivated, bumping her fist with Bell's. "What are you talking about, Lion? You've never been a burden to us," Alise said, not liking that her friend was putting herself down. "You know I was, Alise," he said with a weary smile. "But don't worry, this time I'll help you." And with those words Ryu turned around and walked away from both of them. "I'll have to do something about her self-esteem when the war is over," Alise said with a sigh. "I just hope you don't transform her into an Alise 2.0, he joked, making the girl frown. "Hey, blockhead." Lyra's scream caught the albino's attention, making him look up and see her throwing an object at him. He quickly caught it in his hands, seeing that it was a device the size of his hand, unlike anything he had ever seen before. "What is this?" he asked, puzzled. "It's a new bomb I've created. It may be small, but it makes a huge boom," he shouted, raising his arms. "Use it whenever you think it's necessary. You can stick it to Valletta and blow it to bits." "That's horrible, but I like it. Thank you, Lyra," she said with a big smile. The hobbit just gave him a thumbs up in farewell and turned away. "Well, I think it's time we left," Alise said, taking a few steps forward and then turning to face Bell. "At the end of the day, we'll meet again, each of us victorious from our battles." "Yes," he whispered, smiling slightly, unable to help but be worried. "You worry too much," Alise chuckled softly as she approached him and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. After a few seconds they separated, both remaining with their foreheads together, still looking at each other. "Take care, Belle," she whispered in a soft voice with a smile, trying to reassure the boy. "Take care of yourself too, Alise," he whispered, gently caressing Alise's cheek. And after sharing one last short kiss, they separated, with Alise taking a few steps back while still looking at him. "I love you," I whispered with a small smile. "Let's fight for justice, my dear vigilante friend." And with those words Alise turned around and headed towards her friends who were already waiting for her. Once they were all together, they left the headquarters, but not before a few of them turned to look at Belle and wave goodbye. And after a few seconds, the only one left at the Astri family headquarters was Bell, who lowered his gaze wanting to run to Alise and tell her that he would go with her, but he couldn't. Seeing this, the other families made it clear that the Astri family had freed him and he didn't want to cause them any trouble. "I love you too, Alise," he whispered, his chest tight with pressure. "And take care of yourself." Then he looked up at the sky and saw that it was completely cloudy, a sign that it would soon start to rain. "Everything is so quiet," he thought, not even hearing a sound nearby. It seemed as if the city had been completely emptied. "Well, I have to go too." Taking a great leap, Bell landed on the roof of the headquarters, gaining a better view of the place. In the distance, he saw the Astri family running towards the dungeon to join the others. "I need to calm down, everything will be alright," she thought, shaking her head and then starting to look at another part of the city. There was nothing unusual, I could only see adventurers jumping across the rooftops looking for Evilis, but there was no sign of the enemy. "TSK. What are you planning, Valletta?" he thought, jumping from the rooftop and into the city. Never mind, today I'll put an end to all this. Meanwhile, with the girls. We're here. Alise exclaimed as she reached the entrance of the dungeon where the others were. For a moment I thought you had fallen asleep as usual, Garrett said, letting out a laugh. Uncle Gareth. Are you feeling better now? He asked happily, seeing that the dwarf no longer had bandages on his body. I'm ready for battle, he replied, giving a thumbs up. I see we're all here, Kagaya whispered, noticing all the members of the Loki familia who would be accompanying them and a few members of the Freya familia who were watching them from afar with displeasure. Hello, greeted a certain blonde girl, staring intently at Kagaya. Hello. She greeted, a little surprised by the sudden greeting. We'd better leave now. Delphine will be on the 18th floor soon, Riveria ordered with a serious expression. We'll go fast. No rest will be allowed. Yes. Everyone agreed except for the members of the Freya family. Okay, let's go. And with those words, the entire group, made up of 3 families, entered the dungeon to eliminate the beast created by Evilus, hoping to emerge victorious. Damn, I haven't felt this nervous since I faced Althea for the first time in that church, Kagaya thought with a smile as she gripped her sword. No more, I won't be a burden to my friends, Ryu thought with a determined expression. PSK, if I'd had more time I would have created a more lethal bomb, Lyra thought in frustration. Oh well, maybe next time. As Alise walked at the head of her entire family with a determined expression. Althea trained us, we have to show her she didn't waste her time, she thought, her eyes gleaming. Today we'll put an end to this dark era and people will smile again. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the group encountered a group of monsters blocking their path. Aerith and Riveria, who were in the lead, were ready to attack, but 3 girls got ahead of them. Wow, Gareth whispered in surprise as he watched Alise, Kagaya and Ryu eliminate the group of monsters at great speed. They're stronger, Riveria said, noticing the change in the girls. Upon seeing this, Ace intended to join the battle, but by the time she took the first step, the group of monsters had already been eliminated, causing her to lower her head sadly. Surprised? Alise asked proudly, looking at the rest of the group. I have to admit they're stronger. Did they level up? Gareth asked curiously. Yes. Or well, almost all of them. The moment Alise said that, those who hadn't leveled up lowered their gaze in discouragement. Well, I congratulate you, your new strength will come in handy in battle, Riveria said with a small smile. Thank you very much, Riveria-sama, Ryu said happily, grateful for those words. Let's stop wasting time on stupid things and go kill that stupid monster, we don't want to keep Freya-sama waiting, said a member of the Freya family in a bad mood, starting to walk. That's not the way to say it, but you're right, we need to hurry, said Garrett, starting to run. And once again they all started running through the dungeon floors, eliminating every monster they encountered along the way, getting closer and closer to the battle site. So that people will smile again, Alise thought, slashing at a monster without stopping her run. I will win. Meanwhile, on the surface. Standing in a random house in the city, Bell was observing the panorama, beginning to hear explosions in the distance. I knew it, Evilus would attack at the same time as Delphine, Bell thought with a serious expression. Now I just have to find Valletta. But he was distracted when he heard people shouting nearby. He quickly ran towards that place hoping to arrive in time. Upon arriving, he saw 2 girls who appeared to be novice adventurers, judging by the type of weaponry they were carrying. They probably wanted to help in the war, although one of them had a frightened expression and the other a serious expression, ready to defend her friend. And in front of them were 2 minotaurs and an orc ready to kill them. Monsters? Here on the surface. Bell thought, puzzled. Although she had to put that aside for the moment when she saw how the monsters were ready to kill them. In a swift movement, Bell drew the sword that Kagaya had given him and cut the 3 of them in half, turning them to dust and leaving behind their magic stone. Are you okay? Bell asked, looking at the 2 girls. Why yes, thank you, one of them said, frightened. Do you know what's going on? He asked curiously. We don't know, but it seems like a lot of monsters have been released all over the city, the other girl replied, relieved to have been saved. Thank you. Monsters, so this was your plan, Valletta, to have another army besides Evilus, Bell thought, clenching her fists before looking at the 2 adventurers. You 2 go somewhere safe. If you can help any civilians, don't hesitate. What's your name? One of them asked curiously. Bell, and with that short answer the albino jumped up and started running across the rooftops. Bell, I didn't know there was someone so strong in Arario, the other girl whispered, still a little scared. Is she from the Loki familia? Who knows, but we have to take advantage of this opportunity and get out of here, she said, starting to run. And this is all your fault, Cassandra, all because you forgot your pillow. Hey, wait for me, Daphne. Shouted the girl known as Cassandra, starting to follow her friend. Back to Bell. He ran across the rooftops with an angry expression, seeing that indeed, Evilus had unleashed a large number of monsters throughout the city, causing problems for the weaker adventurers. DSK, there are too many of them, I can't save them all, he thought, frustrated. Although he had to put that aside when he saw 8 hooded figures surround him on that rooftop. "Hello traitor," one of them greeted with a smile, looking at the albino. Bell simply stared at his 8 opponents with a serious expression, recognizing them instantly. "I remember you, you're from Vito's squad," he said, drawing his sword and looking at the one who appeared to be the leader, who had gray hair. "Horus, right. Indeed, Bell, we were fortunate enough to team up when we fought against Rakia," the smiling man said. "It's a shame you betrayed us. Even though you were a high-ranking officer in the organization, you threw it all away by rebelling. You're incredibly stupid." "Stupid? The only stupid ones here are you," he said, frowning and watching the movements of his 8 opponents. "Where is Valletta?" "Who knows, but I really wanted to see you. She's been furious these past few days," Aura said with a small smile, drawing a scythe from his back, while the others drew their swords. "That girl is really obsessed with you. I don't know whether to pity you." "Did you come here to talk or to fight?" Bell asked, bored. "I don't want to waste my time with mere pawns." "Pawns?" Horus whispered, gripping his scythe tightly. "I remind you that after those idiot twins, I'm the closest to being a high-ranking officer." "Yes, and you know how they ended up," he said with a mocking smile. "High command or not, there's not much difference. Alise was high command and he was inferior to me. But we're not that idiot Alise. Attack." And with that shout, the 8 members of Evilus launched themselves towards Bell, who raised his guard, ready to fight. "You'll serve as my warm-up," Bell whispered, raising his palm. Firebolt. Returning to the dungeon. The group tasked with eliminating Delphine was already at the entrance to the 18th floor, precisely where the Goliath was born. Luckily it did not appear, thus avoiding wasting unnecessary energy. "And here we are," Kaguya whispered, looking at the entrance. "The ground is trembling slightly," Ryu said, observing some small stones that were moving from side to side. "The monster is probably already near the 18th floor," Garrett said, turning to face the whole group. "Are you ready?" "Yes." Everyone agreed, except for the members of the Freya family. "Healers and those carrying potions, stay back. The rest of you prepare for battle," Reveria ordered, starting to walk. "The mages should begin their chants to overwhelm Delphine." Upon hearing those words, Ryu gently gripped his sword. "My chant will take me a long time. I'll be more helpful if I attack at the front with allies and Kaguya," the elf thought, looking at her friends who were in front of her with their weapons in hand. Feeling Ryu's gaze, allies turned around to look at her and smiled. "Let's do our best, Lion." Yes. And with everyone ready, the group went down to the entrance of the 18th floor, some more scared than others, knowing that they would face a very powerful beast. The short walk was silent. No one said anything, only the sound of each of their footsteps, feeling the ground tremble at times. "And here we are," Gareth whispered as he reached the apartment. The place was completely silent, there was absolutely no one there, not even the monsters that stayed on the 18th floor. It seemed that they too felt the danger that was coming and fled from the place. Everyone remained alert, looking all around, waiting for their enemy to appear, but no one appeared, starting to confuse some of them. "Did we arrive too early?" a girl from the Loki family asked nervously. "No, we arrived just in time," Reveria whispered, watching as cracks began to appear and light up in the center of the floor. "It's here." And with those words, the center of the floor flew to pieces, leaving a huge hole in the place as a result of the great explosion. Broire. It was the powerful roar that was heard throughout the floor, causing some to cover their ears because of how loud it was. "So that thing is Delphine," Gareth whispered, watching as a huge monster emerged from the cloud of dust raised by the explosion. It was a huge monster with a dragon's head, long thin arms with large claws and enormous wings. It was a monster even bigger than Goliath himself. Nobody said it would be easy," Kaguya said with a nervous smile. "If you're scared, then go back to the surface," one of the Freya family members said arrogantly. "The Astri family will not back down." Allies shouted, taking a determined step forward. "That's the spirit," Garrett praised with a smile, drawing his enormous axe. "You can prepare your Reveria chant, although I doubt you'll kill him on the first try, but it will serve to weaken him." "You don't need to tell me," said the elf, then looked at the girl beside her. "Ace, don't do anything reckless." "I'll help in any way I can," said the little girl, drawing her sword. "Alright. Those of you who are going to fight at the front, come with me, and if you're afraid of dying, it's too late to back down." Gareth shouted, watching as Delphine turned her gaze towards them, beginning to charge a magic attack in her mouth. "Today we will prove why we are part of the Astri family." Allies shouted, gripping her sword tightly. "Today Auraria will defeat Evilus. Agaris Alvicent. Broire." And with a loud roar, Delphine launched a beam of magic towards the group of adventurers. Amuos. Meanwhile, in the hole that Delphine had made, some red eyes peered into the darkness, waiting for the opportune moment to emerge and begin their work. The final battle with the beast Delphine had begun. Back to Bell. The unconscious bodies of the Evilus members were lying on the ground, and in the middle of them all was Bell with a calm expression observing Oris, who was still standing looking angrily at the albino. "Now do you understand the big difference between the two of us?" the albino asked indifferently. "TSK, don't be arrogant," Oris whispered, gripping his scythe tightly as it began to be surrounded by a black aura. "Why don't you kill them?" "You mean them?" I asked, looking at the unconscious members of Evilus. "It's not worth getting my hands dirty with your blood." "You underestimate me, Bell," Oris said, smiling slightly as he launched his attack with his scythe covered in that black aura. It was the confused sound that came from Bell as he jumped back, dodging the scythe which cut through an iron post. Upon making contact with the post, it began to rot and completely crumble. "Do you like my scythe, Bell?" Oris asked with a proud smile, swinging his weapon from side to side. "It's my special cursed weapon. Anything this weapon cuts will begin to rot into dust." As I said those words, I pointed that same dark scythe at Bell. "And that's what will happen to your body when she cuts you, you'll rot like the trash you are." "What a curious weapon you got," said Bell, putting away his sword. He wasn't going to risk the sword Kagaya gave him rotting from Oris's side, so he had to find another way to defeat him. "Are you scared?" he asked mockingly as he saw her put away her weapon. "Scared? All you're doing is wasting my time," he said indifferently. "If you've got another trick up your sleeve, then do it quickly. You're boring me. Shut your damn mouth." And with a shout filled with rage, Oris launched his attack, swinging his scythe from side to side, trying to cut Bell, who dodged every attack at the last second. "You know, I never told you out of respect, but on the missions we had in Rakia you were just a hindrance, your presence was unnecessary," Bell whispered mockingly, making the veins stand out on his opponent's face. "Shut up," he yelled furiously, lowering his scythe and trying to cut Bell in two. Bell simply stepped aside, causing the attack to hit the ground and create a crater. "Wow, you're stronger than you look," I complimented with a fake smile. "I'm going to kill you," he said with hatred, ready to fight again. Huh. But when he tried to pull the scythe out of the crater, he couldn't. It had become stuck due to all the force he used, so much so that even he was having trouble getting it out. But he stopped trying when he felt a hand land on his face. "Your own anger was the cause of your defeat," Oris, Bell whispered indifferently. "Relax, this shouldn't kill you I think. Just." Firebolt. The explosion hit Oris squarely in the face, sending him flying towards a house which collapsed upon impact, leaving him lying on the ground, with his face blackened and smoke coming out of him. "You'll probably go blind." "I think I burned your eyes," Bell said, turning away and dismissing the incident. "Now, on to my main objective." Taking a leap, Bell landed on the rooftops again, watching smoke billow from different parts of Aurario, and hearing sounds of battle and monster roars all around. "TSK, at least Finn deigned to evacuate the civilians. For a moment I thought he'd use them as bait with that mind of his," Bell thought, leaping again onto another street and starting to kill the monsters there. "Where are you, Valletta?" In frustration, he began to decapitate every monster he encountered while running through the streets helping any adventurer in trouble. They even brought the silverbacks. How did they do it? Bell thought, confused, cutting the giant ape in two, not understanding how Evilus managed to bring a large number of monsters to the surface without anyone noticing. "Hey." As he passed by a street, Bell froze upon hearing a voice accompanied by a loud lightning bolt that struck a nearby house, signaling that it would soon begin to rain. Slowly and with a surprised expression, Bell turned to look in the direction where that voice was coming from. There, leaning against a wall, was Valletta with a calm expression on her face, showing her body and face with burn scars and the absence of her left arm, and with her, she carried a cursed sword stuck in the ground. "Valletta? What time did she arrive?" I didn't sense her presence, Bell thought, surprised by the girl's sudden appearance. "I really needed to see your face, Bell," Valletta whispered, still maintaining that calm expression. A drop of water fell from the sky, followed by another, and then another, until a heavy rain began to lash all of Aurario, soaking Valletta and Bell, although these two didn't care much. "Do you like my plan?" I asked, smiling slightly as I listened to the roars of monsters in the distance. "I must admit it's rather original," Bell said, raising his guard. "By the way, you have a nice appearance." I think this is the first time you've ever complimented me." "You're going to make me blush," she said, still smiling, as she drew her sword from the ground. "But don't think that means you've earned my forgiveness." As if I needed it. Loud thunderclaps could be heard throughout the city as the rain intensified and the weather began to get colder. Slowly, Valletta stopped leaning against the wall and walked towards Bell until she was about 3 meters away from him. "Bell, would you like to have a dance with me on this rainy day?" he asked, pointing his cursed sword at the albino. "This time there won't be a meddling redeed interrupting our moment together." "If you mean fighting until one of us dies, then I accept," he said, smiling, although it wasn't a happy smile, it was a fake one. "I don't want to kill you, I want to give you something worse than death," he whispered, slowly lowering his sword. "Though I'll give you one more chance, if you beg my forgiveness on your knees I will forgive you, though you will still have a mild punishment, but it won't be like what I had planned. What do you say? Do you accept?" "I'm sorry, but the word kneel isn't in my dictionary when it comes to you," he refused, gripping his sword. "What a shame, it really is a shame," she said, slowly lowering her gaze, though seconds later a wide smile appeared on her face. "Who am I kidding? It makes me happy and excites me when you behave this way. It makes me love you more and want to have you chained up just for me." "I'm sorry to tell you that won't happen," he said as he raised his sword. "When I catch you, I won't let you go again," he whispered with a wide smile, also raising his sword. And after a second they both brought it down forcefully, their weapons clashing and beginning to crack the ground beneath them. "Let's have our last dance, my dear Bell. The dance of death perhaps." And with that clash, the final battle between Valletta and Bell had begun. The war between Aurario and Evilus to decide everyone's fate had begun, a war that would mark the city forever. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Bell vs Valletta. What's wrong, Captain? I don't know. In the center of Babel, where many adventurers were protecting the place and preventing the city center where the gods were from falling, was the captain of the Loki family, observing and listening to the explosions and roars of many monsters throughout Aurario, and next to him was Rawl, who was a little nervous because of the look the hobbit had. "My thumb keeps hurting really bad," Finn thought, clenching his fist tightly. "What's wrong? Am I missing something? I didn't know it, but the more I thought about it, the more my thumb hurt. Will the problem be with those who went to kill Delphine? Or will it be a problem here on the surface?" he thought, gripping his spear tightly with his other hand. The explosions and the roars of monsters all around made it impossible to concentrate. "I don't know, but something bad is definitely going to happen," Finn whispered, catching Rawl's attention. "We have to be ready for any outcome no matter how bad it is." "Why yes," the nervous boy agreed. "Zald Alfea Valletta Delphine Bell Cranel, I don't know who to worry about anymore," thought the hobbit, starting to walk forward. "Captain. I will eliminate the monsters and Evilus members that are in the surrounding area, you tell the others not to abandon their posts." "Understood." And with a serious and frustrated expression, Finn walked on to eliminate a few enemies, hoping that the pain in his thumb didn't mean anything serious. "Aurario cannot fall," he whispered as a huge storm began to descend upon the entire city. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a certain silver-haired woman walked slowly through the streets as raindrops soaked her clothes and hair, but she didn't care. Behind her were monster bodies and Evilus limbs torn apart by her magic, a sign that she had fought. "Everyone's annoying," she sighed, glancing up at the cloudy sky as raindrops fell on her face. "There's nothing more I can do. I doubt I'll make it through the day." A trickle of blood ran from her mouth, which quickly disappeared due to the drops of water as she looked down again. "I wonder what would have happened if I had raised Bell," she thought, a small smile creeping across her face as she stepped into an alley. "I'm sure I would have instilled many of my own habits in him and wouldn't have let just any girl near him. That noisy redeed would have had a hard time, if not an impossible one." The more she walked, the more the ground and walls around her trembled slightly, but she paid no attention to it. "Who am I kidding? I'm sure that silly girl would have somehow managed to get me to accept her," she thought, remembering Alise's personality. "Ah, how I wish I could go back in time and change so many things, starting with not abandoning you, Belle, but I guess it's too late to regret it now." Upon reaching the end of the alley, I arrived at an open field in the city with few houses around and the ground destroyed. And in the middle of that place were two men clashing their weapons forcefully, causing tremors with each clash. Iron Zald and Otter having their second rematch for the boar, a fight that would decide everything. "I think I'll stay here and watch your last fight, Zald," the woman thought, leaning against a wall without fully leaving the alley. "I suppose the poison has already invaded your entire body and yet that boar is still having trouble defeating you. What a pathetic generation." Another clash occurred with each man's enormous swords cracking the ground around them, demonstrating that each was giving everything he had in that fight. "You're certainly determined to awaken a hero in this war," Alfea slowly lowered her gaze, recalling the albino's face. Perhaps that hero we've been searching for was you, Belle, if only I hadn't abandoned you." Despite being hours away from death, remorse and guilt would never leave her. She would never forgive herself for everything she did and could have avoided. She couldn't even look her sister in the afterlife, although she doubted she would go to the same place as her sister. She didn't deserve it. Slowly, Althea closed her eyes, listening only to the sounds of Zold and Otter's blows and swords. Asking me not to help you today, even though you know that what I want most is to help you. You're cruel, Bell, she thought with a sad smile. But I'm sure you don't need my help. You're strong, very strong. Althea opened her eyes again, seeing a smile forming on Zold's face as he enjoyed the battle. I just hope those silly girls down there are doing well with that thing, he thought, clenching his fist slightly. They'd better win. Meanwhile, in another part of the city. Two people stared at each other while their swords were together, exerting force, neither of them wanting to give in. DSK, Bell clicked his tongue, noticing that Valletta, despite having only one arm, still possessed considerable strength. Something's not right. I love that look in your eyes, the woman whispered, gazing into the albino's eyes. I can't decide which one I like best, the scared look you had as a child or your defiant gaze. Hearing that made Bell frown, applying more force to his clash, seeking to win that test of strength. But Valletta had no intention of that, so she simply stepped aside, causing the albino to lose his balance a little. I really like your defiant look, he whispered, raising his sword. But I prefer your frightened look. And with force, Valletta lowered her sword again, seeking to cut Bell. Thanks to his experience, he managed to react in time and jump back, dodging the attack. This is weird, Bell thought, staring at Valletta. No matter how many years pass, my dear Bell, you're still inferior to me, he mocked, letting out a small laugh. I am no longer that child from the past who begged not to be hurt, things are different now. Yes, I admit it, you've gotten strong, Bell, she whispered, observing the place where his left arm was supposed to be. Believe it or not, I'm proud to see how strong you've become because, even though you might find it hard to admit, you are who you are today thanks to everything you went through in the past, thanks to all those training sessions I gave you. And what do you want me to say? Thank you, Valletta-sama? He asked, annoyed. Don't get ahead of yourself, save that for when I have you chained up in a cell I've prepared just for you, we'll have a wonderful time, you and I. I will no longer be your toy, and with those words Bell launched another attack, with Valletta waiting for him with a smile. No, Bell, you'll be more than just my toy, I whispered with a smile, beginning a fierce clash of swords with Bell. Crash after crash occurred on that street, causing even the heavy raindrops that were about to fall on them to be blown off in other directions by the strong wind produced by the attacks. Firebolt! Bell shouted, raising the palm of his hand, seeking to damage his opponent's face. But he was predicting the attack, he was able to dodge it, and, lifting his foot with great agility, he gave Bell a powerful kick to the jaw, sending him crashing into a wall. I won't fall for that trick again. Without waiting, Valletta lunged at Bell, seeking to inflict a wound strong enough to knock him out of the fight. DSK, Bell said, annoyed, quickly getting to his feet and dodging Valletta's sword, which sliced the enormous wall in two. Something's not right, he thought, watching as the girl turned to look at him with an excited smile. By the way, where's your stupid little girlfriend? Valletta asked, throwing slash after slash at Bell, who dodged or blocked them. It's strange that she's not here with you. Where is she? That's none of your business, he replied, feeling the sword lightly graze his cheek. Don't tell me, was she sent to eliminate Delphine? She asked, a wry smile spreading across her face. Hahaha, I knew Finn was stupid, but I didn't think he was that stupid, sending that dead weight onto the battlefield. Alise is not useless. I shouted angrily, moving at great speed and launching a powerful kick towards Valletta. She couldn't react in time and received the full force of the kick to her stomach, but before going flying, she moved her arm quickly and caused a deep wound to Bell's shoulder. Ugh, the albino groaned in pain, feeling the cut on his shoulder as he watched Valletta crash hard into a house. Ah ha ha. Valletta's loud laughter could be heard from the house as loud thunderclaps echoed throughout her area and the rain intensified, so much so that it even made it a little difficult for Bell to see. What's so funny? Bell asked, annoyed and breathing a little heavily from exhaustion, which was strange since the fight had barely begun. It makes me laugh how much you trust the captain of the Astri family, he replied as he emerged from the rubble, a trickle of blood running down his forehead. Do you seriously think that bunch of useless idiots stands a chance against Delphine? They will win, I trust them, she said confidently, making Valletta shake her head in disappointment. I pity you, Bell. You still don't know how terrible that beast can be. I almost feel sorry for what that vixen must be going through down there. She's probably screaming, Bell, save me. This thing is going to kill me. Help. Hahaha, what a shame your dear Bell is having such a good time with me. He laughed mockingly, making Bell grip his sword tightly. Don't you understand? The monsters here on the surface, Evilis, Zold, this is just the beginning of the hell that Auraria will live through. I will never understand your sick mind, he whispered with disgust, launching himself into another attack. You don't need to understand me. I realized you never would after spending so many years together and continuing with your stupid dream of wanting to save Valerio," she said angrily, dodging Bell's sword and immediately launching a slash at him, which he also managed to dodge. "Maybe I need a few more years to break you mentally." With great speed, they both began to clash their swords again and again, cracking the ground around them, while the sound of their footsteps in the water could be heard everywhere, along with the heavy rain and lightning. "Do you know what will happen if you manage to save Valerio from us?" he asked, dodging Bell's fist. "You do." The SK Bell clenched his teeth tightly, blocking Valletta's barrage of attacks, which to his surprise were becoming faster and stronger. "They'll kill you. All of Valerio won't give a damn about the good deeds you did for them in this war. The only thing they'll remember are the crimes you committed while you were with us," he yelled, delivering a powerful kick to Bell's stomach. Bell gritted his teeth, trying to withstand the pain, and took several steps back. "Are you seriously going to sacrifice yourself for people who won't even remember your damn name? People will always focus more on the bad deeds than the good, even if the good ones far outweigh the bad. That's preferable to continuing to live as your damn toy." Bell shouted angrily, headbutting Valletta, which nearly broke his nose. "I gave you a weapon, I gave you a damn grimoire, so you could learn the damn firebolt. I even promoted you to high command in Evilis. You practically had everything in Evilis, and you still decided to help Valerio." Valletta shouted forcefully, kicking the puddle of water on the ground, splashing Bell's face, and forcing him to close his eyes for a few seconds. "That damned path is one I didn't choose." Even with his eyes closed, Bell felt Valletta's sword approaching his stomach, managing to dodge it. "Valerio is destined to be destroyed. You're fighting for nothing." With force, Valletta launched a powerful kick at Bell's face, hitting him squarely and sending him flying towards some houses and through them. "You're on the wrong side. Go back where you belong, Bell." Without giving him time to recover, Valletta quickly ran towards the place where the albino had fallen, and before he could stand up, he gave him a strong kick in the stomach, sending him flying through the air again. Something's not right, Bell thought, wincing as he slammed into a wall, feeling Valletta's strength increase. "Why? All of Valerio will be destroyed," I yelled, running towards the albino, wanting to kick him again. "And when all that happens, you'll realize that all your efforts were in vain." Bell stood up and covered himself with both arms from Valletta's kick, avoiding the blow to his stomach, and quickly, before she could move away, he grabbed her foot with one hand and slammed her into the wall behind him with force. "So don't ever say again that your efforts were in vain. Even though probably no one knows about your actions, you are a hero to many people. As the goddess of justice, let me tell you that I am very happy to know that there is someone like you who fights for good without seeking anything in return. You are not a failure. You are an ally of justice." He remembered the sweet words that the goddess Astri told him that day when he told the whole truth, that day when Astri, with a motherly aura, encouraged him and pulled him out of his inner depression, those words that he kept with affection. "My efforts were never in vain." Bell shouted, raising his sword and seeking to stab Valletta in the head. She spun around with amusement, even though Bell was holding her by one of her feet, and delivered a powerful kick to his face that forced him to let go. "Who told you such a cruel lie?" he asked mockingly, slashing at Bell's leg and inflicting a fairly large wound. "I really pity you. That stupid Redeed brainwashed you with her stupid words about justice and doing the right thing." "Be quiet." Bell angrily raised the palm of his hand as a ball of fire formed in it. He was concentrating so much magic that the fireball changed from white to a dark color, black flames. Valletta laughed. "Firebolt." And launching the powerful dark flame, it went at great speed towards Valletta, who patiently awaited the magic attack. "You really are amazing, Bell," he whispered, raising his sword which was beginning to be covered by a black aura. And when the flame was just centimeters away from her, she forcefully lowered her cursed sword, impacting the fireball. Bell could only watch as his powerful dark flame was split in two, both parts going in different directions and impacting some houses, causing a huge explosion that made the ground around it tremble. Even the rain stopped for a few seconds in that area due to the shockwave. Seconds later the strong storm resumed, soaking Bell completely again, who stared in shock as his magic had been cut off by Valletta. What?" he whispered, bewildered. "I love that look of surprise," Valletta whispered with a small smile, her arm slightly burned despite her efforts to avoid the magic hitting it. "Do you like my cursed sword?" Bell frowned upon hearing those words, now understanding that the cause of everything was his opponent's sword. "Haven't you wondered why you've gotten weaker than usual in this fight and I've gotten stronger?" he asked with amusement. "What kind of cursed sword is that?" he asked seriously. "It's a one-of-a-kind sword, the only one of its kind in the entire world," she explained, gazing at the sword with fascination. "The more wounds my sword inflicts on my enemy, the more its strength and energy it steals from the opponent and gives to the sword's owner. Similar to Kissam's sword from Naruto." Bell's eyes widened in surprise at those words. Now he understood why that cursed sword was unique. The longer the fight went on, the stronger Valletta would become. I can also channel all that stolen power into the sword and unleash a much more powerful attack. That's how I sliced that mighty firebolt in two. As she spoke, Valletta pointed her cursed sword at the surprised Bell. In short, your strength will now be my strength. That's cheating, she said with a nervous smile. Perhaps. Initially, I planned to use my Sheldo magic, but besides weakening you, I would also lose strength. But then I immediately remembered this amazing sword. I planned to give it to you once you succumbed to madness, and we became an incredible killing duo, but that won't be necessary anymore. A drop of sweat trickled down Bell's forehead because of the nerves he felt. Do you still think you can defeat me despite being at a disadvantage? I don't think so. I know I'm going to defeat you, I promised Alise, he whispered confidently, returning to his fighting stance. You shouldn't have made a promise you can't keep. And in the blink of an eye, they clashed their swords again with force, resuming their fight on that day amidst a strong storm that lashed all of Aurario. Meanwhile, with Althea. She watched with a calm face as Zold lay on the ground and Otter stood after having connected his powerful attack. It was clear, Zold had lost. You put up a good fight, Zold, the woman thought, watching her companion smile despite having lost. Zold probably believed that Otter would be a key player in the future battle against the Black Dragon. This is over, Otter whispered, breathing heavily after the great battle he had just had. That last attack was good for someone like you, Zold said, lying on the ground as raindrops hit his face. Are you going to finish this? The poison is killing you, there's no need for me to do anything anymore, Otter replied calmly. Although he was confused when he heard footsteps behind him turning around. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but be surprised and a little scared. Althea whispered the boar, taking his sword which was already on its last legs. Although he knew it would be useless, even though that woman was on the verge of death, if he used all his strength she would destroy him in a matter of seconds. That woman was always a monster. Put away your sword, idiot, I'm not here to fight, Althea said, making Otter confused. Why? I asked, not understanding. I have no reason to fight with you, I just want to talk to the idiot behind you, he said, walking past Otter and towards Zold. The boar just watched in confusion, not understanding why he refused to fight, although he didn't complain either. He couldn't have done much after all. Zold just stared at Otter, implying that he wanted them to be alone together in that destroyed place, giving him the message that Althea would not participate in that battle. Otter, wanting to respect the last will of the warrior who gave him the best battle of his life, turned his back on him. Thank you Zold, you were a great opponent and warrior, I will never forget you. And with those words the boar began to walk away from the place, leaving the two of them alone in that empty street. Literally, you defeated someone who was already on the verge of death, there's nothing honorable about it, Althea whispered when she saw that Otter was no longer nearby. Althea, we both gave it our all in this fight, it was a fair victory for him, so don't judge him, Zold said with a grin, coughing up a little blood. If you believe it, he said, looking at the dying man on the ground. What are you doing here? He asked, a little confused. I suppose I'll talk to you a little before you die, and before I die too, he replied calmly, turning his gaze to the cloudy sky with raindrops hitting his face. I have nothing else to do. Aren't you going to see Bell even one more time? He asked, puzzled. No, there's nothing more I have to say to him. I've apologized to him many times, and no matter how many times I apologize, it won't fix anything. I don't even know what to say to him if I see him again. Being hard on yourself again, she whispered, letting out a soft laugh. It's the truth, she said, letting out a sad sigh. You can tell him just once how much you love him, the man said, smiling slightly. Upon hearing those words, Althea lowered her gaze to look at the dying man. I thought you were on the verge of death, and here you are still talking. That's hard to hear, he whispered as his face turned pale. Before I go, I have something important to tell you, Althea. If it's a love confession, I'll crush your head, he threatened with a darkened look. Ahaha, you wish, he mocked, then adopted a serious attitude. It's about Bell. Upon hearing the mention of her nephew, Althea took the conversation seriously. What's wrong with him? In the past, he told me certain things that he asked me never to tell you, and out of respect, I kept his secret, she said as a trickle of blood ran from her mouth. But you have the right to know, Althea, there's still one thing you have to do. What did Bell tell you? She asked curiously, frowning. Zold just stared at the serious woman preparing for what she was about to say, hoping that Althea wouldn't crush his head. Bell told me during one of our many training sessions. I tried to do something, but he asked me not to. As a warrior, I knew he wanted this to be his battle, but I can't stay silent without you knowing anything. Speak quickly, he asked, beginning to lose patience. Althea, I'll tell you everything Valletta did to Bell during his first 6 years in Evilis. Back to Bell. He clashed his sword furiously with Valletta's, receiving the occasional cut, feeling as part of his strength left him with each passing minute while Valletta grew stronger. Despite having his never retreat ability active, which increased his strength when he had a one-on-one battle, this strength was being stolen by Valletta, putting him at a disadvantage. Firebolt. It's useless. Swiftly waving his sword, he split the fireball in two, once again avoiding the attack. Let's continue. With a big smile, Valletta launched a flurry of powerful attacks, forcing Bell to retreat. That stupid sword, Bell thought, annoyed, having no chance to counterattack. Despite having only one arm, he demonstrated his years of combat experience, something in which he surpassed the albino. Taking advantage of the fact that Bell was protecting himself from his sword, he launched a powerful kick to his ribs, causing a grimace of pain to form on his face. Wonderful. I love you, Bell. She shouted, causing 3 more cuts on the albino's body, stealing more of his strength and transferring it to herself. You've acquired so much power over all these years. Breathing heavily, Bell stepped back, feeling much weaker as he had multiple wounds all over his body, looking at the smiling Valletta. Although it's a bit disappointing. What's disappointing? Bell asked, frowning. I hope Aritide isn't here, he said wearily. It would be fun to see her terrified expressions only to torture her in front of you and kill her. Alise is strong. And you're stronger than her, and look at you. He shouted mockingly. Unfortunately, she's probably already dead because of Delphine. What a shame. Bell chuckled softly at those words. You underestimate Alise. She's very strong. That monster has probably already turned to dust. Bell cut his words short, becoming slightly confused, and not only him, but Valletta as well, feeling the earth shake. What's going on? Bell thought, puzzled. Seconds later, a huge explosion occurred in Babel, alerting all the people scattered throughout the city, who saw the curtain of smoke that had risen. What? And at that very moment. Bell's breathing stopped as he heard a powerful roar in Babel that was heard throughout Arario and made the whole earth tremble again. And no, Bell whispered tremulously as an icy sensation ran down his spine. Ha 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 ha. Valletta burst into loud laughter as a dragon's head peeked out from Babel. What the hell were you saying, Bell? That your girlfriend killed Delphine. Are you blind? That monster is in Arario. Alise, Bell whispered, his face pale, unable to believe what he was seeing. No, Alise. Ahaha, Alise Lovell is dead down there. She failed to stop Delphine from reaching the surface. Valletta shouted with a huge grin. Do you see this, Thanatos? We have won. Alise. Meanwhile, elsewhere. The Airbus watched from afar as Delphine emerged from the center of Babel, destroying everything around her. Wow, the god whispered, a little surprised. I must admit I wasn't expecting this. The Airbus believed that the group tasked with eliminating Delphine would win their battle. He was even about to go to the dungeon and see how the battle ended, but he didn't expect at all to see the beast arrive on the surface. A small smile appeared on the god's face as he looked at the enormous dragon. Interesting, I whispered, shaking my head slightly. I wonder what you'll do now, Bell. The final war between Evilus and Arario had taken a turn that no one expected as a conclusion approached that would leave the city scarred. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Empty eyes. I am sorry, Althea. Those were the last words Zald whispered before letting out his last breath, dying the last living member of the Zeus family. Standing in front of him was Althea, whose dress and hair were soaked from the heavy storm that was hitting Arario, but she didn't care much about that. All he did was stare at his partner's corpse with completely empty, lifeless eyes, remembering everything he had said to him before he died. Slowly, Althea turned around and began to walk, completely ignoring Delphine's roars that could be heard in Babel. That was of no importance to her at that moment. All he did was walk through the streets in the heavy rain with that empty look, walking slowly, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the puddles. The monsters that were around her eating some adventurers noticed her presence and wanted to attack her. But before they could move, they stopped abruptly, only able to watch as the woman walked by without paying them any attention. They didn't know it, but the instinct of each of those monsters told them not to go near that woman. Even though their sole purpose in life was to kill, regardless of whether their enemy was stronger than them, this time they couldn't. They simply couldn't move their bodies. So they decided to back down and continue what they were doing. As Althea continued on her way without any destination, she just walked aimlessly, feeling that her steps would lead her to find her goal. Bell. It was the faint whisper that escaped her with that same look in her eyes, Zald's words repeating themselves over and over in her mind. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, with Bell. Alise. Was the cry full of anguish and despair that escaped from Bell when he saw Delphine on the surface. I didn't understand it. Alise, along with her family, the Loki family and Freya, were supposed to exterminate that monster, but now it was on the surface. Why? Were they all Thinking about it, Belle's desperation and panic increased even more as she wanted to make sure that Alise and her friends were alive. But his grave mistake was completely forgetting that he was in the middle of a battle. Heh, was the weak laugh that escaped Valletta when she saw the state Belle was in. He quickly approached the distracted albino who intended to leave, but before he could take a step, Valletta brought his sword down forcefully, causing a very deep wound in his back, robbing him of much more strength due to the severity of the injury. A groan of pain escaped Bell as he felt his back being cut, losing more and more strength in his body, feeling like he wanted to fall to his knees from weakness. "You're an idiot, Bell." Valletta shouted mockingly, throwing a powerful kick at the albino's face, which connected squarely, slamming him hard to the ground. "Did you really think that bitch was going to win?" Without giving him time to breathe, she kicked him in the stomach again, sending him flying a few meters away from her. "You're really stupid to trust her." Laughing loudly, she walked towards him and kicked him repeatedly until she sent him crashing into a house. As Bell coughed up a large amount of blood from the blows he had received, feeling how his body had weakened considerably, he could barely move. "Damn it," he whispered, clenching his fists in frustration. He was someone experienced in battle, but he had made a rookie mistake, which was getting distracted in the middle of a fight, and in a battle against a first-class fighter, a minimal error would be enough to turn everything around and put things against him. Alise, he thought with pain, not wanting to believe that the girl he loved was dead. But he didn't even have time to complain as he felt Valletta grab his hair tightly, forcing him to stand up while blood ran down his face. Valletta laughed mockingly at the albino's lifeless eyes. "I don't even need this anymore," he thought, staring at his cursed sword that he had left on the ground. I slowly dragged Bell by the hair until he is leaning against a wall with his back to it. And without waiting, he began to punch him repeatedly in the face with his only arm. "It was obvious, Bell. All this time you've been inferior to me. Your destiny was to be by my side like a faithful dog." He shouted mockingly as Bell's blood splattered the walls and floor, thanks to the powerful punches. "You placed too much trust in those stupid girls, and now you're getting a reality check," he yelled, punching the albino hard in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. The word justice was way too big for a bunch of little girls. Despite feeling a lot of anger at those insults, Bell could do nothing. That last cut with the cursed sword had stolen a great amount of strength from him, leaving him only enough to stay conscious. "Look." Valletta grabbed Bell by the hair again and dragged him into the middle of the street, forcing him to look at Delphine who was standing in the distance. "Look." Bell could only watch helplessly as Delphine charged a powerful attack from her mouth and launched it at any random location in the city, producing a huge explosion. The instant that explosion occurred, 4 pillars of light rose into the sky, a sign that some gods had died in that attack. Ahahaha. Because of your little friend's weakness, people and gods are dying on the surface. And just when everyone was confident they would stop it. Alise, Bell whispered in pain, watching as Delphine roared angrily, probably confronting the adventurers in Babel. But he couldn't see any more because Valletta slammed his face hard into the ground. "Now do you understand?" Valletta whispered, watching the massacred albino lift his face slightly, only to slam it back down on the ground again and again. In the sky, 2 more pillars of light could be seen rising, a sign of the death of 2 more gods, thanks to Delphine's magic attacks. "You wanted to protect Arario. Look at the city you wanted to protect," he whispered with a small smile, lifting Bell's face so they looked at each other intently, studying the boy's expression. The cries of despair, the sounds of battles, and the roars of monsters, accompanied by Delphine's roars, could be heard everywhere. "I almost feel sorry for you," he said, looking at the albino with pity. "What did you tell me before? That your efforts hadn't been in vain?" "Well, I think all your attempts were a failure." A severe storm throughout the city, accompanied by intense lightning, only served to make everything look even more devastated, creating a truly desolate atmosphere. "What's wrong?" I asked with a slight smile, observing Bell's blank face. "Do you want to tell me something? Do you want to tell me how much you love me?" "Our rotten hell. Haha, that's why I like you, you're so rebellious," he said mockingly, giving Bell a soft kiss on the cheek before whispering a few words. "Get ready because you're mine again, and I'll make it clear you'll never betray me again. Did what you went through as a child traumatize you? Well, let me tell you, this time I won't show you any mercy. The only thing you'll ever see in that cell is my face, no one else. Do you understand?" Bell just clenched his fists tightly upon hearing that, cursing the moment he got distracted by seeing Delphine. "Would you like to take a stroll through the dungeon and see if we can find your girlfriend's body?" he asked, standing up and starting to walk, not before tucking his cursed sword into his waistband and then grabbing Bell by the hair and dragging him along. "I hope you're still recognizable, though it should be easy because of your hair color." Bell furiously tried to struggle, but it was impossible, he had almost no strength left. "Come on, my beloved Bell, don't be rebellious," he said, kneeling again and looking at the albino's face. "You lost, accept reality." The bomb, the albino thought, remembering the device Lyra had given him. It was a miracle it hadn't activated after all the blows it had received. He slowly reached for his pocket, wanting to take it out and stick it on Valletta. Unfortunately, she realized his intentions, taking his hand and preventing him from moving it. "What were you going to do?" he asked with a slight smile. "Do you still have a trick up your sleeve?" Slowly, Valletta reached for Bell's pocket, but before she could take the bomb, her first-class instincts warned her of an attack. He quickly jumped back, leaving Bell on the ground, dodging just in time a sword that was headed towards his neck. "Leave Bell alone." It was the scream that was heard in that street, making Bell open his eyes in surprise as he recognized that voice, slowly raising his gaze. "ARD," Bell whispered, looking at the girl's face. The trickle of blood ran down RD's forehead and she had a few wounds, a sign that she had battled with members of Evilus or some strong monster. "I will save you," Bell, RD said sadly upon seeing the albino's appearance. "And no run away," she pleaded worriedly. Valletta currently had the strength of a level 6 thanks to all the strength that was stolen from her by the cursed sword, and she didn't even know how long those effects would last until she returned to her normal state. RD had no chance against Valletta. "RD Varma, it would have been more interesting if the older sister had appeared instead of the useless younger sister," Valletta said mockingly, seeing who wanted to stop her. "I'm not useless." RD shouted angrily, getting into a fighting stance. "Of course you are. I'm even surprised someone like you is still alive. You should have died a long time ago," she mocked, a superior smile spreading across her face. "Do yourself a favor and back off." "I won't leave Bell alone, he's my friend," he said, gripping his sword tightly. "I won't let you touch him." "ARD no." "Huh? Hey. I just had a brilliant idea." Valletta exclaimed with an excited smile, looking at Bell. "Maybe she's not allies, but she seems important to you too." A shiver ran down Bell's spine when he saw the look on Valletta's face, a look he knew very well. "Very well, my dear Bell, stay on the ground and watch the spectacle I will put on with your dear friend," he whispered, turning his gaze towards RD, who with a serious expression, gripped her sword. "And no. Tell me what you want me to do. Or should I leave it up to me?" he asked, walking slowly towards RD. "You won't hurt him." RD shouted, moving at her level 3 speed, wanting to attack the side where Valletta didn't have her arm. Mockingly, Valletta moved her sword at great speed, forcing RD to defend herself, whose arms trembled as she felt Valletta's newfound strength. "Ugh," the girl complained, taking a few steps back from the strength of her opponent. "Exactly how do you plan to save Bell? With your willpower?" he asked playfully, launching another powerful attack that forced RD to defend herself once again. "No." RD denied, breathing heavily. "Huh? So how will you do it?" he asked, launching a barrage of attacks which RD could barely block. Valletta was just playing around. She could kill RD at any time, but she wanted to make Bell suffer. "It's a shame that the strength of someone weaker than me can be stolen by the cursed sword," Valletta lamented, wounding RD on the shoulder. "Well, my dear Bell's strength is more than enough." "Bell isn't yours," RD whispered angrily. "Bell can't come back to you, and I'll stop him." "RD," Bell whispered, looking at the girl in surprise. "Haha, you're so funny," Valletta laughed. "Hey Bell, I ordered you to find the warehouses, not to charm random girls in Aurario. You're a cheater." RD chuckled softly. "You should have killed me sooner, Valletta." "Now you're trying to play hard to get," she said wearily. "Any trick you use won't work." "You know, Shakti taught me a little about taming monsters," the girl said, taking an object from her pocket. "I'll use my enemy's weapon to my advantage." And with those words, RD threw the object to the ground, which exploded, raising a curtain of smoke. "A smoke bomb?" Valletta thought, confused. "We have to go." RD shouted, grabbing Bell in her arms and starting to run. "It's useless." Valletta shouted confidently, ready to step out of that smokescreen. But a creaking sound in the adjacent wall stopped him in his tracks, making him turn his gaze to that place. The wall blew to pieces and out of it came minotaurs, orcs, silverbacks and other types of monsters, beginning to attack Valletta. "DSK," Valletta said irritably, jumping back to dodge a minotaur's punch and decapitation. "You thought you could stop me with this trash?" she demanded, starting to kill all the monsters that had surrounded her. RD used this time to get away from the place. "Did you tame them all?" Bell asked in surprise. "No. I only tamed 2 minotaurs, but the rest of the monsters, seeing those 2 following me, decided to follow me too to kill me, and I formed my small army," the girl replied proudly. "Now we must hurry. They won't last long with Valletta as our opponent." The girls started running faster, hoping to find a healer or a potion shop to cure the albino. With their renewed energy, they could surely defeat Valletta. But when he was about to turn onto a street, he had to brake suddenly when he saw a beam of magic pass by, destroying the entire place and leaving the whole street in ruins. That was close, RD whispered, watching Delphine in the distance, still fighting the adventurers. They allies is? No. RD protested, starting to run in another direction. Allies, Ryu, they're all strong, they would never be killed by that monster. Something must have happened down there for that thing to have managed to climb up. That's the only explanation. Burn. You'll see I'm right, first we have to solve our problem with Valletta, and then we'll go help them. Haha, that's a good joke. Valletta mocked, appearing in the blink of an eye in front of her, who was surprised by her sudden arrival. Stupid. With one punch, Valletta sent Bell flying from her arms, falling to the ground and leaving RD alone with Valletta. Bell. RD shouted worriedly. Worry about yourself, you stupid girl, he said, raising his sword and bringing it down forcefully. RD tried to protect herself with her sword, but it was shattered by Valletta's cursed sword, leaving her unprotected. If I have time, I'll send your sister to the other world too. It doesn't burn. Bell desperately tried to stand up, wanting to protect his friend, but stopped trying when he saw Valletta's sword pierce the girl's stomach. ARD. A few small drops of blood fell on Bell's face as he watched with a horrified expression as RD spat blood from her mouth while Valletta watched with a smile, burying the sword deeper into her stomach. RD Varma, I'd say I'd remember you, but you're not interesting enough to keep in my memories, Valletta whispered, slowly pulling her cursed sword from RD's stomach. RD fell to her knees, blood gushing from her. You were just useless. And no, ARD. With a desperate expression, Bell began to crawl towards the girl who was still on her knees clutching her stomach with a pained expression, trying to stop the bleeding, but it was impossible without a potion. See, Bell. If this girl hadn't met you, she wouldn't be in this condition, he said, watching the albino crawl. Your relationship with her is what caused her death. RD, Bell whispered in pain, wanting to reach the girl. Be Bell, RD said with a small smile, turning to look at the albino who was still crawling on the ground, trying to reach her. Sorry for not helping you. And no. Stop. Bell shouted as he saw Valletta raise her sword with a smile to decapitate RD. Please. Keep begging, your pleas won't get you anywhere. Valletta watched RD with murderous intent, ready to kill her. But she didn't even turn to look at her and didn't pay attention to her gaze. She just kept her eyes fixed on Bell, maintaining her sad smile. I am selfish, RD whispered, a single tear rolling down her cheek. Sometimes I wish I'd met you before you met allies. Burn. Thank you, Bell. A very nice farewell, Valletta said indifferently. This is your punishment, Bell. For associating with her, she will now die. And no, please. I like seeing you so vulnerable, she said with a big smile. And I hope you continue to suffer. And with those words, Valletta lowered her sword to cut off RD's head, who only looked at Bell with a smile, while he begged through tears not to do it. Everything happened in slow motion, with only Bell's screams and Valletta's sword slicing through the air just inches from RD's neck being heard. But before the blade touched her, Valletta stopped abruptly. Was the sound that escaped Valletta as she felt a chill run down her spine, as if the dead woman herself were watching her. That was the reason why his body froze and he didn't cut off RD's head. Meanwhile, she and Bell just watched in confusion as Valletta stopped moving, not understanding why. Slowly, still with that sensation in her body, Valletta turned around to see who was behind her. And the first thing she saw were a pair of completely empty heterochromatic eyes staring at her from a few meters away, making her blood run cold. Althea. That was the whisper that came from Valletta and Bell as they looked at the woman in front of them. The powerful lightning bolt struck behind Althea, causing a loud crash, but she didn't even flinch, keeping her eyes fixed on Valletta. The rain was still going on, but it wasn't a heavy storm like at the beginning. It had calmed down a bit after that strong lightning strike. After a few seconds, Althea started walking, making Valletta jump a little. But to his surprise, it walked past him and headed towards Bell, who was still on the ground. Here, Althea whispered, taking out a good quality potion and giving it to Bell. Take it and regain your strength. If you hurry, you can prevent her from bleeding to death. As he said those words, Bell turned his gaze towards RD, who was paler than usual. So he quickly drank it, regaining some of his energy, enough to be able to run. As if I would let her live. Valletta shouted, raising her sword and finishing the job of killing RD. But Althea's piercing cold gaze made her freeze again. I didn't understand it, it was just a damn look, so how was it able to make her whole body freeze? Althea, Bell whispered, looking at the woman. I'm sorry, I whispered, still staring at Valletta. I know you want to do this, but I have to go away and heal your friend. Bell simply observed Althea's empty gaze. He couldn't tell if she was angry or not. That look conveyed absolutely nothing. All he could see was a profound emptiness in those emotionless eyes. Then he turned his gaze to RD, who was painfully clutching her stomach. He wanted to take revenge on Valletta, to make her suffer, but at that moment RD needed him, and between his friend's life and his revenge, RD was more important than anything else. I will return. So, having made his decision, Bell stood up, carried RD bridal style, and ran out of there, passing by Althea who didn't even turn to look at him. Valletta just watched angrily as Bell walked away, but she couldn't go after them, not while that woman was standing in front of her. After a few seconds, only the two of them remained on that completely empty street, while Delphine's roars could be heard in the distance. "What do you want?" Valletta asked, sharpening her gaze and gripping her sword. "Kill you," was Althea's quick reply, her voice as lifeless as her eyes. A drop of sweat trickled down Valletta's cheek upon hearing the woman's quick reply. But seconds later he smiled mockingly and superiorly, looking at the woman who had a trickle of blood running down her mouth. "You? And what are you going to do to me?" "You're on the verge of death," Valletta said calmly. "Thanks to the strength I stole from Bell, even I can kill the great Althea. There's no one in this damned city who can stand up to me." But Althea didn't even flinch at those words, maintaining that same look. "Can I ask why you want to kill me? You were in the organization for a long time, but you never did anything to me. Why now?" she asked curiously. The silence from Althea was the only response he received. Seconds later, a smile of amusement appeared on Valletta's face as she understood. "Oh, I see you found out about Bell's past," she whispered mockingly. Althea frowned upon hearing those words, but Valletta paid no attention to it. "I can't see any other explanation for your sudden hatred towards me," he said with a grin. "So you finally realized everything I did to little Bell. How much do you know? Everything, or just little stories?" I asked, no longer frozen by Althea's cold stare. "Apparently not everything, or am I wrong?" "Ha. Valletta felt confident. She knew Althea was on the verge of death. If she fought intelligently, she could defeat her in a matter of seconds and, incidentally, take some of her strength thanks to the cursed sword. "Well, the truth is I did a lot of things to Bell in the past, you could say almost everything," she said, unaware that the atmosphere was becoming colder. "Anything you can imagine, I probably did to Bell." With every word Valletta said, Althea clenched her fists tightly, digging her nails into her hands. "Do you feel like trash for abandoning your nephew? Let's be honest. If you hadn't abandoned him, he wouldn't have gone through any of this. You could say that a large part of it is your fault." A mocking smile formed on Valletta's face, watching Althea's expression, wanting to provoke her further. If Althea let her anger reach its peak, she would attack without thinking, becoming predictable, and thus she could easily win that battle. "I have a game for you, Althea," I whispered playfully. "I'll ask you a question, and you answer yes or no. Then I'll tell you if your answer is correct or if you're wrong. What do you say? Shall we play?" "I'll take that silence as a yes," he said, preparing for the game. "Here's my question, Althea. Remember, you can only answer with yes or no." Valletta didn't notice, but the ground beneath the woman was beginning to crack with every passing second. She was so focused on her taunts that she didn't realize it. "Althea. Is Bell? For your own good, I advise you not to finish that question," Althea warned, her empty gaze turning to one filled with hatred. "All you'll achieve is making your death much slower and more painful, you damn bitch. And all you're going to do is hasten your death, old woman," Valletta said, pointing her cursed sword at her. "I only have a little time left to live. I will transform that little time into a living hell for you." Every second Althea remembered the words Zald had said to her, making her blood boil with anger, especially when she saw Valletta's confident smile. "I had to pay. He had to pay for everything he did to his nephew. And I would return all the pain multiplied 1,000-fold until her body could take no more. That was his last job before he died. Come whenever you want, Althea. This isn't a fight, I'll torture you until I'm satisfied, bitch." End of chapter. Chapter 36. Last breath. "Shall we begin?" It was Valletta's question, with an amused smile, as she looked at Althea, who hadn't moved from her spot. But silence was the only response she received, making her smile grow even wider. "I'm excited to see what kind of screams come out of you." And with those words, Valletta launched her attack, ready to wound Althea with her cursed sword and steal some of her power. But instead of charging straight at him, he began running from side to side, trying to confuse the woman, who was still calmly standing in the same place. "So much effort for nothing," Althea whispered, gazing at the cloudy sky with a few raindrops still falling. "I'm not one to torture my enemies, but I'll be creative today and try different things with you like you told Bell. We'll have a good time, Valletta. Stop muttering and attack," he shouted, launching himself into the attack, seeking to wound Althea's back. But to her surprise, despite going at great speed, Althea moved aside as if everything was in slow motion for her. Their faces were just a few centimeters apart, staring into Althea's completely empty heterochromatic eyes. And when she tried to react, she received a strong kick to the stomach which sent her flying through the air, vomiting a large amount of blood. This has to be a joke, Valletta thought in shock, soaring into the air from the powerful kick she received from Althea, who was looking down at her from the ground. She's on the verge of death. How is she capable of having such monster strength? After being in the air for a few seconds, she began to descend again where Althea was waiting for her. She quickly tried to recover in mid-air, but Althea wouldn't allow it. When she was just a few centimeters away, she buried her fist with all her strength in her face, hearing her opponent's jaw crack slightly. "Defeat me? Me?" Althea whispered, slamming Valletta into the ground with a powerful blow that left a huge crater. "If it weren't for that cursed sword, you wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes against Bell. You're just a damn piece of useless trash." Ugh, Valletta groaned in pain as she knelt down, clutching her jaw, which was bleeding profusely from how badly it was shattered. She even felt that if she removed her hand, it would fall off. I didn't understand it. She had stolen almost all of Bell's strength. It was practically a level 6 halfway through her journey against a level 7 on the verge of death. The odds had to be in her favor. What's happening? I slowly raised my gaze upon hearing Althea's voice, finding a dark emptiness in the woman's eyes. "Have you realized that it's impossible to defeat me?" I asked, seeing the terror in Valletta's eyes. "A little late for you to realize that. Our game has only just begun." Angrily, Valletta tried to kick Althea, hoping to make her lose her balance, but the woman wouldn't allow it. Gospel. The powerful magic attack hit her squarely, sending her straight to the ground as she heard her bones crack and a loud ringing in her ears, which were bleeding slightly. But despite the pain, I still tried to stand up and continue fighting. "Stupid bitch," she whispered indifferently, raising the palm of her hand. Gospel. Ugh, with force Valletta hit the ground again, feeling a loud crack in her ribs. One of her leg bones had even broken in two and pierced her skin. "Is that all?" Althea asked, seeing her lying on the floor. Despite her injuries, Valletta continued to look at her with those same angry eyes, as if she were superior to her. And Althea hated that, she hated the existence of that woman. So I wouldn't rest until I saw her cry and beg for mercy. Gospel, 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 gospel. Gospel after gospel song began to impact Valletta's body, who, with her jaw broken, could not scream in pain, only feeling as every bone in her body shattered into pieces and blood flew out. Althea, with eyes bloodshot with anger, continued to cast her magic. She even began to bleed slightly from her mouth, nose, ears, and eyes as the disease progressed further in her body, but she didn't care. After a few more gospel songs, he stopped, seeing only a human body completely covered in blood. "Are you dead already?" Althea asked, slowly approaching Valletta and kneeling in front of her. "Ah." The weak moan escaped the woman, causing a small smile to form on Althea's face. "You're still alive, that's good." And standing up, Althea walked away from the woman and disappeared into the streets. Valletta, with her one open eye, watched as Althea left, feeling a great relief. She could leave, but she couldn't move her body. All her bones were completely shattered. She had lost a large amount of blood and she was sure she would soon die because of it. Damn it, she thought, filled with rage, feeling the minutes tick by as she waited to die. But it wouldn't be that easy. Approaching footsteps caught her attention and she watched in terror with her one eye as Althea approached her again, only this time she was carrying a rather large box. I slowly put the box on the floor and watched Valletta. "I expected to find you dead, but perhaps the heavens are on my side in leaving you alive," Althea said, looking at the woman's single open eye staring at her. Then he turned his gaze to the box and took an object from there. "Luckily, there are a lot of Evilus members and adventurers lying dead around here. And guess what?" With that blank look, Althea showed Valletta a high-quality potion. Each of them had good quality potions, so I managed to fill this box. The look of terror spread across Valletta's face when she saw that. "I will heal your body, I will destroy it, I will heal it again, and I will destroy it again, until the last damn potion in this damn box is gone." A strong chill ran through Valletta's entire body as she watched Althea uncork the potion and begin to spray it all over her body, feeling her wounds close, even her bones and jaw realigning slightly. Althea needed a total of 5 potions to leave Valletta's body as it was before. Obviously, she still had 1 or 2 internal fractures, but she didn't have a healer to get her back to 100%. Valletta, feeling her body healed again, tried to get up and flee at full speed. Unfortunately, before she could move, Althea crushed her leg with great force, breaking it in two. "Ah." It was the loud cry of pain that could be heard throughout that street. "For the first time in my life, I enjoy listening to someone scream," Althea whispered, releasing a great deal of pressure and startling Valletta. Without letting her rest, he raised his foot again and broke the woman's other leg in two. "Ah." The second loud scream was heard again in that empty street. No one else would hear them but the two of them. Slowly, Althea walked towards him and knelt down, coming face to face with Valletta, whose eyes began to fill with small tears. "I am sorry." Crack. I. Valletta could only watch in pain as Althea took two of her fingers and easily broke them. Keep screaming and begging for mercy, Althea whispered, taking the other two fingers and breaking them. This time Valletta bit her mouth hard, preventing her screams from escaping. If you don't shout then this is pointless." Indifferently, Althea brought her hand to Valletta's jaw and, applying force, broke it, causing her to start letting out loud sounds of pain. "Much better," he whispered, standing up and seeing Valletta writhing in pain. "No, it's not enough." His anger had not yet subsided. That alone was not enough. "I had to make her suffer more and more. Gospel, 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 gospel." Althea didn't just launch gospel recklessly. When she felt that Valletta was about to take her last breath, she would stop to prevent her from dying. "And even if I do all this, it will never compare to the hell Bell went through," Althea whispered sadly, looking at the devastated Valletta on the floor. "You have no idea how much I hate you, but I hate myself even more for letting you touch him, for hurting him, for making my sister's precious son's life a living hell. Elo schleint too." It was the faint whisper that escaped from Valletta, causing the veins to stand out on Althea's face. "A sorry won't fix anything, you stupid bitch," she said, tempted to smash her head in, but it wasn't the right time yet. He slowly walked to the box, took out another potion, and turned to look at his victim. "We still have many potions left, so we'll have plenty of time to have fun." Small tears of despair began to form in Valletta's eyes as she saw and heard that. She knew it. She had before her the very devil himself transformed into a woman who would not be satisfied until she had completed her torture. "Let's continue," Althea whispered as a tear of blood escaped her eye and slowly trickled down her cheek. "We'll continue until neither of us can anymore." Meanwhile, with Bell. He ran through the rain-soaked streets with a desperate expression, carrying a pale RD in his arms. "Please. Hang in there, RD," he thought worriedly, hoping he didn't run into any monsters or members of Evilus. The potion Althea gave him didn't completely heal his wounds. In fact, his body hurt a lot when he was running, but if it was for his friend, he would push himself to the limit. And he wasn't just worried about RD, he was worried about Althea too. Valletta at that moment had great strength thanks to her cursed sword, and her aunt was on the verge of death. She was afraid that she would end up losing to the crazy pink-haired girl. Although he had forgotten that Althea was once considered the monster of talent, she is still considered that way by many even today. But even so, she couldn't help but worry. Bell. "Don't talk, RD, you need to save your energy," he said, turning to look 2 streets away and taking one to start running. I'm sorry, I said I would help you, and I ended up being a burden to you," RD whispered sadly, not having been able to help his friend. "What are you saying? If it weren't for you, I'd be chained up somewhere right now, at Valletta's mercy. Thanks to you, I was able to save myself," he said, smiling slightly at the girl, who smiled back a little. "Now we have to heal that wound and find Althea, then we'll take care of Delphine." As he said those words, he turned his gaze towards Babel, seeing how the enormous dragon was still there roaring angrily. The adventurers who were there were doing a good job of restraining it. Alise Bell thought anxiously, wanting to know what had happened to the reed he loved so much. If only I had gone. He had to snap out of his thoughts when he felt RD tap him lightly on the forehead with her finger. "You idiot, I already told you Alise is fine, trust her," I tried to reassure him while smiling weakly. "I know, but I can't help but worry," she whispered, letting out a big sigh to calm herself. As he crossed a street, he saw many adventurers lying on the ground with bandages on their bodies and healers from the Dai insect family tending to their wounds, among them a girl who looked about 12 or 13 years old with silver hair and a doll-like face, healing the wounded. There were adventurers in top condition in the surrounding area, protecting in case a monster or member of Evilus appeared. So Bell, closing his eyes and hoping that none of them knew that he belonged to that organization, walked towards the silver-haired girl, capturing the attention of the rest. "Please, heal her," he pleaded, kneeling in front of the doll-faced girl and gently placing RD on the ground. "It's RD from the Ganesha family," exclaimed some adventurers, surprised to see her. Immediately the girl, along with an older woman, began to look at RD, who had a very pale face. "He has a deep wound and has lost a lot of blood," the girl whispered as she examined the wounds, frightening Bell and hoping she wouldn't say there was no hope left. "Luckily, you arrived just in time. He can be saved." The albino sighed with relief upon hearing those words, looking at RD with a smile. "Did you hear? You're out of danger now," Bell whispered, looking at her friend. "Why yes, I felt like I wasn't going to make it," RD said, smiling weakly as she felt the girl apply healing magic to her. "Unfortunately, she can no longer join the battlefield as she has lost a lot of blood. The only thing left for her to do is rest, the other woman informed, injecting a liquid into RD's shoulder, probably to ease the pain. But RD whispered, not wanting to retreat from the battlefield. Obey, the girl ordered, startling the other girl a little. She slowly turned her worried gaze towards Bell, who smiled slightly at her. Don't worry, I'll be fine, she reassured him, giving him a few gentle pats on the head. If you're going back to the battlefield, then drink this, the woman said, handing 2 potions to the albino. You have many wounds. This will heal you almost completely. Thank you very much, Bell said gratefully, taking the 2 potions and beginning to drink them. He instantly felt much of his energy return, giving him the strength to join the battle. Bell. As he felt RD take his hand, he turned his gaze towards her. Please, take care of yourself, she whispered worriedly. Of course, I can't give up, we have a war to win, she said, smiling slightly before looking at the silver-haired girl. I leave her in your hands. Ermid, was the short answer from the girl, giving her name. Well, I'll leave it in your hands, Ermid-san, she said as she stood up. Are you going to Valletta? RD asked. Yes, I can't leave my aunt alone, she said, turning away. We'll see each other at the end of the war. In the meantime, wish me luck. And with those words Bell began to run, relieved that no one there recognized him and he could return to the battlefield. Meanwhile, RD stayed there being healed by both girls. Who was he? The woman asked curiously, while Laermid continued concentrating on her work. The friend RD replied, her gaze fixed on the sky as she remembered something. Sometimes I wish I had met you before you met Alise. I thought I was going to die and I said those shameful words. RD thought, covering her blushing face. I hope Alise doesn't realize it and try to kill me. I'm so bold. And RD, ashamed, stayed there being treated by the healers, wishing with all her heart that Bell, her sister, Alise, Ryu, and the entire Street family were well. As Bell ran through the streets of Arario, he avoided confronting any enemies unless an adventurer was in danger. I hope Alfea is alright, he thought, giving a Minotaur a hard kick. She's strong, but I can't help worrying. Then he turned his gaze to Delphine, whose arm appeared to be regenerating at a great speed. Just wait, Alise, once I'm done with this I'll come with you. And with those thoughts, he increased his speed, hoping to find Alfea and Valletta in the same place as before. Meanwhile, with Alfea. She had both eyes red, but not because she was full of anger. It was because both eyes were bleeding, as were her ears and nose, due to the rapid progression of her illness from constantly using gospel music. She was staggering from side to side, a sign that she was very weak, but she refused to fall. She couldn't die yet. It still wasn't enough suffering for his victim. When will you be satisfied, bitch? Valletta screamed in pain as she felt Alfea break her legs for the 15th time. At that time, he hated having the stamina of a first-class passenger and managing to remain conscious through so much torture. Valletta's expression was one of pure suffering, unable to bear being torn apart again and again by Alfea. She had even stopped trying to run away. The last time she was healed, instead of running, she wanted to take her cursed sword and cut her own throat to end it, but Alfea wouldn't let her by kicking the sword away from her. I told you so, I will never be satisfied, Alfea whispered with an empty gaze as a drop of blood fell from her eye to the ground. Please, Valletta pleaded, beginning to despair as she watched Alfea take the cursed sword in her hands. And without warning, he plunged the sword into his leg and tore through all the flesh until he reached his foot. I still remember when Materia spoke happily to me about the child she carried in her womb, she whispered sadly, plunging the sword into Valletta's shoulder before taking 2 more potions and drizzling them on her leg before she bled out. This child will grow up to be big, healthy, and strong, were the words she repeated joyfully, longing to hold her baby in her arms and embrace him. Once Valletta was healed again, it wasn't long before her bones were broken again, causing her immense pain and causing her to beg for it all to end. But Alfea raised her hand in pain and threw another gospel, hitting Valletta squarely. I, being a complete idiot, a damn fool, decided to run away instead of protecting my dear sister's greatest treasure. What the hell was I thinking? Didn't I consider myself worthy? And what the hell did that matter? If only I had stayed with him and taken on the role of a mother. No, I could never have replaced Materia. Valletta tried to crawl on the ground, but a strong kick to her back forced her to stay there, feeling as if her back were about to split in 2. I'm sorry, I apologized in a whisper as a tear of blood slowly fell from her eye. I'm sorry for letting Bell end up in this woman's hands. He didn't even want to imagine the cries of supplication and suffering that Bell let out when he was a child, and Valletta tortured him and did whatever she wanted to him. A small innocent child living through a complete hell when he had barely begun his life and had only heard a small part of what Zal told him. The smile full of happiness that Materia had when she first held Bell in her arms before dying came back to her memories. It will be called Bell. Bell? Yes. It will be in your honor, sister. In my honor? Yes, thanks to your magic, he will be a great boy and have a great life. You'll see that you will love him as much as I do. I don't really think so. Of course, I even feel like he'll see you as his mother. Please, take care of him, sister. The veins formed on Althea's face, combining with her expression full of sadness as she looked at Valletta and raised the palm of her hand. Gospel, 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 gospel. Tears of blood began to stream down Althea's cheeks, tears mixed with her blood, proving that her heartache was far stronger than the pain of her illness. Why? Althea screamed mentally. Why did I abandon him? He would have killed Valletta with about 2 more gospel spells, but before he could cast his magic, he vomited a large amount of blood, falling to his knees on the ground, bleeding profusely from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Why was I so stupid? She whispered in a muffled voice, feeling as if she were close to death. But I couldn't, not yet. Slowly, using all her strength, she tried to stand, but her legs trembled violently. She had performed her gospel song so many times that it was surprising the illness hadn't killed her yet. I can't bell materia. She managed to stand up and stare at the terrified Valletta, who felt that this would be Althea's last attack. But before she could raise her arm and launch her gospel one last time, she felt a hand gently rest on her shoulder, stopping her. He slowly turned his face slightly, meeting the sad gaze of his nephew Bell. That's enough, Althea, don't push your body, Bell whispered softly, wiping the blood from Althea's face with his hand. But she whispered, wanting to take a step, but when she did, she lost strength and began to fall to the ground. But before she fell, Bell caught her in a gentle embrace, preventing her from hitting the ground. Rest, Althea, let me finish this, he whispered, gently stroking the woman's hair and moving a little away from Valletta to place Althea on the ground. Bell, Althea said, looking with pain and guilt at the albino's face. I'll finish this quickly and we'll go somewhere much quieter, he said with a sad smile, stroking Althea's hair one last time and standing up, heading towards Valletta. As Althea stretched out her hand, she tried to take the albino's hand, but she couldn't, watching with pain as he walked towards Valletta. It was her job, because of her he had become a murderer by killing June, and now he will do it again with Valletta. All the misfortunes in his life were her fault, and no one else's, all because she didn't have the courage to stay by his side. Bell. It was the whisper that escaped Valletta as she saw Bell standing in front of her, staring at her. It wasn't a look of hatred, nor of happiness at seeing her in that state, it was a look of pity, and she hated it, she hated that people looked at her that way. So many years of suffering and I finally get to see you like this, Bell whispered, looking at Valletta's blood-covered face. It's not as satisfying as I thought. I guess the only ones who enjoy that are killers like you. Small raindrops were still falling on the ground, ending the strong storm that had hit Arario, the place sounding a little quiet, apart from Delphine's roars. As silly as it may seem, I always wanted to know what drove you to become a murderous madwoman, she said, glancing up at the cloudy sky. For example, that idiot Vito with his desire to see the color red, or Jin and June, who had the same fate as me, only they couldn't endure a life of torture and succumbed to madness. As the last drop of rain fell, Bell lowered his gaze, looking pityingly at Valletta. I highly doubt you were a crazy killer as a child, so I was always curious to know what happened to you in the past, but that's irrelevant now. Valletta just stared at Bell, it was a pleading look, as if she were begging him to forgive her. 10 years. That's how long I spent in the organization under your control. I'm surprised I lasted so long, he said, walking toward the cursed sword and placing it at his waist, a sign that he would take it with him. And despite all that time, I never had even the slightest affection for you. All those years I was only thinking about how to kill you, and now that I have you at my mercy, all my plans have vanished. I suppose I don't want to torture someone who's on the verge of death. Valletta just watched as Bell walked to the potion box and took out the last good quality potion there and looked at Valletta. This reminds me of something, Bell whispered, his face dull. Let's play a game, Valletta. Those were the same words he used to say to Bell when he was a child before torturing him, sending a shiver down his spine. Bell slowly walked a few meters away from Valletta, about 5 to be exact, and placed the potion on the ground. If you manage to get here, take the potion and heal your wounds, I'll let you go. Take it as an act of compassion for all these years we were comrades in the organization, he said, smiling slightly, a completely fake smile. Valletta just stared at Bell, confused, not understanding what he wanted to achieve with it. But you have to hurry and get to the potion if you don't want them to reach you first. Seeing that Bell was pointing behind her, she looked as best she could and saw 3 minotaurs slowly approaching in the distance. Desperate and afraid, Valletta began to crawl with her arm completely shattered, leaving a trail of blood wherever she went, wanting to reach the potion. Every movement he made caused him excruciating pain throughout his body, tears welling up in his eyes as he could no longer bear the pain. But I had to be strong and get to that potion. The seconds ticked by. His desperation was increasing. The minotaurs were approaching. And Belle waited. After what seemed like an eternity of suffering to her, she was finally close enough to the potion, stretching out her mangled arm to take it, seeing a glimmer of hope. And when his fingers were close to touching it, Bell crushed the bottle with his foot, spilling all the liquid onto the floor. The look of fear formed on Valletta's face as she looked up, meeting Belle's empty eyes as he stared at her indifferently. "Goodbye, Valletta." And with that faint whisper, Bell turned around, walking towards Althea and carrying her in his arms away from there. And no. It was the woman's trembling voice that was heard as she watched the albino walk away and the Minotaur's footsteps approach. "Belle, please," she pleaded in terror, but Belle completely ignored her. "Belle, don't go." Upon hearing Valletta's scream, the Minotaurs began to approach her. "And no, please," he begged as he crawled painfully on the ground. "Belle." She tried to crawl away once more, but felt one of the Minotaurs grab her foot, pulling her towards them and leaving her in the middle of the three enormous Minotaurs. A look of panic spread across Valletta's face as she watched the albino not even deign to turn around and look at her, continuing to walk with Althea in his arms. Tears began to form in her eyes as she stretched her arm towards him. "Belle and no beel." The last thing the albino heard as he walked away were Valletta's screams of pain, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn off and crushed by the Minotaurs, until the screams of pain ceased, leaving only the sound of the flesh. "I feel free," was the thought that crossed Belle's mind as he walked away from that street, leaving his painful past behind once and for all. Slowly the albino sat down on the floor and leaned his back against the wall while Althea was on his lap. They were both in a lonely alley with no members of Evilus or monsters nearby, although the ground was wet from the rain, he didn't care much. After letting out a sigh, he turned his gaze towards Althea, who was watching him with a sad expression, her red eyes still shedding a few tears of blood. "You shouldn't have done it." "I had to do it," Althea interrupted in a whisper, trembling slightly. Most of the heat had disappeared from Althea's body and she was starting to feel cold. She only had a few minutes left to live. "Thank you," Belle said with a small smile. "Why are you thanking me?" I haven't done anything," she said, her voice trembling. "Of course, you've helped me a lot, Aunt Althea." Don't call me aunt." Sorry, I forgot that you don't like it when." I don't deserve to be your aunt," Althea whispered in pain as tears welled in her eyes. I abandoned you, Ariland wouldn't have done that. But Materia thought I'd be a mother to you, and I, like a complete idiot, decided to abandon you." Althea leaned forward slightly and clutched Belle's shirt tightly, trying to hide the tears that streamed down her face. It's my fault you fell into the hands of that bitch." Althea, Belle whispered in surprise, as it was the first time he had seen her cry. I'm the one who made you go through all that hell. I'm the one who made you lose your entire childhood. I'm the one who made that woman torture you over and over again for 6 years." Althea's voice grew more trembling with each passing second, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Belle. I hate myself for letting all that happen, even though Materia trusted me." Belle listened intently to Althea's words filled with pain and sadness, feeling her tremble slightly as she still clutched her shirt tightly and hid her face in her chest. "I'm sorry for being stupid, for not staying with you. I'm sorry for everything, Belle." Even though she knew it, no matter how much she apologized, it wouldn't bring back the past, it wouldn't erase all of Belle's trauma, it wouldn't fix anything with her stupid apologies. The only thing left for her was to die and receive her punishment wherever she went. But she was surprised to feel Belle wrap his arms around her, giving her a gentle hug and pulling her closer to him, feeling his warmth and taking away some of the cold that her body felt. "Belle? Don't cry anymore, Aunt Althea," Belle whispered softly, still holding her close. "I don't hate you, I could never hate you. But you say I don't have to thank you because you never did anything for me, but I'm not stupid, nor am I blind," he said, looking at her with a small smile. Meanwhile, Althea just watched him, perplexed, listening to his words. "When you joined the organization, every time I was ordered to rob a place, you'd go ahead and eliminate all the enemies to prevent them from hurting me and me from killing someone," he said with a small smile, wiping away the tears that streamed down her cheeks. "That's why your illness progressed so much, because you helped me in the shadows every time I was given a job. At first, it seemed strange to find all the enemies unconscious when I arrived, but as the years went by, I knew it was your doing." Slowly, Belle laid Althea back down on his lap and gently stroked her hair. "You always watched over me from the shadows. I could never count all the times you helped me. You even helped Alise and all her friends. That was because you asked me to," she whispered, remembering that day in the church where Belle's only request was to help Alise even if he died, something he did by accompanying them to free Belle from prison and training them during those 3 days. "During these last few years you've been like my guardian angel," she said with an embarrassed smile. "You've helped me more than anyone, Aunt Althea, so don't blame yourself for what happened. You didn't know anything about what would happen in the future. I don't hate you and I never will." My only regret is not spending more time with you." Small tears began to trickle down Alfia's cheeks as she heard those words. "Why you regret that despite everything I did? You're a fool," she whispered with a small, sad smile. She also wanted to spend time with Bell to make up for all the lost time, but it was too late for that, and that was what hurt her the most. "And based on what you told me about my mother, she'll probably be angry with you," he said, letting out a small laugh. "But I'm sure she'll forgive you in the end," with a smile. "I highly doubt I'll go to the same place where she is," I whispered with a dejected smile. "And where else would the angel who watched over me all these years go?" I asked, smiling affectionately. "Angel, what a way to look at me," was the weak whisper as the light in her eyes faded. "Bell." "Yes." Small tears began to form in Bell's eyes as she watched her aunt's gaze grow dimmer and dimmer. "Whatever you do after this war, I will always be there supporting you," she whispered, bringing her trembling hand to Bell's cheek and gently caressing it. I know, I'm sure Zald would have said the same thing." Bell felt Alfia gently drying the tears that were running down his face. "I love you and I'm sorry for being the worst aunt in the world," she apologized with a weak smile. "Thank you for not hating me." Slowly, Alfia's hand moved away from Bell's cheek until it fell to the ground. And one last breath was given by Alfia, her eyes going completely dark as a final tear of blood ran down her eye, bringing her life to an end. Tears began to well up in Bell's eyes as he gently hugged Alfia. She had just lost the only living relative she had left in that world, in her arms, unable to do anything, pain and sadness taking over her heart. I love you too, Aunt Alfia," he whispered, his voice trembling, bringing his hand to her face, gently closing her eyes and caressing her cheek. I'm sure that someday we'll see each other again and we'll be a happy family." Leaning forward slightly, she gave Alfia a quick kiss on the forehead, seeing her calm face. Knowing that her nephew didn't hate her despite everything was reason enough for her to die with a little more peace in her heart. Roar. The distant roars of Delphine reached Bell's ears, reminding him that he was in the middle of a war. Gently taking Alfia in his arms, he stood up only to walk a little further into the alley and gently set her down on the ground in a place that would be difficult for monsters or anyone else to find. I'm sorry for not giving you the goodbye you deserve, if I can I will," he apologized as he wiped the blood from Alfia's face with his shirt. "I still have a war to win. I have to go to Allies." Slowly, he began to take steps backwards, sadly looking at his aunt's lifeless body, knowing that he would never hear her calm voice again. "I don't have time to cry," she whispered, closing her eyes tightly and turning away. "Allies, I have to protect Allies." With his goal in mind, Bell began to walk, but not before turning to look at his aunt's body. "Goodbye Aunt Alfia, thank you for everything." And with those words, Bell left the alley, starting to run at full speed through the streets of Arario, straight to Babel to see what happened to Delphine and Allies. Unable to hold it back, the tears continued to accumulate in his eyes, this time letting the wind carry them away. The moment Bell left, a man appeared at the scene, going into the alley until he reached where Alfia's body lay. "Thank you for everything," Alfia whispered earbus, looking at the woman's calm face. She had been walking through the city when Delphine reached the surface and by pure chance, saw Bell enter that alley with Alfia in his arms, knowing what that meant. "Even if you won't admit it, you were a wonderful aunt to him." Earbus slowly took Alfia's hand, placed a flower beneath it and stepped back slightly. "Your and Zald's efforts will not have been in vain, and I'm sure that even if it's many years from now, your nephew will smile again, just as you wanted." Slowly Earbus left the alley, but not before using a bit of his arcanum to make any monster that tried to enter that alley go off course or make any person ignore him when passing by. "It's not much arcanum, so it doesn't affect me," I whispered, starting to walk away from the place and look at the cloudy sky. There were hardly any monsters left in Arario, most of the evilest members had been defeated, everyone's biggest concern at that moment was Delphine, and no one would be at ease until that thing died. "I suppose I'll go to Babel to watch the final battle," he thought with a small smile. "This battle has become unpredictable even for us gods." The climax of the war was getting closer and closer. End of chapter. Chapter 37. An unwanted opponent. 18th floor. Some time before Delphine reached the surface. "Attack without stopping. We cannot allow it to continue regenerating." It was the loud scream that was heard on the floor from Gareth who, using his brute strength with his shield, stopped the strong attacks that Delphine launched towards the mages of the group, protecting them. "Let's go girls." Allies shouted, covered in flames, launching herself into the attack, along with Kagaya, Ryu and more girls from the family, leaving those who were weaker in hand-to-hand combat behind. And the Freya family attacked Delphine individually, beginning to feel overwhelmed by so many attacks from different directions. Angrily, it swished its tail forcefully, and the vast majority dodged the attack, except for a few unfortunate ones who were sent flying by the impact. "TSK" was the sound that came out of Allies in frustration as she watched her companions fall far away. "Get out of the way." Aerith shouted, capturing the attention of everyone near Delphine, who began to move away from the monster. And without wasting any time, Reveria, along with the rest of the group's mages, launched their powerful magic for the fourth time at the monster, which roared in pain, feeling its flesh fly through the air, leaving its magic stone exposed. Quick. And. Alise screamed as she ran at full speed towards Delphine, along with Kagaya, Ryu and some members of the Freya and Loki family. And when they were close to the magic stone, it began to regenerate at a great speed, covering its weak point again with flesh. "Damn lizard!" shouted a member of the Freya family angrily, as this was the fourth time it had happened to them. No matter how many times they destroyed her body, Delphine regenerated at an incredible speed, much faster than any other monster they had faced, and that was making things very difficult for them. Even launching a second magic attack in quick succession didn't work. His regeneration was abnormal. "At this rate, we'll exhaust our energy without achieving anything," Kagaya whispered in frustration. "This is just the beginning, on the surface they trust us, we have to defeat him," Alise said, gripping her sword tightly. "I wish it were as easy as it sounds," muttered Lyra, holding some bombs in her hands. She had been throwing them to distract the monster. But their conversation was cut short when they saw Reveria and the other wizards starting their chant again, a sign that they would continue with the same plan, even though many of them had few magical reserves left. "If you're going to complain, then don't get in the way," shouted the Freya family members, running back towards Delphine. "DSK, come on, we have to show those idiots that we are strong too," said Kagaya, starting to run. "This Althea worked very hard to train us, we must show her that her efforts were not in vain," Ryu whispered with a determined expression. "You're right, Lion. When we get back, Althea will be so proud of all of us," exclaimed the smiling Alise. "Let's go." And with that shout they all launched another attack towards Delphine, who ignored them and launched a powerful magic attack towards the group of mages. Luckily there was a magic barrier and thanks to the shield and Gareth's great strength, the magic attack did not hit them, but unfortunately, the dwarf began to feel the pain of receiving many magic attacks from Delphine head-on and began to breathe with difficulty. "This is nothing," he whispered, gripping his shield and axe tightly. "I am the defense of the mages. I cannot fall." Ire. Filled with anger at seeing that nothing was working, Delphine began to move her tail and claws from side to side, wanting to kill the adventurers. One of the adventurers from the Loki family didn't have time to react, being decapitated by the great claw, sending his blood flying. A few small drops of blood fell on Alice's cheek, but despite mourning the death of another comrade, she did not stop. Knees. Iska. And. The werewolf and the Amazon managed to dodge the monster's claw thanks to their new level 4, jumping and each launching a powerful kick at Delphine's face, who roared in pain upon receiving the kick to one of his eyes. Assumption. Taking advantage of this distraction, Alise launched her most powerful attack, as did other adventurers, seeking to inflict as much damage as possible on Delphine. A much weaker explosion than the previous magical attacks occurred at the site, causing a deep wound in the beast's stomach. At that moment Ryu saw the magic stone looking into that hole. So without thinking twice, he ran in that direction, seeking to destroy it. "I have to do it. I have to be of help to my family," he thought, focusing all his attention on the magic stone which was beginning to be covered by the regenerating flesh. Because her senses were focused on that point, she didn't see a claw approaching her to pierce her. "You idiot elf." But before she could touch him, Kagaya lunged towards her, pushing her away, but because of that she received a deep cut on her back, falling suddenly to the ground. "Kagaya!" yelled Ryu and Alise worriedly. "You silly elf, I've told you 1,000 times not to be reckless," Kagaya said with a grimace of pain. Upon seeing the Oriental woman, Delphine tried to crush her, but a series of bombs from Lyra began to fall on her face, leaving Kagaya aside. Alise took advantage of that distraction, running towards her friend to get her out of there and approach the stands so that they could place potions on her. "Kagaya, I'm sorry." Ryu apologized upon seeing the damage his recklessness had caused. "Don't lose focus, we're in a life or death battle." Remember the Kagaya scolded as the support staff placed potions on the wound on her back. "Don't worry, Lion, you were close to stabbing her magic stone. We have to keep trying until we succeed." Alise exclaimed with a smile, trying to encourage her friend. "Why yes," the elf accepted, nodding slightly. And with Kagaya healed, the three launched another attack, not giving Delphine time to rest. I promised Bell we'd win," Alise thought with determination, dodging the monster's tail. "I'm sure he's putting all his effort into it up there. I have to give it my all too." And with its flames activating with more power, it began to unleash a flurry of slashes at Delphine's body, just like other adventurers, causing roars of pain in the monster. He was strong, very strong, but he was slow, and they took advantage of that to launch as many attacks as necessary. "Is its regeneration infinite?" Knees complained as he watched another eye grow on the monster, even though it had been torn out. But a blonde girl ran at great speed up the dragon's arm and mercilessly cut the dragon's eye in two again. Ace whispered, launching a rapid flurry of attacks at the dragon's head. "Be careful, Ace." Gareth shouted when he saw the girl's recklessness. He didn't want Riveria to lose concentration by worrying about her. And with great agility thanks to her wind, Ace moved away from the monster before it could start attacking her, watching with frustration as all her attacks were useless, as it had already healed itself again. "Be strong," the little girl whispered, putting her feet back on the ground. Delphine was starting to get stressed seeing the large number of enemies attacking him and wanting to leave. His conscience was screaming at him to go to the surface as soon as possible. Alise again used her fire sword to cause a large cut in the dragon's body, which roared in pain. But she was taken by surprise when she was struck by the monster's powerful tail. Luckily, he managed to cover himself just in time with his fire sword, not receiving the attack on his body but being launched towards the ground, impacting forcefully. "Alise?" Ryu shouted worriedly. "I said don't lose focus, you idiot." Kaguya shouted, grabbing Ryu's arm and pulling her towards her, preventing the elf from being ripped in two by the monster's claw. "I'm fine." Alise shouted, emerging from the curtain of dust and wiping a trickle of blood from her mouth. "Its, ready." Gareth shouted again, seeing the wizards preparing to cast their magic once more. Quickly all the adventurers moved away from Delphine, who felt the magical power in the air once again. So this time, wanting to avoid it, he began to load a large amount of magic into his mouth and launch it at the same time as the magician's spells. Both attacks collided, creating a powerful explosion and a gust of wind across the floor, forcing many to take cover to avoid being hit by flying rocks. It seems that this time it won't be so easy to launch magical attacks against him, Lyra complained in annoyance, looking at the large curtain of smoke and dust that had risen up all over the place. "He's learning from our attack pattern," Iska whispered. Thanks to the curtain of dust, they couldn't see how a tail emerged from the enormous hole that Delphine created upon arriving there, grabbing a member of the Freya family by the foot and dragging him down without giving him a chance to scream. Seconds later Delphine was visible again, observing that he had been unharmed by the magic attack. Unfortunately, some wizards were not so lucky, as the barrier broke and huge rocks fell on top of them, giving them instant death. Roar. It was the powerful roar that was heard from the monster, causing everyone to put on an expression of frustration. "This thing is more powerful than we thought," Noin whispered, gripping his sword. "Level 6 my ass, this thing is close to being level 8, said a member of the Freya family in a bad mood. Meanwhile, Gareth just stared in frustration at the mages who lost their lives, having only a little more than half of the mages who were in the group. "How much more magic do you have left, Riveria?" the dwarf asked. "Not much, I've been putting all my power into each attack," the elf replied wearily. "Maybe 2 or 3 more." That made the dwarf frown. He could give Riveria mind potions, but if they continued launching attacks constantly without achieving anything against the monster, it would all be for nothing. It seems that not even Evilus himself knew about the powerful beast they had in their hands, Gareth thought, recalling the information Bell had given. The beast was much stronger than the albino said. "We can still go on." Alise shouted, her spirits high, looking seriously at Delphine. "I like your determination, Captain, but at this rate we'll run out of energy," Kaguya whispered wearily. "All we have to do is be faster than its regeneration. Arrive before the magic stone is covered by the flesh again." "That's what we've been doing, you stupid redeed," said a member of the Freya family. "It's not enough." "And I'm not stupid," she said without taking her eyes off Delphine. "We have to push past our limits, we have to awaken our potential beyond our current level." "We've already lost her," Lyra whispered. "Awakening our potential," Ryu thought, remembering that Althea had told him that during one of their training sessions. If he has a magic stone, then they can turn to dust like the other monsters. He's strong, but not invincible. He shouted, his fire burning even brighter. If Belle were with her, he would surely think the same. He wouldn't be able to give up, so she too would give her all to see him with a victorious smile at the end of the day. "Good speech, girl of Astri," the dwarf praised, smiling slightly. "We cannot surrender. It is our duty to eliminate him, whatever the cost." "Yes," whispered little Ace with her wind still active. "Ha! We will kill that thing, Freya-sama awaits us victorious," laughed a man arrogantly. "The bell hasn't rung yet," Alise whispered with a small smile, watching as Delphine prepared another magical attack. But to her surprise and that of everyone present, the powerful attack was not launched towards them. It was launched directly at the ceiling of the floor, creating a huge hole that connected to the 17th floor. And without waiting, it spread its wings and began to fly slowly towards that hole. He couldn't afford to waste any more time with those ants. "It's escaping," Ryu shouted, seeing the dragon's intentions. "Quick, we have to stop it," Gareth shouted, wanting to throw his axe to pierce the dragon's wing and prevent it from flying any further. Meanwhile, the wizards began preparing their spells at great speed, not wanting to allow Delphine to escape. "You won't escape." Alise screamed, starting to run with her fire magic while preparing a powerful attack with her sword. "I couldn't allow it." He promised Bell he would win. People on the surface trusted them. "I had to win." With great force, Gareth threw his axe, managing to make a hole in Delphine's wing, preventing her from flying any faster. And Alise, wanting to take advantage of that before it regenerated, stopped, staring intently at the monster. His goal was to launch a slashing attack with his fire and split the wing in two so it would fall back to the ground. "And I will win." Gripping his sword tightly, he prepared to unleash his Arvelia and prevent Delphine from escaping. And when she was ready to launch it, she suddenly stopped. A silence fell over the entire place. Even the magicians had stopped reciting their chants because of what they saw, leaving them in shock. "Ah. And no. But. Alise." All the members of the Estrie family screamed in terror at what they were seeing. While Alise could only watch in shock as a large amount of blood gushed from her and her arm, holding her sword fell severed to the ground, spilling all the blood around her. He didn't have time to scream in pain. He didn't even have time to process what had happened. She watched in surprise as in the blink of an eye a huge skeletal monster was in front of her, staring at her with red eyes. The monster no longer needed to hide. The biggest threat, which was Delphine, was no longer on that floor, so she could go out freely and kill as much as she wanted. Kill until satisfied. What? Alise whispered, still not understanding anything, completely forgetting the pain of her severed arm. Blood gushed from the cut, but Alise still stared in shock at the monster. Another monster from Evilis. He thought, unable to understand. "Alice." But she snapped out of her thoughts when she heard again the panicked scream of her friends as the skeletal monster raised its claws to tear her in two. But Gareth, using all his speed, reached that monster, who seemed to be playing around, as he demonstrated great speed by dodging Gareth's blow and retreating in the blink of an eye. The guy and Ryu quickly arrived where Alise was and began taking her to the healers, as well as her severed arm. What is that thing?" Lyra asked, bewildered, seeing how the monster didn't move from its spot. It seemed as if it were observing all its prey before killing them. I don't know," Alise whispered, still staring at the monster in surprise. Although she let out a groan of pain as she watched Kagaya gather her arm again and begin placing mermaid tears along with Ryu's healing magic. "It hasn't been long, you can still recover your arm," Kagaya said, continuing to place potions. While the rest of the adventurers just watched the beast, which was making strange sounds. "This is bad," Gareth thought, recalling the way it moved. "It's very fast, I'd say it's close to being as fast as Bonafrea, no Ellen is faster, but this thing isn't far behind." There were only 2 first-class passengers on that floor and neither of them specialized in speed. The rest of the adventurers were second-class and would find it difficult to keep up. "I'm fine now," whispered Alise, feeling her arm heal and standing up, although she felt a little weak from the blood she lost. He slowly turned his gaze to the ceiling of the apartment, seeing the huge hole with no sign of Delphine. Alise couldn't help but frown in frustration as she realized she had failed and that thing was getting closer to the city. "It seems this monster won't let us go," he thought, watching as the beast, though motionless, remained alert for any movement. "We have no other choice. We have to defeat it to return to the surface." I didn't know what that thing was. It was the first time I'd ever seen a monster like that. I doubted it was from Evilis, because if it were, Bell would have given them information about it. So the only remaining option was that this monster was a new creation of the dungeon, and very powerful, it seemed. "There's no other way," he whispered, gripping his sword tightly as the flames on his body reignited. And as if on cue, the monster took a great leap, ready to begin its massacre. And the adventurers, seeing that, also launched an attack, wanting to finish off that beast as quickly as possible. An unexpected battle had begun on the 18th floor of the dungeon. A battle that would leave the place covered in the color red. End of chapter. Chapter 38. Luminous Wind. An unknown beast had appeared on the 18th floor, a beast they had never seen before had attacked them, allowing Delphine to escape. The idea was to defeat him quickly and go after the dragon that was approaching the surface, but they never expected that the monster would start massacring the adventurers. The sound of the skeleton moving could be heard everywhere, and at that moment the heads of 2 members of the Freya family were cut off by the monster's claw, as if it were butter. Impossible," whispered Alise, watching as that beast killed 2 level 3s so easily. It wasn't the beast's strength that worried him, it was its damn speed. The desperate adventurers tried to attack him, but he managed to dodge the attacks with great leaps, and upon falling to the ground, he continued his attacks. In the distance, Reveria recited her magic chant, believing that with it, she would manage to kill that thing, while being protected by some members of the Loki family. I knew it, she's weaker than Delphine, but much faster, Gareth thought in frustration, blocking the monster's tail with his axe, wanting to cut it, but the monster quickly moved it aside. Meanwhile, the girls from the Estrie family, along with little Ace, did everything to help their classmates. Alise, Ace, and Kagaya, each with their respective weapon, began to attack the beast, seeing that in fact its body was not as resistant as they believed, since their swords had damaged its body. Good. We need to land a stronger attack next time, Alise thought, though the monster's speed once again took her by surprise, raising its claw as if to tear her in two. Luckily, Lyra launched her bombs, causing the monster to lose focus and giving her captain the opportunity to retreat. The members of the Freya family tried to back away upon seeing the monster's strength. Freya-sama is on the surface and Delphine is heading there, we can't waste time with this thing, one of them whispered to his other companion. You're right, our job is the dragon, not the skeleton, let them sort it out. And with those words, the remaining members of the Freya family in the apartment turned around and started running towards the exit. Hey, don't run away. Kagaya shouted angrily, though she quickly had to block Delphine's claw with her katana, feeling her arms tremble. You damned cowards. Lyra shouted, throwing her bombs that barely hurt her enemy. But to everyone's surprise, the monster stopped paying attention to them, its gaze fixed on the direction of the exit from the 18th floor. And in the blink of an eye, using all his speed, he started running in that direction, ignoring the girls from the Estrie family. Is he running away? Ryu asked, confused. No, Nise whispered, clutching her arm, which was bleeding profusely from an attack by the skeletal monster. It's going to eliminate the prey that tried to escape. And the moment I finished those words, the battle cries from the Freya family members began to be heard in the forest on the 18th floor, along with cries of pain. We have to help them. Alise shouted, ready to go, as was Ace, who just wanted to kill the monster. Not to be mean, but they left us behind, Lyra said, sounding unconvinced. But. There's nothing we can do now, Gareth said, arriving where they were. He's here now. Upon hearing those words, everyone turned their gaze towards the forest, watching as the monster slowly emerged with blood on its claws and in its mouth, along with pieces of flesh. There were about 6 level 3 adventurers from the Freya family, and he had killed them in a matter of seconds. Damn it, Alise whispered in frustration. I'm still wondering where that thing came from, Gareth wondered, puzzled. Never mind, we need to buy time for Reveria to complete her magic. Yes. The girls from the Estrie family and the remaining members of the Loki family agreed. And you, Ace, don't do anything reckless, we mustn't distract Reveria. Millimeters was the soft sound he let out as he nodded and prepared to fight. And in the blink of an eye, the juggernaut disappeared, ready to continue his massacre on that floor. With a flick of its tail, the monster cracked the ground, forcing everyone to retreat to avoid being hit by the flying stones. Their speed was absurd, so much so that it was very difficult for them to keep up, with the slowest ones ending up being cut in half or knocked unconscious by a tail whip. Well, he's completely ignoring Reveria, with the power of his magic will turn him to dust, Gareth thought, watching the elf continue her singing. It bothered him a lot that so many had died for killing a beast that wasn't even the main objective, but was part of entering the dungeon, facing the unknown. Alise complained, blocking the juggernaut's tail with her flaming sword. Kagaya tried to do the same, but her katana was split in two the moment it made contact with the monster's claw, also receiving a cut on her shoulder. Lyra tried to distract him with her bombs, but with a single flick of his tail, he hit her along with some of her companions, sending them flying and hitting the ground hard, leaving them unconscious. Lyra? Ryu shouted, worried. However, she had to put that concern aside when she saw the beast approaching her at great speed. He quickly got into a fighting stance with his sword ready to receive the juggernaut's attack. But as expected, her opponent's strength was much greater than hers. His wooden sword cracked from the strong impact and could not withstand much longer. And in a swift movement, she attacked with her tail, causing a deep cut on the elf's face. Lion? Alise shouted worriedly. I lost my eye, the pained elf thought, feeling large amounts of blood run down her face and the absence of her right eye. But she had no time to lament. The enemy was in front of her. Luckily for her, Gareth arrived to help her, attacking with his powerful axe, trying to split the beast in two, just as Ace launched quick thrusts. Knowing that Gareth was the strongest physically of them all, the juggernaut was more careful with his attacks, retreating before the dwarf could land a blow. Alise just watched everything with frustration. Her unconscious friends, the large number of companions who had lost their lives, including all the support staff who had been the first to be eliminated by the beast, also destroying any potion that was with them. In the distance, members of the Loki familia were protecting Reveria so she could finish her chant. Luckily, the juggernaut wasn't even paying attention to her. In a fit of rage, Kaguya leaped forward, gripping the broken part of her katana tightly, and began stabbing the monster's body at high speed. The monster, rather than feeling pain, was merely annoyed. Ace quickly reached him and launched an attack on one of his legs, trying to break it, but he managed to move her away before she could touch him, forcing the girl to retreat as she tried to break it with her claws. It won't be long now, thought Gareth, listening to Reveria in the final lines of her song. Hold on a little longer, daughters of Astri. Yeah. Ryu and Alise launched their attack, seeking to overwhelm the monster, although the elf's vision was somewhat impaired due to the loss of one of her eyes, but she had to resist. We have to win, Lion. Alise shouted, her flames still swirling around her. In a swift movement and using great strength, Alise managed to cut off one of the juggernaut's legs, as it was distracted by the constant attacks of Ace and Kaguya, causing it to roar in pain from the serious damage. Ryu tried to do the same with the other leg, but this time her opponent was able to dodge it, launching another strong tail whip that finished breaking her wooden sword to pieces and sent her flying to the ground, spitting out a large amount of blood from the impact. Lion. Alise quickly ran towards her friend and took her in her arms before the juggernaut crushed her. Isn't it ready yet? Kaguya asked, breathing heavily, with multiple wounds all over her body and still clutching both halves of her broken sword. Nobody knew it, but everyone was lucky that the juggernaut was born on the 25th floor. If it had been a few floors higher, it would be stronger than it is now, with little chance of surviving against such a monster. "Its, ready," shouted a member of the Loki family from afar. Gareth and Alise quickly began to distract the monster, giving Kaguya, Knees, and Ace the opportunity to get all their unconscious companions out of the way. They didn't want them to be destroyed by the magic. This had better work, Alise thought, breathing heavily from all the exhaustion she had accumulated since starting her battle against Delphine. If I hadn't trained with Althea and reached level 4, I'd probably be dead by now, yet another reason to thank the silver-haired woman. It's all yours, Reveria. Gareth shouted, leaping back along with Alise, leaving the juggernaut alone, who just watched in confusion as his attackers retreated. Although he immediately understood why, sensing the large amount of magic emanating from the elf in the distance. Reveria slowly raised her staff as flames appeared around her, flames much more powerful than Alise's. Windheim. And as he said those words, a powerful torrent of flames shot out towards the juggernaut, who seemed to do nothing to dodge it. The powerful magic destroyed everything in its path until it reached its target and impacted it. Seeing that, all the survivors sighed in relief, thinking that this magic would be more than enough to turn the monster to dust. But to her surprise, the magic did not cause a huge explosion, as always happened every time Reveria cast the spell. And no, it can't be, Gareth whispered in shock, not believing what he was seeing. And not only him, everyone present watched in surprise what was happening, especially Reveria. My magic, Reveria whispered, watching as a shell appeared on the monster's body. It's absorbing my magic. Little by little the great sea of flames shrank until it was completely absorbed by the barrier that covered the juggernaut's body. And just as it absorbed him, it shot out again towards Reveria, who watched it with much more surprise. A monster capable of reflecting magic, Gareth thought, unable to believe it as he watched the great sea of powerful flames approaching Reveria. He was the closest to the elf. The rest just watched from afar, unable to grasp what had happened. Reveria-sama. Ryu shouted, filled with worry. Reveria. Shouted the little blonde girl, wanting to go and help her, but she wouldn't be able to get there in time. Reveria. Using all his strength, Gareth propelled himself with his feet until he reached Reveria and pushed her away to prevent the magic from directly impacting her, while she watched in shock what her companion had done. Little by little the fire drew closer, beginning to burn his long beard, feeling the powerful force of those flames touch his body. I always said that Reveria's magic was very scary, the dwarf thought, smiling slightly. Gareth. And the powerful torrent of flames impacted the dwarf, burning everything around him. Even Reveria's left arm was completely burned as he tried to pull his companion out of there. A huge explosion occurred at the site after everything had burned, sending Reveria flying several meters with his arm severely burned. Meanwhile, the rest had just watched everything, unable to believe what had happened in a matter of seconds. His enemy, besides having great speed and powerful claws, could also reflect powerful magic like Reveria's. Uncle Gareth, Alise whispered, unable to believe it. This has to be a joke, Kaguya whispered, a drop of sweat trickling down her cheek. While little Ace just watched in a trance what had happened to the dwarf, to that man who considered him part of his family. Gareth was the weak whisper that came from Reveria, who watched in terror as the dwarf's completely burned body lay motionless in the middle of the destroyed field. And no. Guilt and despair began to overwhelm the elf as she saw what her own magic had caused. But she didn't even have time to lament when the juggernaut appeared in front of her and launched a powerful tail whip, hitting her squarely in the stomach and sending her crashing into some distant rocks with force, leaving her unconscious. Reveria had exhausted almost all of her energy and magical reserves in her battle against Delphine, which is why she could not withstand the monster's powerful blow, not to mention her low resistance to physical attacks from monsters or first-class adventurers. "Reveria-sama," Ryu exclaimed, worried about the elf. "Our Reveria," the little girl whispered, seeing the bad state her adoptive mother had ended up in, veins beginning to stand out on her face. All his hatred was directed at that monster who had harmed his loved ones. And without thinking, the little girl, using her wind, launched herself at great speed towards the juggernaut, seeking to kill it. "Wait, Ace!" Alise shouted desperately. In a matter of seconds, the first two classes in the group had been defeated. Their despair was more than justified. But the little girl ignored his screams and began to hatefully attack the monster. And not only her. Ryu, no longer able to withstand the fall of more companions, also launched himself into the attack, wanting to end that hell. "TSK. Let's go," was Kagaya's cry, grabbing her broken katana and launching herself into the attack along with knees. Meanwhile, Alise just watched in shock as her friends fought. The strongest members of the group had been defeated. What could they do against that monster? They couldn't defeat it. The head of a member of the Loki family flew through the air as knees and two other adventurers were sent flying and crashed hard to the ground with multiple injuries on their bodies. What can we do?" she whispered desperately. "The desperation when you're losing is normal for us. It was the same feeling I had when I was defeated by that lizard." The words that Althea told him during one of his many training sessions came back to him. "You have to control your emotions. The moment you lose control, you'll have lost the battle. Always stay calm as the captain of your family." "I need to calm down," he whispered as he gripped his sword tightly. Kagaya, Ryu, and Ace gave their all to try and restrain the monster, which seemed a little slow. They didn't know it, but the juggernaut's lifespan was nearing its end, which weakened his movements, but despite that, he still possessed incredible speed. Furious, the little girl lunged at the juggernaut, who managed to dodge it, much to the blonde's surprise. With the palm of his paw he launched a strong swipe at Ace who, being in the air, could not dodge it, receiving the blow head-on and being launched like a projectile towards a tree which was knocked down by the force. Now there were only 3 more obstacles in his path. Alise, Ryu and Kagaya. "Damn it," Ryu whispered in frustration, watching her sword crack. It was a sword he took from a member of the Loki family, but it was already on its last legs. A few more clashes and it would be destroyed. "Lion!" Kagaya shouted as she saw the enormous beast running towards the elf. Ryu quickly tried to defend herself, but the juggernaut took advantage of the fact that she was missing an eye, going directly to her blind spot. And when he tried to react, his left arm flew through the air, having been severed by the monster's claws. Was the scream of pain that escaped him as he felt his arm being cut off, beginning to bleed uncontrollably. "No," was Alise's desperate cry as she ran towards her elf friend, who was painfully clutching the part that had been cut. The juggernaut merely watched the elf's arm as it began to fall again, and before it hit the ground, he tore it to pieces with his claw. Seeing Alise regain her arm once made him realize that he didn't have to leave limbs intact, he had to make them disappear. "Damn it!" Kagaya shouted, standing in front of the elf who was on her knees, breathing heavily. Seconds later Alise arrived, watching her elf friend with a worried expression. "I'm going to be a burden to others again," Ryu thought in pain, wanting to shed tears as she realized she was just a hindrance to her friends who were protecting her. She slowly turned her gaze to all the dead and unconscious adventurers across the floor, wondering if any of them would have been of more help to them. "I am a failure," he thought, tears welling up in his eyes. "But you want to be of help to your friends. Then change your negative aspects and don't sink into depression, don't stand still, and keep improving." "Althea," the elf whispered weakly, remembering those words before going to rescue Bell. I slowly raised my gaze, seeing Kagaya and Alise who, despite being tired, remained standing, ready to protect her and defeat that monster. There's still something I can do," he thought, clenching his fist. I can be of use, even if just once to my family." And for a few more seconds, determination returned to the elf's weak body. "We can't give up yet." Alise was breathing heavily as blood trickled down her forehead, watching the juggernaut who, despite having lost one of his legs, was still very fast. Next to Alise was Kagaya, who, despite having her katana broken, held the broken half tightly in her other hand, even though it hurt her. And behind the two of them was Ryu, even though she had lost an eye and an arm she still had enough energy for one more attack. One last decisive attack. "Alise," Kagaya whispered, looking at her captain. "We can win, we mustn't give up," Alise said, still determined. Aerith was completely burned, Reveria was unconscious, and the rest were either dead or out of action. Only the three of them remained before that calamity that created the dungeon. Kagaya. Allies. Ryu's soft voice caught their attention. They glanced at her, but remained vigilant. Please, buy some time, and destroy his armor. I'll eliminate him with my magic. Both watched in surprise as Ryu's single eye shone with determination. I will help, we will defeat that monster. Lion, they both whispered in surprise. Although seconds later Allies smiled. Agris Alvicinth. Flames began to ignite across Alice's body as she gripped her sword, staring intently at the juggernaut who was ready to eliminate the few remaining prey. Come on Kagaya. Let's help Lion eliminate that thing. As you command, Captain, whispered the Oriental woman, smiling slightly. And with those words, both girls launched their final attack to eliminate that beast once and for all. As Ryu whispered the chant of her magic while watching her friends fight. She felt weak, she had lost a lot of blood, but she had to stay strong, she couldn't fall apart when her friends needed her most. I have to help my family, was the thought as she continued reciting her song. Goku. It was Kagaya's scream as she summoned her 5 swords magic, which began to attack the juggernaut, overwhelming him. More. More. Allies screamed as the flames around her grew more and more intense. They have to overcome their limits. The words Althea told him during his training came to mind. They take the strength that their level allows to the maximum. Allies gripped her sword tightly, blocking the monster's tail and taking a few steps back. Awaken the full potential of your skills and magic. Don't settle for the initial result, look for ways to become better. Allies opened her eyes, staring with great determination at her enemy as her flames grew more powerful, beginning to burn all the grass around her, and her sword turned bright red. Even the ribbon that held her hair together burned away, becoming loose as if instead of hair it were burning flames. Allies, Kagaya whispered in surprise as she saw the magical power emanating from her friend. Although she immediately snapped out of her thoughts when she saw the juggernaut break her 5 magic swords and lash out with his tail, sending her flying a few meters. Now that Kagaya was gone, he turned his attention to the retreat. I'm using up my magic too fast, maybe it'll only last a minute, Allies thought, feeling her eyes sting from her own heat. But. Open your eyes, retreat, your magic is much more powerful than you think. 1 minute is more than enough for Lion to complete his magic. And with that loud scream, Allies launched herself like a whirlwind of fire, leaving a large crater in the ground and burning all the fauna around her. Sensing the danger posed by the retreat, the juggernaut decided to fight with everything he had, launching an attack. The beast straight from hell was having a death battle with a girl engulfed in flames as hot as the sun itself. The powerful clashes between his claws and his flaming sword made everything around him tremble, cracking the ground and burning at the same time. No more. She thought, beginning to despair from her own fire, feeling as if she herself were being burned. I will never lose again. Memories of past defeats flooded his mind. Against Althea, against Jin and June, against Valletta, against Delphine. All of that would end now by defeating that beast along with her friend Ryu. Aurelio needs me. Lowering her sword, Allies cut one of the beast's claws, which complained angrily and began to move its claws faster. Small cuts began to appear on Alice's body from the claws, cuts that closed quickly from her fire. With great speed, propelled by her fire, Alice managed to reach what appeared to be the juggernaut's chest, plunging her sword in forcefully. Arviliaya. Powerful flames surrounded the monster's entire body, which roared in pain as its shell slowly broke into pieces, leaving its body unprotected. And the moment he did that, he felt as if Ryu had finished reciting his magic. "It, Lion, don't worry about me." Alice shouted, seeing her friend hesitate. But the juggernaut noticed the large amount of magic the elf was releasing, so he had to be quick and eliminate her. "Damn it, my magic is disappearing," Alice complained, watching her flames weaken. He had gained great power at the cost of rapidly depleting his magical reserves. Enraged, the monster launched a powerful tail whip towards Alice, who was unable to cover herself in time, taking the full force of the blow and flying a few meters, spitting blood. Now without the retreat in his way, he began to run at great speed towards Ryu to kill her. "Lion, dodge it." Alice shouted, struggling to her feet. But Ryu didn't move, she just watched as in the blink of an eye the juggernaut was already in front of her with its claws raised, ready to pierce her. Reveria, along with other girls from the Estrie family, began to awaken from their unconsciousness, perhaps due to the intense heat that Alice gave off for a few seconds, and looked up to see what was happening. "Lion." Alice shouted worriedly, watching the monster lower its claw. And to everyone's terror, the juggernaut pierced Ryu's stomach with his claw, causing her to vomit a large amount of blood. "El Lion," Kagaya whispered in shock at the sight. "Then no," whispered Lyra, who could barely stand. Meanwhile, Alice could only watch in terror as the monster's claw pierced her friend's stomach. Slowly the juggernaut raised its paw, its claw still piercing Ryu, lifting her up as well, so they were face to face. The elf's face was pale, blood slowly trickling from her mouth as she gazed with lifeless eyes into the juggernaut's red eyes. I won't dodge, Ryu whispered in a very weak voice. If I had used my magic, I would have dodged it. A lion. Now we're face to face, he whispered again, slowly raising his one trembling arm. Why you won't run away? Those who were still conscious watched in surprise as the elf gently placed the palm of her hand on what appeared to be the monster's nose. And I will no longer be a burden to my family. Magic began to gather around the elf as the juggernaut realized what he would do. But it was too late for her to dodge it with her still in her claw, although she could still split her in two, but the elf was faster. Lion. Alise cried desperately. No. Luminous wind. The enormous explosion occurred at the location, hitting the juggernaut directly, who began to roar in pain, feeling his body being torn apart by the magic. The only thing he saw before dying was a small smile on the elf's face. All the rest just watched in shock as the monster's body slowly turned to dust and Ryu, no longer being pierced by its claw, slowly fell to the ground, or rather, into the middle of the enormous crater caused by its magic, leaving no trace of the juggernaut. The calamity that had been created by the dungeon had been eliminated, but at the cost of many people's lives. Lion. Desperate and as best she could, Alise started running towards the crater where her friend was. And not only her. The Gaia, Lyranese and Noin, who were the only ones who were aware of the family, began to go to that crater with difficulty. As Reveria held her burned arm, she walked slowly towards the burned body of the dwarf, which was a few meters away from her. The dungeon has shown us once again why it is considered the terror of the earth, Reveria whispered, observing the large number of corpses scattered across the floor, biting his lower lip hard. Meanwhile, with the girls. Lion. Alise managed to reach the crater and quickly knelt down where her elf friend was, seeing the large amount of blood on the ground. And no, she whispered, frightened, watching her friend breathe slowly. Quick. Bring potions. The others, desperate, began searching the corpses of the supporters hoping to find a potion for their friend, but they only found broken flasks. The few healing mages had been killed or were unconscious. Damn it. There's not a single damn potion. Kagaya shouted angrily as small tears began to well up in her eyes. Not here either, whispered Lyra, checking another corpse of another classmate. Mariu and Selty aren't waking up, the blow from that thing will leave them unconscious for a long time, Nise said, looking at her unconscious companions. Alise, upon hearing that, became even more frightened seeing the elf's pale face. Hey Alise, Ryu whispered weakly. Then don't talk, why you have to save your energy, Alise pleaded through tears, gently placing her hand on Ryu's stomach, wanting to stop the bleeding from continuing. Was I of any use to the F family? She asked, seeing her friend's tear-filled face. Yes. Thanks to you we're still alive. You're a hero. Alise shouted through tears. That's great, she whispered as a happy smile spread across her face. It makes me happy to know that. The others only approached when they couldn't find any potion, seeing how Alise kept crying, trying to stop Ryu's bleeding, while she had a small smile. Lion, Kagaya whispered, approaching them both. Don't you dare. Hold on, I'll carry you to the surface, Alise stammered desperately, searching for a way to carry Ryu without hurting her further. But the elf's soft hand rested on his, preventing him from getting up. Lion. The elf only shook her head slightly, looking at her friend without losing her smile. Stay. Alise's tears flowed more intensely as she knelt down again, desperately searching for a way to stop the bleeding, while the elf slowly lost consciousness without letting go of the Redeed's hand. Meanwhile, Reveria watched from afar and listened to Alise's pleas to her friend to resist. Slowly, she turned her gaze to her hand, seeing a potion, or rather, mermaid blood. Then he turned his gaze towards his completely burned companion who was breathing slowly. He still had enough magic left to cast a couple of healing spells. If he combined it with the mermaid's tear, he would surely bring his dwarf companion back from the brink of death and restore his burned organs. Hang on, Lion. It was Alise's scream that she heard behind her, making her clench her fists in frustration. I am sorry, Reveria apologized in pain, but she would heal Gareth. She couldn't allow her companion to die there, she couldn't bear it, knowing that it was her own magic that killed him. So with sorrow and hearing Alise's cries behind her, she uncorked the mermaid blood, ready to give it to Gareth and then heal him with the little magic she had left. And no. But the dwarf's faint whisper made him stop, watching as he breathed with difficulty. Gareth. Then don't do it, Reveria, she whispered with difficulty, referring to the healing. But. See, heal the girl from Aestri, I whispered weakly. She's barely living her adventure and I've already lived so much, I think my adventures with you have to come to an end. The lump formed in Reveria's throat upon hearing those words and she began to feel increasingly guilty. Something which was noticed by the dwarf, who didn't want his companion to live with the guilt for the rest of her life. "You don't blame yourself for this, it's just that the enemy was very strong," she whispered with a weak smile. "Go and tell Finn and Loki that it was an honor to be part of the F family." Reveria just clenched her fists tightly upon hearing those words, trying to hold back her tears. Although she never got along particularly well with the dwarf, they had been companions for many years. One could even say they were friends, and now he was taking his last breaths in front of her. "I am sorry, Gareth, I'm really sorry." And with that apology, Reveria stood up and quickly headed towards the place where the Astri family was, leaving the dwarf behind, who smiled when he saw that the elf had made the right decision. "They'll be more important in the future than an old man like me," he thought, staring at the shards of glass on the ceiling, feeling the last of his energy drain from his body. "I'd like one last beer." And with a final sigh, the life of the brave dwarf of the Loki family had come to an end, while on the surface, a certain red-haired goddess opened her eyes in shock as she felt her Felna disappear, unable to prevent a tear from escaping from her eye. Meanwhile, with the Astri family, Alise, still desperate, tried to find a way to stop her friend's bleeding. But she stopped, just like the others, when she saw Reveria, with an expression of sadness and pain, approach them and kneel in front of Ryu. "This Reveria. I won't give her back her energy, but it will be enough to pull her from the brink of death," Reveria whispered, placing mermaid blood in Ryu's stomach and quickly casting her healing spell. Alise watched with joy as her friend's wound slowly closed thanks to the elf's magic and mermaid blood. "Lion." They all exclaimed happily as they saw color return to their friend's face and her breathing become steady again. Yes, maybe she had lost an arm and an eye, but she was still alive, she was still with them, and that was more than enough to ease their hearts. "Miss Reveria, thank you." Alise screamed through tears, hugging the elf who didn't even bother to push her away, forgetting the rule about not letting anyone touch her. She only had a dull and sad look, knowing what she had to do to save Ryu's life. "You don't have to thank me," Rivera whispered, looking down. Then Alise remembered a certain detail she had forgotten while looking around with concern. "And what about Uncle Gareth?" I asked, remembering that he was completely burned by magic. Reveria, in response, simply looked away and whispered some words that surprised everyone. "You can't save everyone, Alise." The others opened their eyes in shock upon hearing that, understanding what he meant. That means. Gareth. Uncle Gareth, Alise whispered in pain, watching the dwarf's body in the distance, not even moving. Small tears began to fall from Alise's eyes as she understood. She had a great affection for the dwarf, and knowing that he had died was very painful for her, although it was surely more so for Reveria, who didn't even dare to cry. "This is no time to cry," Reveria said, drawing the attention of those who were still conscious. "I only have enough mind left to cast one more spell before I fall unconscious. Your elf friend is out of danger, although she has lost a lot of blood. She will need to spend a long time in the hospital after this." "So?" asked Kagaya, who was still a little surprised by the dwarf's death. "It's your decision. Either you all stay here or one of you goes to the surface and joins the final battle with Delphine. I'm sure you're still fighting up there because you couldn't stop him," she said with frustration. "What would you do then?" The others just looked at each other, searching for an answer. Joining the battle would be very risky for all of them, mainly because they were very exhausted. They would practically be a hindrance. But there was someone who didn't think the same. "I'll go," Alise exclaimed, wiping the tears from her eyes as she looked at the elf. "Heal my wounds, Miss Reveria. I'm sure Uncle Gareth wouldn't have liked us to just stand idly by." Reveria agreed with Alise. Gareth was that kind of person, she would never even say it, but he was the bravest of the family, although she didn't take anything away from Finn either. The dwarf was a great warrior until the very last second. "Are you sure, Alise? Even if you receive the healing, you won't be at 100%, Kagaya said, worried about her captain. "It doesn't matter, I have to go and help. Lion would do the same," she whispered, confident in her words. Then she looked around the entire floor at all the corpses scattered everywhere. She felt frustrated, sad, and angry at herself for not having prevented all of it. "I have to do it." But Reveria whispered, preparing to use her magic. "The rest of you, if you still have energy, look for those who are still alive from this battle. Don't worry about the monsters. They won't appear for a long time." "Understood. And you too, Alise, good luck." And with those words Reveria cast her last healing spell towards Alise, who felt her wounds heal and some of her fatigue lessen. Now with her mind exhausted, Reveria fainted to the ground, although Alise caught her before she hit the ground, gently placing her on the ground. Alise whispered Lyra, looking at her friend. "Take care of Lion and the rest," said the Redeed with an extremely serious expression. "Take care," Kagaya said, clearly worried. In response, Alise gave him a slight smile. It wasn't a genuine smile, it was a forced one. She couldn't truly smile after seeing so many of her comrades die. So he would join the final battle, even though he didn't do much. He wanted to carry the will of all those who died down there trying to stop Delphine. Goodbye, girls. And with that goodbye, Alise started running as fast as she could towards the surface where Delphine was, while her friends watched her go, each with great anguish in their hearts. No more, Alise thought as a tear escaped her eye. I don't want anyone else to die. The final, decisive battle of that war was about to begin and reach its climax. End of chapter. Chapter 39. End of the war. Through the dark corridors of the dungeon, Alise ran as fast as she could, even though her bones were aching. Hold on. I have to help. She thought as tears escaped from her eyes. Many people had died before his eyes without him being able to do anything, among them Gareth. He still couldn't believe that that lively dwarf was no longer alive. Please. Let the city be alright. She thought desperately. For each floor she passed there were huge holes made by Delphine climbing to the surface, and there wasn't a single monster on each floor she passed, which was a relief since she didn't want to waste any more energy. Bell, she whispered, remembering the smiling face of the boy she was in love with. It was yet another thing that kept her up at night. How was he? What was he doing? He trusted that he had defeated that stupid woman from Valletta, so knowing him, he was sure to join the battle against Delphine, although he feared that the other adventurers would attack him, thinking that he was still an Evilus. I have to hurry. He thought, increasing his speed even though his bones were screaming for a break. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he felt the entire ground tremble every 3 seconds, tremors that originated from the surface. And no, she whispered, frightened, starting to resume her journey. How could I face people? They promised to defeat Delphine and failed, now that thing was causing havoc on the surface. I didn't even have the courage to look at people once I reached the surface. He had failed as part of the city's protective family. Damn it. She yelled in frustration. If only I had been stronger. Faster. More resistant. If it had had all that, the city wouldn't be the way it was. Slowly, Alise stopped walking as she managed to escape the dungeon, shocked by everything she was seeing. That city he once swore to protect was now devastated and engulfed in flames, the screams of the people mingling with the cries of children. And no. The loud roars of Delphine, which could be seen in the center of Babel, and the loud cries of the adventurers fighting against that thing. The pillar rising into the heavens after a powerful magical attack from the beast was probably not the first. And the most tragic thing. Corpses of adventurers scattered throughout Babel because of Delphine. Alise's legs began to give way as she watched all of that, falling to her knees on the ground. I failed. He whispered, his voice trembling. I failed to protect the city. When we meet again, we will be victorious from our battles. The words he said to Bell before going to the dungeon came back to him. And then, unable to stop it, tears began to fall from her beautiful eyes. Was the loud scream filled with pain and frustration that he let out after seeing the state of the city he promised to protect. It wasn't supposed to end like this. The war was supposed to end with everyone smiling after eliminating Evilus, but it was the complete opposite. I couldn't protect them, he whispered in pain, clenching his fists tightly. Was there still anything she could do? Delphine was still there. If they didn't kill that thing, the city of Valeria would disappear forever, and that was something she didn't want. Valeria was his home. Where he built beautiful memories. Where she strengthened her bond with Astrid and all her friends. Where she fell in love with Bell. Justice, I whispered weakly. Can I still bring smiles to others? Was there still hope for that city? Delphine's loud roar echoed throughout the city due to the loss of one of her arms, which quickly regenerated, and she continued the battle with the adventurers. I could identify some of the adventurers like Finn, Otter, Hedden, Hogni. They were the most outstanding adventurers, but they looked very tired. Fighting with a beast that regenerated at absurd speeds was exhausting them. Alice? The girl's voice behind him caught his attention, directing his gaze to that place. Shakti? Alise whispered as she saw the captain of the Ganesha family standing in front of her with a few wounds on her body, but still holding her weapon, ready to continue fighting. Why are you the only one up here? What happened down there? He whispered, expecting the worst. Alise just looked down in frustration, remembering all the death she had seen. I understand, Shakti whispered, forming an idea. She quickly grabbed Alise's hand and began to drag her along. What's wrong? Alise asked, confused. In your current state you won't be of any help against Delphine, let's leave the job to the first classes, we have to protect and help all the injured civilians, it's the only thing we can do. And you? Alise whispered, seeing that Shakti didn't want to join the battle. And I no longer have any Fana. Alise opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, quickly understanding what he meant. We must hurry. I'm completely useless right now, he ordered, biting his lip hard. The goddess Astri is safe along with other gods elsewhere. We managed to evacuate them in time thanks to Ganesha-sama's quick thinking. If it weren't for him, all the gods would have died. Shakti whispered Alise, feeling Shakti's hand tremble. I knew it. She was also very affected by everything that had happened. And all because he couldn't stop Delphine. I am sorry, she whispered her apology, trying to hold back her tears. If only. This is no time for regrets. Shakti shouted forcefully. This is a war, it's obvious there would be many casualties. Don't blame yourself for something that even the top students are struggling to defeat, it's not your fault, Alise. The small tears continued to run down her face, even though Shakti tried to cheer her up. No one could take away the guilt. There are very few monsters and members of Evilus left on the surface, our biggest problem is Delphine. Monsters? Alise whispered, confused. Evilus brought a lot of monsters to the surface, they were a real problem for the rookies, he replied with frustration. We're almost there, let's avoid any confrontations. And so they both continued their walk through the devastated streets of the city, listening to Delphine's loud roars behind them. At this rate, nothing would be left of the city. Well. Both girls stopped when they saw a smiling man with a sword in his hands appear in front of them. Bito, Alise whispered angrily, quickly placing herself in front of Shakti. Without a Falna she would be quickly killed. So Bell's girlfriend is still alive. I was hoping you died down there, the man said with a mocking smile, swinging his sword. What happened to the rest? Did you abandon them and leave them to die? Shut up. Alise shouted angrily, feeling a great hatred towards him. Alise whispered Shakti, surprised to see Alise so angry for the first time. Where are they headed? Is there any refuge for civilians and gods in that direction? I asked, pointing behind him. That's none of your business, Shakti replied, looking seriously at Vito. Huh? And why are you chasing after that redeed? You're supposed to be stronger, or have you lost your nerve? He asked with a mocking smile. Shakti clenched her fists in frustration upon hearing those words, and what bothered her most was that she couldn't do absolutely anything. But Vito whispered, stretching his bones. The former captain of the Ganesha family is useless, and that stupid redeed can barely stand up. This will be easy. Upon hearing those words, Alise quickly gripped her sword, ready to fight. It's true, his body was too tired and sore, but he had to stand firm. He needed to protect Shakti. Bell is surely already dead, I'll send you to the same place, Alise Lovell. Bell is not dead, he whispered with an extremely serious expression. Are you sure? Slowly, Vito began to walk towards Alise with his sword in hand. I say that idiot is either dead or receiving the tortures of Valletta in some cell, I almost feel sorry for him, hahaha. Don't let her words provoke you, Alise, Shakti whispered, seeing Alise tremble with anger. You can deny it all you want, you know it's true. And with that scream and a deranged smile, Vito ran towards Alise, ready to kill her. The odds were in his favor, he was at his 100%, and Alise had spent almost all of her energy and magic in her battle against Delphine and the Juggernaut. It would be a victory for him. But. Alise. The redeed opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing that voice, the voice of the man she loved. Just like Shakti and Vito, they quickly looked up and saw Bell falling from the sky. She had jumped from a building after seeing the redeed. What? Vito whispered, bewildered. Don't touch her, you damn bastard. As he was close to the ground, Bell forcefully lowered the cursed sword he had taken from Valletta, forcing Vito to raise his sword to protect himself. As the two weapons clashed, the ground beneath them cracked completely, causing Vito to clench his teeth tightly. You were supposed to be dead or being tortured. Where is Valletta? He asked angrily. Turning into Minotaur dung, as it should always have been. He shouted, applying more force. And you'll end up worse than her. At great speed, Bell launched a powerful kick to Vito's stomach, who spat out a large amount of blood, launching himself like a projectile and impacting forcefully into some houses, raising a curtain of dust. Bell, Alise whispered, surprised to see the albino in front of her with an angry expression, feeling relieved to see him alive. He had wounds on his body, and it was clear from his expression that he was exhausted, but seeing him alive was more than enough for her. Bell Cranel, Shakti said, looking at the boy she had let escape from prison a few days ago. Upon hearing the voices of both women, Bell turned his gaze towards them, encountering Alise's expression. An expression of pain, sadness, and guilt, an expression that he did not like in the slightest. Alise. He was about to ask his question, but the moving debris of the house made him sharpen his gaze again and direct his attention towards Vito, who had a little blood trickling from his head and mouth. Damn, you really put your all into that kick, the guy said irritably. So Valletta's dead, well, it's her own fault for not killing you from the start. I warned her. You're wrong, Vito, it's not just her fault, he said, pointing his sword at him. It's also your fault for not killing me all these years, now you'll suffer the consequences too. Why so much hatred towards me? I never tortured you, he asked with a mocking smile until he pretended to remember something. Ooh. I understand, it's because I killed your disgusting grandfather. Take back what you said, he said, clenching his teeth and fists tightly. While Alise just watched Bell's personality in surprise, she wanted to help him, but for some reason felt that she shouldn't get involved. So what are you going to do? Do you think I haven't noticed? Vito asked with a slight smile. You killed Valletta, but it didn't come without a price. Just by looking at you, I can tell you're exhausted. You used almost all your energy on that kick and I'm sure Valletta stole your strength with the cursed sword. It will take a few hours for it to return to you, so I repeat my question. What will you do? Bell merely frowned upon hearing those words, for he knew he was right, but if he gave it his all he was sure he would kill him, and Vito knew this because he could see how he intended to escape. And that opportunity would arrive just in time. A bright light illuminated that street, confusing the four of them and directing their gaze to that place. And when they saw what it was, they opened their eyes in surprise. It was a powerful attack from Delphine that was approaching them. Alise. Bell quickly ran towards the retreat and Shakti and took their hands, using all his speed to get away from that place. Idiot, you lost your chance to get revenge, Vito whispered mockingly, running in the opposite direction. And the magic attack impacted that street causing a huge explosion, destroying all the houses around and creating a great gust of wind. Luckily, Bell managed to protect both girls in time by embedding some flying stones in his back so that they would not hit them. Bell. Alise shouted in fright as she saw the stones hitting the albino. But despite the pain, he did not turn away, determined to protect both women. After a few seconds the explosion stopped, causing Bell to quickly get into a fighting stance, ignoring the pain. But the seconds passed and the curtain of dust disappeared, with no trace of Vito anywhere to be seen. The damn coward escaped, he thought, trying to control his anger. Bell, we have to heal you. Alise said worriedly as she saw his back bleeding from the stones that hit him. Upon hearing Alise's voice, he slowly turned around, finding her beautiful face wounded, full of sadness, guilt, and pain. And no longer able to resist, he launched himself towards Alise, wrapping his arms around her and giving her a tight hug, surprising the retreat. Bell. She said, a little nervous and embarrassed. Thank goodness, he whispered, his voice trembling. When I saw Delphine reach the surface, I thought that. Those words were more than enough for Alise to understand what he meant, smiling sweetly. I'm happy to see you're okay too, I whispered softly, returning the hug. Hugging Bell calmed her down. She felt relieved to see that he was still alive and he shared the same feeling. Seeing the person they loved again took a great worry from their hearts. Ahem. But Shakti's fake cough snapped them out of their reverie, causing them to separate. I'm sorry to ruin your moment, but we're at war, the girl said wearily. We have to find a way to help. Shakti, Bell whispered, staring at the girl in puzzlement. You seem different, could it be you? That's exactly what you think, he said, closing his eyes. Right now, I'm completely useless. I see so Ganesha-sama, Bell whispered sadly. I suppose you're worried about RD. Don't worry, she's in another shelter right now. She was injured, but she's out of danger. A great relief appeared in Shakti's heart when she heard that her little sister was okay. That was what had worried her the most. After that, Bell turned his gaze to Alise, who still had that worried expression. What happened down there, Alise? He asked curiously. She stood alone, looking pained, ready to explain everything. I won't go into details, but a very strong, unknown monster appeared. I suppose it was a creation of the dungeon itself. More than half of the group died down there, he explained with frustration. They? No, Alise interrupted Bell. They're fine, although Lion is in a deplorable state. I see, so the presence of that beast allowed Delphine to climb up, Shakti said, biting her finger. What happened to Reveria and Gareth? Their presence up here would be very welcome right now. This Reveria is unconscious, she's exhausted all her magical reserves and Uncle G. Gareth. Shakti quickly understood the meaning of that silence, as did Bell, causing them to open their eyes in surprise. I see, so Gareth too, Shakti whispered, clenching her fists. And you, Bell? What happened? Alise asked, looking at the albino. As you heard, after certain events, I killed her, let Valletta die. After that, I ran down to the dungeon to see what had happened down there until I saw you being attacked by that idiot, he explained with a tired expression. I knew it, the main leaders of Evilis are dead, only that thing remains, Shakti said, watching Delphine in the distance. Is there anything we can do? Alise asked, frustrated. Not us, I don't have any strength and you are too exhausted, we can only rely on the first classes. Upon hearing those words, Bell lowered his gaze, looking at the cursed sword he had taken from Valletta. The cursed sword capable of stealing the strength of an opponent superior to it, a unique sword in the world, he highly doubted there was another like it. Actually, there is something I can do, Bell said, capturing the attention of both girls. You? Shakti said, surprised. Zold once told me that he gained great power by eating the flesh of the behemoth, and thanks to that he was able to defeat it, this cursed sword is capable of stealing the strength of its opponent as long as they are superior to the owner. Both girls opened their eyes in surprise, quickly understanding what he was getting at. Perhaps I won't achieve much. I've lost a great deal of my power, but she said, then looked at them both. Is Otter on the battlefield? Why yes, he was in that place, Alise replied, a little confused. That's enough, he said with a smile, approaching Alise. Bell. And without warning, he joined his lips to hers in a soft kiss, surprising the Redeed and causing Shakti to look away, giving them privacy. After that short kiss, Bell pulled away and looked at the surprised Redeed with a smile. Take Shakti to a safe place and heal your wounds. You're not fully recovered yet, he whispered, gently stroking her cheek. And save as many people as you can along the way. Alise just stared in confusion at Bell as he took a few steps back. I promise you that beast will be defeated, she said with a big smile. I love you. And with those words, Bell started running towards the battlefield, leaving Alise perplexed. Huh? Bell, wait. I shouted, snapping out of my confusion and wanting to go after the albino. You're not cured yet. But the screams of people running from monsters stopped her. I tried to defeat them, but some adventurers arrived and cut the monsters in two. Eyes, Shakti whispered, seeing that her companions still retained their strength. Captain. The men exclaimed upon seeing the woman. Ganesha-sama. I know, she interrupted, trying to hide her pain. How come they still have fauna? Hermes-sama granted us his fauna, said one of them sadly at the loss of their god. I understand you are more useful than I am. The men quickly realized that Shakti had no fauna, causing them to put on a serious expression. Eyes. Our job is to protect these civilians and the captain. And? Idiots, I'm not the captain anymore, Shakti whispered with a slight smile. For us it always will be. Shakti couldn't help but let out a soft laugh at those words, then looked at Alise, who had a very worried expression about where Bell had gone. Though Alise, Shakti whispered, catching her attention. But. I'll be fine now, go to his side and whatever he's come up with, help him eliminate Delphine. Alise's expression was one of surprise upon hearing those words, and then it turned into one full of determination. And with that scream, Alise ran off in the same direction as Bell, not wanting to leave him alone in that. Shakti just watched with a slight smile as the Redeed walked away, clenching her fists. Please end all this. Meanwhile, with Bell. He ran as fast as he could, eliminating the monsters he encountered along the way, getting closer and closer to Delphine. Alise, he whispered, remembering the Redeed's pained expression. I have to end this. I have to save Aurelio. Too many people had already died. He had to end that hell once and for all, and make the girl he loved have that beautiful smile he loved so much again. Just a little more, he thought, watching the adventurers in the distance. Otter defeated Zold, so he has enough strength to become a complete monster with his sword and shatter the damned magic stone. Bell gripped his sword tightly, ready to throw it. It was a powerful sword, but he doubted it would withstand a strong attack from Otter. At least he hoped it would hold long enough to kill Delphine. Meanwhile I have to make a path so I can reach the magic stone, he whispered, throwing his sword forcefully into the air. You just have to split the magic stone. Meanwhile, Otter just watched angrily as his sword had split in two and breathed with difficulty. His battle with Zold had left him in bad shape, and it didn't help that Delphine regenerated at great speeds. Facing him were Hedon and Hogni, also exhausted. Their battle with the Dis sisters had also hampered them in this battle with the dragon. And when he was about to fight with his bare fists, a completely dark sword fell in front of him, embedding itself in the ground. Huh? Was the sound that came out of him, confused, looking at that strange sword. Although she didn't have time to think, she quickly grabbed it, feeling the strange power that emanated from it. The cursed sword, Otter whispered, quickly understanding everything. But he had to snap out of his thoughts when he saw Delphine attack him with one of her large claws. He quickly brandished the cursed sword and cut off the monster's leg, which quickly regenerated. But what made Otter open his eyes was feeling how his strength had increased greatly. The cursed sword capable of stealing the opponent's strength, Otter thought, watching in surprise as the sword dodged the monster's claw. It wasn't his style. He saw fighting with a cursed sword as a dishonorable act, but in those moments they had to take advantage of any opportunity. Besides, I also noticed how the sword cracked as it absorbed Delphine's strength. It was a powerful sword, but it had a limit to the strength it could absorb, and that beast had almost unlimited strength. A few more attacks and the sword would break from all the power it stole. He had to make the most of the little time that sword had left and kill Delphine. There's only one problem left, he whispered, looking at the enormous dragon. finding a way to keep that chest open so it doesn't cover its magic stone. He was still a little confused about who threw that sword, but he was sure it was an ally. Otter, said Finn, confused and exhausted. There is a way to win, whispered the boar, dodging another attack from Delphine and causing a deep cut on the monster's arm, which quickly healed. And at the same time he felt a great power being transmitted to his body and the cursed sword cracking even more. Yes, we have a chance. Meanwhile, Bell was standing on the roof of a building a little way from the battlefield. Well, the cursed sword is in your hands, now all that remains is to kill that thing, he said seriously. A firebolt at full power can reveal its magic stone for a few seconds. Bell. But he opened his eyes in surprise when he heard the voice of the girl he loved behind him, quickly turning around to see that she had also arrived at the place. Alise, what are you doing here? He asked, worried. I love you too, said the girl, smiling slightly as she remembered the albino's farewell. He blushed slightly at the girl's sudden words. And it's obvious. It will help you eliminate that thing, just tell me your plan. I exclaimed with a determined expression, not wanting to be left out. Let's finish this battle together, Bell. The albino, after his initial surprise, smiled slightly, seeing that Alise still retained her fighting spirit. Good, he said, walking towards the edge of the roof. Let's create the path for Otter to destroy the magic stone. How will we do it? She asked curiously. Giving all our power in a single attack, he said with a determined expression. We only have one chance. Bell slowly raised his hand, trying to concentrate as much as he could. He would try to cast his magic from that distance towards Delphine. And Alise quickly understood what she would do. I understand, he whispered, looking at his sword before gripping it tightly. I can help, let's kill that thing together, Bell. Slowly, Alise positioned herself as if she were going to throw a spear, only instead it was a sword. Agris Alvicent, the flames of fire began to surround her all over her body. She had little magic left thanks to Reveria's healing. If she managed to concentrate it all in one point, it would be just as devastating as Orvelia. Roar. Delphine's loud roar echoed throughout the place from another cut she received from Otter. As he watched, the sword was completely cracked. One more attack and the sword would fly to pieces. But even so, he felt Delphine's great strength coursing through his veins, the same strength that he could concentrate into his sword in a final attack. Magic, Otter whispered, feeling magical power building up nearby. Someone was preparing to launch a devastating attack. Hogni. Let's combine our magic and kill that thing. Hedin shouted angrily. The evil will be defeated tonight, whispered the elf, beginning to gather magic. While both elves gathered magic, Finn blocked the attacks with a few adventurers who were still standing, waiting for the two of them to complete their chants. Yes, Otter whispered, gripping his sword. We can do it. There's a list today. List. Upon saying those words, both elves unleashed their powerful magic towards Delphine, attempting to inflict as much damage as possible. And at the same time Otter began to run towards the enormous dragon, gripping his sword very tightly. The magic of both elves impacted the monster, causing a great explosion and opening a huge hole in its chest, revealing its magic stone. But that didn't last long as it began to regenerate at absurd speeds, gradually covering the magic stone. TSK. Back off, Otter. That thing will be back to normal before you even reach the stone. Hedin shouted in annoyance. But the boar ignored him and continued running towards Delphine. What are you doing, idiot? I won't stop, the man whispered, concentrating all the power he had stolen into the cursed sword. That stone will be revealed, one way or another. Meanwhile, with Bell and Alise. In front of Bell's palm was a completely dark fireball, much larger than the one he threw at Valletta. And beside him was Alise with her sword covered in burning flames. She had gathered all her magic at that point. List, Alise. I'm always ready. And with those words, they both opened their eyes as wide as possible to concentrate on that attack. They couldn't fail. Firebolt. Orvelia. And as if it were a spear, Alise threw her sword with all the strength she had, going at great speed towards Delphine. And alongside Alise's sword was Bell's powerful dark flame, which soon merged with the fire sword, creating a much more devastating power. Let's go. They both shouted, watching as the sword with large burning dark flames approached the enormous dragon. He was about to fully regenerate his chest, but when he was close to finishing, the flaming sword struck him, creating a huge explosion and a much larger hole. Roar. It was the scream of pain that the monster let out as it felt its body being burned by those black flames, seeing how the sword full of fire had pierced its magic stone a little. But that was more than enough. The powerful fire of the sword was preventing his flesh from regenerating as it was burned. And Otter took advantage of that. He took a great leap, not caring that the powerful flames were also burning him. The magic stone was in front of him. It was his only chance. Eyes. It was the whisper that came from him, launching the most powerful attack he had ever launched in his entire life, thanks to that cursed sword. And as if it were paper, the magic stone was split in two by the cursed sword, which broke into pieces upon cutting it, fulfilling its purpose. Roar. Another loud roar escaped from the beast as it felt its core being split in two by that boar, whose arms had been broken by the great power accumulated by the sword. And after a silence following that loud roar, Delphine's body exploded into dust, causing a slight tremor throughout the city, due to the death of that dragon. From different parts of the city they had watched as the dragon turned to dust. They didn't know what had happened, but a great power had appeared in that place before the monster died. But what did it matter? That thing that almost destroyed our area was dead. And that was reason enough for some to shout with joy, others to fall to their knees, shedding tears of happiness that hell was over, and still others grieving for the loss of their loved ones. "It's over," Finn whispered, falling to his knees from exhaustion. "Yes," shouted the few adventurers who remained on the battlefield, filled with joy. As Hedin walked slowly towards the place where his companion had fallen, seeing that he was still conscious, he looked up at the cloudy sky. "How did you know?" "To know what?" "Don't play dumb with me," Hedin said sulkily. "How did you know a second magic attack would hit him before he finished regenerating?" "I don't know, my warrior's instinct told me that someone would clear the path so I could break the magic stone," Otter whispered, his gaze fixed on the sky. "I just have to trust in that." "Well, you and your muscle brain," Hedin said wearily, then looked at the spot where the magic attack had been launched. "I wonder who that is." "Well, with a couple." "It's finally all over," Bell whispered in relief. "For a moment I thought we wouldn't make it," Alise said, feeling her heart relax. Both were exhausted. They still had the strength to stand and walk, but if they entered into a battle they would be defeated with one punch. Luckily, it was all over. But I knew Delphine was strong, but I didn't think she was this strong. Her regeneration was terrifying. I highly doubt there is another monster with that level of regeneration. Alice. Seeing that Alise was no longer speaking to him, he turned to look at her, noticing that she had her gaze fixed on the city. And he did the same. There was still fire in some places. Some neighborhoods had been completely destroyed. The number of corpses in the city must have been enormous. Hundreds of families lost their homes. Hundreds of children were left orphaned. Hundreds of parents who lost their children. Families wiped out by the death of their god. The damage was far greater than the first confrontation that night, damage that would mark the city for a long time. Alise, Bell whispered, watching the reed tremble slowly. "Come on." "What?" he said, confused by the girl's whisper. "Run, Bell," he repeated, seeing the albino with his face full of tears. Run quickly before they put guards at the city exit." Bell could only watch with sorrow as Alise's tears fell upon him, understanding why she was saying all that. "The adventurers, the civilians, none of them will show mercy to any survivor of Evilis," he whispered, lowering his gaze. "Why, you no longer belong to them, but they don't care why you were a high-ranking officer, they'll want to unleash their hatred and grief over the deaths on you." And that was something Bell knew from the beginning. He couldn't have a quiet life with Alise after the war. He was a criminal after all, one who had escaped from prison once. Alise had also thought about it before the war started. She was thinking of a way to get Bell pardoned so he could live with her in Arario. But after seeing the devastation of the city, no one would want to listen to her. In her eyes, Bell was just a dirty ex-high-ranking officer of Evilis. He didn't deserve forgiveness. Perhaps the god Ganesha had hurt her, but he was no longer there. So the only option was to flee. "Hurry," she pleaded through tears, grabbing Bell by the shoulders. "Run away and don't stop." "Alice. Please," he whispered, letting his face fall against Bell's chest. I'd rather not see you and know you're still alive than risk being killed here. Go as far away from the city as you can." Meanwhile, Bell just watched the redeed with a look full of sadness, it hurting him to see her like that. "Don't cry, Alise," Bell whispered, pulling away from Alise and taking a few steps back, but not before gently caressing her cheek. "Tears don't belong on your beautiful face." She just looked down in pain, and seconds later a small gust of wind hit her. When she looked up, Bell was no longer in front of her. He had already left. It's for the best," she whispered, falling to her knees, trying to stop her tears. "But I couldn't." No matter how hard she tried, her tears wouldn't stop falling. "Bell, wherever you go be happy," he whispered, gazing at the sky. "I love you." The war was over. Hundreds and hundreds of dead bodies scattered throughout the city. The city almost completely destroyed. It will take a long time for things to go back to the way they were before. They won. But it was a bittersweet victory for each of them. It will be something impossible to forget even as the years go by. Adios, Bell. End of chapter. Chapter 40. It's the right thing to do. So it all ended. It was the whisper that escaped from the god Erebus as he watched the calamity known as Delphine explode after being defeated. With a small smile, he observed how devastated the city had become, unable to avoid being a little surprised by the power that monster possessed. In the end you managed to overcome all your fears and get rid of all those ties, Bell, you have really grown. But a few steps behind him brought him out of his thoughts, already knowing who it was. Why are you smiling? Your plan just failed. These were the words that the goddess Astri uttered a few meters from the god, looking at him confused. Failure? For me, this was not a failure, the god whispered, observing the cloudy sky. Why do you think that? Look at the state of the city. As she said those words, Astri sadly observed how destroyed all of her area looked, a depressing sight. Now the adventurers know how terrible the monsters can be. This is the push they all needed to improve, to be better than the previous generation. What are you talking about? Althea told you, didn't she? We were looking to improve this generation, one that can defeat the black dragon once and for all, she said, turning to face the goddess with a smile. If you didn't know what true despair was, you would never try to surpass yourselves. Now you will strive to be stronger and never experience something similar again. In short, you wanted to be a necessary evil for humanity, that step which they had to overcome. Exactly, although I must admit that this whole war took a turn that even I didn't expect, he said with a nervous smile. Was it necessary? To make hundreds of innocent people die? Wasn't there another way? He asked, disliking the method the god used. That was the only way, for all of them to feel death and despair firsthand. If they couldn't beat Delphine, they certainly couldn't beat the black dragon, sometimes they need a hard blow to open their eyes. Both gods watched as the healers began to run towards the city and search for all the wounded before it was too late. I suppose I'll be sent to heaven, right? Erebus asked with a smile. That's more than certain. Can I ask for a few things before I leave? Forward. I would like you to send me to heaven, the goddess of justice eliminating the god of darkness, it would be very symbolic, I joke a little. If that's what you want, I'll do it. And one last thing, I whispered, adopting a serious tone. Please don't be hard on Bell, he just wants to be happy. Unfortunately, I didn't make that decision alone, I'm sorry, Erebus, he apologized sadly. I suppose Bell is prepared for any outcome, she said, gazing at the sky with a smile. Do what you have to do, Astri. He didn't feel sad, nor angry or disappointed. He knew that all this had been more than enough for the adventurers to become much stronger. He could leave peacefully, knowing that he had accomplished his goal. Zald probably thought the same. The only thing he regretted was that Bell had lived that life, even though he had done everything possible to prevent Evilus from killing him, just as he had promised Zeus. I hope you find happiness someday, Bell. Meanwhile, in another part of Arario. Hidden in an alley, Vito watched angrily as a pillar of light rose into the heavens and at the same time felt the fauna on his back disappear. DSK, damn Erebus, he whispered angrily, turning away. She had to leave that place quickly. Now that she had no one, she would be easy prey for anyone. I swear I will have my revenge, he thought as he began walking down the long alleyways. I will make Evilus rise again and we will destroy Arario once and for all. He was the last high command left. Valletta, Alise, the Diz sisters, and everyone else were already dead. He was the only one still alive, but that was more than enough. I'll be back, and I'll be much stronger than before, he whispered with a wicked smile. Enjoy this victory now, because it will be your last, and I'll laugh in your face when it happens. The truly funny thing is that you think you leave this place alive. Vito opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing another voice in that alley, quickly raising his gaze. Sitting on some wooden crates, Bell was calmly watching the redeed with boredom. Bell. I knew you'd use some alley to escape, it's a good thing I hurried before Erebus-sama was sent to heaven and I lost my fauna, Bell said, standing up. Vito, with a nervous smile, took a few steps back, looking into the albino's empty eyes. I couldn't end this without avenging my grandfather, Bell whispered, walking slowly toward him. What did you call him? Right, disgusting. Maybe he was a pervert, but he did everything he could to raise me alone for 6 years. More than a grandfather, he was like a father to me. Vito could not help but feel intimidated by the great bloodlust that Bell unleashed as he drew ever closer to him. Both were on equal footing, neither had any fauna, and although Bell was badly wounded, he felt that he would be completely massacred by him. But to his surprise, from one moment to the next, all that bloodlust disappeared. But it's not worth it, Bell said, shrugging. The war's over, and I seriously doubt you can accomplish anything on your own. You're no longer a threat, and I wouldn't want to get my hands dirty with blood again. I've had enough with June and Valletta. Was the sound that came out of him, bewildered. Besides, my grandfather wouldn't want me to take the path of revenge again, I'm already tired of so many deaths to take on another one, he said, letting out a long sigh. Is he an idiot? Thought Vito, wanting to mock the albino. So, even though it sounds crazy of me, I hope you manage to pull through on your own, Vito. "You'll have a tough time," Bell said, patting him on the chest and walking away. "Goodbye." "Ahaha, are you serious?" Vito thought with amusement, watching Bell walk away. "You're going to miss your chance for revenge again, you really are an idiot." She wasn't complaining either. At this moment she wanted to avoid any confrontation, otherwise she could lose the only hope she had of living. "Poor idiot, when I get back I'll torture you and your girlfriend," he thought, ready to leave. But he was confused when he saw Bell stop a few meters away from him. "That's right," Bell said, turning around to see Vito with a friendly smile. "Say hi to Valletta for me, idiot." "What?" Click. That sound. That damn sound. Vito's blood froze completely when he recognized that small noise and began to tremble. He didn't want to do it, but out of pure instinct, he slowly lowered his gaze to see what it was, and what he saw surprised and frightened him. She had a bomb attached to her chest. Son of a bitch. Boom. The powerful explosion was not long in coming, sending flesh, blood, and Vito's head flying all over the alley, making Bell smile with satisfaction. "Now, this war is over," he whispered, looking up at the sky. "I'm sorry, Grandpa, but I had to do it. Besides, I had to use the bomb Lyra gave me. I couldn't waste it." Now, with the last person who had ruined his life gone, he felt completely free and at peace, freeing himself from that last bond. "Now I can end all this," he whispered with a small smile as he stepped out of the alley. "Allies, if I want to be with you, I have to pay for every last one of my sins, even if I risk being killed." These were his words as he walked through the devastated streets of the city in the direction of Babel. "Run away as if I could," I whispered with a sad smile. "I hope you understand, allies." And so Bell continued his journey to Babel with his ultimate goal in mind, determined to end it all once and for all. Meanwhile, in the center of Babel. "Don't worry, allies, we'll send a group of adventurers and healers to help everyone on the 18th floor," Finn said to the Redeed. Despite feeling sad about Bell's departure and being very tired, Allies decided to help in any way she could until the very end. "Thank you, Finn," Allies whispered, her gaze dull. "I still can't believe Gareth is gone," the Hobbit said sadly. "He always said he'd like to die in battle. Who would have thought he'd die like this?" "I'm sorry," Allies apologized, lowering her gaze. I couldn't do anything to save the others, I even let Delphine reach the surface." "Don't worry, that monster turned out to be much stronger than we all thought." "I'm relieved that not everyone down there died," I tried to reassure the Redeed. "But I'm worried about Riveria. She'll feel guilty about Gareth's death even though it wasn't her fault. She seems very serious, but she's very sensitive when it comes to the death of a comrade. This Riveria chose to save Lion instead of Uncle Gareth as captain. I should have been stronger to protect my family." "I already told you not to blame yourself, allies. You yourself said it once. You can't save everyone. Let's find a way to improve so we don't experience something similar again. Let's live for all those who died in this war." "I'll do my best," I whispered, trying not to cry. "That's the spirit, the Justice family cannot fall apart, the city needs them," he said with a smile. Although he too felt sad about the death of his friend and frustrated by the near destruction of all of Aurario, he could maintain his composure. As captain of one of the most powerful families, he had to remain calm and support those who were just beginning their adventure, as is the case with allies. "Captain." Their conversation was cut short when they saw one of the Loki family's newcomers approaching with a frightened expression. "What's wrong, Rawl?" Finn asked, adopting a serious attitude. "The number of dead and families destroyed is enormous," I reported with concern. "It was to be expected, many gods were sent to heaven by Delphine's attacks," Finn whispered angrily. "Do you have any idea which families and gods were affected?" Well, I think the most shocking is Ganesha Sama, one of the pillars of the city has fallen," he said bitterly. "The god Apollo was also killed, luckily almost all the members of his family are still alive, so they can join another family if they wish. Unfortunately, other families were not so lucky." The one who said those words was Aki, the Loki family cat, who was approaching the group with a tired expression. "The goddess Ishtar along with almost 100% of her family has been eliminated. They were strong warriors who helped a lot in the war. It is a great loss as well. Delphine's attacks were not random." Allies looked down sadly upon hearing about the large number of casualties, including important families. "The god Goibnu has also died. His family was one of the best in blacksmithing. The god Soma has also died." "Soma, I suppose Loki will be sad that he can no longer drink his wines," said Finn, beginning to feel a great stress throughout his body. "We also have to find a way to rebuild the city," Allies whispered. "I know, there's still a lot to do, but first we have to deal with the remnants of this war," Finn said with a serious expression. "Aki, Rawl, along with the others, search for the remaining Evilus members who are still in the city, unconscious or trying to escape. Capture them. We won't let anyone get away with this." "And?" Allies was startled to hear those words, hoping that Bell had managed to leave the city in time. Perhaps, just perhaps, if fate willed it, she would see him again someday. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Then it would be best if you started with me. Alise opened her eyes in shock upon hearing that voice she thought she would never hear behind her again. Slowly, she turned around to see what she didn't want to believe, just like Finn, Aki and Raul, and what they saw surprised them. Bell, Alise whispered, her voice trembling, as she saw him a few meters away from her. Bell Cranel, Finn said, adopting a serious attitude. Alise's surprised expression turned to one of fear and despair when she saw him there. And no. She quickly ran towards Bell and grabbed his shoulders, looking at him with anguish. What are you doing here? She shouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Obviously, I've returned to pay for all my sins, he replied with a slight smile. Why? She screamed desperately. You had the opportunity to leave, you idiot. So what will I do after that? He asked with a dejected smile. I have no one. The only important thing I have in my life is you. If I can't see you, it would be the same as being dead. Bell, she whispered, no longer able to hold back her tears. And Althea. Why, you still have her. That's right, he said sadly. Do you remember that alley where we hid after we got paint all over Royman's house? And? That's where my Aunt Althea's body lies. I'd like you to give her a proper send-off. I'm asking a lot, but I want her to have her resting place in the cemetery, and if you can, it would be good if you did the same for Zald. Alise opened her eyes in shock upon hearing those words, quickly understanding what Bell meant. Althea, as he whispered, feeling another sharp pain in his heart. I have no one left, Alise, only you, he said, caressing the Redeed's cheek. I have to do the right thing. Bell Cranel. Finn's voice approaching caught both their attention, making Alise startled. Is this some kind of trap? I asked suspiciously. There's no catch here, Bell said calmly. I'm out of fauna, I'm not able to defend myself. Why? Why turn yourself in now? He asked, confused. I already told you that day in jail, once I had accomplished all my goals I would surrender voluntarily, and that moment has now arrived. Finn just stared at Bell, looking for any lie, but he could tell that he was telling the truth. While Alise desperately tried to find a way to defend Bell, suddenly a rock flew out and hit Bell on the head, causing a minor injury. Bell. She screamed in fear as she saw him start bleeding from the head. Finn just watched as a group of civilians stood a few meters away from them with angry expressions. They had overheard the conversation. I remember you, a man said, hatred in his voice. You were with that woman named Valletta that day when many people were killed at the festival. And no, Alise whispered, frightened. So he is from Evilis. Why don't they kill him? Shouted a woman filled with rage. It's your damn fault my daughter is dead. My parents were killed by that dragon. All because of its damn fault. Damn trash. Die. Give me back my family. And with words full of hatred, the civilians who were there picked up stones and began to throw them at Bell, who did nothing to protect himself, receiving each blow to his face. No, leave him alone. With tears in her eyes, Alise stood in front of Bell, not wanting him to be attacked any further. Don't hurt him. She pleaded through tears. Why are you protecting him? One of the guys asked angrily. Is the Astri family allied with Evilis? No. Alise cried desperately. Bell is. She has nothing to do with me. But to the Redeed's surprise and pain, Bell shouted those words, capturing the attention of everyone present. Bell, Alise whispered in pain, looking at the albino's bloodied face. She's still under the effects of magic from one of my companions, believing I'm her ally. The effects will take time to disappear, he said, making Alise open her eyes in surprise. A magic capable of brainwashing people. That's horrible. They're a bunch of damned bastards. Why? Alise whispered, her voice trembling and tears welling in her eyes as she listened to the blatant lie from the boy she loved. And what hurt him the most was seeing him smile slightly, even though he was hit on the head by another stone. I don't intend to drag the woman I love down with me because of my sins, I whispered, just loud enough for Alise to hear. I hope you understand, Alise. While Finn just watched as the civilians grew increasingly angry, it wouldn't be long before they wanted to kill Bell on their own. Take Bell Cranel away from here before the civilians kill him, Finn ordered Aki and Raul, who accepted the order. They quickly went to Bell, put chains on his hands, and took him away with them. And Alise just stood there with a lost look, watching as they took Bell away, who only smiled slightly at her, making her heart hurt even more. Don't worry. We adventurers will give them the punishment they deserve. Finn shouted, trying to calm the civilians. You'd better. I won't be satisfied until the last of those bastards is dead. And so it shall be. He shouted, then looked at the adventurers present. Quickly, find every member of Evilis who is still alive and capture them. And? And with the order given, all the adventurers took different paths, leaving Finn and Alise alone in that place. The hobbit only observed the empty gaze that Alise had as she stared at the place where the albino was taken. "There are many mysteries surrounding Bell Cranel," Finn said, turning his back on him. "He was a high-ranking officer, so we'll hold a trial with the other families, although his fate is more than obvious." And with those words, Finn left the place, seeking to help more people, leaving Alise alone. She could no longer maintain the strength in her legs and fell to her knees. "Why? Why did you do it?" she whispered, painfully recalling those words. "She has nothing to do with me." "Idiot," he said, pounding his fist on the ground. "You're an idiot. I wouldn't deny you even if people hated me too." She knew Bell did it to help her, to avoid receiving hatred from civilians as well, but it really hurt her. Now Bell was once again in the hands of the adventurers, and this time there was nothing she could do to save him. What do I do?" she whispered, placing her hand on her heart. "Alice." The one who said those words was the goddess Astri, who had approached the Tower of Babel to help the wounded, seeing the state of her daughter and feeling sadness for her. He was able to observe everything, even how Bell denied her just to protect her from the civilians, to protect the girl he loved. "Astri Sama," she said tearfully, looking at her goddess. "Is there any way?" "I'm sorry, Alise," Astri apologized, knowing what her daughter would say. And that was more than enough for her to throw herself into her arms and cry loudly, her tears being reciprocated by Astri. "I will do everything in my power," I whispered softly, stroking his back. "I will do everything possible to avoid that fate." Doubts and difficult moments for Alise's heart had begun again. A decisive and painful moment in his life. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Judgment. Standing on the balcony of the Astri family headquarters was Alfea gazing at the starry sky. About 2 hours had passed since the training session with the girls ended and they were now fast asleep in their room. After all, it was around 1 in the morning. But despite it being so late, Alfea couldn't sleep. There were so many things on her mind that wouldn't leave her in peace, preventing her from even closing her eyes a little. So she decided to go out onto the balcony and observe the dark night alongside the stars to relax a little and not think so much about her nephew who was also resting in his own room. At least now he could sleep peacefully. Alfea. But there was another person who couldn't sleep, going out onto the balcony to clear their head a little. He didn't need to turn around to know who she was. "What's wrong, Astri?" I asked without taking my eyes off the sky. "Nothing, I just wanted some fresh air," she replied, leaning against the balcony. "And you? Is something wrong?" "I just keep thinking about all the bad decisions I've made throughout my life," she whispered her answer with a touch of sadness. "I don't have much time left to live and I can't be at peace, I never will be. I can't say anything since I only know a small part of everything that happened, but I'm sure Bell doesn't hate you. Isn't that enough for you?" she asked, not wanting to see the woman in that state. "It's not about whether she hates me or not, it's about whether I ruin her life by not wanting to stay by her side. There's still time for Bell to reclaim his life," Astri tried to encourage him. "Alise told me about Bell's dreams. He's someone who still wants to live." "You're wrong, Astri," Alfea said sadly. "Bell is still a criminal in the city. Do you know what he'll do when this whole war is over?" "What?" "He will surrender of his own free will," he said, making Astri open her eyes in surprise. "Why?" "It's more than obvious," she whispered, smiling sadly. "Bell only has 2 options when all this is over. Run away or surrender. It's more than obvious he'll choose the second option. I had already talked to Bell about it recently, about what I would do after the war, and I had to admit that I expected the albino's answer. One of Bell's childhood dreams was to be a hero. Do you really think Bell would run away and be branded a criminal for the rest of his life in the city his grandfather loved so much and told him so many wonderful stories about? Bell wouldn't be capable of doing that." "Why, you're right," Astri said, understanding. But if he wanted to escape, I wouldn't be able to bear it," she said with a small bitter smile. "Bell told me the only important people he has left are Alise and me. I'll die soon, so he'll only have the deed left. He won't be able to hold out." "What are you talking about?" "He might not show it, but Bell is broken, both mentally and emotionally," she whispered, clenching her fists. "Alise's presence keeps him going. He's formed a strong bond with her. That girl is like a cure for him whenever she's around. I couldn't bear it if he ran away from the city." Astri could only listen sadly to every word Alfea said, understanding Bell's suffering. He would escape the city. And then what? He would be alone in a town where he knew no one. Being alone, he would remember everything that tormented him, his past, the people he hurt while being forced by Evilus. In short, he would fall into a deep depression and in the end, she would end up taking her own life. Astri finished the words in a sad whisper. "Yes," Alfea confirmed. Deep down, Bell is a very sensitive person. He hides his sadness and pain behind a smile. The only times he smiles genuinely are when he's with her allies, pulls him out of his depression, even if she doesn't realize it. Althea was putting all her effort into not shedding a tear. She didn't want to cry in front of anyone, not knowing that the only time she would cry in front of someone would be in front of her nephew. There are only two things that will keep Bell calm: being by her side and surrendering himself to pay for all his sins. But what if they sentence him to death? The goddess asked, worried. If that's what Aurelio decides to do to atone for all his sins, he'll gladly accept it. He prefers that to being branded a criminal for the rest of his life, he replied, clenching his fists. Whatever the outcome of this war, he won't change his mind. Isn't there another solution? I whispered sadly. Bell is just a boy who lost his entire childhood in that organization. He doesn't deserve any of this. Unfortunately, I can't do anything, Althea said, turning to look at Astrid, who was surprised by the silver-haired woman's expression, an expression that was doing everything possible to keep from falling apart. When that day comes, please don't let my nephew be killed. Present. We are at the Aurelio Hospital, one of the few places that remained standing after the Delphine attacks. And in one of its many rooms, a certain blonde-haired elf slowly opened her eyes, gradually getting used to the light that came in through the window. Was the confused sound that came out of her as she stared at the white ceiling with her one eye. Finally, you're awake, sleepyhead. Upon hearing a second voice in that room, she began to look around to see who was there until her vision cleared, seeing one of her friends sitting in a chair. Lyra? Ryu whispered, confused. The hobbit had a bandage on her head as she watched her elf friend with a smile. The others will be glad to see you awake, said the hobbit, unable to help feeling happy. What happened? She asked, still disoriented. Well, what happened is that you proved to everyone that you're not useless by destroying that bone monster. You saved us, she said, smiling through her teeth. Upon hearing those words, Ryu remembered everything that had happened in the dungeon with the Juggernaut and the bloody battle that had taken place. Slowly, she lowered her gaze, noticing that she was missing one of her arms and finally realizing the absence of one of her eyes. Don't worry, when the city is calmer we'll all save up some valis to buy you a prosthesis. Kagaya said she'd buy you an eye patch too, the hobbit joked. But Ryu didn't even get angry since she was still disoriented. How long have I been unconscious? 2 days, the others were worried when they saw that you didn't wake up, even Kagaya, although she didn't show it. Ryu opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing those words. 2 days? What happened with the war? With Delphine? Is the city alright? She asked, worried. The war is over, Delphine is dead, and as for the city, they're repairing it. Are you repairing? Stop asking so many questions, it'll give you a headache if I tell you everything at once. It's best if you don't know anything for a while, Lyra said, not wanting the elf to find out about all the deaths, all the families that disappeared. Where are the others? Well, some are helping in the city and others are still recovering, he replied, leaning back in his chair. I see, I whispered sadly. She wasn't stupid. She knew Lyra didn't want to give her all the information because the city was in terrible shape, there were surely hundreds and hundreds of dead. It was best to remain ignorant for a little while longer. And what about allies and Astrid-sama? She asked, looking at her friend. They are, Lyra said, turning her gaze to the window where she could see the Tower of Babel. They are on trial with all the important families that remain in Aurelio. Judgment? Yes, to decide Bell's fate. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Babel. In one of the many rooms of the enormous tower were gathered some of the influential gods that remained in Aurelio, each in their seats that formed a circle, the room having the shape of a small colosseum. Among the gods were Loki, Freya, Astrid, Demeter, Hermes, Maich, Dionsect, Hephaestus. They were the most striking faces, each of them with the captain of their respective family. And in the middle of that room that looked like a mini colosseum was Bell on his knees with chains in his hands, and on each side of him were 2 former members of the Ganesha family, who now belonged to the family of the god Hermes. And in one of the seats in that place was Alise, sadly and worriedly watching the albino who had kept his gaze down throughout the trial, which was now close to ending. It's bitter, Demeter whispered sadly after hearing Bell's version of the story. Obviously, the trial began with the questioning of Bell, who didn't hold back any small detail, seeing all the gods that he was telling the truth. Some were even surprised by some of the information he revealed, such as the destruction of villages outside of Aurelio and the forced recruitments of Evilus. You're certainly right, Freya said calmly, sitting next to Otter. And to think that Evilus was making those moves all the years he remained undisturbed in Aurelio. Meanwhile, at the other end was Hermes, who had his gaze lowered, clenching his fists. Zeus, I thought your grandson had also died that day, and it turns out that all this time he was forced to belong to Evilus, the traveling god thought with frustration. He met Bell when he was just a baby when he left the city with Zeus. When he found out that Zeus had died, he thought the child had too. He never expected this. Hermes-sama, Asphi whispered, looking worriedly at her god. Meanwhile, Loki just sat in her seat staring at the albino, which was unusual since she was usually the one who made a scene at those kinds of meetings. Whether forced or not, he's still a criminal, Insect whispered sullenly. He must be killed. That's too hasty, whispered Maich, who had taken pity on the albino after hearing his story. This is complicated, murmured Hephaestus. But Alise kept her gaze lowered as she had to remain silent by order of her goddess, otherwise she would have been shouting for forgiveness from the beginning. So? Roymond whispered, a little nervous since he had taken on the role of Ganesha at the meetings because no other god wanted to take it on. What's the verdict? Many members of Evilus were also captured, although almost all of them were directly sentenced to death or life imprisonment. The only one who received a trial was Bell, due to his high command position and his complicated history with Evilus. One moment. The one who said those words was Astri, who stood up, capturing the attention of all the gods. Do you need to add anything, Astri-sama? The nervous elf asked. Yes, I don't think it's fair that Bell should be condemned to death, said the goddess, rising from her seat and walking to the center of the room. I know very well that many of you share that intention. Stop denying the undeniable, Astri, that boy is a criminal, Dian said angrily. Other gods present nodded in agreement with Dian. And you all stop turning a blind eye to the rest of the story, Astri said from the center of the room. Is Bell a murderer? He himself confessed that he never took the life of an innocent person. Did you see any lies? Astri-sama, Bell whispered, watching as the goddess of justice defended him. Thanks to Bell, Aurario was able to defend itself in the first war with Evilus that night. If he hadn't deactivated all those bombs scattered throughout Aurario, the death toll would have been higher. That boy worked very hard helping Aurario from the shadows, said Demeter, supporting Astri. That boy is a criminal from Evilus, he must receive the same treatment. Shouted a god angrily, having lost many members of his family. And did he have any other choice? The goddess asked. He was only 6 years old when he was kidnapped by Evilus. He was just a child who didn't know what to do. Those were the words Astri whispered, turning to look at Bell with a sad expression. I don't even want to imagine what they did to him when he was a child and the things they forced him to do just to keep his life. Some gods who had a certain weakness for the mistreatment and suffering that children received could not help but feel compassion as well. But others did not feel such empathy. Ruining the lives of others just to save your own is a disgusting act, Dian said with distaste. He was just a child, Dian. Don't you understand that in your damn head? Hermes shouted angrily, surprising those present, especially Asphi, since it was the first time she had looked at her god in that way. He felt frustrated and angry for not having helped his friend's precious grandson. What did you say, Hermes? Dian asked, offended. Your actions are disgusting, and the worst part is that you do it just for money, ruining people's lives by saddling them with ridiculous debts. Dian just clenched her fists upon hearing those words, wanting to tell Hermes a few home truths as well. Shut your mouths, Astri is speaking, Freya said, looking seriously at both gods, who instantly fell silent. Continue, Astri. Thank you, Freya, she said, resuming what she was about to say. Even though Bell was with him, he always looked for ways to help Aurario, and all he'll get in return is everyone's hatred. Are you serious? As the goddess of justice, I cannot allow such an act. True. The one who shouted those words was Alise from her seat, catching everyone's attention and becoming a little nervous. She had been holding back the urge to say something and ruin her goddess's plan, but she couldn't help but shout those words. Ahem. But Loki's fake cough drew attention to her. Can I say something? The goddess asked, looking at Roymond. Huh? Yes. Said the elf, confused. It was rare to see the goddess of jokes so calm. She always spoke without asking permission. Probably the death of one of her closest children, Gareth, had taken away her spirits to behave in a childish way. Astri is certainly right in what she says, Loki said, surprising some who believed he would be in favor of killing Bell. I didn't see any lies in him. He never truly belonged to Evilus. I must even say it was a clever way to destroy them from within, but it was foolish of him to have done it all alone. As I said those words, I turned to look at the redeed. You're very close to Alise Lovell, aren't you? If you'd been a little smarter, you would have allied yourself with her from the beginning to provide information about what was happening inside Evilus, instead of trying to do everything yourself. Although, I imagine you were partly afraid they wouldn't believe you and would try to kill you. That doubt was something that hurt you. Bell just clenched his fists in frustration, as the goddess was right. His doubts and insecurities caused many problems. What are you trying to say, Loki? Dian asked, puzzled. What I'm trying to say is that I don't think it's fair that he was killed. Loki, Astri whispered in surprise. While Alise's heart was leaping with joy, if the goddess Loki sided with them they had a chance to save Bell, there was still hope. But, he whispered, staring intently at the albino. Just as he wanted to save Valerio, he also gravely harmed it. You were the main culprit in finding all of Valerio's weapon caches. Do you have any idea how much that hurts adventurers? But he. Alise tried to speak, but Astrid looked at her, implying that she should remain silent. Not only that, I know you said you never killed any innocent people with your own hands, but you were indirectly involved in the deaths of many. More than 20 guards who were protecting the warehouses died in the attacks, warehouses that you yourself found for Evilis to attack. See? That child is a criminal, another god said angrily. I know you did it so that the higher-ups at Evilis would trust you to receive valuable information, but a crime is a crime for whatever reason. Astrid, with a downcast gaze, as the goddess of justice, could not deny that either. In short, he has to be punished for all the damage he did, although I still think death is excessive. He did it thinking of Valerio after all, but I don't care what decision they make, he finished, letting his back full against the back of his chair. Are you sure? Finn whispered to his goddess. Like I said, I don't care, I just want to go to Gareth's grave and drink a few beers there, he said listlessly. Meanwhile, Royman nervously turned to look at the goddess Freya. Do you have something to say? Freya, with a calm expression, observed Bell, mainly his soul, a soul so sad and depressing, but with a small light of life in it. After watching it for a few seconds, he closed his eyes. As Loki said, he's not a criminal, but he's not without sin either, he said, smiling slightly. But I'll stay out of all this. Make whatever decision you want. Allies just watched with concern. Both powerful goddesses didn't think it was fair that Bell died, but they wouldn't vote for him. That would only leave the rest of the gods. I think they should kill him, Diane said. The boy suffered a lot, we must give him a second chance, said the god Maich. I'll pay a fine for him if necessary, Hermes said. Some of my children died guarding the weapon stores, since they forged them they need punishment, whispered the goddess Hephaestus. He can work in my harvest fields as punishment, although I don't think he'll like it, said Demeter, not wanting the albino to die. Let him die. But he go to the gallows like the rest of Evilis. The criminal is a criminal. He's just a traumatized kid. But he be condemned to death. He must be punished. The civilians want to see his head. The words of the gods echoed throughout the room as many listened, saying they were in favor of the albino dying. Bell whispered Allies, frightened, looking at him, who had not raised his gaze. I can have him in my family if necessary, Astrid whispered with a pleading look. Royman, still with that nervous attitude, turned to look at the ceiling of the room. I have heard the words of all the gods, Uranos-sama, you have the final word, said the elf, implying that the god Uranos had heard the entire judgment. The room remained silent, waiting to hear the words of God, feeling as if he were watching them. Please, Allies whispered, clasping her hands tightly together. Please. Bell Cranel. The voice of God was heard throughout the room saying the albino's name, but he always kept his gaze lowered. Given all the things that were said in this trial, both good and bad, the final verdict is culpable. Alice's heart and what little hope she had left shattered when she heard those words. And no, she whispered, a small tear sliding down her eye. Bell simply closed his eyes, accepting his fate, even though deep down he was sad. But, said the goddess Astrid with concern upon hearing the final verdict. And what will the punishment be? Death? Diane asked, satisfied by those words. No. Allies and Bell opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing those words, looking up in astonishment. So? Loki said, puzzled. As you said, death is too much for someone who wanted to help Aurario, but needs punishment. Despite not seeing the god, Bell felt his gaze fixed on him. So the best thing in this case is indefinite jail time. Indefinite jail time? They all said, confused. Yes, his punishment will be to be in a completely isolated cell without receiving any visitors and without seeing the sunlight. It won't be a few weeks or months, it will be years, even decades locked up until I decide that he has served his punishment so that he can be released. I believe that is the appropriate punishment for him. There were different reactions to those words. Some gods were satisfied with the punishment, others disagreed, either wanting to see him dead or wanting to help him, others didn't care and Allies. She didn't know what to think about that. They wouldn't kill him, but he would spend many years in prison without being able to see him even once. Her heart ached when she understood everything. I quickly tried to say something, but Astrid came to her and put a hand on her shoulder, looking at her sadly. This is all we can do, Allies, Astrid whispered, lowering her gaze. We should be grateful that at least he won't be killed. But Astrid-sama he. That's fair enough, I'd say, Loki said, shrugging. Though I would recommend telling the civilians that all the remaining members of Evilis were killed. That'll keep them calm. In fact, there are still some families scattered around the city, Bell said, capturing everyone's attention. You damn brat. Were you going to hide that information? Diane shouted angrily. No, even if my sentence was to be killed, I planned to tell you this before I died, he said, smiling slightly. I thank you, Your Honor-sama, for sparing my life. I only saw what was fair, Your Honor's voice echoed in the room. Since you still possess valuable information, tomorrow you will be transferred to your cell at the back of the prison, where you will spend as many years as necessary. In the meantime, you will be interrogated for the remainder of the day to eliminate the remnants of Evilus. In that case, I'll interrogate him, offered Shakti, who had been at the trial the entire time. As her god, I will be present to verify if what she says is true, said Hermes, not very convinced by Bell's statement. All members of the Ganesha family had become part of the Hermes family, but they operated separately, doing the same things they did when they were part of the Ganesha family, with the difference that now Hermes was their god. Well, then this trial is over and Bell Cranel, don't expect to get out anytime soon, it's your punishment after all. If they leave me locked up for 100 years, I won't complain, Bell said, showing neither fear nor anger at his sentence. Unlike Alise, who felt a knot in her chest every time she heard that she would spend many years locked up. Years in which he will not be able to see him even once. The moment silence reigned in the room was a sign that Uranos was no longer present, ending the meeting. Otter, let's go to headquarters. I need to update everyone's status and see how Alan's recovery is going. Maybe he's already woken up from his coma, Freya said, starting to walk out of the room, followed by Otter. And I'm going to make a toast at Gareth's grave. Do you want to come, Finn? Loki asked, looking at the hobbit. Yes, Reveria is probably there too, I readily agreed, then looked at Bell. Hearing the albino's full story changed my initial opinion of him. I even respect him a little for all the sacrifices he made to save Aurario. It would have been nice if he had been an adventurer from Aurario from the start instead of from Evilus, but there was nothing that could be done. See you soon, Bell Cranel, whispered the hobbit, leaving the room with his goddess. The other gods also began to leave the room, either satisfied or dissatisfied with the outcome of the trial. Indefinite jail time is not enough in my opinion, Diane complained, leaving the room. It's fair, there had to be a punishment for him, and that's the most appropriate thing, said the goddess Hephaestus, satisfied with the outcome of the trial. The room gradually emptied until only the guards, Shakti, Hermes, the goddess Astri, Alise, and Bell remained. Take him to the interrogation room, Shakti ordered both guards. And? The men took Bell by each arm and began walking towards the exit. The interrogation would probably last for hours. He had a lot of information to give about Evilus's secret bases and the families involved with them. When Alise saw that Bell was about to leave the room, she wanted to run towards him, but Shakti stopped her. I'm sorry Alise, but you can't talk to him when he's about to start an interrogation, those are the rules. But she whispered sadly, looking at Bell, who turned to look at her and gave her a big smile before leaving the place. If you want to talk to him tomorrow, it will be your only chance before he is sent to his cell. Alise just lowered her gaze sadly upon hearing those words. Tomorrow would be the last time I would talk to him, my last chance, and I probably would never see him again. Her heart ached sharply every time she thought about it. Let's go back to headquarters, Alise, Astri whispered, looking sadly at her daughter. It's not fair, she said, a tear rolling down her cheek. Bell worked so hard to help Aurario, he saved so many lives it's not fair. You should be grateful that he wasn't killed, even with so many gods who wanted him dead, Shakti said, starting to walk. Even if you never see him again, you'll know he's still alive. And with those words Shakti also left the room, followed by Hermes, leaving both women alone. Alise, Astri said, looking at her daughter. I'll go help with the city repairs, she whispered, walking with her head down out of the room to try and distract herself from the pain, although it would be impossible. Meanwhile, Astri just followed her daughter at a slow pace, unable to help feeling sad for both of them. It almost seemed as if life prevented them from being together, prevented them both from being happy. I'm sorry Althea, this is all I could manage, the goddess whispered, leaving the room and leaving the place completely empty. Tomorrow would be the last day they could both see each other. One last moment together. End of chapter. Chapter 42. A second chance. It was night in the city of Aurario, and despite the darkness, many people were still outside trying to tidy up their homes a little before going to sleep, while some adventurers kept watch over the surroundings just in case. And at a certain headquarters, home to the Justice family, there was a very disheartened atmosphere. Only a few hours had passed since Bell's trial had ended, deciding his fate, and after telling everyone what had happened, including Ryu who had decided to rest at home, the place had fallen into complete silence. I feel bad for Alise, Nice whispered, sitting on the sofa, watching her captain who was leaning against the window with a depressed expression, gazing at the stars in the sky. What they're doing to Bell isn't fair. He and Alise helped the king defeat Delphine, and this is how they repay him, Lyra said grumpily. Not to mention that thanks to him we managed to get through the first encounter reasonably well, Kagaya added. Cranel-san and Miss Althea helped us a lot, Ryu whispered sadly. Mentioning the silver-haired woman made the atmosphere at headquarters deteriorate even further. They had grown quite fond of the woman who helped them become stronger, and learning of her death truly hurt them. "Can't we try to get him out of jail like the first time?" Iska asked, not wanting to create that depressed atmosphere in the family. "We can't do that this time. Althea did most of the work the first time, and Aurelio is already too scared to receive another attack from unknown people," Lyra said grumpily. "Indefinite imprisonment," Kagaya whispered sadly. "I don't think Bell can endure that much longer on his own." "Don't say it so loud, you idiot, you'll upset Alise more," Nee scolded under her breath. The group of girls turned their gaze towards the redhead who wasn't even listening to the conversation, just keeping her eyes fixed on the starry sky. "I don't think he can get any more depressed than he already is," Noin murmured. Alise Ryu whispered, wanting to cheer up her friend. "By the way, Lion, you should take your medicine and go to sleep, you're still recovering," Kagaya advised. "I still can't get used to seeing you without an arm and an eye," Nee commented, although he was quickly punched by Iska. "I'm not sleepy," said the elf, lowering her gaze. "Besides, I haven't even had dinner." "Well, I brought a small snack." The one who said these words was Astri, who was approaching them with a tray of cookies and coffee, being helped by Selty. "I haven't prepared dinner yet, so eat this in the meantime," said Astri, smiling slightly. "That's great, I was already hungry," said Lyra, taking 3 cookies. "Have a little more manners, you silly girl," scolded the Asian woman. "Don't you want allies?" the goddess asked, looking at her daughter. "I'm not hungry," was his short reply without turning to look at them. "I'll wait until dinner." That answer made Astri let out a dejected sigh. Seeing the usually cheerful allies behaving in such a depressed way hurt her. It reminded her of those times when everyone believed Bell was a traitor. "If only I could do something," he thought bitterly. While Allies was lost in her own thoughts. Knowing that tomorrow would be the last time she would see him again really hurt her. There were so many things she still wanted to do with him that it couldn't end like this. There was a good chance that tomorrow would be a final goodbye. After all, Bell, having a normal body again without Falna, had become weak against any illness and in prison that could take his life or in that case, die of sadness. And she would face the threats of the dungeon every day, who knows if in one of those moments she would die at the hands of a monster. The thought that this would be a final goodbye terrified her. "What do I do?" he thought, clenching his fists. She had been thinking for a while about what to do to help Bell, but she couldn't come up with any decent ideas, and that was making her desperate. With every second that passed, it was 1 second closer to that final goodbye. What do I do?" she thought, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Knock, knock. But there was a knock at the door of the headquarters, capturing the attention of all the women and confusing them. Who would visit them at those hours? "I'll go," said Astri, walking towards the entrance of the headquarters. "I'll go with her," said Iska, not wanting to leave her alone. Meanwhile, the rest just sat there, curious to know who that visitor was. And Alise simply ignored it and continued looking at the stars, thinking of some way to help Bell, although she was sure he wouldn't think of anything good. Seconds later Astri re-entered the room along with Iska, both looking confused. "Who was Astri-sama?" Ryu asked curiously. "I don't know, there was nobody at the door," she replied, puzzled. "Only this letter that was on the floor." As she said those words, Astri showed the card that was in her hand, making everyone more curious. Even Alise looked at her out of the corner of her eye. "Whose is it?" Kagaya asked. "Let's see from Uranus," she exclaimed in surprise. Now he had completely captured everyone's attention when he heard who sent the letter. "What does it say?" Lyra asked. Astri quickly took the letter out of the envelope and began to read it to herself while the others watched her attentively. Seconds later, Astri's expression changed to one of total shock at what she had read, worrying her daughters who thought it was something bad. "Hey Alise," Astri whispered, catching the redhead's attention. "Why yes. You have to read this." Meanwhile, in another part of the city. In some underground corridors Bell walked with his hands chained and ahead of him were Hermes and Shakti who kept their gaze on the path. "Where are we going?" Bell asked, puzzled. He had spent about 3 hours giving information about Evilus to Hermes and Shakti, not holding back even the smallest detail. And after spending a long time being interrogated, the 3 left that room, starting to take different paths until they reached a long underground road, further confusing Bell. "Let's go to Uranus," Hermes replied seriously. "Uranus?" Bell whispered in surprise. "Why?" "You'll know soon," Shakti said, turning to look at him and smiling slightly. That confused Bell. It seemed that they both knew something but were hiding it from each other. Whatever it was, they were close to discovering it as they were already near the room where the god was. "By the way, Bell-kun, do you have any clothes?" Hermes asked. "Huh?" No. He replied, much more surprised. Good. And after that short conversation, Hermes fell silent again, leaving the albino with many more questions. After walking for a few more seconds, the three arrived at some enormous stone doors, which slowly opened upon sensing their presence. Bell, still confused, looked around the enormous room he had entered, where what caught his attention the most was a throne where a man with white hair and beard wearing a robe was sitting staring at him. "We have arrived, Your Honor," said the traveling god with a slight smile. The god simply turned his gaze towards Shakti, who quickly grasped the message. "I imagine they're annoying," said the girl, approaching Bell, taking a key out of her pocket and removing the chains from his hands. Was the sound that came out of Bell, much more bewildered than before. "It's good to see you in person, Bell Cranel. I've heard a lot about you and all your actions in this war," Urano said, capturing his attention once again. It's a pleasure, God," Urano's Bell greeted, a little nervous. "I'm sure you're thinking, why are you here?" "I'd be lying if I said no," he said, returning to his initial curiosity. "Did something happen?" "No, you're simply here so I can tell you your true punishment," Urano said, surprising Bell. True punishment? What do you mean?" he asked, puzzled, turning his gaze to Hermes. "My punishment was already given at the trial." Let's just say that trial was fake, only to appease all the gods who had something against you," Hermes explained with a nervous smile. "False," he said, even more surprised. "Did you know all that?" "Yes, my performance as the angry god was pretty good, wasn't it?" he asked with a proud smile. "Although what I said to Diane was true, I was bothered by her lack of empathy towards others." After those words, Bell turned his gaze, still bewildered, towards Shakti. "I found out after the trial, I also thought you would be imprisoned indefinitely, but then Hermes explained the real matter to me," Shakti explained calmly. "I don't understand," Bell whispered, looking at Uranos. "Why make a false judgment? Hermes already told you, if the other gods heard the true verdict, not one of them would agree. Right now, they think you'll be locked up in jail for decades, so it's better that they believe that," the god replied, staring at the surprised albino. "Why?" I whispered, still unable to understand. "It wasn't just us who chose it. Loki and Freya know about it too," Hermes said, surprising Bell once again. "That's why neither of them wanted to vote in the trial, since they already knew the true punishment you would receive." "And what would that punishment be?" "Exile," Uranus replied quickly. "Although, if I'm honest, I wouldn't want to exile you from the city, nor would I want to punish you in any way, but I'm sure that if I let you go free in Aurario, more than half of the gods wouldn't be happy about it." "Why?" "I'm a criminal. Prison was a good punishment, I even deserve death for everything I did." Bell shouted, unable to understand. "Let's just say I owed your grandfather Zeus a favor, and this is the best way I could find to repay him." "I see, so they're not letting me go because they think I'm innocent, they're just doing it to pay their debt to my grandfather," he said, slightly clenching his fists. "You're wrong," Uranos interrupted. "I don't see you as a criminal. In my eyes, you're not one. You helped Aurario a lot in this war. Even Otter himself said that it was thanks to you that he was able to defeat Delphine." Upon hearing those words, Bell opened his eyes in surprise. He is a first-class adventurer. With a little analysis, he knew that you were one of those who helped him. "This is your chance, Bell Kun," Hermes said, smiling slightly. "All of Aurario thinks you'll be in jail. You can leave tonight if you wish, so as not to attract so much attention." But Bell whispered, not very sure. He had surrendered himself voluntarily to pay for his sins, but the god Uranus himself did not consider him a criminal. He was even letting him go. He didn't know what to think about it. "As I said, I wouldn't want you to leave. A warrior like you in Aurario would be a great help, but the entire city wants every single member of Evilus dead," Uranos said, clearly displeased with the outcome. "I highly doubt they'll believe your story, and even if they do, their stubbornness will prevent them from forgiving you. You're practically an unrecognized hero in the city." "Hero?" Bell whispered in surprise. "Yes, Bell Kun, you are a hero," said the smiling Hermes. "You saved many people without asking for anything in return. That is the attitude of a true hero. You have no idea how much RD appreciates you, she considers you one too, and she's a huge fan of heroes, that says a lot," Shakti commented, patting Bell on the back. "Exile isn't something you deserve, but it's the best solution. You suffered greatly at Evilus's hands, and I imagine you're weary of so many battles. Starting a new life outside of Aurario will be best for you," Uranos added. Bell just lowered his gaze, trying to hold back his tears upon hearing those words. "Are you serious?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Despite everything I did while I was in Evilus, can I have a second chance?" "It's not about whether you can, Bell Kun, you deserve to live a new life. It's the least you can do after everything you've endured, so don't see yourself as a criminal," Hermes said, placing his hand on Bell's shoulder. "Don't let the past haunt you and live in the present, little hero." And without being able to stop it, Bell began to shed tears. He couldn't say if the tears were of sadness or joy, his emotions were confused at that moment. From this moment you are exiled from Arario Bell Cranel wherever you go, I hope you are happy, whispered Uranos. Some time later. And that's it. These were the words Hermes said to Bell after placing his falna on him. They had already left Uranus's room and were now in a room of the Tower of Babel, although Shakti had left, leaving both men alone. It was already night, so almost no one was in that place. You may be out of Arario, but you'll need a falna just in case, said the smiling god. Thank you very much Hermes-sama, the albino said gratefully, still processing everything that was happening. Just a moment ago he thought he would be in a cell for years, but now he had a second chance to start a new life outside the city. He still found it hard to accept. By the way, you're already level 6, congratulations, I congratulated Bell, handing him the status sheet. Bell just observed his new level and his skills in magic, mainly Firebolt, since it was a magic he obtained thanks to a grimoire that Valletta gave him. It could be said that it was the only good thing he got from her. I still can't believe all this, Bell whispered. Well, believe it, he said with a smile. At that moment the bedroom door opened and Asfi entered with a backpack in her hands. Ready, Hermes-sama, he said, placing the backpack on the ground. Right, here you go, Bell-kun said the god, handing the backpack to Bell. Here are clothes for you and some basic supplies. You'll need them on your journey. Hermes-sama wouldn't have minded, but thank you very much, he said, extending his palm. Fun cloth. As he said those words, a cloth appeared which covered the entire backpack while it became smaller and smaller until it was the size of his thumb, then he took it and put it in his pocket. God and human both had an anime-style sweat drop when they saw that. It's a very convenient kind of magic, really, Hermes said with a nervous smile. It's magic for lazy people. Oh right. There are also 200,000 valis in the backpack. Things outside of Arario are cheaper, so it will probably last you a month and a few weeks. It'll be enough to get you started. I hope I haven't left your family in the red. Don't worry, Hermes-sama has plenty of money, it's better that he gives it to you than spend it on stupid things, Asfi commented, making both men smile nervously. Shall we go, Bell-kun? Let's go. And with that said, the three left the room and began walking through the lonely corridors to leave Babel. But some running footsteps caught their attention, directing their gaze behind them. Bell. It was RD who, being close, launched herself to give the surprised albino a strong hug. Promise you won't forget me. RD? Weren't you in the hospital? He asked, confused. Shakti told me everything, you couldn't leave without me saying goodbye to you, the girl said, still hugging him. Hearing that made Bell smile and return the hug. I promise I won't forget you, RD. If we ever meet again, we'll read many stories of heroes, she said, pulling away from the hug and looking at him with a smile. You can be sure of that, he said, also smiling. RD felt sad. She had finally met someone with the same tastes as her, and now she had to say goodbye, although that was better than spending her life in jail. Goodbye RD, Bell whispered with a slight smile. Meanwhile, RD just stared at the albino, making the decision to take a risky move as a farewell. She quickly approached him and gave him a soft kiss on the cheek, leaving Bell perplexed. Goodbye, she whispered, blushing. Take care. And turning around, RD ran off, leaving Bell in shock at how sudden it all was. Hermes wore a proud smile at what he saw, while Asfi looked away in embarrassment. I see you're popular with the ladies, Bell-kun, congratulations, he said, giving a thumbs up. And no, don't bother me, he said, sounding both angry and embarrassed, as he hadn't expected that. Let's put the jokes aside, Hermes-sama, we have to go, Asfi commented. That's right, we need to hurry, Bell-kun. Wait, Bell asked, looking at the god. Can we go somewhere before I leave? Some time later. Now, the place where we find ourselves is in the Arario cemetery, in a place far from all the graves. Standing in front of two gravestones under the moonlight, Bell sadly observed the names written there. Althea, Zald. The god Hermes, with the help of the Astri family, did that, although some people disagreed, but out of respect for the goddess Astri, they decided to accept it. And Althea, Master Zald, she whispered sadly. I don't have much time, so I'll be brief. He slowly approached the graves and placed a few flowers on each one, kneeling in front of them. It seems I've been given a second chance. I don't know if I deserve it yet, but knowing you all, you tell me to live my life to the fullest, I'll try. It will probably be difficult since I'll be alone, but I'll do my best. A small tear rolled down Bell's cheek, which she quickly wiped away. I would have liked to spend more time with you, Aunt Althea, but sadly, it's no longer possible, he whispered, running his hand along the gravestone. But I'm sure that in the other world you managed to find my mother and she'll welcome you with open arms. You'll see I'm right and she doesn't hate you. Bell slowly stood up, looking one last time at both gravestones. Thank you for everything you did for me, I will do my best for you, she said, bowing slightly. Goodbye. And turning around, Bell left the place, but not before feeling a gentle push from behind with a soft hand. He quickly turned around, but couldn't see anything other than the two gravestones. I love you too, Aunt Althea, he said with a slight smile, resuming his journey along the dark path where Hermes and Asphi were waiting for him at the end to continue his journey towards the exit of the city. Be happy, Bell. Some time later. The journey through the city was not very difficult since it was nighttime, allowing us to go more unnoticed by taking shortcuts through the alleyways until we reached the exit of Aurario. The exit was being guarded by some former members of the Ganesha family who had been saved by Bell in the war when they were being overwhelmed by some members of Evilis, so as a thank you they decided to keep quiet about all of it. I guess this is goodbye, Bell whispered. You're sure? Hey? Are you sure you want to just leave without saying goodbye to Alise Lovell? You two are very close after all. Bell just lowered his gaze, smiling slightly and sadly as he remembered Dorithi's beautiful face. It's better this way. If I go to her to say goodbye, I won't want to leave when I see her. I prefer to avoid that pain, she said, placing her hand on her heart. Sometimes it's better to leave without a goodbye. Well, you're right, the god understood. But if you want to communicate with her, don't hesitate to tell me, he said as he handed him a map. And this? I'm a god who travels a lot, so I have some properties outside the city, he said with a smile. There's a town about a week and a half from Aurario. I have a house there that I practically never use. You can keep it and start your new life. I'll visit from time to time, so if you have a letter for someone, I can deliver it for you. Really? Bell said in surprise. Of course, take it as an apology for not being able to help you during your difficult times, he said with a disheartened smile. I knew of your existence and yet I presumed you dead instead of searching for you. I'm sorry, Bell-kun. Don't worry, Hermes-sama, you've already done so much for me, I don't know how to thank you, she said with a slight smile, taking the key to the house. Living your life to the fullest and not letting the past haunt you, he said, patting him. Good luck, Bell-kun. Thank you, Hermes-sama. With a touch of nostalgia, Bell turned his gaze to the city illuminated by the moonlight, the place where he had lived the best moments of his life. It was the place where he met the girl who stole his heart, and now it was also the place where he would say goodbye to her. Goodbye, Alise. And lowering her gaze, Bell turned around and began walking towards the exit. Perhaps in a few kilometers he would find someone in a cart who could give him a little help on the journey, besides, he wasn't in a hurry. Be happy, Alise, and with that whisper, he set off on his journey out of the city to try to live a new life, even though he was alone. Unless. The girl's loud scream caught Bell's attention, and he opened his eyes in surprise upon recognizing the voice. He quickly turned around, watching in bewilderment as the girl he loved ran in the distance towards him. Alise, I whispered, still unable to believe it. Meanwhile, Hermes only smiled slightly, as he already imagined what was going to happen. After a few seconds, Alise finally arrived, and the first thing she did was hit Bell hard on the head. Idiot, you seriously planned to leave without telling me anything? The beautiful girl complained, puffing out her cheeks. Alise, he whispered, still taking in the girl's presence. What are you doing here? At that moment, Bell noticed what the girl was carrying on her back, making her eyes widen. And why are you carrying a backpack with you? Isn't it obvious? She said with a beautiful smile. I'll go with you. Didn't you hear me? I asked playfully, cupping Bell's cheeks. I said I'd go with you. It took Bell a few seconds to process those words, opening his eyes in surprise, causing Alise to let out a soft laugh at his reaction. Yeah? I shouted, unable to believe it. Come with me. Why? Isn't it obvious? I asked with a slight smile. I want to be with you. But I stuttered, still in shock. It was too surprising for him. Why? Why make such a decision when she had a bright future as an adventurer in the city of Aurario? And your family? Will you leave them? Let's just say a few things happened, she said with a nervous smile. You see. Flashback. Exiled. It was the cry of surprise that was heard at the headquarters of the Astri family after having read the letter that was sent by the god Uranos. Did that mean I wouldn't spend decades in prison? Nese asked in surprise. They just read the silly letter, Lyra said. As Alise continued reading the letter in surprise, about the trial that afternoon which was fake to appease the gods, about the true punishment that Bell would receive from Uranus and the gods who knew about it, such as Freya, Loki, and Hermes. But why didn't Astri-sama know anything about that? Kaguya asked, confused. Upon hearing those words, Astri looked away in embarrassment. Let's just say I'm really bad at lying, so the gods would have noticed something strange during the trial. I think that's why Uranus didn't tell me, the goddess confessed sheepishly. It's normal, really, said the hobbit, receiving a blow from Noin. Isn't that good? Cranel-san won't spend years in prison. He'll be able to live a peaceful life outside of Arario, Ryu said with a happy smile. I wouldn't believe it, to be honest, Astri whispered, looking at Alise. When she said those words, everyone understood the message. Yes, Bell's punishment had changed, but he and Alise wouldn't be able to see each other. They would be separated. There was only one solution for that. What a relief, said Alise, a small tear rolling down her cheek. She felt happy knowing that Bell could leave the city. The enormous pain she felt in her heart had disappeared upon reading that letter. Well, almost everything. Although she felt happy, she could not ignore the sadness she felt because even though the punishment had changed, they would always be separated. It was a bittersweet ending, but if Belle found happiness out there, she would be happy, or so she wanted to believe. What a relief, said Kaguya. Of course not, you idiot. Huh? Was the puzzled sound that came out of Alise when she heard her friend's words. What are you waiting for? Pack your bags before that idiot leaves town. Knowing him, he definitely won't want to say goodbye. What? Alise said, bewildered. I can't do that. Really? Lyra said. They've both been through so much since they met, they became friends, they fell in love, their friendship broke down, their friendship was restored, they confessed their love, they were separated again, they've both fought so hard to be together, for you to let it all end like this. Alise, you love that idiot and that idiot loves you. I think I'll never see a more complicated romantic story than yours. You went through so much, you fought together, and now that you have your chance you let him go, Kaguya said, smiling slightly. I can't leave. Why you? Come on, we're not like we're little girls, Knees joked. Cranel-san needs you, Alise, Ryu said with a slight smile. And you need him. But Alise whispered, looking down. The city. The city? Evilus has already been defeated. You've already done so much by helping the king defeat Delphine. You're a great champion of justice, Alise, the hobbit remarked. I still have a long way to go to discover true justice, but you, with a smile, Ryu pointed to Alise's heart. True justice is already in your heart. You don't need to discover anything else. And the dungeon. And our friendship. Seriously? You're going to let that idiot go just to see the Minotaur's faces? Kaguya said with amusement. Our friendship. This isn't a final goodbye, silly, Lyra said. You can write us letters once you have your own home, and we'll even come to visit you from time to time. We live in the same world, after all. The city is now out of danger. One of your main objectives was to eliminate Evilus. And you succeeded. Knees shouted. Stop making excuses and say what you really want, the Asian woman said seriously. Alise only directed her gaze towards her goddess, that woman who accepted her with open arms into her family, who was smiling at her affectionately. You know very well that what I want most is for my girls to be happy, I whispered, stroking Alise's hair. Don't lie, Alise, and tell me what your heart truly desires. And no longer able to resist, tears began to run down Alise's cheeks, and she gave her answer. I want to be with Bell, she confessed through tears. I don't want to say goodbye to him. All the girls smiled fondly upon hearing their captain's true wish, unable to resist going to hug her. All this time you've only been thinking about the well-being of Arario and nothing else. It's time you thought about yourself, silly girl, Kaguya whispered, giving her a gentle hug. I am sorry. Why are you apologizing? I'll finally be the captain and I'll take the helm of this ship, I joked, making Alise laugh. He's silly. Just promise you'll write us letters, Kaguya pleaded, not wanting to shed tears. I'll write them letters every day, I promise, she whispered, hugging her friend tighter. While that sweet moment was happening, Lyra just stared at the clock, seeing that it was already 10 o'clock at night. Not to be rude, but as time goes on, that idiot might already be nearing the city limits, Lyra said calmly. And that was more than enough to alarm Alise. I have to pack my things. Girls, let's help our silly captain one last time. Kaguya ordered. Yeah. They all quickly went to Alise's room and helped her finish as soon as possible, leaving Astri alone in the living room, who walked to the window and looked at the stars with a smile. In the end, everything turned out alright, Althea, he whispered. I hope you can rest in peace now. Your nephew will be in good hands. A gentle breeze passed through the place, slightly moving Astri's hair, who smiled peacefully. And I will also be at ease knowing that she will be in good hands. End of flashback. And that's what happened, Alise finished speaking with a big smile. Bell didn't know what to think about it. For a moment he thought that Alise had decided on her own to abandon her family, but it turns out that they themselves gave her the final push she needed to make that decision. Hey, are you sure you want to leave everything behind just to come with me? Completely, he replied without hesitation. But your dream was to be part of the Astri family and bring justice. Would you abandon it? That was just one of my dreams, she said, looking away, still smiling. I'm already fulfilling my main dream. Huh? He said, confused. But. You're making a lot of buts, Bell, she whispered, looking down sadly. Don't you want me to be with you? A pang of pain appeared in Bell's heart when he saw the Reed's sad expression. Bell-kun, a woman is offering you her company and you're rejecting her. Didn't your grandfather teach you how to treat a lady? Hermes asked in a scolding tone. Of course he taught me, it was the only thing he ever taught me, Bell whispered nervously. It's just that. He didn't want Alise to feel obligated or regret her decision in the future. He didn't want to ruin her life. I don't know what you're thinking, but you're wrong, Alise said, looking at him with a slight blush. Is it so wrong that I want to be with the person I love? And with those words, it was more than enough to dispel any remaining doubts Bell had. He was doing everything he could to avoid smiling like an idiot because of the great happiness he felt knowing that the girl he loved would be going with him on his trip and he wouldn't be alone as he thought. Perhaps this new opportunity at life wouldn't be so bad after all. Just accept it, you piece of shit, don't help Alise pack her suitcases for nothing. The one who said those words was Kagaya, who was approaching along with Astri to say goodbye to her friend and daughter. Kagaya Astri-sama, Bell whispered upon seeing both women. How did Astri-sama get here so fast? Alise asked, confused. I carried her the whole way, the Asian woman replied, looking at Bell. And going back to the beginning, just accept it. I'm sure you're dying to smile. It shows on your stupid face. Hey. He said, offended. Alise has already made her decision, so don't think about anything else, he said, smiling slightly. Bell, Astri called, approaching the albino and placing both hands on his shoulders. Please, take care of Alise. She's a wonderful girl with a kind heart. I'm sure you'll find happiness together. And I have a message from all of us for you, said Kagaya. If you hurt Alise and make her cry this time, we will kill you, so you'd better make her happy. Do you understand? I promise I'll make her happy, Bell promised confidently. So you agree that I can go with you? Alise asked happily. Well, if you're okay with me then you can come, he said sheepishly, receiving a hug from a happy Alise. I was planning to visit you often so you wouldn't feel so alone, but I see that won't be necessary anymore, Hermes said, feeling proud of Bell. It will be a long journey, so take care of yourselves, although you are both strong, you will be fine out there, said Astri. After that, Bell and Alise looked at each other with a smile. Shall we go? Bella asked. It'll be a fun night walk, said the smiling girl. Goodbye Alise, take good care of yourself, Astri said, giving her daughter a hug. Write us a letter when you arrive at your new home. Of course Astri-sama, I will miss you, she said, returning the hug. After a few seconds of hugging, they separated so that Alise could then see Kagaya. Maybe you're not a great captain like me, but I'm sure you'll do a good job, she encouraged, giving him a thumbs up. Of course, your narcissistic side couldn't be missing, said Kagaya with a laugh. Come here, silly girl. And approaching her, he gave her a tight hug. Goodbye my friend, whispered the Oriental woman. Goodbye Kagaya. Bell just watched with a smile as the two girls said goodbye until suddenly Astri hugged him. You've suffered a lot, Bell. I'm sure you'll find the happiness you so deserve with Alise, she whispered, patting him on the back. Take care. Of course, Astri-sama, and thank you for everything. After that farewell, they separated, just like Alise and Kagaya. The Asian woman simply gave the albino a smile as a farewell, which he returned. Great. Let's begin our adventure-filled journey. Exclaimed the smiling Reed, starting to walk. If we're lucky, maybe we'll find a cart to make the journey a little easier. No. We have to walk to our destination. But Alise, it's a week-and-a-half trip. I don't mind, if I'm with you the trip will be more fun, she said with a big smile. Bell just smiled at those words, taking Alise's hand and intertwining their fingers. Thank you for coming with me, I whispered. Don't thank me for that, you idiot. As they walked away from the city, the others watched them go while smiling. And our captain left, whispered the Oriental woman. I hope he sends us an invitation letter when he decides to get married, said Astri, smiling sweetly. Yes, knowing her, she would have sent the letter months earlier, Kagaya said with amusement. I knew this would happen somehow, and I knew I would have to convince Alise to go with him. Is the town you're heading to a quiet place? Astri asked, looking at Hermes. Of course, it's the perfect place for both of you to start a new life, replied the smiling god. I'll come visit you in a month to see how you're doing. Then I'd better get to work as captain and send Alise a letter with good results, said Kagaya, turning around and starting to walk towards her headquarters. Meanwhile, Astri just watched with a smile as in the distance they both turned around and raised their hands in a farewell gesture. Goodbye my children, be happy. A new stage in Alise and Bell's lives had begun. After so many things, so many tears, so much suffering, they could finally have the life they wanted. A beautiful life together. End of chapter. Chapter 43. A new life. A new day dawned in the famous city of Arario, where people were already working on construction very early on, making the city look a little better. A week had already passed since that war ended, a war that had completely marked everyone, where the vast majority of adventurers felt their determination burning to the clouds, wanting to become stronger and never experience something similar again. And a week had also passed since Alise and Bell had left the city, and so far no one had noticed the Retid's absence, thanks to their work in the city. Only a few people close to her noticed her absence. And regarding Evilis, the vast majority were sentenced to death or to spend the rest of their lives in prison, leaving the civilians in peace, although there were still one or two members loose around, although their families took care of them. And obviously everyone who knew of Bell's existence thought he was also locked in his cell. Only a few knew of his leaving the city. Finally, Aurelio breathed a sigh of relief after the devastating war, despite the deaths of hundreds of people. They could recover from it. It's been a week since they left. Do you think they've reached their destination yet? That's most likely it. Alise is very impatient, so she probably challenged Bell to a race to get there faster, and that idiot surely accepted, even though you might not notice they look very similar. And the place where we are currently located was in the cemetery of Aurelio, where all the members of the Astri family were sitting or standing on the grass, observing the graves of Zald and Alfia, specifically that of their teacher. It still feels weird not hearing Alise's voice and her narcissistic comments, Lyra said, letting out a soft laugh. It will take us a long time to get used to it, although I'm sure he'll behave that way in the letters he writes too, Niz said, laughing as well. Who would have thought that fool would end up taking our captain away? Kaguya whispered. Come on Kaguya, don't be sad, we know you like Bell too, but I'm sure the right one will come along soon, Rihanna joked. I wasn't in love, it was just a passing interest, I'm sure I'll forget it in time, said the Asian woman, embarrassed. That's the same as liking someone, Lyra said mockingly. That idiot had his charm, but in the end Alise won. Tough luck for you, Kaguya. Shut your mouth, Oompa Loompa. What did you say? While the two girls fought for the amusement of the others, Ryu sat observing Alfia's grave. Is something wrong, Lion? Nguyen asked, noticing the elf's gaze and ignoring the fight that was breaking out behind them. I wanted to show Miss Alfia everything I achieved thanks to her. It saddens me that I can't tell her, she whispered dejectedly, since of all of them, Ryu was the one she respected the most. Although of course, at first he was afraid of him after the big punch he received. Don't worry Lion, I'm sure she already knows about all your achievements, she's proud of you, even if she doesn't say it directly, she encouraged him, patting him on the back. You're right, she said with a smile. Miss Alfia, I promise you that from now on I will become a great warrior like you and help my family. Watch me, I will also strive for Mr. Gareth. I will show him that his sacrifice was not in vain, she promised with great determination. And with that oath Ryu stood up and turned around, seeing that her friends had already finished their fight. Damn it, when Alise was here she stopped these absurd fights in a matter of seconds, said Iska, seeing how Lyra and Kaguya had messy hair. Captain, come back. Niz shouted dramatically. What did I miss? Ryu asked, confused, since she hadn't heard anything. It's not important, Lion, Rihanna said, shaking her head slightly. Ahem, putting that aside, said Kaguya, fixing her hair. There are still a few evilous families out there. We have to catch them. And which family? Selty asked, pulling out a sheet of paper and looking at the names of all the families allied to Evilis. These were all the names Bell gave in the interrogation, where Shakti decided to give each family a sheet so they could see the remaining targets. The Rudder family. Nah, one of their members insulted the goddess Freya, so all her children are hunting down members of that family. They won't rest until the last one of them is dead, Lyra said, making them all smile nervously. So? We'll think about that later, said Kaguya, turning around and starting to walk, followed by the others, but not before bowing to both graves of the two great warriors. Hey, if people start asking about Alise's absence, what do we tell them? Ryu asked curiously, since she had been asking herself that question all week. There's only one answer to that, what's it to them? Said the smiling hobbit. That's very offensive. But I like it, exclaimed Niz. Let's just say he went to find a new lifestyle outside of Aurelio, that's the only answer we'll give and nothing more, Kaguya replied. And another question. Who is the captain? Ryu asked again. Oh? It's obvious it's me, Swamp Elf, Kaguya said, offended. What did you call me? I can be the vice captain if you want, Niz offered excitedly. Alise appointed me captain, so the position is mine, the woman from the east said. And my first order will be to keep Lion out of battles for a full month. Huh? Why? It's obvious, Lyra said. Without an arm and an eye, it will be difficult for you. First, we have to buy a prosthesis. Alise left you more than half of her savings, but it's still not enough, so we have to save a little more. Once you have the new arm, you'll have to get used to it, so you'll be out of missions for quite a while. Ryu just lowered her gaze in discouragement upon hearing that, just when she was very motivated to give her all, but she knew that she had to do that if she wanted to improve as a warrior, so she had no other option but to accept. Well, I think it's time to get to work. There are still many people who need help throughout the city, Kagaya said, smiling at her friends. We can't be lazy if we don't want to disappoint allies. And with that cry, all the girls left the cemetery and went to do their work as a family of justice, helping others and hunting down members of Evilis. Rather than being discouraged by the Redeed's absence, they were motivated to improve and show allies that they could support the family and that she could find peace. The Justice family still had many feats to prove. Meanwhile, in another part of Arario. In a certain bakery, where Bell and allies curiously always met to eat when they first became friends, there were three goddesses eating and chatting amongst themselves. I'm glad this place is still intact, said Loki, eating a chocolate cake. They make good cakes. It's a nice quiet place, said the smiling Freya, taking a sip from her cup of coffee. Meanwhile, Astrid just watched with a small smile through the bakery window as people walked around with wood fixing their houses while a few children ran around playing. A scene he always wanted to see in the war and which was now possible thanks to everyone's efforts. How are things going in your family, Loki? Astrid asked, looking at the red-haired goddess. More or less, he replied, letting his face fall onto the table. There's a depressing atmosphere because of all those who have fallen, especially Gareth. He had won the affection of all the members. I'm so sorry Loki, Gareth was a great person, Astrid apologized sadly. I know, the most discouraged of all is Reveria. I think she still blames herself for her death, but she is not weak. I know very well that she will manage to move forward. Your daughter's soul has become a little dull. I hope it will regain that lovely color again, Freya said with a small smile. Keep your filthy eyes away from my Reveria tan, Loki threatened, glaring at Freya. Come on, don't fight, Astrid said with a nervous smile. Freya cannot be trusted. Now that Evilis has been defeated, she will return to her dirty games. I will be watching you, he warned, his eyes even narrower than before. How scary, joked the goddess of beauty. While Astrid smiled slightly at the interaction between the two, they really did get along well. By the way, Astrid, the one who spoke those words, was Freya, turning her gaze to the goddess of justice. A certain very beautiful soul belonging to one of your daughters disappeared from the city a week ago. Why? Oh. Finn has also noticed Alise Lovell's absence, Loki said, looking at Astrid. What happened? Astrid only smiled slightly upon hearing that question. He left Arario, was his short reply. I understand why. Loki asked curiously. Let's just say he went to look for a new lifestyle outside the city. I see she left with Bell Cranel, right? Freya asked, already knowing the answer, which was confirmed by Astrid, who let out a soft laugh. Their souls shone with great intensity whenever they were together. They are soulmates destined to be together. It was more than obvious that she would make the decision to leave with him. Soulmates? Loki asked curiously. The goddesses of beauty, being able to see souls, are also able to see other things. For example, feelings are reflected in the soul as well. If two people are together and their souls shine brightly, it's because they fit together perfectly. Here in Arario, the vast majority of couples have very disappointing souls. None of them shine with their partner, but there's the color they formed together was so beautiful. In short, each one was half of the other, their destiny was to be together, said Loki, understanding everything. Exactly, 1 in every 1,000 pairs have that beautiful shine and color, they are unique. You have no idea how happy those words make me, Astrid said with a beautiful smile. If Alise heard those words, she'd surely be jumping for joy. Where do you think they are now? Loki asked. Far from Arario, Astrid whispered, looking at the blue sky from the window. Both goddesses also turned their gaze towards the window, watching as the birds flew through the sky. Starting a new life together. Far, far away from Arario. In a town located miles away from the famous dungeon city. A certain couple stood with blank faces, observing the place that would be their new home. When Hermes-sama told me he was giving me a house in a town far from Arario, I was expecting a cabin like the one I had with my grandfather, not this, Bell whispered, still in disbelief. Incredible, said Alise. They were both looking at a very beautiful 2-story white house with a large garden around it. For a moment they thought they had made a mistake, but they asked for directions to the home of the god Hermes, since he was known there, and they were 100% sure that they had not made a mistake. The village wasn't very big, but around 300 people lived there. It wasn't a small number, but compared to the inhabitants of Arario it was. Incredible, they both whispered. It seems that everything that life hadn't smiled on Bell in recent years was now smiling on him. Wow, new faces. Both teenagers heard a woman's voice behind them and turned around. It was an elderly couple who approached with a smile. Good morning, they both greeted politely. This house belongs to the god Hermes. Did he sell it? The curious old man asked. Well, something like that, it's a gift he gave me, Bell explained with a smile. Upon hearing those words, the old woman smiled sweetly. I understand, you are both a newlywed couple, and the god Hermes gave you this house as a wedding gift, what a nice touch. Married? They both said, embarrassed upon hearing those words. Oh come on, it's still too soon for that, Alise said, cupping her flushed cheeks with a happy smile. We have to take it one step at a time. Belle only became more embarrassed upon hearing the Redeed's words, looking away. Oh. I'm sorry, I misunderstood everything, the old woman apologized. Although they seem to be a couple, right? The old man asked, smiling slightly. Why yes, she's my girlfriend. God. That felt so good to say that, the albino thought. Nice to meet you, my name is Alise Lovell, the lively girl introduced herself. And I am Bell Cranel. Alise, it will be a pleasure to have such a charming couple in this town, the old woman said kindly, making them both smile happily. Thank you so much for receiving us, they both said, bowing slightly. Although it's not very common for young people to come and live in a small town like this, the vast majority decide to go to Arario to be adventurers, said the old man, puzzled. Let's just say we're looking for a more relaxed lifestyle, they said with a nervous smile. It would be best to keep many details to themselves. Well, it doesn't matter, I hope you enjoy your new life in this town, we will all welcome you with open arms. And with those words the elderly couple said goodbye and left the place, leaving both with a smile. Wow, what kind people, said Alise. You're right, I was already used to the hostile environment of Arario, Bell said with a nervous smile. After that they turned their gaze to their new home. Shall we go in? Of course. And with the decision made, they entered their new home, looking in amazement at the interior. Wow. Was the sound of surprise they let out. The house was already furnished, and its kitchen and living room were very well maintained, although a little dusty. Most likely, all the bedrooms are on the second floor. This place is amazing. Exclaimed Alise, dropping her luggage on the ground and walking around the place. You're right, I wonder how much this house cost, Hermes Bell whispered, a little surprised. Perhaps Asfi was right and he had plenty of money. And it has a backyard too. Alise said excitedly, noticing the patio at the back of the house. We can have little sparring matches to keep our skills sharp. You're right, that way the next time you see a Street-sama you'll have a lot of points in your stats. Although the others will most likely end up surpassing me, the Redeed laughed a little. Upon hearing those words, Bell's expression changed to one of dejection. You had a great future in Arario, Alise. Are you sure you made this decision? He whispered, discouraged. But Alise just ignored it and continued looking around the kitchen with a smile, seeing what other things it had. Alice? I'm not even going to answer that question, you idiot, she said, turning to look at him. I thought I'd already made everything clear to you that day. I know, but if you keep talking about it, I'll get angry with you. It's still too soon for our first couples fight, she warned, crossing her arms. I'll never regret the decision I made, so don't think things like that again, okay? Okay, I understand, she said, letting out a sigh before smiling. Then let's continue exploring our home, and regaining her spirits, Alise approached the stairs that connected to the second floor. I'll go see the second floor. Don't you think it's a very big house for the two of us? Belle asked, noticing how spacious it was. Now that you mention it, you're right, the Redeed whispered, then smiled. But it doesn't matter, there will soon be more of us in this house, so we'll need the space. I'll go find my room. And with those words, Alise ran to the second floor, leaving Belle frozen by those words. Wait, what do you mean by those words? Belle asked, and Alise managed to hear him thanks to her enhanced senses. Obviously from our future children. The Redeed shouted from the second floor. Belle just blushed with embarrassment upon hearing that, looking down. That silly girl, I whispered, unable to suppress a small smile. It's still too soon to talk about that, While Alise explored upstairs, he continued exploring the first floor a little more, still smiling. Knowing that after the hell he went through because of Evilus and Valletta, he could live a happy life with the girl he loved and start his own family, truly made him happy. I feel more and more fortunate to have received this second chance, I whispered, walking to the window to look out at the town. I wish you were here too, Aunt Althea. He recalled a certain conversation he had that day with Althea in the abandoned church when he fought against Alise and Olivas died. Flashback. And that would be all. Will you do it? Bell asked after making his request to Althea, which was that in the event of his death, she would protect and help Alise and her family in the war. Are you sure? Althea asked, a little surprised. Completely. Fine, if that's what you want, I'll do it, I agree with a small smile. Although I also have something to say. What is it? Althea simply approached Bell and whispered a few words while stroking his hair. I don't think you'll die in this war, most likely you'll end up with that silly, boisterous redeed. How will you do it? Who knows, but I'm sure of it. How are you so sure? I asked with a slight smile. I just know, she replied, shrugging. It's a hunch, and when that happens, you'll remember these words. I truly hope you find happiness after all this. End of flashback. I didn't know you had the ability to see the future, Belle whispered, letting out a laugh at the memory. I'm glad you weren't wrong. With a smile, Belle leaned against the window of the house and began to observe the town. It wasn't a big town, but it wasn't small either. It was a pleasant place surrounded by nature. They had many necessary places like a market located north of the town, which would probably take about 3 minutes to walk to compared to Arario. It also had a hospital with everything necessary to treat the wounded or care for the sick. There were also a few clothing and accessories shops, as well as 2 or 3 restaurants. There was even a small group of people who were in charge of protecting the village from monsters, since they were near a forest from which a few would come out from time to time. He and Alise would probably end up doing that job, since the small group found it a little difficult. I'll have to look for a job after I settle in here, maybe that elderly couple can help me find one, he whispered to himself with a finger on his chin. Most likely Alise would do the same. She wasn't someone who liked to spend a lot of time doing nothing. I was sure that Alise's hobby would be going monster hunting in that forest. Belle. The albino snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing the lively voice of his companion as he slowly turned around. Terrain. With a smile, Alise extended her arms, showing the Argonaut hero book and the pocket watch she gave Belle a few months ago for his birthday. My book and my watch. Belle exclaimed in surprise, grabbing both items. They were both at headquarters, so I decided to take them with me, she explained proudly. Alise, thank you, she said, giving the retreat a hug. For a moment I thought you were meeting in Arario. He left the city in a hurry, not having time to go to the Astri family headquarters for them, although he had no intention of going anyway, as he did not want to say goodbye to Alise at that moment. You told me they were your most prized possessions, so I couldn't leave them behind, she whispered, embarrassed. And you're not wrong. After hugging for a few seconds, they separated and looked at each other with a smile. I checked the second floor and there are 4 bedrooms, it's very spacious, she said, walking to the window to look out at the town. This is a magnificent place to live. We can go out and explore the town tomorrow if you want, he suggested, approaching her to see the view together. Now that you mention it, I've realized that this town is missing something, I whispered, my eyes squinting. What? A bakery. He exclaimed with a smile. Belle opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing that, forgetting that detail. So we'll take it upon ourselves to open our own bakery here. It'll be a success. She shouted excitedly. Us? Yes, it's your dream, right? She said with a beautiful smile. And let's just say I also want to learn how to bake bread and all kinds of pastries. It'll be our business, although it will probably take us some time to get it off the ground, but we'll be patient. Belle just smiled when he heard those words. Alise really was the most wonderful woman. Slowly, I took Alise's hands in both of mine, and she was confused. Belle? Have I ever told you how lucky I feel to have you? He asked, making Alise blush. Why the sudden sea change in attitude? He asked timidly. She always behaved that way when Belle started acting affectionate and loving towards her. Thank you, Alise, thank you for loving me despite everything I did, he whispered, bringing his hand to her cheek and gently caressing it. Thank you for staying by my side. If you're going to get romantic, let me know first, she said, blushing. And don't thank me for it, silly. I love you. And with those words, Belle moved closer to Alise and gave her a soft kiss on the lips, which she quickly returned. They both felt calm, they had no worries, they weren't desperate to protect a city, nor to destroy an organization or monsters, nor worried about being separated. All of that was behind us. I love you too, Alise whispered after breaking the kiss. I'd like to keep kissing you, but we have a house to clean. It's very dusty. You're right, it's best if you control your impulses. What are you talking about? You were the one who kissed me, she said, taking Belle's hand and starting to walk around the house and clean it. Well, in my defense, it's very difficult not to want to kiss those sweet, soft lips. That's stupid. A peaceful life full of smiles and love awaited them. Perhaps they had left everything behind, but they didn't regret it because they knew they had made the best decision. And this time nothing and no one would separate them again. End of chapter. Epilogue. Newspapers were arriving in various towns far from Arario, which people read with surprise and excitement. People gathered just to read together the news that was shaking the world to its core. I don't believe it were the words spoken by 2 men who were in a bar in a town outside Arario. Ha 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 ha. This calls for a celebration. Shouted one of them who was already drunk. Why? And everyone else joined in the shouts of celebration. People reading newspapers in the streets hugged each other with joy, and the children did too, even though they didn't know what was happening, but seeing the adults happy also made them happy. Incredible, whispered an old man, looking at the newspaper's front page, which had the headline. The Fall of the Black Dragon. Yes, that terrible monster that had been the terror of humanity for centuries had died at the hands of the adventurers of the city of Arario. The total of 10 years had passed since the Dark Age had ended, 10 years in which every adventurer who lived through that war had trained non-stop to become stronger, giving birth to great warriors who would be remembered in history. The Freya family, the Loki family, the Astri family, the Hermes family with all the members who once belonged to the Ganesha family, even powerful families outside of Arario, joined the battle, such as the Poseidon family and surprisingly the Kali family, who did not hesitate to join the battle upon learning that it would be the Black Dragon. Multiple levels 7, 8, and 9 adventurers were there that day, a long battle that lasted a full day, exactly 24 hours. There were obviously deaths. They were facing the greatest beast that ever existed on Earth, so casualties were inevitable. But the impossible happened. The Black Dragon fell before the army made up of the most powerful families who were equal to Zeus and Hera and who did not retreat even though much of the battle was against them. The hell they lived through during that time of the Dark Age, when Delphine was close to destroying Arario, ignited a burning determination in a great number of adventurers, giving them the ability to become stronger and stronger. In the end, the sacrifices of those 2 adventurers from the Zeus and Hera family were not in vain, nor was the plan that Erebus had created. The calamity had finally passed, and everyone could breathe easy now that the greatest threat to humanity no longer existed. God. I still can't believe that thing is dead. Well, believe it. And in a certain village far from Arario, 2 people were walking peacefully through its streets. They were 2 boys who were leaving the field after working for a while in the village harvest. I don't even want to imagine the kind of monsters that defeated that beast, one of them said, surprised. You're right, I would have loved to be there and see that incredible battle, said the other with stars in his eyes. Drrrr. But their conversation was cut short when both of their stomachs growled with hunger, making them turn to look at each other. You know, we should celebrate this with some food, he suggested, wanting to satisfy his hunger. Of course. That lizard's defeat deserves a big celebration, he said excitedly. And do you know where we're going? Both boys smiled with excitement as they were thinking the same thing. Let's go to What's Up, Doc. They shouted excitedly, starting to run through the town streets. What's Up, old man? Was a very famous and beloved bakery by all the inhabitants of the town, being attended and managed by only 2 people who were also loved in the town. Although at first the inhabitants were surprised by the name of the establishment, perhaps it was named that way because the vast majority of customers were people over 30 years old, although they did not take it as an offense, in fact they liked it. The bread they prepared in that place was a delight for every villager, having many customers throughout the day, among them the 2 teenagers who ran full of excitement towards that place, hoping to fill their stomachs. But to their horror, upon arriving at their destination they saw something that chilled their blood. "And no," whispered one of them, falling to his knees on the ground. "This can't be happening," said the other, starting to breathe with difficulty, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Closed." These were the words on a sign placed on the door of the establishment, shattering the hopes of both teenagers to eat such delicious bread. "No." One of them shouted, not wanting to believe it. "Why have they closed? Alise and Bell didn't tell us anything about this," the other said desperately. "They're always open 7 days a week." While the 2 boys were lamenting in front of the establishment, an old man approached them with a smile. "And what's wrong with you? Old man?" they both exclaimed upon recognizing him. "What happened? Why did Alise and Bell close the bakery?" he asked, agitated. "Don't they know?" the old man asked, his smile unwavering. "Knowing what? Everyone is traveling so they closed the place." "On a trip?" they said, surprised. "Yes, they were going to visit Arario, they were excited about it," he explained with a smile. "And they don't know when they'll be back. They weren't sure, although they said it would take more than a month." "Damn it," they shouted, hitting the ground hard even though they hurt their knuckles. They'll have to hold out until then," the old man mocked. "And why did they leave?" "I don't know, but it seems that a few weeks before, Hermes told them some news that made them both very happy. Perhaps it has something to do with Arario since they were both adventurers. I just hope they don't take too long," the 2 depressed boys whispered. Meanwhile, the man just stared at the sky with a smile, already knowing the truth about that journey. Bell was very excited when Hermes gave him the news. What was the news? Well, Uranos informed all of Arario about Bell Cranel's release from prison after serving a 10-year sentence. The inhabitants took it well. Now that they weren't as angry as they had been when the Dark Age ended, they listened more closely to Bell's story from Hermes, who took pity on him. Of course, some still resented him, but they were few. Knowing that she could return to Arario truly made Belle happy, but even more so Alise, who wanted to see her friends and show them some little surprises. The last time she saw them was 2 years after her escape from Arario, at her wedding to Belle, where they all came to be present. But since then, they haven't returned to visit. It's not because they didn't want to see her. They simply had too much work as a justice family to leave the city for many weeks, and besides, they all had desires to become much stronger, although they always wrote letters to each other once a month. But now, after many years, they would see each other again. On time. At a certain location that was home to a family of only women, a cry of pain was heard. "Don't move around so much, silly girl." The one who screamed was Nise, who was having her shoulder bandages changed, being helped by Kagaya, who was already starting to lose patience. But it hurts a lot," complained the wolf woman. The week had passed since the fall of the Black Dragon, a week of celebration for all the inhabitants of Arario, except for the adventurers who participated in the battle, as they were recovering, among them the Justice Girls who played a great role. "It's not fair, why am I the only one who's still hurt?" Nise complained angrily, since everyone else had recovered from their injuries except her. "Normal, you took a head-on attack from that dragon, I'm surprised you're still alive," said Lyra in her typical sarcastic tone. That's because of my awesome level 6. I told you not to move," Kagaya scolded, tightening the bandages and eliciting another cry of pain from the beastman. "Are you sure you're not going on patrol?" Ryu asked, sounding unsure. She had a very good quality prosthetic arm. It cost a fortune, but it was something they could all afford together. She also had an eye patch to cover her scar. "Take it easy, we just came back from a life-or-death battle, we deserve a few days of rest," said Iska, who was lying on the sofa. "Lion is right, relax a little," Astri said with a loving smile. "Well, if you say so," whispered the elf, taking her seat again. "By the way, it's been 2 weeks since that Noin commented with a smile." "That's right," exclaimed Lyra. "I wonder if the god Hermes sent a letter or something to warn those two about the news." "Belle's release from prison," Kagaya said gracefully. He still remembered how some gods wanted to have Bell in their ranks, knowing how powerful he was, but no matter how much they searched, they never found him. "I'm happy that the civilians took Cranel-san's release well," Ryu said with a small smile. "Did that mean the two of them could return to the city?" Rihanna asked. "Most likely, though those two have their own business, so I don't know if they'll want to leave," Kagaya said, finishing bandaging Nisa's body. "Although, to be honest, I miss that silly girl. Even though we exchange letters every month, it's not the same as seeing each other in person. It's been so many years since we last saw them." "It couldn't be helped, the city needed us, and she and Belle had to take care of their business," Lyra said with a sigh. "Perhaps we should go and pay them a visit." "That's an excellent idea, I'm sure your Anos will agree to let us leave the city for a few weeks," said Astri with a happy smile. "But first we have to recover, I don't think Nise will make the trip," said Iska, looking at the beastman who was still in pain. "Then we should send a letter and tell him that we'll be visiting in a few weeks," said Astri excitedly, wanting to find a piece of paper and a pencil. Now that the Black Dragon had been defeated and the city was at peace, so to speak, they could take the liberty of leaving for a while. Although they didn't show it, they were happy and excited to see Alise. Talk. But there was a knock at the door of the headquarters, capturing the attention of everyone, including Astri, who was already about to write the letter. "Who could it be?" Nguyen asked, puzzled. "Perhaps he's another admirer of Kagaya wanting to ask her out. Too bad for him, since he won't have white hair or the surname Cranel," the hobbit scoffed. "It's been 10 years already, stop with those jokes, you damn goblin," Kagaya said grumpily. Talk. The door was knocked on again, stopping the argument. "I'll go," said Kagaya, walking towards the entrance, followed by the others from behind. Talk. I'm coming," yelled the grumpy Asian woman, opening the door under everyone's watchful gaze. And what they saw surprised them. What? In front of them was a little girl, probably around 7 years old. What surprised them most was her beautiful long red hair tied in a ponytail. They couldn't help but remember someone very dear to them, even her face was identical. "Hey Alise," Kagaya said, puzzled. "Kagaya, help me," cried the little red-haired girl, running towards the Asian woman and grabbing her dress as small tears welled in her eyes. "An evil witch appeared and turned me into a child. I don't know what to do." "Hey. Alise." They all shouted in shock, unable to believe that this little girl was their friend. The only one who didn't scream was Astri, who covered her mouth to prevent a laugh from escaping her. "Help me, Kagaya. The only way to break the curse is by giving me 1,000,000 valis," cried the girl, still with tears in her eyes. Wait. Then Kagaya noticed a certain different detail about that little Alise. He quickly knelt down and took her cheeks in his hands, squeezing them slightly. "What are you doing?" The little girl asked as Kagaya squished her cheeks. You are not allies, the Asian woman said seriously. She has green eyes and yours are red. Ah. The rest opened their eyes in surprise at not having noticed that small detail. The little girl separated from the Asian girl, drying her fake tears and then smiling, a smile identical to that of her friend. Mom, they found out about the little joke. The girl shouted. Mother. They were all confused upon hearing those words, instinctively raising their gaze. Hee hee. Another redeed appeared at the door, only this time she was an adult woman identical to the girl, except she had green eyes. Hello. Greeted the smiling girl. Alice. They all exclaimed happily, running towards the girl. Hey. Wait. But her screams went unheard and they all rushed towards her to give her a tight hug, all falling to the ground. Astri, unable to stop herself, began to laugh as she watched everyone happily hug their friend whom they hadn't seen for years. What's your name? Astri asked, looking at the little girl who was watching with amusement as her mother asked for help. Scarlet. Scarlet Cranel. She introduced herself with that same lively attitude as the older Redeed. I see, so she had a daughter, Astri whispered, watching the scene with happiness. Help. Allies shouted, trying to get out of the group hug, although it was impossible. That was a reunion that no one expected. Some time later. Now they were all in the headquarters room with little Allies sitting eating an ice cream and the adult Allies next to her daughter with a bump on her head. Why did you hit me? The Redeed asked the Asian woman, clearly hurt. For not telling us you were coming, Kagaya said, crossing her arms. Besides that, she pointed at the little girl. Scarlet. Why her? She asked again, puzzled. But he immediately received another blow to the head. Why didn't you tell us in the letters that you had a daughter? I wanted it to be a surprise, she whispered, looking down. I wanted to surprise them when they came to visit me, but it never worked out. The others felt a pang of sadness upon hearing that. They allies them. Don't worry, she said, her cheerful smile returning. I know very well that you are the protectors of the city. You couldn't abandon your post. If you had told us you were pregnant, we would have gone to the village without hesitation, said the hobbit. I repeat, I wanted it to be a surprise, she said, puffing out her cheeks. Mom was so excited about the visit, Scarlet said, biting into her ice cream cone. The whole trip she was thinking about what kind of pranks to play on them when she got to the city. Hey, don't rat me out. He said, pinching his daughter's cheek, who started to laugh. The others, seeing that scene, couldn't help but feel tenderness. That girl was practically a mini Allies with the same personality, the only difference being her blood-red eyes. But you have changed, Allies, said Lyra in surprise. Huh? Why? I asked, puzzled. Just look at your body, 10 years ago you were already developed, but now you look like a mature woman, she said enviously. A mature body but with a childlike face, Kagaya commented. Hey. It doesn't surprise me that some man has tried to court you, the hobbit joked. Those poor fools who tried to flirt with Mom were sent packing by Dad, Scarlet exclaimed excitedly. Mom belongs to Dad and Dad belongs to Mom. Exactly. Said the smiling Allies. Now that I think about it, Ryu whispered. And Cranel-san. The others finally noticed the albino's absence. Where is your husband, Allies? Astri asked curiously. Please. Talk. But once again the main door of the headquarters was knocked on, capturing everyone's attention. It's definitely that idiot, Kagaya said, letting out a tired sigh as she walked towards the door under the watchful eyes of everyone except Allies and Scarlet, who were looking at each other with amusement. Finally you show up, you idiot, said Kagaya, opening the door. But again she opened her eyes in surprise, just like everyone else. In front of her was not Bell, it was a mini Bell who was around 7 years old with white hair like his father's, the only big difference was that instead of having red eyes, he had green eyes like Alice's. Huh? Kagaya, help me. Cried the boy, running towards the oriental woman and grabbing her dress, tears streaming down his face. An evil witch transformed me into a boy, and the only way to return to normal is by giving me 10 billion valis. You're not Bell. Kagaya exclaimed, grabbing the boy by both arms and lifting him up. That idiot has red eyes. I put in contact lenses, the boy whispered, moving his feet in the air. Liar. Shiro, I told you it wouldn't work, Kagaya is very observant. The Asian woman, like the rest, watched in surprise as a white-haired man appeared at the door with a friendly smile on his face. He was tall, with white hair, red eyes, and a good physique, accompanied by a mature expression and his friendly smile. In short, he was a hottie. Bell, Kagaya stammered, surprised by the albino's new appearance. Hello Kagaya, it's a pleasure to see you again, she greeted, raising her hand in a gesture of greeting. You, Lyra whistled in surprise. The lady is blushing, said the little boy who was still in the air as he was taken by Kagaya's hands. No. It's a lie. Kagaya shouted, putting the little one back on the ground and looking nervously at Bell. Haha, Bell laughed with amusement. You can only look at Kagaya, but you can't touch her. Alise warned, still sitting on the sofa. Alise? She shouted angrily. Some time later. Now that everyone was gathered, they were sitting in the living room with the Cranel family sitting on a sofa just for them. Sama, girls, I present to you my two little soldiers, Alise said with a beautiful smile, hugging her two beloved children. Scarlet Cranel and Shiro Cranel, my greatest treasures. Nice to meet you. The two children greeted with big smiles. How cute! Exclaimed Nise, going to hug both infants. Didn't your body hurt? Nguyen asked, surprised, but was ignored. She has ears, said the children, stroking Nise's ears, who smiled happily. It was obvious that he loved children. Come on kids, don't bother her, said Bell. Relax, it doesn't bother me, said the beastman. So, two children, then Astri whispered, gazing tenderly at the two infants. Congratulations, Bell and Alise, on having such a beautiful family. Thank you, they both said, holding hands and smiling. They were both born a year after our wedding, the smiling Riti began to explain. I've been eagerly awaiting the day I could introduce them to you. It's not fair. Nise exclaimed. I wanted to see them when they were babies. Why didn't you tell us you were coming? Ryu asked curiously. Alise wanted it to be a surprise, Bell began to explain. Besides the Black Dragon incident, I'm surprised that thing is already dead. Well, believe it, you fool, said Kagaya, adopting an arrogant attitude. We don't need your help like last time. I'm stronger than you. Really? What level are you? He asked curiously, without losing that friendly smile. Kagaya was beginning to hate that hexy smile. Level 7 at the beginning of the path, she said proudly. Haha, my Bell is stronger, Alise said, hugging her husband. He's close to being level 8. Almost level 8. Exclaimed Lyra in surprise. Alise and I trained daily for 10 years and Hermes-sama updated my status every time he visited, so I gradually improved over those 10 years, he explained calmly. Although I'm a little annoyed that I couldn't help in the battle against the Black Dragon. Hermes-sama didn't warn us about any of that. Don't worry, Bell, you have two lovely children. You couldn't put their lives at risk like that and leave them alone, Astri reassured them with a sympathetic smile. I think that's why Hermes didn't mention the matter to you. Now that I think about it, did the god Hermes know about Shiro and Scarlet and not tell us? Iska asked curiously. Yes, although I asked her not to say anything, replied the embarrassed Reed. Sorry about that, but I wanted to introduce you both in person. I see you were very eager for it, so much so that you prepared some jokes, Ryu whispered with narrowed eyes, making Alise laugh nervously. By the way, where were you? Kagaya asked, looking at Bell. I was with Shiro visiting Zald and Althea's grave, I had a lot to tell you, he explained with a smile. And the civilians didn't say anything to you? Ryu asked curiously. Now that I think about it, they didn't even pay attention to me. Only a few gods approached me, inviting me to join their families. When Hermes-sama said that people took my release from prison, well, I didn't really believe it, but I see that it's true, or perhaps they simply forgot what I looked like. Now that you're not hated, you can return to Arario with Alise and become adventurers, Iska suggested excitedly. We can't, Alise quickly refused. Huh? Why? Bell and I have our own bakery in town, there are many people who love our establishment, we can't abandon them, besides I love my current life with Bell and my children, so I'm sorry, Alise apologized dejectedly. It wasn't that she didn't want to be with her friends, but her life with her husband and children was something she treasured very much. She loved that quiet life in that small town very much. Don't apologize, Alise, it's understandable. Unlike us, you already have your own family, so it's normal that you don't want to give that up, Lyra said, approaching her friend and patting her on the back. But now that things are calmer because of that lizard's fall, we can see each other more often. In fact, I think everyone wants to spend more time with their nieces and nephews. The others smiled with amusement at those words, watching as Nise and Iska played with both children. How long will they be staying? Astri asked. I think about 2 weeks, it's like a vacation for us, Bell replied, watching as his children tried to grab Seltie's ears and she nervously moved away. Although our customers will probably be sad during all that time, Alise said, laughing slightly. Yes, and I think I already know who the first ones will be, she whispered, trying not to laugh. I'm so glad to see you all again, said Ryu with a slight smile. Me too, exclaimed Alise, throwing herself into a hug with her elf friend, who gladly accepted the embrace. Where will you be staying all this time? Kagaya asked Bell curiously. Well, we've paid for a room for ourselves just for today, maybe Hermes-sama can help us find a better place. Don't worry, you can stay here at headquarters, after all this is your home too, Astri said with a smile. Really? Alise exclaimed excitedly, still clinging to Ryu. Obviously, I'm not going to allow one of my daughters and her family to sleep outside the headquarters. Great. There are a lot of things I want to talk to the girls about, we can have a sleepover. Don't you think we're too old for that? Rihanna asked, laughing slightly. Actually, it's not a bad idea, Lyra said. Writing letters isn't the same as talking in person. A sleepover is the best way to spend time with family. You have to tell me how the battle against the Black Dragon went, Alise asked excitedly. She felt sad for not having been in that important battle with her friends, but she still wanted to know about the great feats of all the participating families. It seems I'll have to prepare a lot of food for dinner, this calls for a celebration, said the goddess. The atmosphere at headquarters had changed in an instant. Now it was filled with happiness and smiles. Finally, the family was completely reunited. Alise and I can make a dessert. Cakes are her specialty, Bell said, looking at his wife as he stood up. Meanwhile, I'll go to the room where our things are. Why don't you go with him, Alise? I imagine you'd like to take a walk in the city where you met and fell in love, suggested the smiling Astri. Of course. But. Alise turned her gaze towards her two children, who were playing with Niz, Iska and Noin, making everyone smile. Not even 2 hours had passed, and both children already had a lot of confidence with women. In that they were very much like their mother. Don't worry, Alise, we'll all take very good care of them, Kaguya reassured her. They're our nephews, after all. Good. I agreed, walking towards my children and kneeling in front of them. Scarlet, Shiro, your father and I are going out into town for a while, so you two will stay here. I hope you won't cause your aunts any trouble. Don't worry, Mom, we'll behave, said the smiling boy. Yes. We'll keep an eye out for any potential threats, Scarlet whispered, squinting at Kaguya as she hugged her mother. Dad belongs to Mom. For the 1000th time, you're wrong. Kaguya shouted, embarrassed, making everyone laugh. Haha, let's go, Bell Alise laughed, taking the albino's hand as they left the headquarters. The moment they both left, the children continued playing. For some reason, they felt comfortable in that place, they felt at home. Those two haven't changed at all in personality, said Lyra with a slight smile. Just look at them, happy and in love, Rihanna said with a feeling of happiness. And to think that years ago we wanted to kill him, Kaguya said with amusement. Shhh, shut your silly mouth, whispered Lyra, not wanting the children to hear her. There's no need to hide it, we already know, said Shiro, sitting on the ground. Do they know? Ryu asked, surprised. Yes, Mom told us her love story, Scarlet said proudly. So we also know how easily Dad defeated them. Upon hearing those words, a vein popped out on Kaguya's forehead as she remembered that beating. If I faced your father now, I would probably win, she said proudly. Nope, Dad is very strong, the girl said, raising her arms. Just like Mom, they both train together every day, even every night in their room, although they never tell me what kind of training they do in there. All the girls in the Astri family blushed as they quickly understood what the little girl meant by training. I'm surprised they don't have more children, Lyra whispered. Ahem, I think I'll go prepare dinner, said an embarrassed Astri, walking towards the kitchen, followed by an embarrassed Selti. Did I say something wrong? Asked the innocent girl. Of course not. They're the bad ones for having such dirty minds, Niz said, stroking the girl's hair. And minds get dirty? Shiro asked with surprise and innocence. It seems these 2 weeks won't be boring, Ryu thought with a slight smile, happy to be spending time with her precious friend again. I just hope people don't start questioning Alise about her sudden disappearance or why she's with Bell, Kaguya whispered. It's Alise, I'm sure she'll come up with something decent as an answer, I hope, said the hobbit with a nervous smile. With your partner? They walked hand in hand with a smile through the streets of Arario. The people around them simply ignored them and continued celebrating or doing their jobs. 10 long years had passed since the Dark Era, the vast majority had forgotten all those bad events, besides, they were too busy with their own things to focus on what others were doing. Only a few noticed their presence, recognizing Alise but not Bell. Not many knew the albino's true appearance, and those who did know who he was simply didn't care. If Urano's freed him, it was for a reason. The city has hardly changed at all, Alise said excitedly, looking all around. Well, the last time we were here it was almost destroyed by Delphine's attacks, Bell said with a nervous smile. I'm so glad to see the city like this. You're right, it doesn't look like that destroyed and depressed Arario of 10 years ago, Alise whispered, hugging her husband's arm and continuing to walk. The celebrations could be heard in the nearby bars celebrating the fall of the dragon, even though a week had already passed they were still at it, probably looking for an excuse to drink. Before we go get our things, would you like to take a walk around the city? Suggested the smiling Reed. Of course. We're sure to find something that will bring back memories. But the decision already made, they both deviated from the initial path, wanting to explore a little more of that city where they had experienced good and bad times. Every place they passed through brought back memories of the past. A certain street where I clashed swords with Valletta for the last time before Alfia appeared. A street where he stood alone against the Astri family, a painful memory even though it was in the past. Oh. Look. Although not all the memories were bad. Alise excitedly pointed to a wall of a house where there was a smiley face drawn. Bell couldn't help but laugh when he saw that. He remembered that day when he and Alise were walking around the city doing charity work, including painting houses. That same day Alise smashed his finger with a hammer 6 times. I remember you used to scold me, telling me I shouldn't do that in someone else's house, she laughed nervously. And with good reason. The worst part is that you taught Scarlett that bad habit. Last time I got a complaint because she started painting on the hospital wall, she accused, gently patting Alise's cheek. She just put her little hands covered in paint on the wall. People cry over anything, she excused herself, puffing out her cheeks. A very silly one. Look who's talking, you're way too overprotective of Shiro and Scarlett, and you spoil them rotten by buying them gifts, he said, touching Bell's nose and gently squeezing it. You'd better admit that we both have a habit of wanting to spoil them. Well, it can't be helped, he whispered sheepishly, looking away. Now they'll be much more spoiled thanks to the girls, Alise said playfully. I still laugh at their surprised faces when they saw Scarlett. They really thought I transformed into a little girl. I didn't think it would work since they are very observant, but I think the shock worked against them. In the end, your little joke worked. As always, the great Alise creating fantastic plans, she exclaimed proudly. And there's your narcissistic side, but I'm not complaining, that personality is what made me fall in love with you, he whispered, giving her a kiss on the cheek, making Alise smile happily. After walking a while longer through the lively streets, they arrived at a certain place that brought back a lot of nostalgia. It was the bakery where they used to meet in the past, where they gradually got to know each other and eventually fell in love. A very special place for them. Almost nothing has changed, Bell whispered with a warm feeling in his heart. Shall we go in? I asked excitedly. Of course. And as if they were children in their favorite candy store, they entered the bakery, smelling the aroma of bread. I know we make all kinds of bread and desserts, but this place will always be my favorite, Alise whispered, taking a seat at a table near the window with Bell. Just then a waiter arrived to take their order. I'd like a strawberry cake, Alise requested. And I'll have a chocolate donut, Bell ordered. And what about drinks? A black coffee, they both ordered at the same time, letting out a small laugh at having said it in sync. But the order already taken, the man left, leaving the couple alone. And to think you used to hate black coffee, Bell said with a laugh. You gave me that bad habit, now I enjoy that flavor, he said, resting his arms on the table. See? Black coffee has its charm. It's not a big deal, I'm just drinking it because I'm going to eat something sweet, she said while looking around. He was still genuinely surprised by how little that bakery had changed. It almost felt as if he had traveled back in time, with the only big difference being that now they were both adults with 2 little angels. Do you think we can go to the dungeon? Alise asked excitedly. I'll ask Astri-sama to update my status. I'm sure I've improved a lot over the years and I'd like to test my new skills in the dungeon. That's not a bad idea, although for that I would have to register as an adventurer and I really don't want to. It would complicate leaving the city a lot. Well, then I'll go with the girls, I want to see how strong they've become, she said eagerly, to explore with them like in the past. Beautiful, Bell thought, seeing his wife's happy expression. He still felt lucky to be married to such a wonderful woman. Surely his grandfather would be crying tears of joy. Here is your order. The waiter returned to their table with their food, where they both began to enjoy the delicacies, experiencing a taste of nostalgia. Delicious. They both exclaimed. Elle had also acquired a certain taste for sweet things, thanks to living with Alise. Certain habits and tastes had rubbed off on each other. And so the afternoon passed for our loving couple, who chatted with happy smiles while enjoying their small meal, grateful that people didn't pay attention to them and were able to enjoy their impromptu date. After a while, they both finished their meal, paid the bill, and left the establishment, promising to return there before going back home again. But their date wasn't over yet, or rather, they didn't want it to end yet. They still had many places to visit. So each with a smile they held hands to continue that wonderful day in that city they left years ago. They wandered around exploring the city, feeling like they were back in the days when they were just 2 teenagers enjoying their time together. They enjoyed the walk so much that they didn't notice when the sun began to set, signaling that night would soon fall. They quickly went to their accommodation, which was their initial destination, to collect their luggage, which wasn't much, just what was needed to be in Arario for 2 weeks. With their things in hand, they both began their journey to the headquarters while chatting animatedly to make the walk seem shorter. After walking a while longer, they both arrived back at the Astri family headquarters, leaving their luggage at the entrance. Not even 5 seconds had passed when both children came running and threw themselves at them to hug them. "It took a long time," said Scarlett, puffing out her cheeks. "Sorry, but your dad and I had a little date in town. We'll all go out together tomorrow," Alise apologized, gently pinching her daughter's nose. "Tomorrow I'm going to become an adventurer," Shiro exclaimed excitedly. "No, you're still too young for that," Bell said, holding his son in his arms while Alise carried her daughter. So the four of them went together to the dining room where the entire Estrie family was gathered, watching them with a smile. "You arrived just in time, dinner is already served," said Estrie with a loving smile. They both smiled happily at that. It was as if all that hell they lived through years ago never existed, only becoming a blurry memory of the past, a bad memory not worth remembering. "If I had to live through that hell once more just to be with Alise again, I would endure it again," Bell thought, looking fondly at his wife. "There had better be more food, Shiro and Scarlett are very greedy," said Alise, taking a seat next to her friends. It seemed as if those years they hadn't seen each other never existed, as they regained that same chemistry as in the past. "Are you watching, Grandpa, Aunt Althea?" he thought, taking a seat next to the redhead and kissing her on the cheek. "I have a wonderful family with the woman I love. Wherever you are, I hope you're proud of me." There were many problems from the beginning of their love story. Tears, cries of pain and hatred, misunderstandings, being separated twice by the other families, moments that were not easy at all. And despite everything, they continued to love each other, feelings that never disappeared no matter how bad things got. A beautiful love that gave birth to two beautiful, very energetic lives. If the young Bell were told to endure the torture, that in the future he would have a wonderful life, he would not believe it. But in the end, all that suffering was returned to him a thousandfold in happiness alongside the woman he loved and his precious children. "I love you," Alise whispered as she felt Bell's gaze. "And I you." Her life, full of happiness and love, had only just begun. And let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.